Bitter Pill 15.10. Stop. Stop. Give me a chance to speak. His voice was nearly drowned out by the crowd. I'm as angry as you are. I wasn't sure that was possible or likely. The mass of students who had gathered in the street between the dormitories and the classrooms were pretty upset. This was a special kind of hurt, to take someone's hopes and dreams, already tested a number of times over, stretched out over years, dash them to the rocks. That special sort of pain and loss demanded to be expressed, yet the very fact that it was being experienced by everyone here made it impossible to do so. How could someone turn to a friend for support when that friend was in the exact same position? How did one shout to vent their anger when they went unheard with so many other shouting voices around them? How did they find release in tears when their tears were but drops in a bucket? It was a situation that would have left countless students floundering and frustrated to begin with, and rather than feed into the anger, the crowd was feeding into that frustration. It was an important and interesting distinction. I wondered what Mauer would think or do here. The student council vice president was standing off to one side, while the treasurer took the stage a set of stairs by one of the dormitories. She was a very feminine and demure-looking girl with straight black hair. The sidelong glance she gave me said a lot, however, about the thought processes going on in her head. She knew this wasn't working, but she wasn't getting flustered. Listen, the student council treasurer belted out the word, pushing his voice to its limit. But the body of students already had some who were shouting at that volume or close to it. Not a proper unified body, but a collection of individuals. The school had made it so, pitting them against one another. I beckoned the vice president. I was around a corner, so only a small few students saw as she came to stand a short distance from me. You either have a great deal of trust in me, I told her, or you still feel you can seize control of this situation. With the clamor, I doubted she heard everything I said. She seemed to infer my meaning well enough. She had to lean in close to my ear to make herself heard, about 15% the first, 85 the second. I pulled out the letters, took a mostly blank paper and tore off enough that there was no writing on the paper that was left. I scribbled a note on it, folded it in 3, and showed her before leaning in closer to tell her, take over. Tell them this to get their attention. Say what I told the treasurer to say. Then direct them. Speaking into her ear, I could see over her shoulder. The student council president was standing by the stairs, watching us very intently. He was a skinny guy, but with immaculate attention to his appearance. Anyone else might have looked a little stiff with their brown hair so neatly parted and their academy so crisp, face like stone, but he managed to look regal. Recruiting the student council had been easy as pie. I'd headed over to the stretch of lawn by the water, told them things had started, and they had been mine. Things were never all that easy, however. I'd talked to Ralph from the greenhouse gang, who had once been a part of the student council, and things left unsaid had left a loose thread of thought untied in my head, drifting this way and that, grazing against everything I saw and everyone I met, looking for a conclusion. Now I suspected I'd found it. The groups of this particular academy fell on a spectrum, and the student council was on the opposite end from the rank. The rooftop girls were close to the rank in disposition and attitude toward the school, yes, but when Gordon too had said that the student council and the greenhouse gang didn't mingle much, there was likely more to it. There was a gulf, and this petite, beautiful young lady of good grooming was likely the culprit. When you go up, I said, bring the student council president with you. United Front, she asked. Something like that, I said. Take the paper. Hold it, but don't show them and don't say there's proof because that's going to be letter number 3. But it'll be something the crowd can fixate on. Don't swear, don't incite them too much, and try not to point fingers. They're incited enough. She took the letter. I don't cuss. You might be tempted to in an effort to win over the crowd. But it'll be the whip crack that sets the horse running, and you might get dragged down into that stampede. She gave me a nod, then walked off, still giving no evidence of the agitation that seemed to have struck everyone else. For anyone else it might have looked curious that she could be so calm. For her, it was part of her mystique. I watched carefully as she put her hand lightly on the student council president's arm, and he was brought along as if she was a giant with an iron grip. His eyes, however, were on me. Calculating, suspicious. The vice president of the student council was a breaker of hearts, it seemed. I could piece together where things stood. Ralph, the heavy-set, glasses-wearing member of the greenhouse gang was number 2 in the student rankings and the student council president there was number 1, while this young lady was number 4 or 5, and yet they were subordinate to her when it came to their hearts and her ability to toy with them. Perhaps Ralph had escaped. Perhaps he'd put some distance between himself and her because he knew he hadn't. The crowd drew a little quieter as the pair joined the treasurer at the top of the stairs. They were joined by the secretary, boys rep, and girls rep. The vice president held up the paper I'd given her, pinching one corner of it so it stood up and out from her hand. She waited patiently. The shouting boiled down. Thank you, she said. She gave the paper a little shake. A few hundred eyes watched it move, curious. The academy knew what was happening and they prepared for it. They invited security from other academies to come here because they knew we would be upset. Some of us have already seen a lot of unfamiliar faces wearing security uniforms and moving in large groups. There were going to be more a month from now. The crowd was hers. The scenario she was painting was clear in their minds. The fact that she knew meant she had answers they wanted. She could have told them the academy planned to murder them all, and they might have believed her for a long moment. She remained seemingly at ease as she laid out the facts. In the meantime, they planned to deal with any students who they thought might cause any particular trouble, locked down the labs so we couldn't access our experiments. They would have broken the news to us in a way that they could manage. I can tell you this because we knew. We put the letter up on the bulletin board, by way of a colleague. Murmurs and concern swept over the crowd. Before it could take hold, before the crowd could direct that pent-up frustration at the student council president took a half step forward, raising his hands. The murmuring died down. We heard whispers before the semester even started, we found out for certain only a month ago. We've been debating this for a long time and when we came to a decision, we decided to do it this way. So you could all know and you could make your decisions instead of the academy making it for you. It was so nice to work with people who were good at what they did. Both student council president and vice president were people who had talked to crowds before. They'd been filled in before this, and they adapted to new information and necessities easily. Not on Mauer's level, obviously, but I really liked how the vice president had worked the mention of the experiments being locked away in the middle of that one statement, then moved away from it. I'd written it down to get her to drop that seed, but she had actually done it gracefully enough that she had to have known what it was I was intending. Our focus has always been you students, the student council vice president said. She raised her voice where I imagined Mauer might have lowered it to sound more intimate. She clenched a fist and it seemed somewhat ineffectual. But there was honesty in her not being perfect. I know that sounds sappy and lame, and a lot of you won't believe me. We have spent hours and hours down on the knoll where we meet, debating what we can do for you. For a lot of you, we're the only people who have rooted for you that aren't your families, and we'll be the only ones who root for you until you build a family for yourselves. We wanted this school to be a good school for all of us. I winced a bit at that last segment. Family wasn't what we needed people to be focusing on when we were trying to get them to do the reckless thing and run away with Sylvester's rebellion. With that in mind, she said, speaking louder, please take what I say with the deathly seriousness I mean it. Stay together. Be safe, but don't take safe to mean you have to be happy about this. Believe me, your student council certainly isn't. And with that, the crowd started shouting again. More of a group than a series of individuals. I saluted the student council and let them continue to reassure the students, drawing them together into a unit while shaping the frustration with the academy and the nature of the danger. The treasurer started speaking again, talking about what to do in case of gas, if things went that far. Things would go that far. There was more to do, but it had to wait. In the meantime, I moved through the outskirts of the crowd. One fellow stood off to one side, arms folded, eyes on the ground, while he leaned against a wall. A matter of 3 or 4 feet separated him from the rest of the crowd, but from his body language, it might as well have been a mile. He was a muscular guy with a many times broken nose that had flattened out at the bridge. Those two things put together might have explained the distance and disconnection as people avoided the tough guy. But if it did, then those people weren't really paying attention. The look on his face was painful to see. He wasn't seeing or hearing any of this. The student council was breaking up, mingling at the front of the crowd instead of holding the stage. The throng had leadership. People were taking up a chant, and the student council let them. Broken Nose pulled away from the wall as if he'd been stuck there with something tacky and he needed some force to do it. I had to jog to catch up to him, at which point I started walking alongside him. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice me right away. When he did, he looked almost animal, and it was a kicked animal at the end of its tether. One that was liable to bite. Want a job? I asked him, raising my voice to be heard. The bite didn't happen. Confusion crossed his features. I shrugged. Making an offer. Fuck you on about, he asked. A few heads turned to glance our way, he was so loud. I'm giving you an option. I'm offering you work. Do you have anything left to lose by giving it a shot? What the fuck do you know about me? I'm good at reading people. I said, taking the foul language in stride. I did my best to look disarming. Not thinking about that right now, he said. Got family to go back to. I saw that look again. He wasn't staring blindly into empty space anymore, but the darkness was there. Fuck family, I said. Look after yourself first. Fuck family, he asked, bristling. You don't get to tell me that. I've got a sister I care about. With your parents? Or is she alone? Because we could look after her too. With my mom and Day. They're going to be ashamed of me for all this, even if it isn't my fault, he said. Then he came to, and went on the offensive, what the fuck are you on my case about? Trying to help, I said. Fuck your mom and Day. You look after you. Come on. Put off going home. Work for me, get some experience, you can leave at any time. Travel some, spend some time with people your age. Then when you feel like you can face down your dad and your mom like a proper man, you go and you see your sister again. Nah, he said. He shook his head like there was something clinging to it that he wanted to get loose. Nah, it's not that simple. It's not. I said. I had to raise my voice to be heard over the crowd. How's about you work for me for today only? Just until it's time to sleep? 20 crown dollars for a day's work. You can use some of that for yourself, some for a present for your sister, and have lots left over. If you want more, you can stick around, keep working for me. He shook his head. So much was happening, time was tight, and I couldn't spend too much time on tasks like this. Lillian would have wanted me to look after others. I was patient. I waited, thumbs hooked into my pockets. 20. 20, I said. You just have to put up with me for today. Where's someone your age come up with that much money, I reached into a pocket, and fished out my wallet. I picked out the money in dollars and half-dollar bills, and showed him. Then I split the 20 in half and pushed it into his pocket. 10 to start. 10 when you finish for the day. That's a lot more than 20 in your wallet there. I grinned again, content that I'd changed his mind. What's your name? Rudy. I'm Sylvester. You work until we finish tonight, then give me your answer tomorrow about whether you want to keep working for me, yet. Yet, he said. Say it. So I know you heard. I said, raising my voice again. I work until tonight. Tell you tomorrow, he said. I indicated Rudy should follow, and started through the crowd again. He followed. I searched the crowd. The shape of things made for a kind of geographic correlation to mental states and approaches. The people near the front of the crowd were a very different type than the people at the back. Some people banded together in groups, others stood apart, and others moved through the crowd, and all of that said something about psychology. I moved around the outer fringes. Among people who were invested enough to be here but disengaged. They came in a number of varieties. The witnesses who were here because something was happening, the skeptical, and those who came as part of a group and were seeing their friends go in a very different direction. There were others. Among those others was a narrower selection. Those who'd come looking for an answer. They remained on the very periphery because they hadn't found it. Rudy was one of them. I walked around the entire left flank of the crowd, the rear side, and almost the entire length of the right side before I saw another. A girl was fighting with a friend. Her friend was frustrated with her, pulling at her arm while she was bent over as if the weight of the world was on her shoulders. With the crowd being what it was, Rudy and I were able to draw within arm's reach of them without them paying any attention to us. You're being so lame. Just leave me alone. Go. You want to go so bad, go. I'm trying to be a friend. Just go. Please. I'm okay. Look me in the eye. I want to see you're okay. She looked up and moist but tearless eyes met her friend's. They were far from okay. You're sure? Her friend asked. The reluctant girl gave a one-shoulder shrug that hitched a little, as if she was so tense that there was a kink in the works. I'll manage. Really sure. Go. Lust after your boy. Be happy, be angry. Do whatever. I'll manage. But I don't feel like getting lost in a crowd. I'll find you after, okay? Okay, the reluctant girl said. She flashed a smile. Her friend disappeared into the mob. I gestured for Rudy to wait, and approached the reluctant girl, positioning myself to get her attention. Her hands kept rubbing at a runny nose or grabbing at a strand of her long hair, oftentimes two hands at once. It took her a second to see me, and she flashed a polite smile my way when she did. You don't have to smile for me, I said, leaning in to speak into her ear and be heard. She gave me a look, as if she'd misheard or misunderstood me. I leaned in again. It's not right. It sucks. As I leaned away, both of her hands were already at her hair, pulling one lock into strands as if she was going to braid it, but she couldn't or wouldn't devote the attention to the task. She nodded and sniffed. I leaned in once more, and as gently as I could, I asked, do you need a shoulder to cry on? She reacted as if I'd slapped her. The tears followed soon after. I didn't want to offer my arms and spook her, so soon after tearing down the only layer of defense she'd had, even if it had been as fragile as wet paper. I looked over my shoulder, looking for her friend. I might have to send Rudy. Then she lurched forward, one mini step that crossed half the distance between us, before she bounced away, hesitant. I put my arms out and wrapped her in a tight hug. Odd, to offer such a thing. Odd, for someone to accept the offer. As the saying went, any port in a storm. The storm was raging right now. "Es all right," I murmured. Rudy stood off to one side, looking very puzzled. I gestured for him to wait. The crowd looked like it was moving, heading in the direction of the academy's main buildings. If something happened, that was fine. So long as the key elements remained in play. They could lynch Yates for all I cared. The horse would probably avoid such a fate. The rooftop girls and some delinquent groups would steer the destruction and keep things from getting too out of control, because they were the out of control element. This was fine. It took a couple of minutes for the girl to stop crying into my shoulder. She'd noticed the mob leaving. "I'm sorry," she said. "Don't be," I said. "How do you feel?" My friend left. I nodded. "Everyone's preoccupied. I wouldn't blame her too much. Except you," she said. "Who are you?" "Sylvester," I said. "My buddy here is RUDY. Rudy, yeah," Rudy said. The big, tough-looking guy seemed to put her less at ease rather than more at ease. "I'm sorry," she said again. "I'll leave you alone. Thank you for the shoulder. I'm just going to go back to my dorm room and think." The shoulder was freely offered, no need for thanks, I told her. "Listen, I'm walking in the same direction the crowd is. How's about I walk with you, and we go find your friend? We'll reunite you two, I'll give her a smack upside the head, and she can give you that shoulder to cry on for a longer-term basis." The crying girl gave me a wary look. "I've got a complicated situation going on and I'm not looking to pester girls, and Rudy here is more concerned about his sister than about the ladies, honest." "The way you say that makes me sound like I've got dishonest intentions about my sister," Rudy said. "No idea what you mean," I told him. "Who are you?" the girl asked, giving me a more serious look. "A bystander," I said. I heard you tell your friend you were alright, and it was a really, really bad lie, okay? I'm good at sussing out truth from lie, and that one was child's play. I don't think you should go back to your dorm room and be not alright all on your lonesome there. She took that in, digested it, and then gave me a small nod. I'm Sylvester, I reminded her. Helen, she said. Oh, that's going to confuse me, I said. I know a Helen. Do you have any nicknames? Kind of. Friends at my last school called me Possum. Possum? I asked. It's a long story, and we knew each other from prep. We were immature kids and there were lots of long stories, and this one stuck. I know it's a bad nickname, but it was the first thing that came to mind. See, now I want to get to know you, so I can hear that story, I said. It's not bad at all as nicknames go. In my humble opinion, anyone worth knowing would agree on that. I could see something faint change in the region of her eyes as I said that. You couldn't get it to catch on with your friends here, hey? I asked. No, she said. I didn't say anything about that, though. You didn't need to, I said. He's good at reading people, Rudy said. And the fact of the matter is, I said, teenagers are dumb. Really really dumb. I and many scars I have and haven't had removed can testify on that front. And some, even some who might well be very good friends, can be really, really dumb and fail to see what a great nickname Possum is. Right, Rudy? Back me up here. It's all right, Rudy said. Thank you. My friend aren't that good. They're sort of boy crazy? Distractible? Oblivious? Preoccupied, like you said before, Possum volunteered. I think that's the generous way of saying it. Listen, would your friend I paused pausing to interrupt myself, 1SEC, would you walk with me, Miss Possum? I offered my elbow. She took my arm, latching on with both arms, much as she'd clung to me to cry on my shoulder. We walked, with Rudy trailing a step behind. If I outright told your friend you needed a proper hug and cry, would she be a friend? I asked. I don't know, Possum said. Then, quieter, shy, she added, but I'd be embarrassed. We'll see about it either way, I said. With her clinging to me, I was able to set the pace, and I set a pace where we were able to catch up to the crowd. Already, there were a few signs of broken windows on buildings with lettering marking them as being academy. Broken windows were fine. How do you do that? Rudy asked. Do what? Back when you said you couldn't get your friends to like the nickname or whatever, Rudy said. What about it? You did it with her. Found her in the crowd, knew exactly what to say. I'm just paying attention, I said. That's all. You did it with me. You didn't offer me a shoulder to cry on. But what you said, it's like you read my mind. Nah, I said. The way you hold yourself. Are your arms or hands up? Probably guarded. Hunched over or looking down. Then there's the way your expression changes, both the major parts and how they go together, and the small scale changes. A twitch here, a movement there, or tension in another place. It communicates a lot. Tone, word choice, context, and what your face is doing while you talk, there's obviously a lot there. I can't tell if you're an angel or a devil, Rudy said. I smiled. You don't hear much talk like that nowadays, Possum said. I grew up in a town so small we joke the crown didn't see us when it took over, Rudy said. Some churching, still. That's marvelous, Possum said. And so is being able to study all of those things. I smiled at her again. It was a lie, though. Yes, those things factored in. Yes, they were something I'd seen in retrospect. But I really hadn't had to look that hard. There had been something dark at play in their eyes. I imagined death was there. There wasn't much talk of that particular horseman these days either. Jesse's influence more than anything. Or Jamie's. One of the books they'd been talking about at some point, though that one had had a different horseman as the focus. There were more students walking in the opposite direction of us now. Greater concentration of students, I said, indicating. Can you hear it? A shift in the sound of the mob. No, Rudy said. Possum shook her head, agreeing with Rudy. Look at the way those students are moving. They keep looking back. They keep their hands up, but it's fleeting. Reach up to tug at the uniform jacket, there. Hand on head there. Defensive, but not a steady defense. They're not sure what to do with themselves, I said. Why? Rudy asked. Something's happening. Thinking about context, that something is probably that the academy is responding to the riot. You say that, but we're still walking in that direction, Rudy said. Yeah, I said. Is that a problem? Nah, he said. Just making sure. Possum clutched my arm tighter. My suspicions were correct. The academy was in play, and much as I'd observed outside of the library, there were more forces present than what Beetle should have been able to provide on its own. The crowd was maintaining its own momentum. It shed some of its people, yes, but others were joining in from elsewhere, trickling in from different places in this scattered academy to vent their frustrations. Things would change when student and academy both brought their experiments to the table. The academy would have the upper hand then. I'd need to turn the tables more decisively before then. I was suspicious the student rebellion wouldn't be quashed entirely, but we'd lose far too many people this way. Come on, I said. We'll find your friend, and then I've got work to do. Work, Rudy said. If you're not keen on doing something like this in particular, it's fine, I told him. Take the $10. Buy your sister something nice, make that what you do tomorrow. Nah, he said. Nah, I echoed him. I'm with you if you need me, he said. Good answer, I said. And an answer I'm glad to have, I thought, as I disengaged from Possum and stepped up onto a short wall to get a better vantage point to see over the crowd. The academy security forces were in the process of dragging the student council into a carriage, while others held the students back. The student council went and got themselves captured, I said, hopping down from the wall. We'll track him back to wherever they're holding people. There's someone else there I want to see to, while I'm at it. 2 people, if I'm lucky. I went and recruited another person with the same name as an old friend of mine, and I left him behind. With some luck he'll be found there. You want to break into a jail? Rudy asked. Is it an actual jail? I asked. I imagine so. Falls within the outer reaches of the academy sprawl, Rudy said. I puffed out my cheeks for a moment, then nodded. I'll manage. I spotted one of the rooftop girls in the crowd and signaled her. I'd told them to keep an eye out. They would have already touched base with a lot of the delinquents and questionable sorts the rank hadn't messed with. The ball is rolling. It's going to take far more than this to stop it, I thought. Bitter pill 15.11. I took notes in a notebook I had borrowed while I watched people come and go from the local jail. We were a 20-minute walk from the academy center and I could hear the noise the students were generating. Smoke was rising from one point, and the riot was in full swing. Only a few thousand students, all in all, but they weren't happy. The people I'd gathered for this particular task looked restless. They wanted and expected to be out there, working alongside the rioters. These were the delinquents, along with Rudy and Possum. I'd given Rudy the task of finding Possum's friend and told him to meet up with me later, and he'd ended up bringing her with. The friend hadn't been found, and she had decided to stick around. I wasn't sure I agreed with her being a part of this, but I could only do so much at one time. A carriage pulled up. 2 security officers strong-armed someone who looked like they'd taken a combat drug. They weren't the first, and they wouldn't be the last. Combat drugs were cost-effective for a small academy like this one. I made a note, circled the description and drawing of the guard driving the carriage, and drew lines connecting it to other mentions. I drew a crosshatch and made a line connected to the cheek of his drawn face. Looking around, I saw Rudy standing close by. I moved his arm, checked his watch, and then went back to my notebook to add a note about the time. 2 o'clock shadow. Rudy, looking over my shoulder, commented, when I first saw you taking notes, I thought it was a good thing. Then I looked and I saw what you were actually doing, and I lost all of the confidence I'd gained in you and then some. I looked down at my notebook. There were drawn faces with key features for distinguishing the guards, with nicknames attached. Text was organized into blocks, and shapes, symbols such as circles, diamonds, and triangles served as shorthand. Lines connected ideas, with some thinner, some thicker or reinforced, and some unintentionally sketchy. More shorthand shapes surrounded or were drawn to intersect different parts of what I'd laid out. It was a very crowded page. I turned the page over, tilting my head to look at the image on the backside. Lines extended to the edge of the page and wrapped around to refer to text and the sketched-out image of the jail itself. It's not that bad, I said. My memory is a weak point, and sometimes when I'm juggling something bigger I'll do this so I don't need to devote as much brain space to doing what I'm doing. A representation of my thinking. You have very disorganized thinking, Rudy commented. It's actually very organized, I said. Look, see, this shape. Upside down L shape. A gun, come on, I said, annoyed. See the trigger. It's very sketchy, so it's hard to tell. It's sketchy because I'm not sure if the gun exists. But the way the scowling man carries himself and wears his jacket, I'm reasonably sure, so it gets a mention. So there's a gun, and it's drawn with a line connecting it to the block of text about his behavior. He's aggressive. We've seen him 3 times. Always the first one to the carriage, right? He's like a stitched fresh from the wire, despite the scruff on his cheeks suggesting he got up early this morning. And the line passes through this text. Which makes the text hard to read, I have to say. Exactly. On purpose. Because that's text about his buddy, and I put the text there in advance so I could sort of cross it out if I wanted to, which I suspected I might do. Now look how it also touches the down triangle. Rudy screwed his eyes into a fierce squint. Okay, so the down triangle is weakness. Just like up triangles are strengths and diamonds are resources and so on. All very logical when you think about it. Rudy stared at it, his eye searching the page. I turned the page to show him how it connected to the back. Nah, he decided. Yeah. I countered, emulating his tone. Now look, here's the neat part. Draw a curve, imagine a line, a course of action that touches on all these shapes in a row. Down triangle, down triangle, down triangle, down triangle, all of it clustered around things that relate to this side of the building. See where I'm going with this? Nah. This is how we break them. The up arrows, their advantages, like gun, like this carriage tends to have a lot of uniforms, they flow this way. It crosses here. I think, Rudy interrupted me, that the longer you try to explain it to me, the less I'll understand it or believe in you. I frowned at him. I think, he said, very firmly, as if he wanted to soften the blow. I need you to concede that it's actually a brilliant piece of work. Then I'll leave you alone, I said. He said. I'll give you the benefit of a doubt. Okay, I said. I paused. Tell me it's really quite sophisticated. That might be stretching the truth. Lie to me if you have to. I just want to hear it. It's not a lie either, he said. But fine. It's really quite sophisticated. I grinned. I glanced at my delinquents, then turned a few pages in the notebook, looking over my notes for them. A list of faces, names, nicknames, and some names underlined where I'd remembered them long enough to write them down. Rudy was one. Why does someone as smart as you need a cheat sheet for the people working under him? Like I said, my memory isn't great, I said. I glanced at the delinquent king and the top rooftop girl, then checked the sheet. I have down triangles around my head. Yep, I said. I moved my hand so my thumb blocked the associated text. You have up triangles too. You don't need to block the words. I can't read your handwriting, Rudy said. I snapped my head around to look at him. Hey. Just struck me, how's our possum doing? She's good. Why don't you check on her? I asked. If you want me to go away, I'll go away, Rudy said. No, I said, lying. But why don't you go check on her? Help her keep watch. I don't want her to be alone for any long stretches. Alright, Rudy said. Glad to have you with, I said, as he walked away. Really? Thanks. His reply was unintelligible. I looked down at the notebook, then made a note by Rudy's face. Honest. Calls me on my shit. I spent longer than I would have liked to admit when it came to deciding what kind of triangle to draw. I ended up drawing two overlapping ones. The delinquent king was neck. He made a pair with BEA, the top rooftop girl. They were, by the whisperings I'd caught and a number of observations I'd made, a troublesome pair when put together, and hard to put apart. From the moment that we'd gotten this show on the road, they'd been a pair. Old colleagues, friend rather than fancy, and each one prone to making the other behave badly. BEA was the top girl because the others were scared of her when she was alone. She was far scarier when paired with Neck. She had been over the top angry long before this whole thing unfolded, I suspected, and Neck was fuel on the fire. She validated him and I suspected she knew him better than anyone and she remained fond of him, which had to matter a lot to him, when he was an odd sort. When just about anyone he knew talked to him, they used a different nickname, with only Neck really coming up more than once or twice. Neck, Cake, Ethel, Nook, Nookie, and one I hadn't quite heard straight that might have been Vamp or Van or Vam. The Neck Nick was more to do with the slang for kiss than for being a thick-necked Bruno. He was as skinny as I was, just as well dressed, but he was also tall and good-looking. I'd seen some of his type in Tyne wear. Unusual, and he carried a knife to defend his unusualness. Which was enough said. Neck, I said. BEA. How would you like to set some fires today? BEA smiled in response, eyes glittering. Or throw a can of gas and place it exactly where we need it. My throwing arm is better than his, BEA said. My girl is a chronic liar, Neck said, putting an arm around B's shoulders, closer to a headlock than a gesture of affection, pulling her off balance. I'll do the throwing. I was on a sports team, once upon a time, BEA said, hand on Neck's chest. They could only easily and comfortably do the one-arm headlock and hug and the hand on the chest because there was no attraction between them. Once upon a time, Neck ruminated on the words. I hate to break it to you, BEA knees, but you're the furthest thing from a fairy tale princess, and I'm still better at throwing. If you mess this up, I'll never let you live this down, she threatened him. I retrieved the last of my gas canisters, a mason jar and a bottle, and handed them over. The jar goes at the base of that window there. Throw it hard enough that it breaks. Hold on to the bottle. If they come in with horses, HM. I paused, looking over my notes. I held the book so others couldn't see it. What about the horses? Neck asked. Okay, hold on to it for the second batch of horses. I need you to go find a carriage with a stitched horse. Pay the owner. I trailed off, grabbing my wallet, and I handed over a wad of bills. And then wait. When they pull up with a horse and carriage, that's when we start. You throw the jar, I'll do my thing, and then we wait. When we're reasonably sure they've mustered their forces, you take the carriage you bought, and you get that horse riding straight for the carriage they parked out front. Are you with me so far? Collision course. Doable. We just set it going and hop off. Yep. Set it on fire at some point before it arrives. It'll be more dramatic. Then scram, get that head start. If they come after you with another carriage and horses, throw down the bottle. It'll muck them up. Got it, BEA said. I need some bodies stationed on rooftops. Pick out your capable people, get them to figure out which ones they can access. Spread them out. The rooftops need to be ones where they can actually climb up, yeah, but also where they can hide until later or where they can easily unaccess. It kind of defeats the purpose of a jail breakout if half of us end up getting caught and imprisoned. You get caught here, the odds aren't good, not that they're liable to keep anyone or everyone either way. I don't think they can afford to, with the hit they're about to take. You want the rooftop girls on the rooftops? BEA asked, with a smile. I blinked. I didn't even make the connection. Yes. Absolutely. 3 major hand signs, like this, and this. For danger, caution, and clear. I'll pass it on, BEA said. Excellent. We'll make rebels out of you yet. Neck said, We're already rebels. But if you make us rebellion and don't make us regret it, then that's perfect. Perfect, I said. I told you where to meet when all is said and done, if anyone gets split up, or when you've burned one horse carriage and smoked any pursuers. This would be the third time you've asked, BEA said. We got it. Good, I said. I looked around. Get to it. I'll see you there. Rudy and Possum were together, approaching. A task for you, Rudy, I said. I need you to go to this address. Check the coast is clear, that you can go there without any fuss. We're going to start gravitating in that direction over time. If there are any problems, then, Rudy waited patiently. I got my bag, rummaged in it, and got chalk. Big, bold, white letters on an easy-to-see surface. Right, I love rabbits. Rabbits? Possum asked. Absolutely. Then just hang out around there. The rabbit will find you. Tell him what's going on, and he'll let everyone important know, myself included. Rudy gave me a long, critical look. The rabbit is real, I said. I promise. Okay, he said. But don't call him a rabbit. I mean, he's clearly a rabbit, but don't call him a rabbit. Rudy returned to the long, critical look. I avoided the look by turning my attention to Possum. How are you managing? I'm a little overwhelmed, she said. Then she amended it to, really overwhelmed. Don't be, I said. I won't promise I won't put you in the line of fire, because every time I say that, I do the opposite. So just rest assured I have no plans to put anyone in danger that doesn't want to be in danger. Plans, Rudy said. I glanced at him, then back to Possum. I'll have you know that I showed my plans to Rudy, and he said they were downright sophisticated. I did, Rudy said, with zero enthusiasm. Possum nodded. Want to be on watch? I asked her. Or I can send you somewhere further away. Can I go with him? Possum asked. I looked at her, then at Rudy. Was there a line extending between them? Was it sketchy or bold or both? I want to see the rabbit you're talking about, she said. Who gets very easily offended? I'm imagining something adorable. I thought of Pierre. Adorable wasn't what came to mind. The head that looked like a badly taxidermied rabbit head, expression that of a rabbit mid-stroke, eyes bugging out, the sheer height of him, and how it all made him an eerie figure. He's a good friend and an excellent messenger, I said, trailing off. I tried to think of a way to put it politely. Pierre was a friend, but he was a queer one, and I didn't like to talk poorly of friends, in case it got around to them. Especially when it came to dealing with more sensitive recruits, who would hear me say something negative about one person and then imagine me saying things about them behind their backs. So, how to say that Pierre was a bit disconcerting, without calling him disconcerting? How did I outright reject the notion that he was cute? Sylvester, BEA said. I asked. I gave the instructions to the girls. They're going to the rooftops now. Neck is looking for the carriage. Good, I said. Other groups are in place? Ready to cause a stir. She nodded. That should be my cue to get going. I don't want to let things get ahead of me. Do buy the carriage, don't steal it and pocket the money. I'll know. She gave one pocket of her coat a pat. There's a reason I have the money. I know, Neck. I'll do things as instructed. You've already stressed how important that is. I nodded. I turned my attention to Rudy and Possum. Go on. No need to hang around on my account. Be good, be safe. No need to be adventurous. Rudy nodded. I watched them go, and saw how he talked with Possum. That was nice. They were probably talking about me, but that was nice. I turned my attention to the jail, and looked down at my notebook. I missed Jessie. Jessie would have been useful here. Timing, layout, it was the key element missing from my notes. I could write things down and I could intuit, but I couldn't do what Jessie did. I couldn't even approximate what Jessie did. Jessie recalled things and was slow to adjust. I was quick at adjustment, but I didn't recall. Let's do this fast, do it well, and impress the new recruits. I chose my angle carefully as I approached the station. I crossed the street using a path that would let only barred windows see me. The people on the other side would be the jailed rather than the jailers. I then walked so my arm brushed against the side of the building, casually and calmly, too close to the ground to be easily seen from any of the windows overhead. Grabbing the edge of a planter, I dragged it 10 feet and moved it further from the building. It made noise, but that was a minor thing. It held a shrub, but the cold weather had stripped it of half its leaves. The remainder littered the planter itself. I did the same for the next planter, then another. Through the wall and window, I heard the screech of a chair on floor and I ducked back and hugged the wall. I moved on quickly, no doubt while curious eyes scanned the area and tried to figure out what the sound had been. Delinquents and rooftop girls huddled on rooftops and standing in alleys across the street watched, puzzled. I circled around to the other side of the building, and I found the side building of the jail where carriages were often parked. There was only space for 2 carriages and their horses. It was empty, the door to outside open, the door to inside secured. I'd hoped that some of the horses here would be living ones, and that there would be hay and other things. But the spaces where the horses would stand were unsecured, the floor hayless, and the wall set up with the wires and connectors required to provide a voltaic charge to the systems of a stitched. I had to climb up a bit to get to a good vantage point to reach the wires. I then started hauling them free of the wall. They were secured into place with wooden pegs, which were nailed to the wall in turn, but the nails and the pegs were designed to bear the weight of the wire, not the weight of an adolescent male pulling in a complete other direction. The peg popped out of the wall. My weight dropping to the ground helped pull another 2 down. From there, I had enough slack to free the remainder of the wire. A bit of twisting, unwinding, pulling, and general abuse got the length of wire free. It thrummed in my hand, sometimes even feeling uncomfortably thrummy, depending on where I touched the wire. Awkward, awful stopgap technologies. I went to work, rigging one coil of wire to the door handle, my heart pumping as I worked. I wrapped the insulated part around first, then, working carefully, touching only the insulated parts, I guided the exposed end through to knot it, and into the gap between knob and door fixture. The other set of wire, I worked to pin against the floor, using tools and other stray items. I made sure that it was sufficiently exposed. Then I emptied the buckets of chemicals for the stitched onto the floor of the stable, backing away swiftly as the puddle grew. As the puddle reached the wire on the ground, there was a violent crackle, fizzle, and pop. It continued making all sorts of little violent noises as I backed swiftly away, moving on. Stepping out, I could see girls on the rooftops here and there. They had arms out, and they were gesturing. The carriages were coming. I moved quickly. The one proper exit that wasn't through the front door had been booby-trapped. Next were the planters. I piled up the leaves I scavenged from piles on the ground, containing them in the planters. The dry fall leaves and the wood made for fine tinder. The near-dead shrubs themselves would burn, hopefully. The repositioned planters produced smoke, and the smoke blew near and in front of windows. It made for a more dramatic effect. I moved on. Past the stable, circling around to the back of the building. I could hear the curses and swears. There were shouts. The jar had been thrown. I scaled the wall while the attention of the jail staff was on the front of the building and the smoke to the side. There were only a few windows without any bars over them. One was high up. It was locked, but I could handle locks. I had relied on intuition here, spotting the window and reasoning where it might lead, and intuition had served me well. The office was nice, spacious, and had windows on 2 sides. The door was heavy and fortified. There were filing cabinets along the wall, and there was a great deal of paperwork across the desk, which had 2 different lamps on it. I looted the drawers, found nothing, and moved on, unlocking and opening the door just enough to peer outside, before opening it wide. With everything going on, the same people who would be staffing the jail would be handling the riot or getting the last few batches of people that had been put into custody. Even with all hands now on deck, the staff being stretched thin and the distraction at the front and side meant that I had a clear path. I walked through the staff area with no trouble. I checked desks and the coats that were on pegs until I found a keyring. With this many keys, I knew what it was for. Outside, I heard the crash as the burning carriage collided with the other carriage. I heard running footsteps, and stepped behind a filing cabinet as 3 men in uniform ran past. 3 men, I made a mental note. I found the area with the cells. Half of the occupants wore school uniforms. Rioters. Delinquents. Some voices raised as they saw me, and I raised a hand, shushing them. Too late. Shut up, a guard called out. He hadn't left with his friends. Who's there? The ones inside were armed with sticks, not guns. I stayed where I was, facing the man. What are you doing here? He asked. Did you get out of your cell? I stretched a bit, rolling my shoulders, giving him my darkest stare. He reached for his belt, and he drew his truncheon. The student council president and vice president were standing at the bars of their cell, watching. There were 2 members of the greenhouse gang that had been spreading the word, and there were others who looked more like delinquents. Ones we'd had stirring the pot. They'd done a good job to work against what we were trying to do. If I don't get a good answer out of you, I'm going to have to take measures, the guard said. He smacked the truncheon into one palm, then, stone-faced, stern, he added, don't make me take measures, kid. It's been a shitty enough day already, I don't want some kid with the teeth smashed out of his face on my conscience. There was a progression. 2 access points to the building. The disaster happened at the front. The prison's carriages were parked out front so that prisoners had the shortest possible walk to the front door. The collision, with luck, would make accessing the door hard. Fire had a way of scaring people. They would realize what was up. That this was a distraction, all arranged. They would pass around the side, possibly running into others, who were investigating the burning shrubs, too far away from the building for the fire to actually set the building itself aflame. The carriage out front might, but there would be enough people out there that they'd probably handle it before it got too bad. They would reach the side of the building, and they would see the water, the wires, the crackling. As a trap, it was mild. But in terms of getting the result and effect I wanted. I spread my arms, dramatic. What's this? He asked. I waited, patient. Final warning, boyo. He took a step toward me, and when I didn't scare, he took another. 8 seconds had passed from when I'd raised my arms. If this went on for too much longer, I was going to look so dumb. The power went out, the lights dying abruptly, with nary a flicker. Disabling the booby trap and freeing them to enter the building. There we go, I said. I chuckled, loud, mocking, and the prisoners picked up the sound, laughing as well, cheering. The sound covered my running footsteps as I moved to one side of the man, using darkness and gloom to make myself hard to track. He wasn't looking at me. His eye was on the walls of prisoners. I stuck my elbow out, hand braced at my shoulder, and drove myself full force into his lower stomach. He crashed into the bars of the nearest cell. Hands reached out and grabbed him, pulling at uniform, seizing his arms. Hold him. Keep him safe. We're going to want to use our hostages carefully. Student council, if you'd take these. I threw the keys to the student council cell. Then I got another ring of keys from the guard we'd secured. By the time the three men returned to the cells with the rest of the group with them, half of the cells had emptied and more were in the works. Standing with only the light from a scant few windows illuminating us, I gave the signal, and it got a response from both sides. The guards ran, and the prisoners charged. I tucked my notebook in between the waist of my slacks and my side, fixed my jacket to cover it, drew my weapon, and led the exodus from the jail. A few more recruits, now. The student council fell in step with me. Time to check on Jesse and Frey. Bitter pill 15.12. The pent-up aggression of the students was clear, and not helped by their brief incarceration. They had listened to me as I'd outlined where to go and what to do. The uniforms had come in, and the students had swept in. Out of hiding places, out from around corners, and cutting off escape routes. The guards had truncheons, the students and other prisoners had improvised weapons and sheer numbers at their disposal. Take them to the cells, I said. Strip them, lock them in. Strip them, the student council president asked. I indicated the adult prisoners, who hadn't been part of the riot. You guys are free to get lost, but if you want some money or a position with the rebellion, I can provide that. Get you lot off to a better start than you'd have on your own. I watched as they exchanged looks between them. Some looks were more wary than others. I measured them in length and intensity, making a mental note. I'll pay you right now to drag the bodies. You can decide where you go from there, I said. They took a moment to decide. While they did so, I withdrew my wallet and nudged one injured guard with the toe of my boot. $5 each. You and you. The men I'd pointed to bent down and started dragging the body back toward the cells. Then these two. You look like big fellas. $8 to each of you, but each of you drags one person. Gently. They took about as long to decide as the first two guys had, but they started dragging the fallen guards. A student who'd checked on one of the unconscious guards backed off as a prisoner started dragging the man, while the other guard had been only mildly injured. He was stiff-necked and tense as he was taken back to the cells. In this way, I set most of the adult prisoners to work. Hey, Gordon too said. He'd been in one of the back cells. Hey, I said, not taking my eyes off the men doing the carrying. Glad to have you with. It would have been a pain if I had to go find you. Sure thing, he said. The other students were talking about you, you know. While they were in the cells. Probably, I said. I watched as one prisoner ran his fingers through the hair of an unconscious guard, fixing it, as a parent might do for a sleeping child or a child might do for a doll. We'll talk about it later? I'll explain then. Unless you're going to tell me I have a problem. As I said the last bit, I focused on Gordon too, staring him down. A problem, in this case, would be him saying that things didn't add up. Even calling me out in front of the others. If I'm part of this, I want a raise, he said. Ah. Not a problem, exactly. He wasn't going to out me as someone independent of Frey. We'll talk about that when I explain everything later, second Gordon, I said. I smiled. But that might be something we can arrange. You've been vital. He nodded, and he stepped back out of my way as I stepped forward. I followed the prisoners back in the direction of the cells, while they dragged guards that were varying degrees of beaten, unconscious, and surly. I took in the scene, watched a few of the jailed men stripping down the uniformed guards. I drew my gun. Reaching out, I slammed a jail door shut. The adult prisoners jumped at the sound, heads turning. I wheeled around and aimed at another one of them, the prisoner from before, now busy using a bit of cloth to dab at the blood on the unconscious guard's face. The lot of them froze. Students at the door at the end of the hall stared. Gut feeling about the two of you is pretty bad, I said. Now I'm asking the other people who've been here longer than a day, how right is my gut? How happy or unhappy would you be to work with the guy I just locked in and the guy I'm holding at gunpoint? The reply wasn't immediate. Being a narc wasn't a good thing, even in a jail that wasn't a proper prison. Unhappy, one man said. He was the youngest of the non-students. Unhappy, I repeated. You can go fuck yourself, the man who'd been cleaning the guard's face said. There was a reason Hagen was alone in his cell, Mr. Unhappy said, as if emboldened by the cussing. And why the guards handled him in 3s and 4s. Yeah, I said. I looked at Hagen. Hagen turned, staring me down. Yeah, I believe that, I elaborated. The look in his eyes was one I tried to dig for when I was making myself look scary. The cold, dead look, not so far from the look that had been in Rudy and Possum's eyes. A look where death was present. Except death wasn't alone here and death was facing a different direction. I pulled the trigger. There were shouts and screams, more shouts from the prisoners, screams from the students at the end of the hall. Hagen fell over, hollering about the hole in his foot. $20 each to the two men willing to go in that cell and drag the guard out. Shut the door behind you, I said. Good money was good money. The young guy who'd volunteered the information was quick to jump to the task. Another guy from another cell joined in. Hagen swiped at one, and then tried to grab at the body. As they hauled the uniform back, with Hagen dragged as part of the process, I took hold of the door. When just Hagen's hand was sticking out of the door, I swung the door shut. Hagen pulled his hand back just in the nick of time. And this guy? I asked, indicating the cell with the hangdog-looking prisoner that I'd locked within. He wasn't putting up a fight. Him? Mr. Unhappy asked. He's just an asshole. Other prisoners and even a number of the students who couldn't have been in the jail for an hour nodded. Hangdog continued looking hangdog. Hagen cussed and swore about the hole in his foot. I looked over the other prisoners and even gave a glance to a few students. Nobody stood out. There were no wary glances that were too long, nor were there any wide berths or odd gaps where people gave others too much space. Good enough, I said. I turned to go, and the men fell in step behind me. I watched the students in front of me for reactions, rather than look overly nervous by trying to keep an eye on the prisoners I'd released. There would be problems with others, some problems that would come up later, but I could count this as another 10 recruits, on top of the students I was looking at bringing on board. I paged through bills and handed out the appropriate amounts to each of the men who'd done the transporting of the guards. Half of them had pulled on uniforms, others had uniforms with them. Stay put, I said. There are deeper cells, right? There were a few nods. Someone pointed. Yeah. Stay where you are. The next wagon of officers and rioters bound for jail won't arrive for a short while, and we can deal with them if they do, I said. I took the stairs, descended part of the way, and reached a locked door. I had to fumble with the keys for a little while before I could make my way through. A few creatures snarled at me. Others remained where they were. The area was built into the foundation, with thick stone walls as long as my arm was from shoulder to fingertip. The grates at the front of the cells were woven like a basket might be, with one span of space between them for every 5 spans of metal. I could stick a finger through, but nothing more. Each gate had a stack of paper hanging from the wall next to it. 2 different handwriting styles across all of the various stacks, but each detailed the exact nature of the prisoner within. I found Avis, and I read the notes carefully. I found the right key and let myself within. She was bound, still, wings and arms to her body, a metal mask on her face. Chains attached her to the wall. She couldn't even lie down. She looked up at me. I sorted through the keyring for one of the smaller keys, the one for handcuffs, and used it on the mask at her face. The tangle of machinery came free. The paper said you had the device removed from your neck, I commented. Yes, she said, her voice strangled. Do you want out, Avis? She took in a deep breath, then exhaled. If you don't, I can just leave. If I was a real asshole, I would, too. But I didn't wholly forget how things were when the Duke had you in the cell in Radham. Darkness crossed her face. She shrunk into herself, as much as one could be expected to with the bonds that secured her. I would like out, she said, eyes fixed on some point between my feet, her expression tight. Please. I don't want this to be a continuation of our last encounter. I don't want to fight, and I believe you are capable of it. That you might have other things or tricks secreted away. I don't remember our last encounter, she said, staring into space, through my chest. I'm talking about Ed Beetle. So am I. The combat drug, she said. I take it so I can fool myself into believing I'm still a pacifist in some form. I become someone else. And you aren't responsible, I said. So I tell myself. I sighed. Avis did much the same. I'm willing to let you out, I said. But I want concessions. I won't ask you to betray Frey, but I need you to help me a little. I'll betray Frey. She knows I would, in this same circumstance. But don't drag this out, Avis said. Don't waste so much time talking to me that you get us both caught down here. I have a small army upstairs, I said. But fine. All I need from you is this, you're going to put your mask back on, and you're going to play along. I'll get you out of here, assign you guards, and... I paused, trying to figure out how things unfolded from there. Avis watched me expectantly, warily. You can escape at that point if you must. But it would be appreciated if you didn't. When Frey and I have exchanged words, I'll point her in your direction. You'll be free to go, and you can carry on doing what you're doing. That sounds deceptively simple. I spread my arms. I'm your enemy today, but not in the grand scheme of it all. We might be allies tomorrow. That sounds deceptively optimistic, incredibly manipulative, and far too philosophical given how very material matters at hand are. I'm cursed to always sound dishonest when I'm telling the truth, I told her. But if you want material, how about I just say this? I'll get you out if you play along for now. Please. I'll be in your debt. That's not a condition, I said, exasperated. I'll be in your debt, Avis said, with an emphasis that strained her already strangled voice. You don't know what it is like to fall into their hands. To be one of their enemies. I hope you never do. I'm not long for this world, Avis. I'll lose my mind regardless, whatever they end up doing to me. There's a mercy in that, maybe. Or maybe it's that I've been in their hands, and that was bad enough, that's why I'm not long for this world. I've been their enemy, too, and I've just been lucky enough to avoid both being true at the same time. Luck runs out, Sylvester. Don't lean on it. I'll try, I said. I'm going to put your mask back on. Anything to say or ask before I do? She shook her head. I'm just glad it's not a living gag. I took the gag and I slipped it back into place. It had a system for pouring water into so the wearer could be hydrated, but that meant tubes and an arrangement of things to have in place. I figured it out and locked it. Freeing her from the wall, I helped her into a standing position. Then I led her down the hallway to the stairs. I was careful to support her so she wouldn't trip with the leg restraints and tumble down the stairs. Eyes widened as we approached the group of students. I need 2 able-bodied men, I said. 2 volunteers stepped forward. Support her. Be ready in case she has a fit and starts struggling, I said. What happened to Avis? The student council president asked. She took a combat drug, I said. She, by her own admission, should stay in restraints for at least another few hours. I glanced back at Avis, who had a look of faint surprise in her eyes. Then she nodded. That's a long-lasting drug, a student remarked. None of us do things by halves, I said. I indicated that we should walk, and we started making our way toward the exit. You 2 with Avis, and 4 students. You, and you. You'll all get a wagon and you'll head off to this address, I said, scribbling on a back page in my notebook and tearing it off. Sit with her, wait. I'll send a rabbit your way with further notes and instructions. Keep her in restraints, be patient, you'll be rewarded for your time. I got wary nods in response. The men didn't look too eager or happy at the prospect of babysitting her, so I figured we were safe. The combat drug would likely spook them as well. The rest of you prisoners will go to the academy. Some of the students here will go with you. 6 students here. I said, indicating a group. Act like you belong. Go where the rest of the people in uniform are. They'll be holed up in a building somewhere. Probably with a lot of papers and higher UPS. Start a fire there. Stables with stitched horses in academy or crown wagons. Start a fire. If you think you can get away with it, start talking about being from another group of men who were leveled with gas and parasites. You're passing on a warning. If they get any large batches of students arrested and start heading back to the prison, maybe hitch a ride, saying your wagon burned. So long as you act like you believe it, keep your gaze steady and your head tall, and keep moving like you're going someplace and you're concerned about everything, you'll be fine. Who is this kid? One of the prisoners asked, gesturing at me. This guy, I said, is Sylvester Lambsbridge. He has wanted posters up in post offices and police stations across the Crown States, the girl from the Greenhouse gang said. He does, I said. He's also had to deal with hired mercenaries, hitmen, and experiments when he was out in Tineware, over in the west coast of the Crown States. Now, I won't say that he's responsible for the fact that Tineware wasn't really standing when he left, but I won't say he's not responsible either. Rest assured that he's a fellow that earned that wanted poster. He also seems to talk about himself in third person, one student said. There was a titter of nervous laughter there. I turned my head to give the student a nod of acknowledgement, smiling. Greenhouse gang, I said, still walking. Where are you? Some students stepped forward in the midst of the herd, or they raised hands where they couldn't find a path to navigate amid the walking group. Ralph around. No, was the reply. I looked for the sheriff's daughter and found her. Brown-haired, with hair tucked behind one ear. Your name? Mabel. Mabel. Can I trust you with a task? You can, she said, and she said it very quickly too. I drew the second envelope out of my jacket and handed it to her. Read it, spread the info, show the envelope for proof if you have to. It's time the other students know what's really going on. She nodded, not opening the envelope but tucking it away. She glanced down at the ground, then up at me. Before her eyes dropped again, I saw a quick wink. For all my ability to read people, I couldn't tell if that was an interest wink or if it was a I know we're fabricating this whole thing against the academy wink. I would think about it later. Whichever it was, I could trust her to do the job well. Counting on you, I said. That got me a smile, and any further read on her was obstructed as someone inadvertently moved into just the position required to block my view of her. I had to fight back the instincts fostered by my annoyance, that made me start analyzing that student as a potential enemy. I was too keyed up. We stepped outside, and I sent the adult prisoners off to get changed and to infiltrate the officers on the Crown side of the rioting. I also sent Avis off with the contingent I'd assigned to watch her, being sure to do so before the rooftop girls came. Hopefully there wouldn't be too many questions there. All that done, I gestured, beckoning for others to come. Slowly, the rooftop girls and other delinquents made their way to us, joining my small army. When the officers went rushing in, we thought maybe we should go in after them and help, BEA said. I had to discourage the others, bring up the fact that you said you used the gas for the greenhouse group, you gave me some, and you might be using more in there. I smiled. Discouraging them was right. You really did it, she said, as if she didn't wholly believe it. She looked curious. You even got her. Avis. If you're loose about definitions about prisons, this isn't even my third prison break at this point, I said. Then I looked to distract. In the interest of keeping things moving, can I give you something to handle? The queen of the rooftop girls shrugged. I'll do whatever. A boy made a comment amid the group of students behind me. There was a half-hearted series of amused chuckles through the group. Someone hit that boy upside the head, I said, without looking back. I heard the smack. Someone else, do it harder. I heard the second smack, followed by cussing. I wasn't sure if it was harder, by the sound of it. I glanced back, and I caught a glimpse of one student rubbing the back of his head. He looked young. We're all on the same side, I said, turning around. My voice was hard, and there was no room for ambiguity. Get that into your heads. All right? Our success and failure from here on out is our collective success or failure. If we do this right and we don't start doing stupid things for stupid reasons, it'll be a success. But if you get greedy for yourself instead of greedy for the all of us, or if you start thinking small then we start failing. Get over whatever ideas you had about how you or any of the rest of us are divided. I was gauging things as best I could, trying to figure out how much I had them, and how much I could push them before I lost them. These people had seen me at near peak performance, but showing them Sylvester Lamb's bridge at his darkest would be the fastest way to lose things. I dropped the stern appearance, smiled, relaxed, and then turned back to BEA. I held up another envelope. Third letter. Courtesy of the Student Council. BEA gave the Student Council a glance. Should I wait? I shook my head. Tell your people first, let them disseminate the full package. Because this is something to get angry about. The Student Council had this, they already talked about it. The measures taken against students, the security forces, the campaign against the students' reputations, it's something that has to be factored in. She nodded. Also, be warned, there are experiments in play. You saw me dealing with one. The academy will have a few. If anyone starts asking questions and they aren't a student, make sure people know they aren't to get the time of day, or they should be lied to. When you slip away to the meeting place, you do it discreetly. All right, she said. She took the letter. I asked a question I already knew the answer to, where's Neck? She indicated a direction, then got Neck's attention. I walked with BEA in Neck's direction, away from the group. Spread it slowly from a different direction than Mabel did. Far end of the school, I said, murmuring. All right, she said. Thought there would be something like that. How hostile should we be when reacting to anyone asking questions? Don't be. That'll get them riled up. Spread false information. None of the major groups are around, so give them false locations. Have others give false information. She nodded. Good luck, I told her. Stay out of trouble. If I have to break people out of prison again, it gets harder. Thank you, she said. I raised an eyebrow. Neck looked surprised too. For standing up for me. Ah. Cracks are going to show sooner or later. Students here were set against each other from the first attendance. I'm glad to have a chance to start telling people how dangerous that is now. She smiled a little. And you're welcome, I said. Bring everyone you can when you're done. I gave you the meeting place. She looked like she was going to say something, then smiled and nodded. Yes. Good, I said. I'll see you later. She turned back toward the group. Roof girls, troublemakers, delinquents, with me. I turned to face those who remained. The student council, some members of the greenhouse gang, and some of the angrier protesters who'd gotten themselves arrested. I opened my notebook, and I made some notes. One for BEA. One for, what had her name been? Mildred? Mabel? Mabel. I drew her head, with the straight hair down one side of her face, tucked behind her ear on the other side. Sheriff's daughter. Happy triangle above her head. She was sharp, and she was sharp in a way I liked. I put a circle with a happy triangle in one corner above her head, then put a question mark there. I checked my destination, and was happy to see I'd included notes on how to get there, with a few sketched landmarks. I looked up at the group, closed the book with a slap, and then used it to point the way. Pierre fell into lockstep with me as we made the final approach to the building. The 30 students in my entourage seemed a little taken aback by it. I found your students, the rabbit-headed man said. Was the most curious thing, their choice in graffiti. Oh. Something about rabbits. Then when I approached to ask them about it, they said they were waiting for me. He scratched his head, between the ears. I was thinking we could have that be a signal from here on out. Signals only work if they've been communicated to the person receiving them, Sylvester, Pierre said. Or if they at least make some degree of sense. Well, it's been communicated now. I'll never understand how your head works, boss. Jesse's at the rendezvous spot, for the record. Frey has run into some trouble. One side of his mouth moved in what might be intended as a smile, but looked more like the twitch of a dying muscle on a severed rabbit's head. I raised a hand, 2 fingers extending, interrupting Pierre before he could say anything more. I assume she's still managing. Pierre didn't miss a beat. It helped that his face betrayed zero tells for those who hadn't known him for a few weeks already. She's managing. Trouble with the academy. Jesse can tell you more. But I should run. I'm running interference, keeping our foes from the prize for just a little while. Our foe being Frey. Perfect. Thank you, Pierre. You're a gent. He swept into a bow, taking his initial steps backward. A moment later, he was running at a speed that could rival a speeding carriage. We approached the rendezvous point. It was an old, magnificent building, set at the intersection of 2 major roads near the edge of town. Not that we lacked for a good exit. The town sprawled around a bay, and was surrounded by dense forest and mountains. There were regular ships coming and going, mostly fishing vessels and some cargo boats. I pulled on the board, and the door opened outward, the boards not actually nailed into anything. The building was an old hotel. The ugliest bits of furniture had been removed, the rest of it, mostly wood, had been left within. The rank and the stray's children were present within. The rank were strewn here and there, lounging, while the children were clustered around the bar in the corner where some initial amount of food had been laid out. Rudy and Possum were closer to the children than to the rank. All watched as I entered, the rest of the students behind me. Sylvester, Jr. said. And the student council. Be good. Look after them. Don't say anything we'll all regret. Junior leaned back, smiling. I'd be more worried about their reaction to the rank than the rank's reaction to them. Last I heard, there were sore feelings. Don't flatter yourself, the treasurer said. We don't devote that much energy to thinking about you. I looked between the groups, and I said, do I need to separate you all? The answer was a unanimous silence, with only a few shaking heads. Ignore each other. Please, I instructed. The students settled into their places. The rank had the center of the room, while the student council took a point off to one side, between the bar and the front desk of the hotel, where a battered old grand piano still sat. There was a bench, and there were a number of stacked chairs off to the side. They began pulling down the chairs and arranging them into a loose circle. Other students found other points nearby. Some gravitated toward the children, others toward the rank, and others toward the student council. Factions would form, inevitably. I was just hoping we'd get that far. The balancing act continued. Gordon too lingered closer to me, not sure what he should do. Rudy and Possum approached, too. Where's Jessie? I asked the room. Upstairs, Rudy said. We talked briefly. I nodded. This is bigger than I thought it would be, he said. Cold feet? I asked, wondering just how big he thought it was. He shook his head. The children okay? They keep taking food and stowing it in their pockets, Possum said, voice a hush. Jessie sends them out in groups, and the group that was leaving when we showed up just came back. They emptied their pockets while they were gone, and now they're loading up again. Let them, I said. If they end up staying while we leave, they'll be happy to have it, either to keep or trade. If they stay with us, then it'll take a while for them to realize that the food won't run out. That's so sad, Possum said. I'll catch up with you all in a minute, I said. Touching base with Jessie first. Be nice to each other. Talk. I looked back over the room, looking for any signs that things might boil over while I was gone, then jogged up the stairs. I found Jessie at the end of the hallway. I'd been worried she had drifted off. She was only staring off into space. Hello there, I greeted her. You took your time, she said, turning. She smiled. Productive. Very. Good, she said. She feigned sternness. Because every minute of peace that you had to do your thing was hard-earned. Keeping Frey corralled and stalling her has been a heck of a task. I snorted. Watch your language. She's not stupid. She started realizing that something was up when she turned around and the rank had disappeared on her. Shortly after that, I had to tip off the police. The men we saw are Crown, by the way. I'm already aware, I said, smiling. I've been interfering with them, too. We intercepted one group and got ahead of their messages. I had to lead a raid on the post office. Well, look at you, I said. It was a narrow scrape, but we were able to find someone she was communicating with and point people in her direction. I assumed you didn't want her outright captured. Nope. It was a delicate operation, keeping her under pressure and steering her away, without getting her caught. Undertaken on a hunch, no less, she said. I did beautifully, if I may say so myself. You may. Don't let me stop you. You went incommunicado for just long enough that I had to worry. I heard some noise about the academy and assumed it was you. Extending trust, as a Lambsbridge orphan ought to do, I said. I leaned against the wall on the other end of the window. I'll have you know that I have co-opted the vast majority of her plan. That army of 600 I promised? I predict we'll be half or two-thirds of that amount by the day's end. We're 75 or 80% of the way to being done already. We just need to deal with Frey and actually mobilize, and we're set. That'll do, Jessie said. And I had to deal with Avis, who took a combat drug and murdered a few people. Actually landed my shot, brought her down without killing her. Good. And I saved a few lives that Frey would have probably missed as collateral damage in her plan. Rudy did mention, in a roundabout way. And I orchestrated a prison break, and even broke Avis out in the process. Work of art, really. I expect nothing less, she said. And of course there's a noble in town. Not even a lesser one, and I faced him down. I had to fight dirty but I won. I think I might have figured out the fighting thing. Crossed a threshold. There's another noble out there, but I'm wholly confident I can duel her and win. Excellent, Jessie said. The noble had a primordial pet, can you believe it? And I fought it hand to hand. With tooth and fingernail, while it had fangs and armspan long and talons that could have cut a horse in half. I had to use a combat vial I got from Avis and gnaw my way through the thing until I got to a vital structure. It tasted horrible. I can imagine. But I had an epiphany, and I think I came up with a 17th wallstone ratio. There are 15. I discovered the 16th too, Jessie, but that's from one of the more minor adventures of the last couple of hours, and I'm covering the broad strokes here, don't you see? I came up with a 17th wallstone ratio, divined the fundamental pattern of the primordial, and gnawed my way into the key parts to disconnect the greater whole, and thus killed an unkillable thing, all while fighting to keep the talons and fangs from eviscerating me. Those moments of brilliance were with combat drugs fuzzing my brain, mind you. That must be where these scratches came from, Jessie said, reaching out to touch my lower eyelid. A very astute observation, I said. Thank you, sir. So, all in all, I think I win, but I'm not sure. You're not sure? Well, you have some reason you're hiding up here instead of staying down there. I half expected to come up here and find you asleep again. No, she said. Not sleep. Just thinking. Thinking is important, when we're doing what we're doing, I said. But you'll have to share particulars, or I'll be claiming victory in our game of one-upmanship here. Killing a primordial and a noble a matter of minutes apart from each other is kind of hard to top. You didn't say it was a matter of minutes, she said. That's amazing. I bowed a little. But I can top it, she said. She said it in a way that made my heart sink. I had an idea what she was going to say. I dropped a memory. I placed my forehead against the window. In his writing, Jamie described it. This same experience. The first one was a portrait. He dropped 3 in total before. Yeah, I said. I remember the portrait during the Sub Rosa thing. I don't remember everything that clearly, but that really scared me when it happened, so I remembered it. It scares me too. I don't remember the others, but I read about them enough times in Jamie's journals. I feel like it's a countdown. As if just like him, I'll be allowed 2 more, over the next 3 or 6 months, and then time's up, just a week or a few days after that. I swallowed, and it was a hard, awkward sort of swallow. Hey, SY, she asked. Hey, Jessie, I said. I managed to sound normal. I don't have a lot of time. I don't want to kick up a fuss. I don't want to pressure, or force things, or ask things of you, and I definitely don't want anything that happens between us to be an act on your part. Yeah, I said. Except, I'm really wondering. Yeah, I said. And I'm sorry I have to wonder. Don't be, I said. I drew in a deep breath. I don't know. But there's a jumble to sort through in my already unusually jumbled head. Can we tackle this? This big thing with Frey? Jessie nodded. And I'll think about it harder and more clearly when I'm not thinking about Frey and how to stay on top of all of this. Because I've told different things to a half-dozen groups and 3 of them are downstairs. But I'll give you your answer. I promise. Thank you, she said. Jessie was so often my rock. Reliable, someone I could go back to. My anchor in the storm that was ever active in my head and my immediate surroundings. But she looked like she needed a rock, and I was happy to oblige. Semir, I said. Man. I wrapped her in a hug. Not the first I'd given in the last day, but certainly the most important. Am I supposed to play along with the story and tell you you smell like primordial bile? She asked. It was more stomach acid than bile, I said. She nodded, her head rubbing against my shoulder. Terrible. Sorry, I said. Bitter pill 15.13. Jessie and I made our way up to the halfway point on the stairs so we could look down at the crowd. We took in the scene. 200 students, with more arriving by the minute. The leaders of each of the individual groups were all present, by our request. Pierre had told them together. As such, we had Ralph and Mabel for the greenhouse gang, Davis and Valentina for the student council, Junior, Rita and Posey for the rank, BEA and Neck for the rooftop girls and delinquents. There were others. Clay's men, Otis, Archie's, and Frederick's. The prisoners hung near them. Some of the recently released prisoners were affiliated with one group or the other. Rudy and Possum stood off to one side, near the stray children, while Gordon too stood near Pierre and Shirley. I used my notebook to help keep track as I indicated each of the people and giving Jessie the names she hadn't already been told. That's Rudy and Possum over there. Possum's a nickname. I think we'll be able to count on them. Then Gordon too. Gordon too, she asked, archly. Also Gordon the second, if you want to go that way. Felt fitting. We only just got over the new Jamie old Jamie confusion, and you start this. Don't get all fussy now. You tend to bring fussiness out in people, in the same way that being an arsonist brings out the fire is bad attitude in others. I'm an arsonist too, I pointed out. Yes you are, she said, sighing a little. We should get this under control. I nodded. We were out of earshot of the assembled students as we had our conversation, but we had their full attention. Ears were strained. Eyes were on us. The buzz of conversation was minimal at best. They were agitated. I could look at the crowd, fuzz out my vision, and focus on movement and spacing, and I could intuit, to a degree, the restlessness and degree of motion. I could see where people remained turned toward friends, looking at Jessie and me over or along their shoulders. They appeared in clusters, in places where groups mingled. The greenhouse gang was among them. The patterns and shapes made by those clusters looked like cracks and fissures running through the collected mass of students. Suspicion, dissent, and the vast pool of anger and frustration threatening to turn toward Jessie and me. I could imagine that some had talked and already found out that my story didn't add up, or that I'd told different stories to different individuals. Had I been in their midst as it happened, I could have steered it. But I'd been tending to Jessie, because Jessie was more important than this small army I was building. Those veins of dissent running through this body of people would make this next bit hard. Better to address this on a smaller scale level. I indicated each of the people I'd named, and indicated for them to come upstairs. The leaders of the student groups, the people I'd singled out, and then Mr. Unhappy from the group of prisoners I'd released. We gathered ourselves in one of the hotel rooms. The leaders of the student groups, the gang leaders, our assistants and helpers. Many of them found seats around the room. Jessie and I did too, turning 2 chairs around. Shirley stood in the corner behind us, while Rudy and Possum stood off to one side. The gang leaders took standing positions at various points around the room. A decent crowd unto itself, this. Introductions are in order, I said. My name is Sylvester Lambsbridge, this is Jessie Usemont, and the most important thing to get out of the way is that we have no association with Genevieve Frey at all. I saw mixed reactions, across the board, mostly among the students. Junior was smiling. He'd known. Others looked more confused, including Rudy and Possum. The student council looked shocked, and the greenhouse gang looked resentful. Ralph in particular, the round, glasses-wearing head of the greenhouse gang, looked angry. You lied to us, he said. He'd known before I'd even announced it. There was no shock or processing period that absorbed the initial impact of my admission. Absolutely, I said. I'm sorry I had to. You lied, he said, getting angrier. We've been misled all this time, first by the academies, ultimately this, the school shutting down, and now by you. He took a short step forward, pointing a finger. As he did, Otis and Frederick moved, as if to intercept him. Ralph's scowl deepened as he retreated that same step. He very dramatically flung his pointed finger down and out of the way, as if discarding it, the anger and accusations by no means gone. The fact of the matter is, I said, Frey dropped the ball. We picked it up. We intend to keep every promise she made. The plan stands. It's just a plan with different leadership. It's a fucking lot different. Ralph said. His face was red now. I could see the student council picking up on his energy. The anger was spilling over and they were absorbing it. Given a moment, they would join their objections to Ralph's. You didn't even want to go with the students, Jessie said. I didn't and I don't, especially not now. Ralph said. But these students you're preying on, they're students I care about. Students I tried to help. I joined the student council to help them, and even after I dropped out of the council, I committed. I stuck my neck out to ensure the best and brightest wouldn't get sabotaged or cut down with interference and petty politics. So they wouldn't get used. You actually care about your fellow students. Junior cut in. No wonder you ended up on a bottom-rung academy like Beetle. Talk to me about success and failure when you're in the top 10 of students here, R.J., Ralph said. Until then, shut up and stay out of this. Ow. But I'll concede the point, Junior said. Ralph, I said. Ralph turned his attention to me. Genevieve Frey is very good at sounding like she cares. Even through intermediaries. I don't know exactly what she said to you, but I imagine it's something along the lines of how she plans to save the world, and I know she tells every individual soul along the way that she'll save them, making promises to each and every one about how she'll solve their medical issues, save their lives, save their minds, or cure them of everything that ails them. I glanced at Junior as I said that. He nodded, and the motion got glances from others. I continued, but as brilliant as she is, she's only human. She can't grant every wish. And you can? Ralph asked. It was a question meant as something retaliatory or accusatory. No, I can't, and Jessie can't either, I said. But there's a reason you're in this room with Jessie and me and not Frey and her people. We're paying attention. I paused, letting that sink in. It didn't quench or answer Ralph's wrath, but it didn't stoke it either. It seemed to be reason enough for the student council to hold their tongues, when they were ready to join Ralph in cussing us out. She's working in other cities, I said. She's making promises to others. She's spreading herself thin, with too many pokers and too many fires, and some are being forgotten, others neglected. She's not so different from the academy in this respect. She was here today, Ralph said. Her messenger was, I said. But we were here weeks and months ago, planning and watching. I indicated the gang leaders. Who are you, then? Davis, the student council president asked. Who are you really? I've spent more time working for the Crown and the Academy than many of you have been in school. I've killed on behalf of the Crown while working for them, and I've killed members of the Crown nobility since leaving that role behind. I've witnessed the start of wars and I've personally ended them. So trust me when I say it's no mistake that I'm standing here in front of you now. I paused for effect. Jessie is nearly as experienced as I am, and far more capable in a number of areas. She's also harder to explain, because she lurks more in the background, as a planner and coordinator. That's who we are. For every day you've spent studying, we've spent a day immersed in the darker, bloodier side of the Crown's and Academy's dealings. Today, our individual worlds have collided. The students need the kind of help we can provide in navigating that dark underbelly of Crown and Academy. We need the knowledge, the influence, and the voice the students have. Jessie spoke, you can turn us down, say that you're not interested in what we have to offer. But know that you're our first priority, and you'll have our full attention. The plan stands, I said. B's leg jiggled up and down. The student council president and vice president were rigid, upset. Ralph still had red in his face. Only Junior looked calm, but none of this was news to him. What's next? Mabel asked. Ralph looked at her, aghast. We don't have other options, do we? She asked, in response to his look of outrage. What do you think we're supposed to do, Ralph? Go out there and tell the students that they shouldn't hear Sylvester out, that this was all a bad idea and there really isn't any place to go? They'd tear us to pieces. Then they'll leave. Go home or go elsewhere, or try to make their way on their own. And that doesn't help anyone. If he hadn't interfered, then the students could have gone with Frey. Someone we know, Ralph said. No, I said. Because the academy is already here. Frey was too slow. There were agents in place, eavesdropping, already moving against her. Gordon. Jessie put a hand over my mouth. She turned to Gordon too. What's your real name? Nicholas. Jessie removed her hand from my mouth. She gave me a pointed look. I cleared my throat. He can testify. We had a run-in with 2 of the agents. We did, Gordon II said. Sylvester killed the both of them. I heard the bird woman talking to the headmaster. I didn't exactly go running off after her to join up with her side when I heard it, either. It didn't really sound like the students were a factor. Naturally, Ralph said. She was talking to the headmaster. She'll say different things depending on who she's talking to. Including us. Mabel asked him. Come on, Ralph. Don't pretend it's any different. She was a student once. She sounded genuine when she talked about that period in her life. She was a bureaucrat too, I said. One who helped orchestrate the trafficking and recycling of children into experiments, working with a rebel group. I was there when she was brought into custody. And we're just supposed to believe you? Ralph asked. You've already admitted you're a liar. I believe him, Mabel said. Maybe it's silly or I'm being misled because I've actually looked into his eyes and talked to him while Frey only sent a representative, but I feel better about working with SY than I felt when we were talking to Avis. Something about her unnerved me. I don't think you're processing this with your head, Mabel, Ralph said. You think I'm going with my heart. Parts below the belt, Mabel, Ralph said. She struck him, open palm, across the face. He rose out of his seat, and she did the same. The 2 of them stopped short of an outright scuffle when Frederick moved closer to them, ready to break it up. Both breathed hard, incensed. Ralph abruptly turned away, striding toward the door. Otis blocked his way, keeping him from exiting. The middle-aged, grizzled gang leader glanced at me, and I gave him a gesture, telling him to stay where he was. I was never going to stay, Ralph said. He didn't look at anyone as he said it. So I don't have to stick around for the rest of this discussion, right? It's a problem if you leave and say the wrong things, I said. Mabel said it, didn't she? Ralph asked. If I tell the students down there what really happened, they'll riot again. Then, there's nothing. Nowhere for them to go. It doesn't benefit anyone. But I certainly don't have to stand there and say this is a good idea. I won't lie to them either. I'll use the back door. All right, Ralph, I said. Good luck in your future studies. Keep your good luck and go fuck whatever pit you crawled out of, Lambsbridge, he said. We'll have to give you an escort to make sure you don't cause a stir, I said. On it, Clay said. Nah, I said. I had to do a bit of guesswork on this one. The funny thing was, Clay would have been my choice if he hadn't spoken up. Otis? Pick out one of your men and send him with. Otis opened the door for Ralph, gesturing at a lieutenant of his. He closed the door once the 2 had left. Mabel remained standing. Her hand went to her hair, tucking it behind one ear. I could see the tremor in her fingertips. She probably didn't like confrontation. You can sit down, Mabel, I said, quiet. She didn't sit down. She didn't meet my eyes, either. She did meet Jessie's briefly. It took a moment before she shook her head. Listen, she said. Ralph and I, and all the rest of the greenhouse gang, we talked to Avis. She talked about where she came from, she talked about being part of the academy, and she was good at that, she had good stories, she made us laugh. And she talked about what she does while working for Genevieve Frey, the sorts of things Frey is doing, and she made it sound good, hopeful, and exciting. But she looked hollowed out, like she hadn't slept enough over a long time. I touched my cut eyelid, I'm not sure I look much better. It's more than just that. She talked about her birds, and even brought one outside of that cloak she wrapped herself in, keeping one hand over its head like it was a bird of prey, and she didn't talk much about anyone except Frey. Like the lady who only has her cats and one friend that sometimes visits. She didn't seem healthy. I volunteered. She really didn't, Mabel said. She really isn't, I said. After the incident with the children that I mentioned, she was taken into a dungeon and tortured for 3/4 of a year. She'll likely never be well again. Did Frey promise her a fix, like she promised me? Junior asked. You need a fix? Neck asked. Junior only shrugged. I don't know what Frey promised, I said. I wouldn't be surprised. But I think Avis knows it's not entirely possible to fix what's wrong with her now. Maybe Frey wouldn't have wanted to insult her intelligence. There were a few nods here and there. Mabel started. She glanced up, met my eyes for a fleeting moment. I just wanted to make sure you all knew that I reasoned my way to my current position. It had nothing to do with what Ralph said was going on below my belt. I can't think of a diplomatic way to say this, Valentina said, except that I think what Ralph said had more to do with what was going on below his belt than yours. It wouldn't be the first time, in his case. So you knew why he joined the student council? Mabel asked. And why he left? I figured it out very quickly. Mabel nodded. Then she took her seat very quickly, as if she was very uncomfortable continuing to stand and be the center of attention. I should have joined the academy, by the sounds of things, Frederick commented. Young romance, girls in pleated skirts, more going on below the belt than I got to enjoy before I was 18. You're not helping matters, Frederick, I said. The pale-haired, Brown-skinned labor and gang leader only smiled, showing off the white of his teeth. BEA. You've been sitting there and bouncing your knee for a while now, I said. I always said I cared more about actions than words, she said. Your actions stack up. Okay, I said. I suspected that wasn't the end of it. At my first school, I was told to do this, do that. I tried. I ended up worse off than I was before. I took advice from older students, and I picked a professor and I did the best work I could for him. That didn't work out. I found another professor willing to be my mentor, a woman, and she promised she would back me. When it counted, she didn't follow through. I came here, because people said it would be better, and it wasn't. I faced dropping out, and one more person came along, promising a fix. I told them I wasn't prepared to just believe someone anymore. They told me to wait until today, see for myself. I did. I waited, giving her time to sort out her thoughts. I'm stuck, now. Because in all my life, only 2 people have ever said they'll do something and actually followed through. I'm one, Nick said, to the room and not to her. And Frey isn't the other, she said. But now this thing I've always said, when I was helping talk other girls through tough times and relationship troubles, that actions matter more than words? That guys and professors and parents can say whatever they like, but it's what they show you that counts? I'm feeling like I have to stick by it, because you've been dishonest, Sylvester, but you showed your stuff when it mattered, with the prison especially. I'm not happy about feeling like I should stick by my old stance, and I'm not sure what I should do. Give me a chance, I said. I'll ensure you're happy with this course. Tall order, promising me any kind of lasting happiness, she said. The prison break was a tall order too, I said. Point, she said. She glanced at Nick. I'm with you, love, he said. There was no love in the word, only loyalty. She nodded at that. Then she looked at me, nodded, and dropped her eyes. Student council? I asked. Davis? Valentina. I'd left them to last, in hopes that influencing them would influence the student council along the way. The reality was that my read on the student council was by far the most lacking. What I find myself asking, Davis said, running his fingers through his brown hair, is what would have happened if you hadn't turned up today. Avis would have showed. The letters would have been written and distributed, the headmaster wins out, the horse. Horseful, Jessie supplied. Loses, badly, despite being much liked by a large share of the student body. The riot unfolds, and Avis and Frey stand by, letting it happen. Things are carefully orchestrated, people are swept up in it all, and by the time matters settle, the students are whisked away on Frey's errand. The casualties are easily forgotten or lost in the shuffle. Casualties? Davis asked. I avoided looking at Rudy and Possum. The students who couldn't bear the reality she'd rushed to conclusion. The students sequestered in jail. You don't think a woman as smart as Frey had a plan in mind? I started to answer. Jessie beat me to it. We've been following Frey since the start of her career. We were there when she started her rebellion. I know Sylvester had a private chat with her once, while we were pursuing her. She wanted to recruit us, once upon a time. Her focus was always on humanity. Preserving humanity. But as time goes on, she's slipping more. She's finding it easier to overlook the small losses, to win a skirmish that involves moderate stakes. Overlooking moderate losses to win a battle that involves major stakes. Then overlooking major losses to win a battle that involves national stakes. Releasing the primordials, I said. Then the Red Plague. Primordials? Mabel asked. Released. The question seemed to be reflected in the faces of everyone present that was wearing an academy uniform. This is a bigger concern than the fact that you are saying she created the Red Plague. Nick asked. It's a bigger concern, BEA said. And both are a long story, I said. I'm actually not so sure on the plague, but things add up, and it feels like her, which should say it all. Listen, Jessie said. For what it's worth, as much as Frey slides down that slippery slope, and whether she stops there or she decides that she's willing to stake a nation to win a contest with global stakes, Sylvester is scaling up that same slope, going the opposite way. I tilted my head, giving Jessie a surprised look. She said, he wasn't always the gentle soul you see before you now. There was a time when it was just him and his fellow experiments, myself included, and the rest of the world didn't matter. That's changed. Frey says she wants to protect humanity, but it feels like she's forgotten the individual humans along the way. Sylvester's found them, in the meantime. I can testify that that's the case, Shirley said, from the back corner of the room. Yeah, Rudy said. Possum nodded beside him. Beautifully put, I murmured to Jessie, teasing. Shut up, she said. She pushed my shoulder. But, among this crowd of very individual humans, it seemed to be what they needed to hear. It seemed to have won over BEA, who had been less than wholly enthusiastic, and it seemed to have gotten the attention of the student council leaders. Then I'll echo Mabel's question from earlier, Valentina said. What's next? Next, we address the 200 or so students that are down in the lobby. Because they want and deserve answers, I explained. Without Ralph, Valentina said. The greenhouse gang knew that he was leaving. He made no secret about it, Mabel said. It should be fine. Good, I said. Great. Any final comments? Dissent? Questions? There were none. It seemed we had them on board, more or less. I stood, and they stood from their seats alongside me. Our collected allies backing us, we headed for the stairs. We walked halfway down. 320 students, Jessie said, leaning in closer to my ear. The tone of the hubbub and chatter changed as more caught sight of us. The change in the sound of the room drew more attention, and more people came in from outside. 360 students, Jessie amended her statement. And I see her too, I said. At the back of the room, filtering in among the students, was Genevieve Frey. Black hair fashionably styled, crimson lipstick, black coat, and heeled boots. She folded her arms and settled in, seemingly to watch the proceedings. I drew in a deep breath. Students of Beetle. I addressed the room, raising my voice to cut through the chatter. I see several citizens of Lorius here, and other esteemed guests. The room was silent, as I paused, assessing the tone of things. My name is Sylvester Lambsbridge. Behind me stand several key members of Beetle's student body. Student council, disciplined academics, troublemakers, and free spirit alike. Several of the men you see are local gang leaders. Others are my partners, employees, and assistants. We stand together in this, and if you are willing, we'd have you stand with us. Frey was silent, watching with a steady eye. Her body language was hard to read. Many or most of you students of Beetle don't want to go home. Not now, maybe not ever. Many don't want to let your academic dreams die here. Many of you don't want to turn in papers, books, and uniform and sit down for that speech or assembly, where they tell you that you cannot continue your studies or use any of what you spent the last several years learning. The cracks I'd seen in the ranks weren't as bad, now. The agitation wasn't there. The people standing clearly askance had clearly relaxed, their backs or shoulders no longer turned away or to one side, their gazes less suspicious or antagonistic. Having the student groups clearly behind me helped. Many of these students were ones that were recognized and known among the student body. I'm offering you work, using the knowledge you have. I'm offering you the freedom to find your own way, on the side opposite that which promised you an education and snatched it away at the last minute. If you're angry at them, then I can give you a role which will let you vent that anger. And if you just want to find your own way, I can position you to do that. I glanced at Jessie, then back at the students and assembled men, women, and rabbits behind me. Then I addressed the crowd again. There's a lot to be said for being done with the uniform. There's more to be said for being unified. No longer being rank 40 or rank 60 or rank 100, looking at fellow students as opposition. No more fancying a girl or fancying a boy and wondering how courting them would affect your grades, or calculating how it might affect theirs. We've seen civil war across the Crown States in recent years. We're going to see more. I suspect it may be perpetual, lasting as long as the Crown does. I just explained to the students behind me that I want your voices and your talents, and I'll pay you for those things, in actual payment, but also in helping you to navigate the world that exists beyond the Academy. I explained, the crowd listened, and Frey remained where she was, unreadable. I walked through the crowd with purpose. People talked to me as I did so, reached for my hand and commented, and I tried to recognize each of them. I forged through to Frey, who didn't make her way to me, but who didn't retreat either. I gestured to students to stay back as I approached her. We walked outside, standing a short distance outside. Hello, Genevieve, I said. Hello, Sylvester, she replied. She uncrossed her arms and put her hands in her pockets. She sighed. I was just telling Dolores that I've had the most surreal day. Oh, you've got her there with you. Of course. She's getting old, yet she remains a good listener. Surreal day, you said. My day started as expected, but somewhere along the way, the Academy found me with unerring accuracy. Multiple events coincided to keep me from making my way to the Academy. The gang of youths I'd conscripted outright disappeared while my back was turned, and when I finally made it to the Academy, neither my messenger nor any of the student groups I'd planned to meet were there. Every student I talked to either had no interest in what was happening or they outright lied to my face, trying to lead me on wild goose chases. I suppose I should apologize. It was almost amusing when I realized what was happening and who the culprit was. Almost, she said. She didn't smile. We should talk. Shall we go upstairs? I offered. I don't feel like braving that crowd, she said. Will you walk with me? No tricks? No ambush? I asked. That's how you operate, Sylvester, she said. She allowed me one small smile, this time. I talked to Mauer. I'm worried you're on a dangerous path. I glanced back at the body of students. Not them. Not this. It's about what you found back in New Amsterdam. I read her expression, listened to her tone, and concluded, either you don't know and you want to know, which is a bit of a shot in the dark, possibly with a fair amount of generous bargaining, which I'd be willing to entertain, or you do know. I could see it on her face as I said those last three words. You do know, I repeated myself. I've known from the beginning. Some of it was deduction, using what I learned as I was offered the position of esteemed professorship. Not just any professorship, but the sort afforded to professors of note, when they were trying to decide if I'd walk a path where I'd soon run an academy of my own, or if I'd tend to a noble. It's part of why they're so bent on finding and killing me, which, in turn, is why I've had to devote so much mental architecture to being elusive with the Academy's dogs on my heels. Yourself included, once. That same elusiveness doesn't help if your enemy deduces your path and lies in wait on the path ahead of you. So you've known all this time, and you haven't used it. What was that thing with Mauer then? Walk with me, Frey said. There's a great deal to cover, and some will be unpleasant. Bitter Pill 15.14. We walked a distance away from the building, and as Frey indicated a direction, I didn't object. Terms and expectations, she said. She walked with her hands in her pockets. Her jacket was buttoned up to the point that the collar touched her chin. Her bearing was confident enough that it didn't seem to bother her, where others might have found it got in the way. Terms and expectations. For our discussion here, she said. Ah, I said. I paused. Do we need those? First of all, I'm not leading you into a trap as we speak. I have no intention of harming you, misleading you, taking action against your burgeoning faction, or allowing others to do so. That's not how I operate, she said. I've gathered as much. And I would appreciate if you didn't wrap up your business here by severely inconveniencing me. Ah, I said. For someone as secure as you are, I'm surprised you're that worried. The lambs are on their way, Sylvester. They'll be in the city before the day is out. They'll likely be mired in your business and mine before midnight, given the chance. I blinked, then began working things through in my head. Jessie would have a better idea of timing, train schedules. Then there were permutations, how the lambs interacted with the wounded and dying Beetle Academy and the horse that led it, the vectors by which they would trace their way to Jessie and me, their methods, the likelihood of attack, their interactions with local gangs, the stray children, the students, the truths and lies they could tell those same students and stray children. And Frey, with their interactions with her, and everything that could unfold from that. I'm still surprised you're that concerned. Were we really such a nuisance for you before? The lambs were more predictable before, and one is right here, walking and talking with me, less predictable than he once was. Obviously, given how today went. What's the old adage? You don't have to outrun the bear. You have to outrun the slowest member of your camping troop. You're afraid I'll hamstring you and leave you as a nice, tied-up present for the lambs, to better cover my retreat. And to better their circumstance, she said. Before she'd even brought up the bear analogy, I'd had the mental image of Frey in a locked room lingering in one corner of my brain. She'd been banging on the door, while I said something witty and watched the lambs approach at a run through the window. I hadn't decided on the witty thing to say, so the thought had been unfinished, a scattered image waiting to be rounded out. Reluctantly, I banished the thought from my head. I'll play along, I said. No using you as bait for the bear. Assuming you're playing fair too. I'll play fair and try to make the concession worth your while, she said. She blew into her hands and rubbed them together. My thoughts were on the lambs, now. It took some effort to compartmentalize them, and to keep thoughts from sprawling out from those individual points. Too tempting, too complicated, too distracting. Frey was my focus now. I glanced at her hands as she rubbed them together. She caught me looking. Syringes built into my fingers. It affected my circulation and my extremities run a hair colder than normal. Well, maybe you shouldn't hide syringes in your fingers, then. A part of me wanted to get a rise out of her, to see if she could be made flustered, and if any insights could be gleaned. I was pleased to see Jamie, she said. I gave her a sidelong glance. Whatever his or her name is now. Her, I said. Jessie. I was pleased, she repeated herself, affirming the fact. I really believed it when I read that Jamie had died. That was the intention, I said. Of course, she said. Then, abrupt, she said, you've grown. This was a side of her I'd forgotten, as Frey had devolved into a greater series of schemes. Of plots and things I had to account for, a life form that had been stitched together in the background, extending its reach and producing plague here and primordials there, nudging rebel groups into life. I'd nearly forgotten I could talk to her and she could put me off balance so adroitly. Possibly without even meaning to. Was a tense moment, back there, I said. Thought I might not grow at all, but it happened. I'm still short for my age. You've grown in other ways, she said. How you function, how you approach the world. And you haven't? I asked. The last few years have felt like a blur. I've been working on things, I'm still setting the stage for what I want to do in the future, and the weeks melt into the months, and months melt into seasons. Time passes quickly. I'm not sure how much I've changed in the meantime. I'm not sure either, I said. I saw a glimpse of something ugly during our first meeting, and I'm not sure if that brute of a woman that sterilized 25 million crown citizens and hooked them on the water supply is the same that made the primordials or started the spread of the plague of ravage. That wasn't me, she said. I raised an eyebrow. Which? The ravage. Red plague, reminiscence, whatever you want to call it. I wasn't responsible. I stopped in my tracks. She progressed a few more steps, stopped, and turned to face me. Really, she said. I studied her, looking for any clues in body language. She wasn't a proficient liar, but she was guarded. Some of it had to do with how she kept a part of herself at bay, a weapon hidden beneath the clothes, that wasn't a blue-ringed octopus named Dolores. Talk to me about it, I told her. I studied the plague. Because I did think I might be able to use it, find the source, or disable it and leverage the cure for my agenda. It's elegant. Elegant enough that we probably already know the name of the culprit. We being the doctors and scientists of the Academy. He'll be one of the geniuses, on par with Helen's creator, Professor Ibbot. I would actually like to find him, because I think he has an agenda. An agenda. The plague has spread far, far further than they're willing to admit, Sylvester, Frey said. There's a part and parcel of it that remains dormant for 9 to 17 days. The plague has erupted in Mauer's wake and Cynthia's wake for some time. After violent confrontations, including the one you witnessed in New Amsterdam, we see outbreaks. It looked like human agents, trying to make a point, pin something on Mauer. Looked like? But it isn't. It's part of the design. It's punitive. Rebels appear and fight for a city, and in the aftermath, hours, days, or 2 weeks later, the plague hits. It likes the taste of battlefields, fresh or old, it flourishes, and it spreads like a wildfire, carpeting the area. People are going to catch on, and when they do, the rebellion will become something they fear. Is this the crown? I don't know, Frey said. But I'm keeping my lips sealed. I'm waiting for the crown to find someone to fight with that isn't the rebellion. Because if a cure emerges, or if the flowers don't bloom in the wake of their battles, then it was likely them. What if it isn't the crown? If the crown wages the war and the cure doesn't emerge, if the plague is indiscriminate and follows them, then it's someone else's play. Someone that might hold a high rank who also has an agenda of aggressive peace, even if that peace means that countless millions die or are succumbed to quarantine. If every war means plague follows, with everyone losing the city they fought for, war loses its flavor, even for the crown. Things settle into an ugly stasis, with nobody making more ground, and the plague still erupts now and again as people accidentally activate the necessary trigger elements. We get regular reminders that it exists, until such a time that it's cured and eliminated. My mind ticked over the permutations, the ways it might have unfolded, with this new information. If that person with that agenda exists, I need to find them. What if that's not the agenda? I asked her. What if we don't settle down into a kind of peace? What if we're not capable? Then it's all the more punitive, isn't it? It might be a punishment that takes decades or centuries to recover from, if we ever recover fully from it, Frey said. It would be all the more important that I find the person responsible, because he won't stop here. We need the answers he can provide, whatever his motivations. What if they aren't around anymore? What if he fled to other parts of the world? I don't know, Sylvester. Is this the part where you ask me to help you? You've outlined the stakes, something we should all be concerned about, and now's the part where you say that the best and brightest are crown and academy, that they're people you can't access, and you need me to infiltrate and help you access and figure out who it might be. No, Sylvester. I wouldn't know the first place to start looking. Keep your eyes open. Communicate with me. Communicate with everyone, frankly, short of telling people that this is a plague that primes itself on blood, ash, and burnt gunpowder, among other things. Because telling them will kill any and all rebellions. Including mine. I can't use my shiny new rebellion for anything bloody, or it'll spread plague. Fine. I don't plan to kill more than a handful of people anyway. Sylvester, Frey said. This is only one thing at play. It's a minor thing, but it's significant. I wanted to talk to you about what you found in New Amsterdam. The block. Which you supposedly knew about from the beginning. Out with it, then, I said. Can we walk? She asked. She sounded exasperated. It's chilly, and we're standing in the middle of the street, talking at each other. At least if we're walking, there's a semblance of camaraderie. No traps? You're not trying to get me away from my people so the lambs or the academy can raid them. She sounded even more exasperated. Your short-term memory shouldn't be that bad, Sylvester. No. I pledge that to you. I wanted to turn the students of Beetle into a force for a reason. If they're yours, then it's a distant second to what I hoped for, but it's still preferable to them being captured or destroyed. Really? I stared her down, trying to find the angle. What did you hope to use them for? That would be telling, Sylvester. More than just taking a bite out of the academy. You had a plan. Was it more primordials? The student body knows full well what that involves, and they would buck and rebel if I pushed for it. I wanted to loosen the crown's hold. An underground academy that could then disseminate a greater number of back-alley doctors across the crown states. I was going to equip them with the truth as I understand it. What you were looking for with Mauer? I asked. What you supposedly knew all along. She gestured, indicating that we should walk. I reluctantly started walking. She walked beside me, rubbing her hands for a moment before sticking them into her pocket. I put the pieces together very early on. Where students go, the rise of nobles, where other professors go, and where I was slated to go, should I want to work in service to nobles. The investigation into my background, the teams of doctors poring over my work, to my wyvern-altered mind, there were systems behind the systems. I think they knew I knew, they felt I was too clever for what they wanted. I happened to be looking at the lambs and what was happening behind the scenes when someone higher up turned their attention to me. Before I knew it, I was no longer a consideration. The wyvern business came out soon after. I studied her. There's more to it, isn't there? Indiscretions, she said. I was not perfect, and wyvern was the sanitized, widely recognized part of it. But every student gets involved in the politics to some degree, the backstabbing, the behind-the-scenes dealings. All of that is beside the point. The point is that you've stumbled on what I stumbled onto. That the nobles aren't anything more than glorified experiments. Yes, Frey said. She said it in such a way that I knew there was no surprise. She had known. If the word gets out, the myth will be shattered. People will be disgusted with them. It will taint everything the nobles touch. Legitimacy, their seeming immortality, their grace, their power and control. Absolutely, Frey said. Yet you decided not to use that information. And it wasn't because the timing was wrong. We walked, and we crossed from empty street to a busier one with some crowd. Frey indicated a turn, looping back in the direction we'd come. I obliged. Did you think they wouldn't cover their weakness, Sylvester? I put other pieces together. I was uniquely positioned to see the greater chessboard. My grave concern is that you are the most dangerous element possible. Smart enough to see the truth, yet not informed enough to see that for any piece we could take, the cost is far, far too great, and reckless enough that you might take that piece regardless. Flattering, I said. Uniformed Sylvester. You're focusing on the wrong aspect of this. Then please, inform me, I said. You're already informed, Sylvester. This is where the recklessness comes into play. You know exactly what the reality is. It's a common saying among anyone from families at dinner tables to rebellion leaders to members of the academy. The crown does not lose. There's a first time for everything. This wouldn't be the first time, Sylvester. I'm sure this has happened. Other people, groups, and nations have devised the means by which to deliver fatal blows, in times where the crown was younger and more vulnerable, when events conspired against it. It isn't easy to grow an empire, so soon after the upheaval required for the crown to become what it is now, so soon after the rise of the academies and everything they meant. There have been other opportunities. Yet the crown doesn't lose. I asked. It feels wrong, doesn't it? Or when you consider the sheer power of the biological science and the military at the crown's disposal, yet pay mind to the fact that the crown has only seized a quarter of the world. They move slowly, establish their academies, secure every region before moving on. Absolutely, they do. But Sylvester, there's more to it. There are regions, places I've borne witness to, which are sealed off. They use things like the same cloud seeding we see at Radham, only to ensure death rather than parcel out leashes. They use grown walls like you no doubt saw at Tineware, only far taller, and they flood the areas on the other side with biological agents, parasites, and weapons. They tell people that these were the places where disasters happened. That this is why only the Academy can be trusted with the knowledge the Academy disseminates. I looked over at Frey. She seemed somber. The Academy is the sorest of losers, Sylvester. They suggested to us that the places they showed us were several of a handful. I have reason to believe they number in the hundreds. Places where primordials were loosed, where academies were reclaimed, knowledge disseminated, weapons turned against the crown and Academy. Places where people spoke of secrets that could cause irreparable harm to the Academy. Yes, Sylvester. I fell silent. They have laid waste to continents, in whole or in part. If they can't win, then they ensure nobody can. If they rule a world that they've reduced to a half the normal size, they still rule. Given science and sufficient time, they can fix what they leveled. When they do, the world will be theirs. Unopposed. The Infante, the judge, is someone who oftentimes handles these sorts of decisions. Even nobles like the Duke are rightly terrified of what he might decide. Just like that, I said. You can't ever speak of what you've learned, Sylvester. The revelations might outpace the wrath and ruin, but only to the coasts. You will see exactly the kinds of results you desire, a breaking of the nobility's back, and then they will use countermeasures. I stared off into the distance. I looked off to the side, at the other lambs, who were gathered around us. For an instant, I wasn't sure if they were my hallucinations. Even as I looked at Yvette, I wasn't wholly sure. I ran my fingers through my hair. I'm sorry, Frey said. But this is the nature of the enemy I'm trying to fight. They're a threat which can't be dealt too heavy a blow. They must be battered until cracks become visible, and only then can wedges be set into place. Then the wedges are tapped. From the global scale they look down on things the taps seem comparatively minor. You and I know the end result of that. I even read something in your case files, about the use of makeshift wedges to topple a bookshelf and give your doctors a headache. I shook my head. She sounded like she was coaxing me. Trying to sell me on this plan. Inviting me in, making it sound familiar. It sounded more manipulative than anything I'd known her to do, and that was a manipulation that might have stemmed from genuine fear. I suppose you wouldn't remember, she said. It stuck with me. I felt as if I got to know you when I read that in the file. I thought at the time about having tea with you. Something I'm still hoping for, to be honest. I would like to be on the same side, to have tea with you before you go, before the lambs arrive. With Jessie too. We could talk about more minor things. If you knew of a cafe nearby, I would enjoy the chance to warm up these hands of mine and get to know you two better. I looked at her, dumbfounded. I felt like I was in the middle of the sea, drowning, momentarily not sure which way was up. Who was this person I was talking to? I still couldn't keep my footing while talking to her, and I still wasn't wholly sure if she was this guileless by design or by intent. No, I said. Too blunt. I softened it with a, no thank you. I should be getting back to my nascent rebellion. I have students to look after. I understand, she said. She rubbed her hands together, blowing on them, then worked one of the hands, as if the fingers were stiff. Could I walk back with you? I weighed the option. I badly wanted to think, and I suspected I wouldn't get another chance between leaving Frey and getting my rebellion settled. But she'd been fair, and there were still points to cover. All right, I said. The countless thoughts that were thrumming through my head redoubled, as I tried to juggle particulars of the rebellion with my processing of what Frey had told me. This is a battle we can win, Sylvester. If you even wanted to stay with me for a little while, I could help you get your rebellion situated, introduce you to some people, show you some things. I wouldn't interfere. You could do with them as you wished. But let me show you where to best create the cracks. I didn't want to give an answer, tempting as it was, when I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to not answer either, because that showed insecurity and weakness, and I didn't want to bare my neck to Frey on that level. Give me a way of contacting you, I said. I'll get back to you on that. Frey extended a hand, holding a card she'd pulled from one coat pocket. I hesitated before taking it, and she shifted her grip, holding one corner between two knuckles, so no theoretical syringes could snap out and drug me. She took hold of her sleeve and twisted it so Dolores couldn't reach through. I casually swiped the card out of the air, checked it, and pocketed it. Jessie and I had found out how to gravely injure the crown. We had a gun pointed to their heads. The problem was that the report of the gunshot would bring an avalanche or rock slide down on our head, or the spark would ignite the gas that thickened the air here. Frey and I kept on walking, back toward the hotel where my rebellion was set up. My thoughts grew more agitated as I considered the situation. I reached for a pocket and withdrew a half-collapsed box of cigarettes. Want one? Warm up some. She shook her head. No. But it's curious seeing you smoke like that. A part of me still imagines you as a boy years younger, standing by the snow-dusted railing, looking out over the water. You said something back then. You asked me if I was a slave. I talked to you about several things. Your enslavement to the academy was one. Your beliefs were another. When I said you had grown, I meant it. You found your way forward. Have I though? I can't pull the trigger. I'm still cowed by the academy and crown. My beliefs. Thank you for saying so, I said, with false congeniality, gesturing with a cigarette between my fingers. There are more pleasant habits, however, she said. Healthier ones. I shrugged and lit one with a match. I figure I don't have that long on this world anyway. My brain will reach its limit with the drugs I've injected into myself, and something will give. A bit more poison doesn't hurt. If you have an expiration date anything like mine, then the same philosophy should extend to you. Yes, I'll pay the price for taking Wyvern eventually, but I have a lot to do, and giving up even 1% of my time feels like a shame. I mulled that over, thinking about what my future looked like. I'd glimpsed it back at New Amsterdam, when Yvette had taken the reins. My mind caught on one word in what she'd said. I glanced at her, quirking an eyebrow. Eventually. The deployment of Wyvern on you was different from my own deployment, Sylvester. Mine was more focused, partially because of my age, partially by my design. The benefits and consequences more narrowly defined. I drew a deep breath of smoke, not quite sure what to say to that. Does that bother you? She asked. There are trade-offs. I'm not capable of the same improvisation you are. I may dig deeper into other areas. I get less benefit than you do, I suspect. That's not why it bothers me, exactly. I thought we were more similar than that, I said. That you started from near the same point I did and you walked to a different destination. Does it really matter? There's an experiment I talked to once. They talked about how lonely it was, being the only one. The divide that separates the likes of them or the likes of me from the ordinary Jacks and Jills. So there was this thought, always lingering, that, hey, at least Genevieve Frey is out there. There are commonalities. We're not related by blood, but at least we inject the same agony-inducing poisons into our brains on a regular basis. Common ground, ahoy. I'd raised my voice a little at the end there, jogging my arm for emphasis. I never really thought of myself as an experiment, Sylvester. The woman who faced me in the mirror was always a doctor, first and foremost. I nodded. I drew in a breath, then said, maybe I see myself as an experiment because I was started young. It's always been my identity. I would think the lambs were your identity, she said. I knew about our expiration dates within a few months of being old and learned enough to obtain and read my own file. It's all intermingled. Part and parcel. I sat there in that lab with the file in front of me, and I wrote down the words that were too long to understand. Then I went, and I looked them up, or I asked Jamie. Then I'd piece it together, or I'd remember the definitions and go back to the files and I'd try to decipher it all. I puffed for a second. Frey didn't speak, so I went on. I grew up around the orphans. I know for a fact that when ordinary kids were the age I was then, they're still capable of being convinced that eating dirt is a good idea, or they'll maybe sometimes once in a blue moon still pee their pants. Or maybe that's just orphans with their issues. I imagine the point still stands. Point is, I said, picking up the word and the general thrust of her statement and making it mine, I was young as Danjit when I sat on the floor of that lab and read my file by candlelight and tried desperately to figure out if there was any other possible way to read it. That didn't say that by the time I was 19, 20, or 21, I was bound to be stark raving mad. Trying really hard not to imagine my older self, unable to distinguish reality from fiction, nonverbal, whimpering at the darkness. Unable to remember anything moment to moment, except maybe that he once had people close to him and that they're gone. I read your file before fleeing the academy, Sylvester. It didn't go into quite that much depth on the last point. I was 9. I raised my voice. I'd surprised myself as much as I had surprised her. Under Frey's coat sleeve, Dolores stirred at the disturbance. Tentacles reached out, wrapping at her fingers. I composed myself while she calmed the octopus that lurked under her clothing. I might have been 7 or 8, even, I said, calm again, no hint of the anger, it's hard to tell, with my growth stunted as it was. But I'm not stupid, and I've had time to mull it over. It was pretty dang formative, Genevieve. Of course. 20 years, Genevieve, give or take, with 7 to 9 of those years already spent. 20 years, and then as the months go by, you start thinking, well, taking Wyvern once every month? I'm out of commission for nearly a week, aren't I? Sometimes less, sometimes more, but it averages out that way, especially when you account for time spent in the labs, getting blood drawn. Time doing the tests or interviewing with my disgruntled doctors or the too nice redhead who smiles and acts nice to make up for the fact that she's read the same dang file I have and she wants to downplay those same things that keeps 10-year-old me staring up at the ceiling at night. 10-year-old me grows to resent them, even damn well hating them for what they represent. I was gesticulating a little too much, cigarette between my fingers. I put it back. A quarter of your time lost to the labs and the injections. Exactly. 10-year-old me goes through the weeks and the months and he isn't exactly one for mental accounting of numbers, but that deadline is there, always looming, and he can't help but feel like he has only so much time, and he's losing some of it. And somewhere along the way, it clicks. You get what I'm saying? Best you finish your thought. This 10-year-old, his mind runs on multiple tracks, he's good at juggling a few lines of thought at once, and there's been this persistent one that's been ticking around in the back, that he can't quite riddle out. How can they do this? How can they fucking justify it? And despite not being a mental calculation type, two thoughts connect. 20 years, minus 25%, give or take, and you have 15. That's thought 1. Then he thinks back to how they'll handle the tormented, lonely young man who talks to his hallucinations, and he imagines sedation, a last batch of experiments on him, to squeeze out the last bit of usefulness, and then one final dose, before they give him merciful oblivion. What am I describing, Frey? Gets 15 years if lucky, then a mercy killing. A dog. A dog. I'm treated no fucking better than a dog, not given any more years, kept on a leash. I realized that pretty early on too, Frey? Are you starting to get it? How this plays out? How I arrived to the conclusion that no, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scoundrel, I'm not a charlatan or a child genius or a protector of mice or any of that. At the start and end of the day, I'm an experiment. So I'm glad for you, Frey, if you're free to see yourself as a doctor. How good for you, there. Do tell me the difference, with you getting the care of a talented Wyvern augmented professor to help you along every step of the way, while I got students working on a side project. Let me know what this means for you. How many years do you really have left? I talked of cracks and wedges before, Sylvester. You're asking me to place the wedge between us. That's an answer unto itself, you know. It is, she admitted. If you must know, I'll see another 5 to 7 years. No, there's a rule, isn't there? I asked. With diagnoses. Terminal ones. They marked it out on the charts for the lambs with the expiration dates, so this was a lesson I learned pretty damn early. Part of a formative memory here, and I try to hold on to those. Given predictions on academy advancement, for every 7/10 of a year you last, you get more time. It inflates the expiration dates. Your ticker due to go in 3 years? Now it's 4, because medicine advances that fast. Now, the dates the lambs got already account for that. But you? I feel like you're being disingenuous. 5. A heart due to fail in 3 conventional years with non-academy medical aid can last 5 with the academy's help. There are diminishing returns, but it folds into itself too if you reach certain benchmarks. There are other factors, advancements I'm keeping my eye on. My estimation is that I'll suffer the true effects of Wyvern in 8 to 11 years. I chuckled. Listen to that. If you started a new kid on Wyvern, same regimen I got, he might expire at the same time you do. A whole nother lifetime. Sylvester. No, I said. I extended my finger. No. Fuck you, Frey. You don't get to claim the rights and wisdom of being doctor and experiment both. You don't get to be the savior. You're as bad as any of them, because if the cards had fallen down differently, if you hadn't been caught looking too hard at things they wanted to keep secret, you'd be one of them. And you probably would have gotten your damn tea party with the Lambsbridge orphans, and I probably would have enjoyed it. Hell, it might have been everything I needed for me to stay with the lambs and stay at the academy, having a like mind, Helen getting that tea party you seem so set on, and if you could work half the miracles you seem set on promising, you could have saved Jamie and Gordon. Perfect. Hunky-dory. Sylvester, that's not. Don't, I said, sharp enough to cut her off. Don't talk. She fell silent. My eye stung where tears had welled out to touch the slice at my lower eyelid. You don't get to tell me to heal, Frey, I said. You're no different from the ones who made me and the ones who condoned me, so you don't get any more say than they do. Now, I'm going to consider matters. I'll think about this threat of retaliation, but I'll make the decision, and I'll probably make a decision you won't be happy with. You'll put up with it, because I'm a reality no different than the primordial you created and put out there. The only difference is that I slipped the leash. She clenched a fist. I could see that her hand really was stiff. She could deal. She had another decade to deal with it and 1,000 other minor inconveniences that naturally came about during the spans of sanity, life, and companionship. I can make better use of your army of students than you can, Frey. I've got no time left to be scared, for myself or for others. I've got no time to be stonewalled or told no by people who have no right to say boo to me. You call the crown a sore loser. I spread my arms, chuckling. I gestured at myself. Sylvester, she said. No. They say a dog resembles its master. I'll bargain with you, she said. You'll try. I'm not backing down on this. The accommodations for your new army. I was going to arrange for you to have them from the time I asked you to go on this walk with me. I'll give you what you need to take care of them. Because I meant what I said. Gracious of you, I said. As for the actual bargain, the lambs are coming within the hour. They'll arrive before the vehicle you'll want to take to leave Lorius does. Give me time to get affairs in order. Time to work against me? I asked. I have no bloody idea, she said. I don't know what to do with you. I hardly know what to say, because I'm afraid I'll say the wrong thing and make you more upset. But give me a few months, tend to your new rebellion faction. I'll give you Warren and all of the resources I plan to use to safely and discreetly make my exit from this city with hundreds of students in tow, just for the day. I thought about it. I shook my head. What do you want, then? I can give you attention. Buy you a few months, maybe years. No, I said. Could you revive the Caterpillar project from scratch? I watched her eyes move. That's a no, then. Sylvester, she said. You were going to look after the Beetle Rebellion regardless. You'd be trading a few words and a restriction on schedule for everything you need. Nah, I said. I looked past Frey at the lambs who were witnessing the scene. I extended an arm, gesturing at them. I've got to look after them, don't I? Frey turned her head. There's nobody there. The lambs, Frey. They're there. If you're going to start making concessions to me, for the way you and others have treated me, you owe the rest of the lambs something too, don't you? You said. I said I wouldn't render you bait for the bear. I'm not. I'm telling you to make a damn sacrifice for once. Show me you can actually follow through for once, when it counts. Voluntarily hand yourself over. It'll be a nice checkmark in their files. Something that pacifies the higher UPS, keeps the Lambs project running smoothly. She was silent. I finally got to see her flustered, agitated. It's your choice, Frey. Only you, me, and Jessie will know you made it. You stated the stakes yourself. You can go, turn yourself in, let them lock the restraints on. Tell them whatever you want, tell the Academy that I know things, and use that information to stave off whatever treatment they have planned for you. That's fine, but you'll be theirs. Or don't go, and spend every day dreading that everything and everyone you like and care about might be taken from you by a force beyond your control. You have no idea what you are really doing, she said. You wanted time, Frey? You really believe in this threat? Convince me. These are the terms. The accommodations for my army of students, Warren's help, and you, waiting politely on that platform when the lambs emerge from their train. Bitter Pill 15.15. Jessie was waiting outside of the hotel. Students were scattering, leaving the building and walking through the streets. I walked down the street, holding my cigarette and not really puffing on it. My thoughts tumbled over one another. That was fine. They needed to get themselves ready. Clothes and personal belongings needed to be gathered. They would come back with luggage. She told me, I sent for some carriages. We're going to need to assist, because the Academy is going to have recovered and they'll react to a mass exodus. I nodded. I leaned against the wall beside Jessie and puffed, still thinking. She gave me a curious look. It didn't go well. I had to think before I answered that question. Depends how you look at it. Am I that easy to read? You're smoking. That's not a tell, I said. You don't usually smoke more than 1 or 2 cigarettes a day. I smell. You smell like you had more than one, yet. I wrinkled my nose, then bit my lip. If the outcome of the meeting depends on how I look at it, share some perspectives, Jessie told me. Some of the students walked out of the hotel. A group. There was a bit of excitement in the air. They were taking a massive leap of faith. For some of them, it was the first time in their lives that they had really moved beyond their preset paths. She touched a nerve, I said. One I didn't realize was there. If this were a there's good news and bad news explanation, that's the bad news, then. No, I said. Because it isn't that kind of explanation. It's muddled. Lots of gray area. I see, she said. She wasn't who I wanted her to be, and I saw that, and a lot of accumulated stresses and disappointments came out, I said. I pulled back on the cigarette. A pair of male students walked past, one gave me a nod, and I gave him a nod in turn. You look a little scary, for the record, Jessie said. Noted, I said. What's the gray area? Being able to see that Frey wasn't who I wanted her to be meant I got more of a glimpse of her, I think. I was able to stop myself, but, chose not to. Because I saw an in. Past the facade? You once described Frey as a demon wearing an angel's mask. Did I? To Jamie, once upon a time. Hey. I like that. Good for me. I'd point out that you said it once, forgot about it, and then said it again later like it was the first time, and then you did it again but it was the matron and the ogre, but you seem like you're not in the mood for any playful jabs, Jessie said. Thank you for not pointing it out, then, I said. I smiled a little, then I puffed thoughtfully. What had I been saying? It was hard to recall particulars when my thoughts were this scattered and the things I was considering were this big. You saw an inn, Jessie reminded me. Yes, I said. Thank you. I didn't penetrate past the angel to the devil inside, though. I think I glimpsed the human. Something exploitable. We'll find out in less than 45 minutes, I think. What an interesting time frame. The lambs are coming, I said. In 45 minutes. Ah, Jessie said. She pushed her glasses up her nose. I nodded. That's bad. I'm not so sure, I said. Gray areas, remember? Of course I remember, SY, Jessie said, clearly annoyed. Why is this gray? Because I'm suspicious that when the train pulls up and the lambs get off, Frey is going to be standing there, ready to turn herself in. I see. This goes back to what you were saying about your valiant fight against the primordial, does it? It's really my facade you're trying to crack. Jessie. Do you expect to find an angel, a demon, or a human when you chip away my mask? I assume that's why you're chipping away at my reason and sense. I flicked my fingers, striking the arm of her glasses with a fingernail, interrupting her. Chip. She gave me a sidelong glance. I did it again. Chip. I'm armed, Sylvester. And I'm being honest. Really. The lambs are due. 60-40 odds that Frey will be there. That must have been a fascinating conversation. If I hadn't seen you walk off with Frey, I might have thought you were losing your mind again. Maybe I did, just a bit. But I'm pretty sure on this one, I said. I reached into a pocket, and I withdrew a piece of paper. I handed it over. Warren Howell arrived with the last train. 12 minutes ago. 12 minutes ago. Frey will be talking to him. He'll cover us from the lambs and he'll cooperate, as will the rest of the people he brings for help. That paper has the addresses of our first contacts. Frey was kind enough to supply the next part of her plan. We'll be able to room and board our army while we get the next pieces of our plan underway. I'm usually content to let you do your thing, and I keep up, but I'm going to need more information on this one. The dark cloud that's hanging over all of this and making it look a lot grayer is that our standing plan may not work. Frey thinks others have tried, or others have done similar things. She knew and she didn't try. The Crown is a sore loser, Jessie. She believes that if we move forward and spread the word, the Crown will sooner erase the Crown states from the map than allow the mask to be pulled off. Jessie nodded, taking that in. Even irritated, with me flicking at her face, she was calm and sure. It was a panacea of sorts. It made the sentiments Frey had stirred easier to handle. I continued, in my ire, I convinced her that if she doesn't turn herself in and show that she really does take this that seriously, I might move ahead with the plan regardless. That I'm a sore loser too. How much of that was truth? I smiled. She reached out and flicked my nose. That's annoying, I commented. Oh, is it now? You're terribly immature, I told her. I am. And I'm curious, too. This fear that you think will put her on the train platform, was it the glimmer of human you saw in her? 60% chance she stands on that platform, mind you, I said. Completely made up number, but it's approximately where my feelings are on it. And only to a degree. Both the devil and Frey and the angel are practical monsters. If she extends the same arithmetic to the hunting of us, practically speaking, it's not out of the question that she ends up on that platform. But that's only a small part of that. If it was that alone, it would account for perhaps 5% of the chance. It was two things that stood out to me in particular, I said. Two things that make me see Frey in a different light than I did before today. The first, really, is when and how the crack appeared in her shell. It was when I got angry. When I accused her, arbitrarily, she started listening to me. I accused her again, still angry, of being responsible, and she got angry. I made unreasonable demands, and she bargained. The crack in the facade. I finished my cigarette, mashed it against the wall, joining other dark spots from other days and nights. Jessie and I had both stood here outside our hotel, plotting what came next. She actually felt guilty, I said. Despite no direct involvement. Indirect involvement. She took Wyvern, which was tested on me and others like me. She ran from us very effectively for a very long few months before she let us catch her. She probably had moles, and she didn't give any tells, but she didn't actually ask any questions or raise eyebrows about to my repeated references to Lacey, and I'm wondering if she would have if there was nothing going on there. Indirect involvement, then. Maybe. Your interpretation of Lacey was very different from Jamie's. I nodded. Guilty, Jessie ruminated on the word. A bit of fear, a bit of genuine guilt, as I let my facade down and pulled a bit of hers down in the process, some practicality, and, maybe a bit of it had to do with her being spooked. Spooked? This is different from her being scared. Flustered. Put on her heels. In all of that, my ranting and railing against her, I went with my instincts. In the midst of it all, I asked her to make a sacrifice for once. I think it hit home. Prey instinct, gut feeling, and a bit of the raw on my side to break past the civil veneer. We should run after these students. Talk while we walk. I put my hand on Jessie's shoulder, bringing her with. She had to bend down to grab our bags, which meant my hand slipped away. You're going to need to elaborate on that last point, Jessie said. Of course, I said. I took my bag from Jessie. I glanced back at the hotel. If you wait and try to make me impatient, it won't work, Jessie said. I'll remember, and you'll forget, and you'll be more annoyed and inconvenienced in the end than I am. You're my foil, I said. It's why we get along so well. Of course, she said. Is this a new realization? Stemming from the fact that Frey turned out not to be who you thought she was. No, I said. Hardly. I've known you and Jamie were natural fits for me for a long while. Frey was something else. When I called on her to make the sacrifice for once, she was flustered. I was musing on it while I walked back here, and I'm left thinking, you know, the crown, awfully sore losers. Destroy a continent to hide the fact they actually lost once. You're going to need to elaborate on that, too. So needy. I waved my hands at Jessie, as if shooing a pesky fly or an annoying small child. She pulled my hands down. I'm a sore loser. How sore a loser remains to be seen, of course. It depends on Frey, on you, on my mental health, and a few other factors. A lot of that going around. Oh, but see, it goes further. Mary, our Mary was holding a grudge. Lillian too. Didn't take too kindly to my betrayal. There were heavy feelings there. Not happy about the gunshot to the knee, or the way the breakup went. I'm not sure I'd call that being a sore loser. Especially in Mary's case. I shoot Jessie again. You get very immature when your emotional defenses are down, she remarked. I fought with her for a moment, as I continued shooing her, while she pulled and swatted my hands down. I was feeling better than I had. Cynthia. I don't think I need to say more. I'm seeing where you're going with this. Mauer? What do you think, Jessie? He wears an agony-inducing symbol of his grudge against the Academy. I think he qualifies in your pattern. So. We all put our chips in, paid the price of admission. And I'm left wondering about Frey. She lost her career. Yeah, I said. She has a restricted schedule. Not as restricted as mine, damn her, but she has a limited time frame to work with. And I have to wonder, where's the grudge? Why doesn't she care that we just spoiled Beetle for her, when this is supposed to be all she has? Why is she such a cool customer when she's working with limited time and we just cost her cumulative weeks or months of work that she's been doing in the background? And no, I don't think it's Wyvern. I think it's that she doesn't have stakes in this. Not here, not this particular job or what follows, or maybe not even what comes before. I called her on it, asked her about the sacrifices, and in that moment, I didn't need to finish. I'd already spelled it out. Jessie had all of the pieces. She's playing another game. I think so, I said. 50-50 chance she ends up on that train platform, totally made up number, tilting slightly one way for reasons you've already elaborated on. Fear, maybe guilt, the fact that the crown states might hinge on it, depending on how sore of a loser you are. I nodded. But the real reason it would go one way or the other, Jessie mused, as we walked, is the scheme she's working on in the background. Does it need her? My step bounced a little with excitement. It's going to be very interesting to see if she turns up there. I threw one arm around Jessie's shoulders, making her stumble a bit. I hugged her with that arm. We're on the same page, there. The assembled gang leaders joined Jessie and I in watching the students moving out of the dorms. There were academy uniforms nearby, but a scattered few, mostly interested in trying to figure out what was happening and where the students were going. They had sent for help, and help would arrive. They mustered their forces, and we mustered ours. You really kicked up a fuss, huh kid? Frederick asked. You're still doing that condescension thing, I pointed out. I think the rest of us moved on past that a long time ago. It only makes you look bad. I look fine, Frederick said. Frederick gets all of the girls, Clay said. I gave the man a curious look. I wasn't sure he got it. But Clay didn't seem to get much of anything. Key thing is to get the kids back to the hotel, I said. We blitz the uniforms. They don't have guns, only clubs. Which of you have guns? Archie raised his hand. Right. I have the shotgun we got from the punk kid at the lab, Otis said, showing me. Take the ammo out, I told him. I don't want you shooting my kids. The middle-aged, grizzled gang member stared me down. Finally, he relented. He tossed the thing at me, and reached out in the direction of one of his many subordinates. They passed him a stick. I'd rather have a weapon I can use over one I can't. Good enough, I said. I indicated the places to occupy and lay in wait, with Jessie consulting. Students began to drift away, my de facto lieutenants lurking here and there. Jessie and I moved through the area, checking on students here and there. The ones who looked like they might be having second thoughts, the ones who were having trouble. Here and there, we paired up students, told older ones who looked responsible to look after younger ones. Most were over 15, but a few weren't. The younger ones would bear looking after. I feel like we might lose some. Ones who want to follow, but who get caught up in things. It's an awful thought. Like, if I'd been stopped and dragged back to the academy just when I'd committed to leaving. I know what you mean, Jessie said. Yeah, I said. I spotted Rudy and flagged him down. We've blocked off the streets, you said. If they come after us in carriages and wagons, it'll slow them down. There were a few gates and bridges, like the big one over Spider Street. We blocked those off. Good, I said. Where's Possum? With the strays. I don't think they're coming with, are they? I shook my head. Only a few. Is Possum going to stay with them? Nah. She's with us. She wants to be a part of this. Rudy said. He was a bruiser of a fella, but there was meaningful concern on his face. She's going to hate leaving them. Yeah, I said. Was just thinking about something along those lines. Maybe if you pull her away? Ask her to help you hunt down any students who might otherwise get left behind? Pull up the rear, and be mindful, because the gangsters and the uniforms might start scrapping soon. He nodded. Good man, I said, as he hurried off to find Possum. I took it all in. We were mobilizing, getting ready to leave. I'd planned to take a boat, but Frey's evacuation plan was the train. There was a fuzzy area, however, between now and then. How long until the lambs arrive? 30 minutes. It's going to take us 10 to get to the train station. We have to do this fast, then, I said. Yeah, Jessie said. But our people are capable. Most of these uniforms are security officers for the academies, doing night patrols and breaking up a few scuffles a month. I don't think they want to cause a stir. But there are some, like those ones over there, who have more experience. Sharper, more up-to-date uniforms, even though they don't wear the uniforms that often. I think they wear something fancier. Yeah, Jessie said. Like the ones who were hunting Avis. How long until our guest shows? No idea how fast he moves, but going by my measure of the walk from here to the train station taking 10 minutes, he should have turned up 3 minutes ago. I frowned. We can run, Jessie suggested. Do more here, then run there. We can. I don't want to. Running attracts attention. She nodded. And you're slow, I added. She punched my arm. We continued encouraging and helping students for another few minutes, before Jessie touched my arm. Warren had help. I was disappointed that Dog and Catcher weren't among the help. It felt like Warren had grown. He was a proper Bruno, but he was an exemplar among them. A living statue, carved rather than grown, but he had been grown. The muscle was real, standing out against the fabric of his clothes, with grooves running deep between the individual muscles. He didn't wear a jacket. I suspected his body was such an efficient engine that he didn't truly need one. Frey did good work, really. The lack of proportion between his head and the rest of him was odd to see. His hair was slicked back, and he had mutton chops. The color of his eyes was particularly intense as he stared me down. I probably weighed as much as one of his legs did. Just his approach and arrival seemed to bother the uniforms. They talked among themselves. Warren's help included various other experiments and ex-soldiers. Mauer's discards possibly, and back alley doctors. There was a trend to the clothes they wore, with jackets in a military cut that rarely touched on the colors of the crown or the crown's favored style. Blue and silver rather than gold and red, or black and silver. It wasn't an absolute trend, but I had the sentiment that this group of people had spent enough time among one another to start becoming a group. I had questions and I was curious, but I didn't want to pry. No, Wendy? I asked. Warren shook his head. You're cooperating? I asked him. He didn't nod or shake his head. I watched him work one fist, as if rolling the knuckles, testing the joints and the strength of his hand. Finally, he nodded. I need someone that's willing to help me handle an errand. Any eager beavers, looking to stretch their legs or limbs after a long train ride. The group of doctors and experiments and grizzled normals exchanged looks. It seemed they deferred to Warren, here. A leader that wouldn't talk. Warren, then. Again, that long pause, and then the reluctant nod. Great. Jessie and I led him around the back of one building. Just around the corner, I said. Group of men. You're going after the leader. Tall, blonde hair. He'll have a weapon, but no gun. We need to catch him off guard, grab him. We'll want him for information. Warren gave me a dispassionate look. We're working on a schedule. If you waste time, then Frey suffers and we suffer, and Avis suffers. Students might even get hurt. Let's just accept you're doing this under protest and move on. Frey asked you to because she thinks it matters. Warren frowned, then turned away. He flexed his fists again. Capture, don't kill or harm, I said. He sighed without looking at me. Then he charged. One hand gripped the corner of the building to help him swing in, as he ran from the back of one building, around the corner, and into the alley. I heard the shouts of surprise and alarm. I heard the swears, the grunts. Jessie and I moved in sync, without even needing to signal one another. We knew the moment. Warren stood in the midst of Frederick's group. One hand held Frederick's weapon arm. The other gripped Frederick by the face, fingers wrapped around Frederick's head as someone of a normal scale might hold a cricket ball. I want to see his face, I said. The hand moved from Frederick's face to his neck. He was already beet red, which stood out marvelously with his blonde hair. Ah, false positive, I said, with a bit of levity. I thought you were the informant who tipped off the academy about us. But I don't see it in your eyes. You knew darn well that I wasn't, Frederick said. I'm really glad I told him not to kill. Dust yourself off. If you're still in, then get ready, plan goes forward as intended shortly. Just one quick thing to take care of first. Otis? Frederick asked. I smiled. Afraid not. Their rivalry wouldn't die here. Otis wasn't the snitch. He'd been at this for too long. Archie? Jessie asked, quietly. I gestured for Warren. He looked even more disgruntled than before. Need to find the informant before any fighting starts, or important people get offed, and the other side gets too much information, I explained to Warren. Next alley, Jessie said. This time, just level them. There are less of them this time, I said. No students, if any students happen to be with them, but there shouldn't be any. He wasted no time. Frustration might have been an element. He swung around into the alley, and from the sound of it, he picked something up and threw it. I heard the sound of a bone breaking. We rounded the corner, me slightly in the lead this time. Clay's men lay on the ground, broken. You were too eager to go run our errand, earlier, I said. The one I ended up sending Otis on. It would have been a prime opportunity to pass information to the academy. What I don't get is how someone as thick as you are managed this. Are you that good an actor? Clay coughed blood. Come on now, I told him. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. His teeth were stained red. He looked up at Warren. If it wasn't for just how dumb you are, and the fact that you and your buddies here are all brothers, or look like brothers, I would have immediately pegged you, based on how new you are to the city. Some background, but only in as much as it can be faked. Please, he said. I'm going to kill all three of you shortly, whatever happens, I told him. So, it's really just a question of sating my curiosity. Don't, he said, his eyes widening. Please. Not like this, not now. Not now. They give us a drug. Alderbenzarine. Memory drug, Jesse said. They give it to old people. Kick in the ass, gets you going, and helps with memory retention. But it makes you foggy, less good judgment. I take a lot. Helps to be dumb, people say things around dumb folks. Then I go to my bosses, I go off the drug, and tell them particulars. You found us awfully quick. We're so close to New Amsterdam and Lincolnshire and other places. They tap cities like this for people if they need bodies for a gang or something. We hang here, keep a thumb on the pulse, wait to get recruited, and report in. Just have to put on a show, be dumb, be available, and you draw your wage, hey. It's a good wage, but, he said, and he paused to close his eyes, wincing at the pain he was already feeling from being soundly smashed. There are risks. I don't want to die while I'm dumb. Please. His still conscious brother nodded. I stared down at him, aware of the gun at my side. Some students who heard your speech will decide not to follow along, Jesse said. He can't share that much more than them. Fair bit more, I said. But point taken. What if I take your tongue in your hands, Clay? He nodded eagerly. He tried to make a pleading gesture, but one of his wrists was already fairly messed up. Please. I drew my knife. Warren, you want to go back to your buddies? Tell them they're hitting the group by the blue-painted wagon with the horses. Wait 1 minute, then attack. From there, you can go. I fished a piece of paper from my pocket. Here. Avis will be brought to you. He took the paper, then stomped off. I knelt before a broken Clay, knife in hand. I know what it is to not want to go out with your brain in the wrong place, I said. He nodded. Then he stuck out his tongue and his hands one bent at an odd angle, and he screwed his eyes shut. We could hear the far-off train whistle as we approached our hiding place. Enter the lambs, Jesse said. Yeah, I said. My eyes scanned the platform. Do you want to see them? I'm sure we could contrive a way. A brief visit, an exchange of words. I shook my head. It might not even be all of them. I can't imagine Lillian or Mary not coming, I said. Helen wouldn't miss this unless she had another job. So we just let them come? Get a glimpse, see what happens with Frey, and then leave? Just like that. Each parting gets harder, I said. If I have to deal with that, I want it to be worth it. I'd just be talking to them to talk to them. If you wanted to do different, I think they'd let you go. You could tell them things, get them up to date. Jesse looked down at the train station from over the top of the wall. Jesse's camaraderie with the station employees had earned us access to a prime vantage point, the wall that framed the ticket booth. Again, the train hooted. Far closer this time. She shook her head. No. I asked. Nothing new to share. I guess we're on the same page. I feel like if I shared anything, it would be negative. The positives aren't things we want them to know right off the bat. I nodded. Jessie looked at the crowds of people on the train station. She walked up the slight slope to the actual platform. She was utterly still as people milled this way and that, making room for the people who would depart and eagerly forming lines and queues with their luggage next to them, ready to board. Frey stood alone in the middle of the two groups, stiff-necked, hands clasped in front of her. What's going on in that head of yours? I asked, under my breath. The train hooted one more time, and the tracks rattled as it pulled into the station. Bitter pill 15.16. Frey actually came, Jessie said. I raised my binoculars and peered through them. I could focus my magnified view on Frey's hands, then her feet, move the view up to look at the lines of her body and posture, before moving up to her face and expression. I thought you were full of it, she said. Never, I said. Never? Sylvester, I could list the times you've been full of it in the past year, in chronological order. Each and every one of those instances had a rationale and explanation, I guarantee you, I said. Yet. You wanted to get my goat, she said. When you say it like that, it sounds like a reference to something dirty. That's less to do with how I'm saying it and more to do with how your twisted brain hears it, she said. Steam hissed and metal clanked as the train settled in at the station. Academy quarantine officers lined up at the doors. I focused the binoculars briefly on the windows. I could see the lambs within, talking to one another. From their tone, they were talking strategy. Helen, Mary, Lillian, Duncan, and Ashton. The doctors boarded the train. My focus turned back to Frey, my binoculars' augmented view of her provided details that nobody in the crowd was paying sufficient attention to catch. The way that she shifted her weight from one foot to another. The fact that she was sticking closer to those ready to board, but was one of the only people in that particular crowd who didn't have some luggage with her. She was trying to act like she was calm. The agitation still shone through in parts. See what I meant, about the human side of her. I'm not looking at her. I'm focused on the quarantine team. They're barely stopping as they move through the train car. This train stops only once between Radham and Lorius. There have been no reports of outbreaks, I don't think they're too fussed. If Frey is right, things are a little trickier than that. The plague is spreading even now. It just needs a battle before it finds its roots. She said it reacts to blood, gunpowder, ash. Something punitive, vengeful, I said. Speaking of, Jessie said. She finally turned in Frey's direction, looking over her glasses at our adversary and benefactor of the day. More agitated. I haven't seen Frey at the top of her game yet, so it's hard to compare. Yeah, I said. You wanted to be here to know her decision and possibly interfere in it. You weren't sure if you wanted to go through on what you threatened her about. I'm not sure about her feeling, I said. I'm wondering if even Frey is sure about her feeling. Her feet were planted like she might turn and leave at a moment's notice. More than once, she had looked at her escape routes, ones that included a break for the exit and a run through the crowd. There was a dimension to this where she couldn't be sure the lambs would step off the train and simply bring her into custody. There was a risk that Mary would hurl a knife, or that Crown soldiers would recognize her, point a gun at her and pull the trigger. What happened then? What did she do? What did I do? Jessie said. We talked once about allying with Frey. As peers, not enemies. We don't have an abundance of allies, and she's probably the most capable one that qualifies. I'm not saying you should save her, but if you are going to make a decision, it'll have to be soon. People are getting up to get their luggage. The lambs won't be the last out, either. When we aren't talking long-term plans, you defer to me a lot, I said. You say this is my decision. Don't you get a say? We're peers, you twit. Jessie turned her binoculars toward Frey. I continued, I covered a lot of the key points. She's not responsible for the plague. She is responsible for primordials. She's got something else going on, a grander plan. She might be a potential ally, but she told me she identifies as an academy doctor. She didn't say it outright, but I know that she takes substantial pride in the fact that she was nearly a professor and would have qualified if it weren't for the fact that she knew too much. I don't think fast in crisis situations, Jessie said. It's why I usually defer. I can trust you to make a call I can understand and mostly agree with, outside of the times and occasions when you've lost your mind entirely. One time, I said. I help set the broad strokes for the next stage of things. I coordinate and counsel. Well, quit it. Tell me, what do we do about Frey? I'm not asking you to make the decision, but you get half of the say. What happens in the event of a tie? Jessie asked. The quarantine team stepped off of the train. They signaled the all clear, and the first passengers made their way down the steps carefully, lest the weight and awkwardness of their luggage pull them off balance. We should get rid of her, Jessie said. She's inscrutable, and she's inscrutable to the both of us. She keeps escalating. She's a danger to us and a danger to the lambs, and she's a danger we can't properly solve. I listened to Jessie while I watched Frey with my binoculars. Frey shifted her weight again. The problem is, Jessie told me, she has answers we don't. She opens doors. There's going to come a time when we need to know something, and Genevieve Frey might be the only proper resource we have. More than any other factor, that might be key. You said she feels a measure of guilt, and that has to count for something. Room for something better, like you saw in Lillian. Nothing like what I saw in Lillian, I said. I turned my attention to the window. I only caught the briefest glimpse of Lillian before she was too far forward in the car to see. She would be amid the luggage racks, possibly with the conductor or another employee helping her with her medical bag and luggage. A chance that Academy science might be used for sincere good. Jessie asked. I wonder, I said. And I have a hard time visualizing a scene where her greater plan unfolds, and I say yes, those primordials, those sterilized people, that chemical leash, the casualties, the wars, they were all worth it. Frey was undeniably a force for good in the world. Then instead of good, what about a force for change? Jessie asked. If I had to decide, I would say to save her, because we might not succeed, we might need someone to carry on, if we can't make something happen in the next year or so. What does Genevieve Frey's change matter, if she's willing to ask everyone but herself to make the necessary sacrifices? That, more than anything, had been at the heart of why I'd been so angry with her. Why I still was angry, even. Because it felt like it was no different from Crown or Academy. I put my binoculars down. I watched the scene from afar instead of taking in the narrow view. The lambs stepped off the train, talking among one another. Still talking together, the lambs moved through the initial cluster of families eagerly waiting for departing husbands and daughters. The amusing thing was, they weren't looking at the train platform. Mary's eyes scanned the buildings along one side of the station. Helen scanned buildings on the other side. All while they were trying to look casual. I was preparing for Mary's searching eye to move more in my direction, having covered the most likely spots for me to be lurking, and I saw Frey shift position again. The tension flowed out of her. The footing had gone flat, no longer poised to pivot at a moment's notice. Her chin dropped a fraction. Frey had seen the lambs, and she was poising herself not to run, but to surrender. I reached out for Jessie, and I pulled her down and away, tumbling to the ground. Raising my fingers to my mouth, I whistled. Lambs all across the rooftop hesitated, and Helen said the word, Sylvester. Mary looked at Lillian, then off in Frey's direction. She said the word firmly, making a decision for the group. Frey. They moved as a unit. Even the new lambs who hadn't been on the train followed Abby, Emmett, Nora, and Lara. Phantom images that vanished as they passed the threshold of the roof. What if they come for us? Jessie asked, quiet. I shook my head, a tight gesture. I was tense, listening, my ears straining. I heard shouts in the street, and I relaxed some. They're gone, Jessie said. I nodded. They might catch her, Jessie said. So be it, I said. Then I thought for a moment. She had a bit of a head start. The lambs have Mary. Yeah, I said. I tried to think about what Frey might do, the path she might take, the ways she might fight. She had said that she focused a lot of her attention on being elusive. I wondered what that entailed in the realms it touched on. What solutions would she devise? So many of my thoughts had been wrapped up in Frey that it didn't surprise me in the least when I glanced up and saw Yvette still on the rooftop, with another figure standing behind her. It wasn't a complete image, and it resembled things that Yvette had seen in the depths of her breakdown. Painted with broad, incoherent strokes, it was a perfect image of Frey, but it fell to pieces in the emulation, in the dance, the movements, and the other things. I had nowhere near the connection to Frey that I had in the lambs. Any of the other lambs, I could have danced with them, in the natural and instinctive understanding of how they moved, how they thought, and what they might do in any instant. I didn't have any of that with Frey, and so the image of her that stood before me was a contrary one. 3 complete Freys packed into one image no larger than Frey actually was, each one running contrary to the others. No, I spoke to the image. Away with you. She didn't listen. Sylvester, Jessie said. Her breath was hot on my cheek, and that realization should have been enough to stir me from this nightmare image. The realization that in pushing her down, we'd landed in a heap, and we'd remained that way while I interpreted the situation. Go, I whispered, my voice nonetheless firm. Yvette turned, and she reached for the amalgam Frey's hand. Simultaneously gripping fingers, hand, and sleeve of the different Freys at once, Yvette led Frey away. Off to the side, or into the background, but not gone. As this Frey walked away, the different faces turned. In one instant, all 3 found alignment. One Frey, blurry around the edges, a satisfied smile on her face. Having seen it here, I might as well have seen it in the instant she fled the station. Satisfaction, as if that moment of surrender had been an act, calculated in timing and detail. Jessie exhaled, and it was very controlled. I had the sense she had been holding her breath, and having reached her limit, she chose to still maintain control, so as not to disturb. Are you back? She asked. I nodded. In my role of counsel and long-term strategy, I should remind you that we should get back to the hotel, make sure everything is square, and make sure Warren and his group are prepared to help us make our way here. I nodded again. She continued, he'll be willing to help if we say we let Genevieve Frey go, but we have to assume the lambs will either catch her or lose her trail. They might come back here. Yeah, I said. This feels like a one-sided conversation, she said. And you're not moving. I raised myself up, checked, and saw that the lambs were gone. Duncan was still there, watching the luggage, while looking in the direction Frey and the lambs had gone. Jessie, thinking I was getting up, started to raise herself up as well. I dropped back down, and Jessie's head bumped against the roof of the train station's ticket booth. Ow. I'm supposed to give you your answer about you and me, aren't I? I asked. If I wait, then we'll have the crowd of students to think about, the train, accommodations, we'll be tired, other things might come up. It has to be now, doesn't it? While you're on top of me, almost pinning me down. I'm stuck, Jessie. Unless something else has gone wrong with that brain of yours, I think you're capable of moving, she said. I'm stuck because I like you a lot. You're the most important person to me. I look at you and I think, hey, Jessie looks nice today, just about every day. 2.5 out of 5 days, you even say so, she said. Somewhat platonically, but you say so. At your worst, you're on my case, you're critical, you're stubborn and you're slow. It probably says a lot that I'd miss all of those things if you got fed up with me and left tomorrow. She nodded. I think it would be easy, being with you. I feel like we could be close, I feel like we could be friends at the same time. I know what makes you tick. I know your strengths and weaknesses and all of that's fine. And it would be really nice to have another lamb close to me again. Like, actually close. There's something tripping you up. I hope you don't mind if I compare to others. Inevitable. With Mary, if there was anything, it would be that there was the dance. We worked well together and a lot of the barriers just weren't there. I'm a manipulator and she's a puppet, and she wanted someone to pull her strings. I could have gotten away with anything. In another world where neither of us were lambs and nothing made us special, yet our personalities were the same? I could have been the boyfriend that hits his girl and she might have been the girl who wouldn't immediately leave. I don't think that's... I hurried to beat Jessie to the punch. Not that I would ever, and not that she would stay forever, but for all her strength and determination, she didn't have those walls up, and would need to learn to put them up before she told me to fuck off. Okay, Jessie said. Lillian wouldn't take it. Didn't. She liked it, to an extent, if I was a bastard to her. But there was a boundary, a line, and with the way things are now and the way things are going to stay, it involves her sacrificing too much to even test it. I heard all that. But I could get away with a lot. I stalled myself, using Wyvern on my brain to tweak some things, and kept things in stasis, but it all made sense to me on an intrinsic level. On my personally warped level. Push, pull, manipulator, manipulated. Jessie nodded. She reached up to fix her glasses, and her hand brushed my chest. She shied away from the contact a little, as if recognizing that it might make me move away, or break the spell, or whatever it was that was going on. If she had an idea, I hoped she'd tell me later, because I wasn't entirely sure, for once. I'm sorry if talking about them makes you jealous. Jessie shook her head. No. No. Keep talking. Let's get this over with. We have things to do. I snorted, smiling. Jessie smiled, too. And, she added, her voice dropping, I'm scared you're going to tell me to take my feelings and shut them away again, because I will, and I'll replay this conversation in my head over and over, and I'd really rather it wasn't very long. Okay, I said. Can't have that. She nodded. I paused, thinking, and in the doing, I seemed to take too long, because she used one hand and lightly punched me in the gut. I grunted. Next time will hurt more, she said. Talk. I'm not very good at manipulating you, Jessie. I mean, yes, there are some ways. I understand you, I can do stuff to tease you, but in the romantic sense of boundaries and intimacy and getting close? I'm not sure what the tricks are. I want to say or do something to you to open the doors and I don't know how to sweep you up in my spell or dance past the boundaries. You call me on my bull. It's completely unfamiliar territory, and it's territory I can't cover using Wyvern because there's no way to practice it. You hesitate. Yes. You're nervous. Admittedly. I don't want to wreck our dynamic. I'm not sure how to get closer. I'm only this close right now by accident, and the reason I haven't moved away and gotten off you is I'm afraid if I do, I won't be able to get closer again. Jessie nodded. Something's not working, I said. Gordon said I was fluid and you were solid. I've thought that some of the lambs had natural affinities for one another, and some had natural conflicts. Gordon was never going to fully understand me, and I was never going to fully get him. Mary and Helen struggled to find that natural dynamic, and you and I. S.Y., Jessie said, interrupting. I'm babbling. S.Y., what you're talking about isn't it? I'm afraid it's worse. I read her expression and tone, and I poised myself. This is going to be a groaner, isn't it? I asked. It's almost as if you're a 16-year-old boy, and I'm a 17-year-old girl, and so long as I'm on the alert for your tricks, you're feeling and facing most of the same sorts of worries that most boys your age do in the opening stages of a relationship. I bowed my head, eyes screwed shut, and I made sure to groan before I said, oh lords, no. That's worse than everything else I thought put together. If it makes you feel better, I've been bottling up a lot of those same anxieties and worries for months now. That's on top of an entirely different sort that I've been bottling up for years. You poor creature, I said. Entirely my fault for falling for the most unpredictable 16-year-old in the Crown States, she said. Numbskull, I said. She punched me lightly in the stomach, again. A liar, too. You said the next one would hurt more. Don't tempt me, she said. See, I'm not sure if I should tempt you or not. I don't have a proper roadmap, here. I'm lost. I'm still stuck. You said you're stuck because you're afraid if you move away you won't be able to move closer again. So. Jessie raised herself up, and she moved her face closer to mine. She gave me a peck on the cheek. On the cheek? I asked. Shut up, she said. You're so lame. I accused her. Let me up. We have work to do, she said. Just like that, I said. Waving the white flag. Teasing aside, I did climb off of Jessie. The two of us stood, glancing back in the direction of the station platform, where Duncan was talking to quarantine officers, still guarding the bags. Your move next, Jessie said, not making eye contact. Oh, is that how we're doing this? Back and forth? A game of one-upmanship. Jessie sighed. We made our way down from the roof to the ticket booth proper. I asked, one of us makes a move, the other has to work up the courage and top it, or she gets made the subject of merciless teasing. She. Well, I'm not going to lose, little Miss Usemont. I'm frankly interested to see where this goes. Unless you cry uncle, I'm imagining this escalating to the extent of a Frey-esque web of goings-on involving a trapeze, an academy-engineered spider monkey that has actual spider in its makeup, a choir, and an actual uncle to cry out to. It's an elegant lose-lose situation you're walking into here. It really is, Jessie said. She'd lifted up her glasses to rub at her eyes, as if I was already giving her a headache. I knew the truth. She was trying to hide that she was laughing. She found her composure. For a moment, I entertained the fantasy that we might have something resembling an ordinary little romance. I shifted position as I walked, giving her shoulder a bump with mine. We'll find a middle ground. That would be nice, she smiled at me. Can that count as my turn? A heartwarming bit of compromise. No, sy. But she pulled the same maneuver and she bumped my shoulder with hers. I took the opportunity to throw my arm around her shoulders, giving her a one-armed hug. I could feel the tension fall away from her shoulders with my arm there. How about this? I asked. Does this count? Oh, look at that. The tension came back, just like that. I'll take that as a no, I said. It doesn't count if you were doing it before today. That puts me at a natural disadvantage, my memory being what it is. And here I thought you weren't going to lose, she teased. Oh, I won't. But if I win despite it not being terribly fair, I'm totally going to rub it in. That's allowed, Jessie said. We made our way to the hotel. The outside was devoid of students, the doors boarded up, the area nondescript. After checking the coast was clear, we let ourselves in. The students were there, waiting and ready, virtually all with luggage in arm's reach. The gang leaders were there. Virtually all of the strays were absent. I looked for and found all of my major players. Rudy and Possum were off to one side with Second Gordon. They'd collected Jessie's and my luggage for us. My lambs were present, as was Frey. Frey, distorted, stood next to Warren. Something had changed in Frederick's eyes. I wondered if it was newfound respect or resentment. I glanced at the muscle-bound Warren, who stood off to one side with his collection of Frey's hirelings, Wendy and Avis. We gave her a signal, I told him. She's on the run from the lambs. She'll probably want help. Keep them busy, give us a chance to board our train, you'll get no further interference from us, and we'll be on good terms the next time we meet. I saw his expression twist, and he momentarily looked as if he'd stomp toward me and smash me into the ground. Avis touched his arm, and he stopped. We should help her, Avis said. They hurried to leave. The door slammed behind them, in a way that only a Bruno of a man like Warren could slam doors. Perhaps we won't be on good terms the next time we meet, then, I thought. I looked at the room, and I could see that the nervousness had set in. This was the hardest step to take, the last chance to turn back. Are you ready to go? I called out. I got a cheer in response. To make a name for yourselves. Another cheer. Not louder, but more unified. Ready to cut loose for once in your lives. This response was louder. Say a very special fuck you to all the students, people, and parents who looked down on you. Even the ones who'd been holding back joined in for this one. Gang members, even. Then let's go. It was the loudest outcry yet. Out the hotel, around the corner to the stable with waiting carriages, where we stowed the heaviest bags, the strays that had decided to come, and 2 students who would move slower. The rest followed behind. It was momentum now, keeping them moving. I broke away from Jessie, moved through the group. I encouraged students, made sure stronger ones carried heavier bags, and touched base with each of the group leaders. We didn't go to the train station, but to the outskirts of town. The train tracks cut north to south, and we found the tracks at the northwest edge of town, as they emerged from the mountain. Jessie touched the track and sensed the vibration. She looked at me. Right on time, she said. Perfect, I said. The train emerged from the tunnel, already braking. It didn't stop at the station, but here, waiting for us. A cargo train, meant to hold timber, grain, and meat. At a nod from the driver of the train and a signal from me, the students began boarding the train, piling into the enclosed compartments. I followed up the rear, taking an uncomfortable non-seat on the floor of the compartment, sitting across from Mabel the sheriff's daughter, Possum, and Rudy. Jessie plopped herself down next to me. We left the door of the train car open. It hardly mattered, and there was something freeing about it that the students in our car seemed to like. With that as our vantage point, as we crested the hill, I could take in Lorius from a distance. The city sprawled, not a lot of it attractive. A port at the north end, ships coming to and fro, with dilapidated slums where we'd found the strays and set up our headquarters. A ferry crossed back and forth across the bay itself. I thought about the lambs. I wished I could talk to them, even as I knew it was the worst idea. I said a silent goodbye to City and the lambs both. Next time, I thought, for the lambs. We won't sacrifice you before we sacrifice ourselves, I thought for the city, and all the other ones like it. Lamb, Arc 15. I wonder how the mayor is going to handle this, Mabel said. Or how the academy is going to handle it. Most of the students rioted, then disappeared. Jessie, tired, closed her eyes, to better reduce the burden of information. In the back of her mind, she anchored the 3 segments of phrase. Key anchors were mayor, academy, student. Orderly threads connected these anchors to the current date and time, to prior conversation, putting each idea in a line. 2 days after his 1-year anniversary with the lambs, Jamie had used the first available set of quiet days and post-appointment adjustment period to recatalog all of his memories, going through every last one in turn. The 1-year anniversary was a massive anchor unto itself, and in lieu of a system prescribed by his doctors, Jamie had shifted to a more symbolic series of subcategories. The hand signals used by the lambs. They had started off simple, covering a variety of bases, and in Jamie's mind, every last one had had a color, a general shape, and a lot of the vocabulary, spacings, and timings of events were similar within a color or key gesture. The old system of his own doctor's design had been thrown out, the new system implemented. It was something Jamie had done several times. Jessie had hoped that by adopting Jamie's system and holding to it instead of revising it, she might extend her own life. Not so. Wonder was inspiration, which fell into the mind gesture. Mind was 3 fingers together. Mind became different things depending on context, the rigidity of fingers changed. 3 fingers up tall, all touching, was hard thinking, maths, academy science, logic, cold analysis. Bring the fingers down and it became soft, abstract thinking, which often became one of 2 different things if the thumb was in front or behind the 3 fingers. Interpersonal thinking for the former, inspired or artistic thinking for the latter. Of the most basic signs, each one flowed into the other. Each one assigned a color, it allowed colors to blur or mix, for categorizations to find shades of color alongside the general shape of the signs, for easy identification. Mayor was the anchor, marked turquoise wonder at the outset, yellow manipulation at the end. Within, words fell into place, transcribed exactly, as music notes might be, with sound and emphasis. Each of those details had emphasis of their own. She collected every detail she needed to be able to recall the statement in exacting detail. She did it with the next segment, a fainter turquoise echo of the prior statement with less emphasis marks and strong connection to the prior segment, as if the statement was an extended punctuation mark trailing on after the previous statement, a different anchor set 2/5 of the way into it. The third statement was tinted red. The closed fist, aggression and violence, force and impetus. All 3 segments were sorted in this meticulous detail. 3 cards on a vast bookshelf. Records extended back to the day that she had woken up in the stone throne, connected to the caterpillar system, set in place with a card with a tab that indicated Mabel. Other parts of Jessie's mind in her skull, shoulders and along her spine were muted so long as her eyes were shut. The parts that would track Mabel's facial expressions and keep things in parallel with the transcription of words, environment and Jessie's ongoing awareness of her own physical state. Threads interconnected it all, stitching it together into a cohesive thing. Up and down and left and right were chronological elements as she explored her own catalog, forward and back were her own focus, with 1 or 2 things taking priority while other things were pushed further back on a given shelf. If her mind was a painstaking record system, the threads were cobwebs that sprawled across it, divorced from the chronological and the focal. 3 individual lobes and subsystems tracked ongoing events in detail. It should have been 4, but one had been damaged when Sylvester cut too close to her spine while removing the plague. 5 more systems managed the threads. Without these, she would record the memories but be left unable to access them. Again, it should have been 6 threading areas of her brain, but Sylvester's efforts had left her gutted in a way. She wouldn't ever tell him, because that would be gutting him, and it wouldn't help anything. The reason she emphasized timing so much as of late was because she was using the implanted lobe that maintained pacing as a crutch for systems that had been grievously wounded. They'll start with damage control, Sylvester said. They'll paint you all as villains, as best they can. It won't work very well. All the students who state our voices the academy will need to suppress. Parents and family members will come, wondering where their children are, some will find their children stayed, and others will find that their children ran off with the circus. Efforts to stir the pot will be complicated by the rumors that I've kidnapped a great many of you. 11 cards were sorted in the span of 11 eye blinks, faster than Sylvester could talk. She opened her eyes to watch Rudy, Possum, and Mabel. Other parts of her brain snapped into operation, tracking the visual details. You didn't need to do that, Rudy said. Threads connected the transcribed statement to Rudy's expression. The underlying, natural operation was likely as sophisticated as Sylvester's was, but actually using that knowledge was harder than that. It required her to stop and analyze, and it required her to know what to analyze in the first place. The cobwebs clarified rather than obscured. She could see things by the way the cobwebs sprawled, and she could peer through the cobwebs to see the anchors they were tied to. In how her brain worked, she created a kind of sentiment. She could look back at Mabel's words and connect it to things Mabel had said before. She could see the densities of threads, the zigzagging shapes they made as they touched on things elsewhere, where those zigzagging shapes dipped low or high, or seemed more scattered. A glance at an unusual pattern highlighted the anchors, highlighted key expressions at the time, still images of Mabel's face at the time the statements were made. Jessie could look closer and see the exact transcript, the placements of light and shadow, temperature, and her own posture at the moments in question. It makes sense to do it, Sylvester said. The fact is that not all of us are going to stay. The initial gleam will wear off. If I burned the bridge, the people who no longer had a reason to be here but were forced to stay would be resentful. It hurts more than it helps. The other students in the car nodded at that. We'll let them go that easy? Rudy asked. You know they'll just go and report on our locations and activities, right? We'll be moving a few times, Sylvester said. If we're going to lose people, we should lose them during the moves. I suppose Jessie and I won't be very open about where we're going, just to protect all of us. Jessie could cross-check her records. This was something she had seen a few times while they were recruiting the gang leaders, Pierre, Samuel, and Shirley. He was always so mindful of the exit routes. When someone joined, he was careful to leave them a way out, to always remind them they could go. He sent them on their way with prosperity, where he could. The ones who betrayed, he gutted. This all tied back to Sylvester's own experience with the lambs. You might be being a little cynical, Jessie said. She found a number of memories where Sylvester had followed this pattern. More than a little, when it comes to recruits and extending trust. I'm fine extending trust, I'm also fine covering our bases. You know what I mean, Jessie said. You're being uncharacteristically wary. I'm always wary. I'm being uncharacteristically conservative, though. Are you saying we shouldn't extend trust? Or are you saying we shouldn't cover our bases? I think you might be being a little cynical, Jessie said, not letting herself be caught by this particular trap. Past experience coloring your present opinions when it comes to recruitment. You're thinking of Clay. I'm not thinking of Clay, Jessie said. I'm thinking of you. Sylvester leaned back. He exhaled slowly. Fair. I didn't think about that. Yab. Now I'm bummed out. Jessie ignored that. We recruited an army. If you try to micromanage it, you'll end up too caught up keeping things in working order to properly plot. Sylvester rubbed his chin, then ventured, we might extend it to a trusted few, so there's less reason for others to worry we're playing things too close to the vest. Trusted few? Mabel asked. You three, barring any surprises in the next little while, Sylvester said. But I think my assessment of you three is pretty good. Things are going to change, as we get underway. People who found their way to leadership of student groups might be replaced by others. Nick has his talents, but I don't know if he'll stay top delinquent boy. Ralph is gone, and you're liable to be the new leader of the greenhouse gang. You say it just like that? Mabel asked. I didn't hold any special position in the group. There are people who spent more time there than I did. I'm good at reading people, Sylvester said. I like the read I get on you. I have no reason to think you won't naturally find your place at the head of that particular contingent. I'm not as sure as you are, Mabel said. I know the greenhouse gang better than you do. Maybe, Sylvester said. The way he said it suggested he was framing his thoughts. He looked like he was enjoying himself. Threads. Jessie checked past records, taking it all in, searching out cases where the threads zigzagged in a similar way to this one. She took note of his face, thinking in the background to compare his expression now to similar cases. That was background. Her focus was on the pattern. His analytical ability challenged, he brought it to the fore. Sylvester talking to the gang leaders in late fall, 3 days into their stay in Laureus. Picking someone, seemingly at random, coming up with a dozen details. Sylvester at the herbalists in Tineware. The man had been condescending, pricking Sylvester's pride. Sylvester had gone on the attack, showing just how much of the herbalist's trade that he understood. Sylvester talking to Lillian. An early memory for Jessie, in the grand scheme of things. 1 week after the Breckwell incident, Frey and her contingent of rebellion leaders, which Jamie hadn't participated in, she had gone with Ashton for their proper introduction to the Lambs. In the period of time following, Lillian had been low, a teacher uncooperative with allowing her to do a lab project she had missed. He had given her less time than he had given others, and she had done worse as a consequence. Sylvester had reassured to encourage. There were 2 other examples that Jessie found and quickly touched on to verify another trend she had noticed. In all but one of the examples, Sylvester followed a similar pattern. Jessie had no idea if it was instinctive or calculated. He started with the blunt details. Visual things, clues he'd spotted and could point to. He moved on to weaker arguments that were hard to shoot down, then finished strong, with deep, powerful insights into things he had no right to know. You've got a good attention to details, he said. You knew my name and background, knew out who I was, and only one other person managed that today, and she was in the background during one of my other jobs. You knew how devastating I'm purported to be. Jessie groaned slightly to herself, both because her suspicion was wrong and because of the devastating malarkey. Jessie knows too, obviously, Sylvester said. Jessie asked, you are aware that the devastating thing was bait? A signal to you from the Lambs? They were trying to get a response out of you, and you fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Is that a fact? Not a definitive one, Jessie said. She looked over her glasses at him, to better see him clearly, without the filter that blurred the most minor details out of the world while lowering the burden on her memory. But I wanted to rain on your parade a little, before you got too much of a parade going. How sweet, looking after me, pruning my ego. Someone has to, Jessie said. She poked him. He played up his response to the poke in his side, acting as if it had been harder than it was. I didn't buy it for a second. You're going to have to step up your game if you are going to start pruning me. I'll have to outsource and make sure every single one of our new recruits know not to take you seriously. Sylvester turned his attention to Mabel. Ignore Jessie, please. Except don't actually, because she's as key a member of this team as I am. For now, let's focus on why I think you are so critical for the greenhouse gang. Sylvester ducked his head down. His arms rested on his knees as he sat beside Lillian, close enough he could have reached across her right shoulder to tap her left shoulder if he could. I want you to forget about all that for a moment, okay? Forget Professor Moron. Listen to me. When you joined the team, I wasn't that happy about it. 4 reasons. Because we had a good dynamic going without you. You successfully changed my mind. That's not to be understated. I feel a tad self-conscious about this, Mabel said. There were others in the train car. Most were engaged in their own conversations, but they were keeping an ear out for what Sylvester was saying. Be self-conscious in a good way. The greenhouse gang is full of very dedicated, clever students, who have a good eye for watching their backs. When you stood up to Ralph, you naturally secured your position, understand? You made sure you communicated unambiguously. That's going to go a long way with that small group of students and with all the others like them. You need to trust me on this. I'm not the type to lie about this sort of thing. I'm under the impression, from what the posters said, from what you've said, and what you've demonstrated, that you're something of a charlatan and a liar. Proudly so. I'm a good reader of people. You still managed to surprise me. That puts you in a special class of people who I really want to keep close at hand. You change your mind like other people change clothes, you dunce. That's the point of Wyvern, Lillian said. It is, but how many people affect a serious, lasting, meaningful change in my brain? Who gets to take up that limited real estate and memory capacity? You earned your dang place on the team, despite every single one of my doubts about you, understand? Lillian didn't have a ready answer to that. Mabel fell silent, thinking over the words. Sylvester lowered his voice. You helped me out last night. It might have made all the difference, giving me the strength to tackle a situation I was dreading. If I'd been more tired, more irritable, things might have played out differently. Lillian nodded. I want to surround myself with smart people. Because I really like smart, capable people. Especially those who surprise me and those who are going to back me up when it counts. If you wanted capable people, Beetle might be the wrong place to look, another student commented. Bullshit, Sylvester said. I'm over the dang moon with some of the people that grabbed my attention earlier today. They've been lifesavers already. He moved his hand in what could have been interpreted as a gesture in the direction of Mabel, Rudy, and Possum. They made today easier. That counts for something. The parallels were there. The way Sylvester talked to Lillian, the way he talked to Mabel. Jessie could think back, pick from an ocean-vast collection of Sylvester expressions, covering a range. From there, it was a process of cutting it down. Every expression had a shorthand code to help with the recording and retrieval. She could simply think, is it more intense an expression than this mid-range one or is it less, and prune half of the list. After a few discards, she was in a set range. It was the original Jamie's system. He'd written about it in books, along with mnemonics from the early days. Sylvester's lopsided smile was sinew. Eschewing vowels, it had the letters to indicate strong, neutral, weak and intensity, for left corner, lips themselves, and right corner. There was too much for Jessie to find her way through her own overcrowded mind without some shorthand. If the extrapolation to Jamie's written records was correct, Sylvester might already be interested in Mabel to the same extent he was interested in Lillian, once. The timing would be the last available book that the original Jamie had written in. Not the last available entry, but an entry 8 days prior. Sylvester had finished talking to Lillian. He had reaffirmed her place in the world. Said in as many words that she should pay less attention to the outside world, inviting her to listen to him and give his words a special weight. He had rewarded the confidence in him by giving her the chance to refute a small point of argument, then strengthened his argument and built her up as a hero of the moment. Jamie saw how Lillian's body language had changed. She had relaxed quite a bit. They sat together, backs to the front of the couch, not actually sitting on the couch itself. It was half littered with children's things. Are you going back to your dorm tonight? Why is that even a question? Where else am I supposed to go? Mary's got an appointment, she might sleep over in the lab or get in really late. Jamie's going back for checkups. Oh, I get it, Lillian said. From your tone, I'm not sure you do. I can see right through you, you know, Lillian said. Oh, can you now? If I Lillian started. Then she lowered her voice. If I assume what happened that night in Breckwell happens tonight. Jamie, reading a book in the other room, barely overhearing but putting the pieces together all the same, felt a lurch of surprise. Something not in the books, something that confounded his understanding of the lambs and where things stood. You'll laugh at me and say you meant I should stay in Mary's bed and wait for her. And if I assume Mary's bed, you'll... He wondered if he should get up and leave, or make his presence more known. I'll what? Sylvester asked. Call me dumb and tease me for missing the point, she said. I don't know. Seems like you put a whole lot more attention into the first thought, climbing into my bed, than you put into the second thought, staying over with Mary. You're horrible. And you're wrong, Lil. Very wrong. Because you called yourself dumb, for one thing, and because you thought for a second that I would use that night against you. Never. You're not my enemy. Not since you saved Mary. I can be a jerk, but I will not go after you when you've had a bad day and you're lonely. I will not punish you. Then he dropped his voice. Jamie only caught the sound of his name. Not his own name, but Sylvester had said Jamie. Analysis of this memory fragment had suggested Sylvester had said something akin to, if you need closeness while you're missing Jamie. Jamie, at mention of his name, stirred. He caught a glimpse of Sylvester touching Lillian's cheek, wiping away one tear. He felt like an intruder. He passed out of the dining room and into the kitchen, past Frances, who was picking through a plate of crackers, probably while intentionally eavesdropping on Sylvester and Lillian. She wouldn't have caught all or even some of it. Jamie, Sylvester called out, from the other room. Jamie approached the sitting room again. I'm sorry if we disturbed your reading by talking, Lillian said. A comparison of memories suggested her cheeks had been wiped dry. A comparison of other memories suggested Sylvester had had his handkerchief in another pocket before he'd sat down with Lillian to talk about Professor Moorhen. You didn't disturb me any, Jamie said. I was wondering what you were planning for the rest of the night. Oh, Jamie said. He recalled the conversation. He chose his answer carefully. I'm procrastinating on going back for my appointment. I was going to make sure Ashton is getting settled, and then maybe have tea before leaving at the last possible minute. Jamie recalled dorm schedules and times, then quickly added, 10:30? I could walk you back if you'd like, Lillian. Or if you really wanted, I could walk you back sooner than that. His heart pounded in his chest. His skin felt tight around his connection scars. He wanted to do the right thing, he wasn't sure what the right thing was. He wanted to leave the door open for Lillian to choose what she wanted. If there was any bias, he wanted her to be closer to Sylvester. There was no reason for her to feel lonely or feel like the interloper among the tighter-knit lambs. Not in the way Jamie so poignantly felt now. That's late, Lillian said. I think I'll stay the night, I'll wait for Mary or something. Or something, Sylvester said. Lillian turned a little pink at that. Rather than give Sylvester more fuel, she turned, I'm going to go steal something of Mary's to wear. She went upstairs. Left there with only Jamie, Sylvester looked as uncomfortable and disconnected from things as he'd looked comfortable with Lillian. Sylvester rubbed the back of his neck, and he didn't make eye contact. Thank you, Sylvester said. The pause was a little too long before he said, for looking after Ashton, for being helpful. It felt like there was a chasm between them. How was Jamie supposed to say he was thankful too, for the call-out, the chance to close the gap just a fraction? Thank you, he said. He injected a pause of similar length. For taking care of our medic. Yeah, Sylvester said. To compare memories, snapshots of images, Sylvester earlier, Sylvester while talking to Lillian, Sylvester now, it was akin to the diagrams and disease progression photos in books about poison and disease. It was as if every moment in Jamie's company was a half percentage point or so of Sylvester diminishing, the joy leaking out of him, the grief welling up. I'm going to go see to my tea. Would you want some? Would Lillian? Hey, Sylvester said, abrupt. Jamie stopped mid-step. You could blow off your appointment. Stay over, like Lillian is. Kids might make some noise, first thing, but... Sylvester couldn't even meet Jamie's eyes as he said it. It cost more than half of a percentage point of Sylvester to even voice the offer and entertain the idea of it. No, Jamie said, even as it killed him to put it into words. Focus on Lillian for now. She had a bad day. It killed him just a little more to see Sylvester's relief at that. It was a lonely, sad, beautiful memory. Jessie, in reliving it, sorting things out in her head, had started to drift off. The conversation was ongoing. She could tell where she had started to nod off and where she'd been more lucid by how much she had transcribed to memory. Goes back to what I was saying about surrounding myself with capable, intelligent people, Sylvester was saying. We get you lot an education. That means finding capable back alley doctors and ex-professors to teach you. The problem, Jessie said, is that the kind of capable, back alley professor who would work with rebellion have been snapped up by various rebellion factions and are working elsewhere. That is an eminently solvable dilemma, Sylvester said. Also, you're awake. Lift your rear end up. My rear end? Jessie asked. But she did as she'd been instructed. Sylvester slid a heavy coat underneath her. The coat, pulled from nearby luggage, was suede trimmed with fur. For colder weather. Turns out an uninsulated train car is cold at this time of year, Sylvester said. As Jessie straightened out her legs, Sylvester folded the coat around them. He got another bit of clothing out and set it behind Jessie, giving her a cushion. He draped a third, lighter coat over her as a blanket of sorts. Sleep if you need to sleep. It's been a long day. Jessie nodded. The contrast to the memory was a stark one that left her a little speechless. Sylvester turned to Rudy, Possum, and Mabel, as if nothing had happened. If you want it, if you're less interested in the learning and more interested in the doing, that can be arranged too. Be a part of the inner circle, kind of. Ah, so this was where they were in the current pattern. The bargain, the negotiation past boundaries with an offer of greater intimacy. An invite to bed, an invitation to the inner circle. Then, the next step in the pattern would be for Sylvester to physically test those boundaries. Would he get up soon? His foot wasn't far from Mabel's. A light kick? A tap? Watching, she settled down, sitting less and lying down more, the padding behind her serving as a pillow. More memories threatened to rise up and pull her into a deep sleep, nothing like what the machine could do in organizing and strengthening the threads, making the connections shorter, and keeping the worst tangles of threads from getting too weighty and potentially pulling material down with them. When and if that happened, it would be like that memory on the 2nd of February in Tyne when she had taken an alternate route after buying food. In that memory, there was a building face, and the details of that building face were absent where they had once been recorded in detail. Dropped at some point in the last week, while she had been distracted with the imminent plan to steal Frey's plan. Jessie waited to see if Sylvester would continue his game of almost flirting to the extent of physical back and forth with Mabel. A physical intimacy, even if it was boot-tapping boot, gauging how much she might let him in. Jessie had never really known jealousy, not until that day Lillian had been captured and brought to the top of the tower. She didn't experience it now. This, with Sylvester making her warm, was nice and welcome. I want to learn and be a part of any decision-making, especially if I'm looking after the greenhousers. If that's possible, that is. Well, Mabel, if you try that and manage it, you'll redouble my belief that you're the kind of smart, capable person I want near me. Mabel wasn't one to blush, but she did look pleased at the prospect. Not quite a physical and minute extension of intimacy, but in his easy verbal jests, he'd inched closer. No surprise there. Even the fact that he seemed oblivious to the fact that he was saying exactly what he needed to say to win Mabel over wasn't so surprising. He could be so dense sometimes. No, the real surprise was Sylvester's hand reaching down and taking Jessie's. He kept talking, as if nothing had happened. I want the strong students to make the weakest better. No more competition, Sylvester said. We're all in this together. You teach each other what you know, and Jessie and I are going to get all of you some teachers. Some here and there will stand out from the rest. Jessie and I can be teachers to them. That's the beginning. What's the middle? Rudy asked. Taking on nobles. Not picking fights like we've been doing, not the reckless, mad attacks. I want to take them on our playing field. Lambsbridge and Usemont playing field. I want to know what makes them tick, and then I want to take them apart. The Beetle students are what shape the playing field. Coordinated work. Sylvester was so excited at the prospects. He looked happy. She could cross-check. She could find similar expressions. Sylvester sat in the window in their apartment in Tyne. He had a mug of a favorite tea and a plate of favorite cookies with him. The tea was only available every few weeks and in short supply, while the cookies were often sold out. A new piece of music played on the music machine. Sylvester had had a good night with his stealing and fencing, and he had spent nearly all of it on luxuries and small amenities. Music ticked over to a new piece, and as it got underway, he twisted in his seat, nearly spilling his tea. He looked at Jamie and, smiling wide, excited, he indicated the music player, not speaking for fear of disturbing the sound he liked so much. No. At the root of that moment was being at peace, not being truly happy. Sylvester and Lillian, together in the morning in Lug. Before Gordon had died. No. Animal comforts, but not joy. There were other moments, but as Jessie followed the threads and looked for patterns in this hard-to-capture emotion, one that couldn't be taken as a set of facial expressions and broken down into a minnow or a Sussex, she had a feeling about where that pattern pointed. Sylvester could barely contain himself. Do it, do it, do it, Sylvester chanted. Do not do it. Gordon roared. Children of the orphanage dogpiled Gordon, fighting to drag him to the ground. An 8-year-old boy with a mischievous gleam in his eye to match Sylvester's danced on the spot. Grab his leg. Push on the back of his knee, Sylvester said. Tickle him. Do not give them advice. I will murder you, Sylvester. I know of ways to dispose of bodies. It was 10 children aged 5 to 12 against one Gordon. Gordon was winning. Sylvester stepped forward. Gordon. For too long, you've made fun of my fighting skills. I challenge you. Not the time. It has to be now. En garde, sir. Drop dead, Sylvester. Jamie, help me. Don't help him, Sylvester said. I'll give you my dessert tonight. Tempting. I might just take you up on that. Mary. I don't think I'd normally interfere on a fair fight, but this doesn't look fair, Mary said. I've been plotting this duel for too long, Sylvester declared, raising his voice to be heard over shouting children. Mary, I will tell them about the hearts. Perhaps the fight is fair after all, Mary decided. You are the worst girlfriend. Gordon said. Sylvester added his strength to the group of children. Slowly, Gordon was pushed to the ground. Helen. Back me up. I will buy you cake. I don't think Sylvester would forgive me if I interfered, Helen said. I won't forgive you if you don't interfere. I'll buy you more cake, Sylvester said. He'll buy me more cake. Lillian, Gordon tried. A last-ditch effort. Why am I the last person you ask? Please. It was Lillian who jumped to the rescue. Sylvester, holding Gordon down, stuck out a foot to interfere, trying to stall her. The mischievous younger boy approached Gordon, dropped true, and began to lower his bare rear end toward Gordon's face. In a last-ditch effort, a desperation move, Gordon raised his body up, and he nipped at the younger boy's butt cheek. To no avail. The boy jumped 5 feet in the air, yes, but the fart was provoked by the bite, not prevented. The successful assault and the combined imagery of a little boy farting and shooting straight up in the air at the same time saw the entire room collapse into laughter. Only Gordon stood tall, all fury and intimidation, which made others laugh all the harder. The moment at the end there, that was the closest match to Sylvester's expression now. Considering that he didn't have the lambs and might not ever have them again, it was every bit the success Jessie had hoped for. And the final stage, Sylvester said, much like the middle stage and the late middle stage, and the late middle stage, is the very careful but monumental toppling of a king. Head over heels 16.1. I banged the door, hard enough to disturb the neighbors. I glanced around, but nobody was opening any windows or stepping outside to cuss at me. We had tried to occupy places where there weren't too many people to bother, but it wasn't always easy. We wanted space too, and this particular town had sprung up as a localized bed of industry. The layout of this town was such that lumber mills and slaughterhouses had cropped up here and there with dormitories and cottages set up around them. Using the old mills and slaughterhouses meant having neighbors. It meant having neighbors who were of the type to want to avoid the cities or avoid people. Some had some stake in the aforementioned slaughterhouses and mills and were willing to endure our presence in exchange for some money for the use of the premises. The snow that fell was a wet, rainy sort, melting as soon as it hit the ground. The town was one of peeling paint on cabins and roads that were losing ground to dirt and weeds. The residents of this particular building were taking their sweet time in getting to the door. I pulled out my picks, and began working on the lock. It wasn't an easy job. I'd picked up some good locks on the last trip into the city, enough so that I was a little slow in working through them. I didn't rush the job, but I didn't go slow either. I was 4/5 of the way done when I heard the noise on the other side. I pulled my lockpicks out as the latch turned on the other side. I held them up as the door opened. The boy who opened the door wore a sleep shirt and pants with the suspenders hanging down near his knees. He looked rumpled, tired, and rather alarmed as he saw me. He glanced back over his shoulder. If you'd taken longer than I did to open the door, I would have docked your pay, I told him. You were just in time. Oh, he said. He blinked, a little blearily. Can you tell the others that? Remind me, I said, as I let myself in, slipping past him. Are you all getting up to trouble? No, the boy said. You're doing something wrong then, I said. You should be rebelling a little. He closed the door behind me, cutting off the flow of cold, wet air, and he rubbed at his arms. We were playing cards until late, he said. That's a little bit better, I said. A start, anyway. I walked over to the wood stove in the one corner, used the tongs to move the screen and open the stove, and grabbed a log to chuck onto the embers. Fire went out, I commented. You all staying warm up there? With the tongs, I pointed in the direction of the stairs to the second floor. He didn't respond, instead giving me a smile, much like I'd imagine an insecure kid half his age wearing if they were standing at the front of the class with a picture they were proud of. I'll take that as a yes. The silly happy smile got wider. Yes. We have a stove up there we use sometimes, more for light than heat. But we're warm. Good, I said. I need everyone downstairs within the next few minutes or I will dock pay. There were stipulations if you wanted to stay in one of the main labs. He nodded quickly, then he ran off, taking stairs 2 at a time. I could hear the commotion upstairs. I ignored it, carrying on with finding the kettle, sloshing the contents and sniffing it to make sure it was only water. I put more water inside and put it on the stove. Upstairs, there was a commotion. Things moved, ex-students chattered in a rushed tone, and bottles clinked and rolled across the floor. I washed teacups at the lab sink and listened as they roused. If I finished these mugs before they came down the stairs. I didn't. Again, they ducked just under the wire. I could appreciate that. 6 boys and 4 girls came down the stairs, wearing expressions that alternated from the vaguely ashamed to the mischievous. One plump girl that looked a little younger than me was grinning, her hair sticking up on one side, eyes sparkling, a bounce in her step. I didn't recognize her enough to know her by name, but I'd seen her around. She was cute, and I appreciated the devilish but happy gleam in her eyes. It suggested I was doing something right. Hands out in front of you, like you're going to shake my hand, I said. The 10 students did as I'd asked. I carried on washing the cups, watching them with my peripheral vision. One of the boys at the tail end of the group dropped his hand within a few seconds of holding it out. A tall fellow with dark circles under his eyes and a mop of hair he peeked through. Keep your hand there, I told him. He put his hand out, held it there for a second, then moved it to smooth out his clothing before sticking it back in place. Hands down, I said. I turned to face them, my attention going to one of the girls first. You're drunk, I told her. You're swaying. Her eyes dropped, giving me a mumbled, abbreviated, SRE. I filled a cup with cold water and handed it to her. Drink. Something in it, she asked. I shook my head. It's water. Drink it. 10 sets of eyes were on her as she emptied the cup. Go upstairs. Sleep, stay hydrated, I said. I'm docking your pay by half. If I have to do it again, you move out of this lab and into one of the other buildings. You get free lodging if you're here in this building or one of the other main labs, but the deal is you're ready to work in the mornings. She nodded. Have fun, enjoy being free, but I've brought you on board to do something, right? She nodded again, quick, I'm actually really sorry. I know my numbers and ratios, I knew, but I got sloppy as I drank and made a bad call. Go. Sleep it off. I'll only be upset if it becomes a thing. You've learned your lesson and they've hopefully learned the same lesson. She ducked out, heading back upstairs. I turned to the fidgety guy. You take some drug? He nodded. Did you use stuff bought with my and Jesse's money to get yourself high? He shook his head. He and another 2 boys jumped in all at once, talking over each other. Stop, 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 I said. When they did, I indicated one of the boys. We made sure he didn't, the boy said. Okay. Same deal as what share name drinking, I told him. I need you sober and in full possession of your faculties when you wake up. Outside of that, unless it's becoming too regular a thing, I don't care. I'm in possession, he said, a little belligerent. I'm sober. You're shaky and you can't stand still, I told him. You might fog a centrifuge or give a lab rat motion sickness or something. Those aren't things, the boy who had opened the door said. He'd pulled on a shirt and sweater. They are things in my head and that's what matters, I said. And you were supposed to remind me of something. If I hadn't opened the door when I did, everyone's pay would have been docked. Exactly, I said. Everyone, thank him. In unsteady unison, almost sing-song, they said some variations on, thank you, Dustin. Perfect, I said. And Dustin gets a bonus. Because I do incentives, not just punishments. He'll get the money that what share name and Shaky here are getting docked. Because he's doing what he's supposed to do. They pushed me out of bed and made me get the door, Dustin said. And you won the prize. Funny how that works, isn't it? I asked him. You decide if they deserve any of it. Maybe as a starting point, you distribute a quarter of it to the other 7 who aren't getting docked, and take the rest. He said. Maybe I take half? And I share the other half with the rest of the group, including Cole and John. Perfect. I said, pleased that he'd caught on. I'd lowballed my suggestion, giving him room to adjust and look generous for his circle of friends. As for the boy I assume is John, meet Mr. Cup of Water. Drink it. He took the teacup and he drank. He looked surly throughout. All is well, I told him. But you all are my hands, my eyes, my ears, and my academy-educated brains. I'm paying you to work toward my purposes, and for that, I need you to be reasonably predictable. Which means not being on anything while you're on duty. He said. He didn't smile or even really look me in the eye. Can I go? Sure, I said. He left. I drew a notebook out of my pocket and made notes. Then I turned back a few pages, and I tore out 3. I slapped them down on the desk. Those of you who are on proper, paying duty, read. The remaining 5 boys and 3 girls approached, clustering at the table to read. I got the kettle and poured out the cups. Pheromone gland, I said, giving the basic points of what was on the paper. Lab 1 is already working on something that can detect pheromones. We had it in mind for another purpose, but something came up and we want to use it now. Get up to speed, get something going. It's going in a modified stitched and all we need is for it to leave a scent trail. I asked other students if it's doable in 3 days and they said it might be doable in 2. What do you say? There was a bit of hesitation. I gestured, urging a response. I could maybe do it, the others can help, one of the girls said. I'm thinking a modified anal gland. Maybe we should have someone else who knows the particulars better. Mabel from Team Green. The greenhouse gang had become Team Green as the winter had progressed. Sometimes they were just the green. Mabel's busy, I said. But talk to her. She's in Lab 1. She can probably tell you other students who know anything about this. Grab 2 at most for this team, give them space upstairs if they need or want it, try to get along. You make that sound like we're not going to, one of the boys said. There's always friction, I said. Try to get along, that's all I'm asking. If I'm wrong and there are no problems, then that's great. There were some mumbles of acknowledgement, with an over-enthusiastic, yes sir, from the girl with the blonde pillow hair. Try not to look so happy, I told her, as I prepared the tea. You're supposed to be hungover. Every part of me hurts, she said. The sound of the spoon clinking against the side of the cup is making me see stars. Then stop smiling, I told her. You're too bright to look at. We played cards, I won most of the chips. Yet? Maybe I'll invite you to Sylvester's weekly card game with me, Jessie, and the other top players of the Beetle Ribbles. Do you have the red chips and blue chips? She asked. The girl next to her elbowed her. Just the one kind of chips, $5 buy-in, I said. I pay triple for any hands I lose, and Jessie pays double. Really? Really makes me wish you used the blue chips too, she asked. She looked very merry at the notion. The girl next to her elbowed her again. I almost wanted to reveal that my paying triple was a stingy play on my part, not a generous one, but I kept my mouth shut. I settled for wagging my finger at her. I'll be good, she said, looking very much like she wouldn't. You're in the wrong place if you're going to do that. Just keep it to a controlled, not interfering with lab work kind of bat and I'll be rooting for you, I said. In the meantime, before the idea completely disappears from my mind, are the anal glands absolutely necessary? They're the best deployment for pheromones and scents that I know of, was the answer from the girl who'd volunteered to lead. Reconsider, I told her. But. Or don't. But don't complain later. And, on a natural departure from the subject of anal glands, do you all want breakfast? 100% affirmative, including a noise from upstairs. Have your tea, start organizing, prepare to work, I'll send someone with breakfast, I said. You have until noon to figure out if you need anything ordered. That's a good place to start. I collected my cup of tea, found the milk, and added it, before carrying it in a cup of black tea toward the door. You're stealing our teacups, the blonde girl asked. I'm nefarious, I said. And they keep my hands warmer. I let myself outside, and winced as I stepped out into the cold and the wet. I hunched over the cups, letting the steam warm my face, and hurried over to the largest of the old slaughterhouses. It was a rural town, lost in the wilderness. Where so many cities were an organism, settling near a body of water and then organically growing, with all of the myriad cells, organs, and systems to thrive, this town was a parasite, a tick of a city that was simple, defenseless, once nourished on a narrow selection of resources, swelling rapidly up until the food source was cut off. A parasite was apparently responsible for the mass death of the academy-designed groves of trees. From there, it had mutated to eat into the greater, more varied forest. The slaughterhouses had maintained course for a while, but the town of Sedge had died a rapid death all the same, half of its reason for being gone. Now the tick was an empty husk. We were the parasites now, in our own way. The largest of the slaughterhouses, the big house, was our headquarters. The smell, which had soaked into chemically treated flooring, was faintly unpleasant, but it was spacious enough to serve as our mess hall, have some room for our largest lab, and still have some space off in the adjunct building for sitting, talking, and planning. Many of the benches in the mess hall were have tree trunks with the bark stripped off and legs nailed into them, and tables weren't much fancier. There were 50 or so students who were milling about, waiting for, eating, or just having finished breakfast, or going to and from Lab 1. A table was set with fruit and some other things for quick snacking, in case anyone didn't want to wait in line. I cut in line and collected some biscuits. Possum. I called out to the kitchen, juggling 2 teacups and 3 biscuits. Hi, SY. Lab 2, 10 breakfasts, sans poison. Stop saying it like that, she chided me from across the floor. It makes people uneasy. They already have tea to start them off. We're running low on food, she said. I know we're running low on food, I said. Run into town later today. A dozen different students perked up at that. Some dropped what they were doing to turn my way and start to approach. Before anyone asks, no runs into town until later this week, all seats on today's carriage are spoken for, I announced to the room. We're keeping a low profile. If you want something, leave the wish list and the money with Rudy. We'll see if we can cheat something in the month or week before we move elsewhere. In the spring, I thought. That announcement was enough to forestall the cluster of ex-students who would have tried to bother me. The building adjunct to the big house had a neat aesthetic. The far wall was all grown wood, and it had grown in rough, like a forest with trees nesting in so close to one another that there were no gaps between them. Skulls from beasts that had been hunted, animals from the slaughterhouse, feral wolves and dogs, and one battle-scarred skull of a war beast hung along one wall. Furniture, admittedly scarce throughout the town, had been collected from various buildings and gathered here, so there was one room at least that was functional. The second and third floors were only half floors, with railings overlooking the meeting room and the wall of skulls ranging from fist-size to the 150-pound war beast skull. Jessie was on the second floor, sitting in an armchair by the window and the fire, with a blanket around her. I set my cup of tea down, adjusted the blanket, posed one cup in her lap, and used my free hand to put her hands around it. She stirred awake at the warmth. Her eyes went straight to the clock on the wall. It was next to a wall-mounted fish that had suffered badly for the years of neglect since Sedge's occupants had left and we had arrived. There was none of the false life that a good taxidermist managed. This was a very clearly dead, desiccated fish corpse, once nice and now horrifying, mounted on a plaque and set on the wall. Crummy day to go into the city, I commented. You and Bubbles have the right idea. The credit goes to Bubbles, Jessie said, curling up more. I sat on the arm of the armchair and Jessie leaned against my leg. Stacking the biscuits on one side of my knee, I freed my hand to open my notebook. Lab 1 is underway, they already have their list of things to buy. Lab 2 will get us the list before noon. We can grab lunch to go and head into the city. Touch base with Pierre and our delinquents there. Interview our doctor. We need a second doctor. I scribbled that down. Try not to scare this next one away, SY. I'll scare him away if I have to, I said. The last one was a little too bright-eyed and eager when I suggested that there were a number of rebellious 14 to 18-year-old boys and girls here for him, with emphasis on boys and girls. Maybe he was just eager to teach. Some people just want to disseminate knowledge. He wanted to disseminate something, I said, very pleased with myself. Sitting on the arm of the armchair, I had to crane my neck to see Jessie's face. She was smiling, but the type of smile. I paused. We've had this conversation before. I've made that joke before. 5 times, Jessie said. I give you the setup because you enjoy it so much. I reached over to mess up her hair a little. It does get inconvenient, disposing of the ones we reject, after you've given them critical details, Jessie pointed out. I handle most disposals, so I don't know why you're the one complaining about inconvenience here. You could prevent the problem by assessing them more thoroughly without actually revealing anything critical. I have a very recognizable face, and wanted posters all over the place. Best to be thorough. I think you're motivated by the need to brag. You want to monologue at people, show off, boast about your rebellion faction. It's a faction that warrants bragging about. Full of rebellious 14 to 18-year-olds, some of whom are very attractive. Yes, SY. I'm aware. Did you see what I did there? Because I linked back to what we were saying, I trailed off as I was rewarded with a very dramatic eye roll from Jessie. On the topic of rebellions, we should see what news we can glean about the other rebel factions, Jessie said. We haven't made such a detour from Frey's plan that she couldn't find us, we don't know what Cynthia is doing, Mauer is oddly silent and quiet, and there are some other groups making noise. There's always going to be new groups making noise. The trick is figuring out which ones are worth listening and paying attention to. Yeah, Jessie said. She settled in deeper into her nest of blankets, legs tucked in beside her, and took a bite of biscuit, followed by a bit of tea. For example, there's this one rebellion leader who has a thing for poison and setting things on fire. Sounds like a swell guy. Skirts, too. Fire, poison, skirts, and repeating the same jokes over and over again. He's one of those faction leaders that's best ignored. I'll keep an eye out for him. He might steal away one of the girls that's interested in you. Once you get past the fact that he's only about as tall as a typical girl his age, he's pretty good looking. Bubbles is on my side. We'll go and kick his ass. I bet I can take him in a fight. Anyone can, unless he gets the drop on them, Jessie said. Good. He won't see me coming. I genuinely believe you on that score, Jessie said. The interplay of the moment was broken by a movement of the flames and by Mauer crossing the room to stand by the window. He was looking out at my rebel faction. That was his favorite activity, ever since he had arrived. Watching over operations. The only thing I really disliked about the appearance of Mauer and Frey were the ways they interacted with the lambs. When Mauer showed up, the lambs went away. I could look for them and spot them in the crowd, but they were never close. The appearances of lambs was very natural and unassuming, while the arrival of Mauer was often something that made my heart jump a bit with alarm. I'd rather have had the former than the latter. The appearances of Frey were rather different. The lambs liked her. Yvette was a common one, but each of the lambs could be seen with Frey now and then. Every time, it felt ominous and unpleasant. Helen's eyes were cold and dead, only the monster and not my monster. Gordon looked angry in Frey's company, with dark looks in his eye, the brute rather than the golden boy. Jamie could so often be seen sitting very still, hugging his book, while Mary and Lillian listened attentively to Frey. Mary paced while she listened, with no grace at all, and Lillian resembled the girl I'd seen with a fresh dose of wyvern in her. Rather than dwell too much on Mauer or the thought of Frey, for fear Mauer might stay longer or Frey might come to visit with a lamb in tow, I turned my attention to the flames in front of Jessie and I. I'm envious of your cocoon, little caterpillar, I said, indicating the blankets Jessie had swaddled herself in as she sat in the armchair. It took some doing, but I'm willing to undo it if you want in. A bit of a squeeze. Another time. There's a lot to do, I said. I'm getting underway as soon as the tea and biscuit are done. I'll come, Jessie said. I should get moving, keep exercising. I'm worried about what happens if I sleep too much and move too little. Atrophy is a thing. We have an entire collection of ex-students to use and abuse if you want to work out solutions to atrophy, I said. Stay comfortable. Do what you need to do. I need to do what I can on my own. If and when I go blank slate again, I don't want to regret that the last few months were all about me sleeping. Alright, I said, drawling the word. Footsteps on the stairs drew my attention. Jessie pulled away from the blankets to get a better view, while I swiveled in my seat, catching a falling biscuit between two fingers. You're not supposed to be here, Jessie said. Pierre nodded. The fact that he didn't respond right away was telling. Shirley, and our gang leaders, stationed in the city. How bad? I asked. The fact that he didn't respond was telling. Head over heels 16.2. The carriage wheels cut through snow with a thick ice crust, a faint steam rolling off of the backs of the stitched horses pulling the vehicle. The steam fogged the exterior of the carriage, and the fog froze into patterns. There were fields to the left and right of us. Even covered in layers of snow, the different textures of different kinds of field made the individual sections stand out. A patchwork quilt in white, with bits of brown and black where shrubs or other plants poked through. The road was only visible by the faint indentation in the snow where there were ditches on either side, and by the lines of trees and fence that ran on either side. In the distance, a warbeast passed between two trees. He was a big fellow, with more sheer mass than our carriage, two sturdy stitched horses, and all 6 of the carriage's occupants. Black-furred, glowering, his head heavy with a fanged maw that was no doubt capable of biting a horse in two, he limped forward. His mass helped drive clawed feet deep into snow, and when he brought them up, they flung clumps of snow, dirt, and grass into the air. The movement of his frontmost right claw was weak, disturbing less of the ground beneath him. It was preoccupied, too. In another circumstance, it might have noticed us as it limped in our general direction. The haze of wet snow or hard rain obscured vision, and the warbeast was focused more on putting one leg in front of the other than on its namesake duty. I silently gestured for Rudy to stop. Rudy passed the instruction on to the horses. I had climbed up onto the bench with Rudy not that long ago. I'd wiped it as dry as I could using a towel, then folded and sat on the towel, and the seat of my pants was still getting damp. Rudy and I waited, sitting very still, as the warbeast loped forward. Its one leg hampered, it moved less in a straight line and more in a gradual curve, entering the east side of the field and gradually turning north. It took several minutes to make the quarter-circle journey across the field. It was only when it was walking directly away from us that a flash of color signified what was wrong. At the great black warbeast's right shoulder, red flowers had already set root and started the slow crawl over its body, no doubt burrowing into the creature's flesh. The beast wasn't howling in agony or rampaging, which suggested it had been made to ignore pain. Get, Rudy instructed the stitched horses. Wait, I murmured. Just as soon as they'd started moving, Rudy brought them to a halt. Another full minute passed. The wet and snow gathered around us, and the chilled air seemed to grow colder. The trees set 10 feet apart from one another by the sides of the road weren't much help when it came to the wind. The fields hereabouts were broad and flat enough to let the wind pick up a lot of speed before it reached us. I thought fondly of the fire in Jessie's armchair and cocoon. Bubbles had it good, sitting there on the wall as the fire dwindled hour by hour, heat leaching out of the fireplace. Then again, Bubbles had it rough, sitting there for years without any company or creature comforts. 10 males, probably stitched with a handler, emerged from the same spot the black warbeast had. We watched from our vantage point as they followed the same course the warbeast had, rifles at the ready. They're going to have a huck of a time mercy killing that N, Rudy commented. I'm willing to bet they are, Rudy, I said. But they can't have it spreading plague around. It's not a good sign that there are already soldiers around. Nope, I said. I hunched over, pulling a blanket tighter against my body so the wind wouldn't slip between me and it. It hurts to breathe, Rudy said. You can go inside the carriage if you want. We're close, I think. I want to watch out for trouble. Yet? Rudy asked. Can I go inside the carriage? I shot him a look. I saw how ice was forming at his eyebrows, even with his hat and hood pulled down, and at his eyelashes. Go on, I told him. He started to budge from his seat, then hesitated. We might have to walk back, he remarked. He indicated the stitched horses. The steam still rose off of them. They were breathing hard, trying to maintain a necessary temperature. Hot, moist breath carried through the air and rolled past me and Rudy. Maybe, I said. I really hope we don't. Rudy nodded. He still didn't stand from the seat at the right end of the bench. Not really earning my pay, am I? You're fine. Go. He handed over the reins. Clusters of ice that had bonded him to the seat crackled as he rose up, and more fell away from his overcoat as he turned to climb down, then let himself into the carriage proper. I had my own slough of ice as I shifted over, centering myself in the seat, and set the horses in motion again. It took some doing before the carriage was rolling enough to start properly rolling through the snow again. I had to remind myself not to shut off the discomfort and the pain. The cold was seductive and sneaky. Drugs, alcohols, innate abilities, they all lulled one into a false sense of security when it came to bitter weather like this. Someone keep me company, I said. It took a moment, and for that full moment, I was legitimately spooked at the notion that it might not be a lamb who took a seat next to me. Ice crunched as he took his seat. Remember when we had the cold spell in Radham, and Nutsy kicked the Gibson family out? Gordon. I relaxed. They weren't the Gibson family, were they? No, but I don't even remember their actual name, and you definitely don't. It wasn't Nutsy either, but it was a stupid name. Sure, I said, hunching over. Yeah, I vaguely recall. Nutsy was that slumlord, freakishly tall. Normal tall. Everyone's freakishly tall when you're short. And handsome? All the old women gushed over him, I commented, trying to ignore the short comment. I was conserving heat and energy. Women of all ages. Yeah, that's the one. Remember why we hated the name? Because they'd all coo outside in that saccharine tone, each one trying to outdo the others. The ladies of Radham didn't have any taste until Lillian and Mary, I said. It might actually be just Lillian and Mary. Something in the water, maybe. If you were after looks only, he was all right, I imagine. Had a bit of German to him, square jaw, cleft chin, different enough in fashion to catch the eye. And he kicked a family out in the dead of a pretty awful winter. Because a pair of his friends wanted that apartment. Barely any warning, not giving the Gibsons a chance to get anything else lined up. The Gibsons had kids, the kids knew the mice knew us. I remember, I said, as it all fell into place. You took him apart. Yeah, Gordon said. He turned his face skyward. He didn't care about the dense, wet snow that collected on his face. He didn't blink as it touched his eyes and eyelids. I remember standing there while he lay on the floor, whimpering. It seemed like a forever passed while I tried to figure out how to hurt him so badly that they couldn't make him pretty again without killing him in the process. I gave advice, once I realized why you weren't doing anything. I remember trying to be careful about it, because it was your show. Why was it my show, again? Gordon asked. I had to think for a long moment. I was so young, then, Gordon said. Really inexperienced. I'd killed before, but he was the first person I killed that I wasn't ordered to kill. It was personal, I finished. The Gibson daughter. But it wasn't like that. I was at the bakery once with you and Helen, and I was fishing through my pockets for change, and Gwen Gibson slapped some money down. It was a nice gesture, for no reason. That was the first part of it. I might never have paid attention to them otherwise. She wasn't even sweet on you, I don't think, I said. She thought you were funny and she felt bad because you were an orphan. Yet. They got kicked out, and they spent 3 days in the church before the law said they had to move on. Can't have people becoming dependent on the church. The injustice of it infuriated me, Gordon said. That they could be kicked out like that, with that timing, that the crown wasn't on their side. Even the mice wouldn't make space for them because Gwen Gibson and her brother still had their parents. It was personal, I said again. On a cosmic level, if personal vendettas can be cosmic. I found him, you helped. But it was my show, like you said. I used a hammer to do most of it, because I didn't want to pause to change tools once I got underway. Shattered his teeth, his nose, cheekbones, the orbital ridges. Whack, 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 all steady like, kept up the same rhythm from start to finish. A part of my brain. I had one brain chosen from one person for one reason, and another part of a brain chosen for another. I think around the time I turned that metronome steady destruction toward his hands, keeping the time while he flopped them around, moving them as much as he could with his shoulders demolished, I tapped into traces of personalities that I wasn't supposed to be able to. Edges and trimmings that still remained. You told me, a while later. He died before I fully came back from thinking all black and scarred like. I was so inexperienced, so young, Gordon said. You were. We didn't even have Lillian yet. Our balls hadn't dropped. This cold reminds me of that, Gordon said. That day, that moment. The unfairness of it. Trying to correct things and making a bigger mess, I commented. Now you're seeing what I spent so long getting at, Gordon said. All while we're riding a carriage down memory lane. Country Road 21, I think, I said. Gordon smiled. What I don't get, and this is sort of annoying me at this stage, but why the hell do I remember all of that, minus a few names, while I can't remember for sure who's in the carriage and I have to do mental acrobatics to remind myself that it was Rudy up on this bench a little while ago. Because, Gordon said, remembering me as perfectly as you do means remembering the look on my face as I brought that hammer down, once a second, never missing, even as he flinched and tried to move out of the way. I exhaled, and raised a cold hand to my face to rub at it, wet but still lukewarm. There's going to come a time, and it won't be too long, but you'll need the real estate, SY. You'll need to lose faces, like Yvette was doing, to make better room for other memories. Otherwise you won't stay functional. If I do that, I can't break my suspension of disbelief and stop thinking of the lambs as phantoms. You're aware that's a horrible idea, right SY? This whole process will go more smoothly if you try to forestall the crazy. Don't throw yourself down that slope and try to meet the rockiest, roughest bit with your face. It's nicer this way. I'll remind you that you said that, Gordon said. If I get the chance. I blew on my hands, rubbing them. I wish I'd gotten to see more of the other Gordon. The fragments of personality. They didn't add up to a gestalt. They just functioned. Barely. I know, I said. But he was so much less naggy. Gordon shot me a level glare. Yeah, I said. There's our friendliest rabbit again. Why don't you get lost? It seemed to be the rule now that the lambs, Frey and Mauer didn't leave if I asked them to leave. Gordon stayed. Pierre was approaching from the other end of the road. He'd made the hour-long trip down the country roads from the city to Sedge, then back out to the city, and now he was meeting me here, with no signs that he was any worse for wear. One of his eyes squinted a touch where fur around it had frozen. His breath fogged, suggesting he'd been running moments before he'd slowed to a walk and strolled into view. Any word? I asked. Pierre shook his head. Dang it, I said. The carriage door opened. Jessie leaned out, saw Pierre, and then climbed up the side of the carriage, taking a seat beside me. It sounded like SY was having a whole conversation up here, Jessie said. Glad it was you, Pierre. Pierre glanced at me, then looked at Jessie and gave her a bow. They're focused on the train. Is it really salvageable? I asked. I wouldn't know, Pierre said. I don't know about trains. But when they realized they couldn't evacuate, they drew closer into the center of the city. A contingent is holding the train hostage. It has to do with the rail system layout, Jessie said. So long as the train is there and train and tracks are all held hostage, trains can't pass through. They can deter, but it sets a bad precedent, shifts weight of responsibility, denies them easy access from one port to the next. Supplying the East Coast becomes a snarl. All because of this one roadblock, a city of 200,000 situated by the coast. I put a hand up by my mouth, whispering to Pierre, she likes trains. I'm aware, Pierre said. Are you cold, Pierre? We've had you running here and there, and the weather is awful. I'm mostly fine. Won't complain if we find a fire to warm our feet by soon, but I won't lose a finger or toe to the cold anytime soon. Even my face is pretty toasty, he said. He gave his rabbit cheeks a pat. Good man, I said. I'm worried about Shirley, he said. We'll help Shirley, I said. The wagon slowed as it ascended a hill. The heat rising off of our stitched horses had intensified, the steam picking up. Rudy might be right. They might not last for the return trip. As we crested the hill, we could see the scene. The city wasn't too large, as cities went, but it was a healthy one, organic in how things were laid out, all the components present and accounted for. It had a purpose it was built for, a port that could defend itself, and it had lived up to that purpose last night. It was surrounded by a wall. Two sections of the city looked quite well-to-do, with fancy, cathedral-esque architecture, and there was no sign of things being run down in the sprawls that extended out from the nicer areas. That side of the city, Pierre said, pointing, is where the rebels attacked first. They set fires and fired guns at quarantine officers. When the city guards moved over to respond, another group of rebels attacked the opposite side, which was only lightly defended. I went to check on Shirley and the others before reporting to you. Plague hit like a lightning bolt. South end, north end, running through everything in between, cases cropping up everywhere. Reminiscence, I said. From a distance, the collected academy forces were clearly visible. It wasn't a perimeter. The others had climbed out of the carriage. Rudy, second, BEA, Fang, and the treasurer whose name I could never remember. You can see the traces of red, Rudy said, a tracery of crimson pink. Jessie and I glanced at the treasurer. His hair straddling the line between orange and blonde, his build very stocky and appearing all the more so for the sweater neck that extended up to his chin and the many layers he wore. He wore his gun comfortably and carried two knives, one of which had been his, the other one in a bet. He looked uneasy. Someone deliberately spread it, he asked. It seems so, Jessie replied. The treasurer had been planning to study epidemics and work in quarantine. He had been studying under a grey coat specialist on the subject when his mentor had been caught fraternizing with non-human experiments in the lab. His parents had made him change schools to avoid the ensuing scandal. He had ended up at Beetle. From Beetle, he had made his way to us. While others were drinking and enjoying each other's company, our treasurer was diving into his work. He bore a deep, simmering resentment against Academy, Crown, and parents, and had been likely since his parents had insisted he change schools. They're playing with fire, which means they're stretched thin, he decided. Barely any soldiers or groups covering some tertiary roads, unless I'm missing something. Were there any rumors of strange monsters, Pierre? Some, Pierre said. Experimental measures to experimental measures, the treasurer said. I quirked an eyebrow. It's a bad joke my boss once liked. They're delivering experiment agents as one measure. Which suggests a mindset where they're wanting or willing to try things that they aren't certain will work, experimental measures. They think they have nothing left to lose. Everyone in that city is likely dead. Yes, the treasurer said. He looked out over the city, and there was the faintest glimmer in his eye of what I'd seen in Lillian while she was on Wyvern, a glimmer when I saw her passion for her work at work. We're going to lose the city. You might want to plan accordingly. We're planning on rescuing Shirley and our gang leaders, Jessie said. Agreed, I said. Someone had attacked the city. They'd lost, according to Pierre. Violence provoked plague. Plague had snapped through the city in a way that suggested the losing side might have decided to play dirty when they'd realized the direction things were going, and now we were going to lose Shirley, a city we needed to keep our camp running, and a painful amount of time and resources. Our pheromone trick wouldn't work if things remained as they were. We at least needed to be able to hitch a train. Cold weather should inhibit the spread of disease, the treasurer said. It didn't, I remarked. No, he said. His face was perpetually sour, as if someone had just insulted his mother, but his eyes were a glitter. It's curious. Poison? I asked. In the food? Water. I don't know where the fresh water supplies are, the treasurer said. I do, Jessie said. Then Jessie began running through it for the treasurer, pointing out key details for the city proper. While the treasurer tried to plot the spread using that information, Jessie suggested, it could have been set up in advance, except. People are diffuse, the treasurer said. Especially when it runs through one key area in town like this. It was too quick, too contained, if it was a line just like that, north to south, along some of the major roads. Horse dung? Steam from a stitched horse? I asked. Something that actually uses the road. Perhaps. I'm thinking it would be a food. That's pretty goddamn premeditated, Second said. His foul language went unremarked on. We were musing on the personality and attitude of someone who could spread a plague this ugly and do it intentionally. It might not be something this virulent, the treasurer asked. What are we doing? BEA cut in. I did like how she was straight to business. I glanced at Jessie, tell me if I'm forgetting something. You're forgetting everything, SY, she said. I rolled my eyes a little. We rescue Shirley, I said. We rescue the gang leaders. If there's a way to get this under control, we do that. Where was she? The treasurer asked. Jessie pointed, by the large tree. They'll pick a large, roomy space with good lighting, the treasurer said. Set up quarantine, screen a base population of people, while keeping others in their homes, then try to stay ahead of it. They won't, I said, thinking of Tineware. This is a stalemate. The train held hostage, the crown holding position at key points in the city. It's a stalemate that won't hold. If the plague spreads too far, if countermeasures don't work, and experiments can't kill people faster than they get infected, the crown will erase the city from the map and rebuild the railroad. How are we splitting up for this one? Jessie asked. You stay outside. Try again, SY, she said. You stay outside, I tried again. No, SY. You function better alongside me, and I know the city layout. If I get sick again. Keeping in mind you are prone to ravage and reminiscence. If I get sick again, I know you can handle it, you have a scalpel, Jessie said. It's cold, we're covered up, and we have our suspicion that the plague is presently being spread by food. We don't eat while we're there. They'll close the borders of the city soon as reinforcements arrive, the treasurer said. Getting in right now should be fine, but getting out is troublesome. You'll want to go to some building in the nicer district there. One with room, possibly a jail, with cells. The little castle, Jessie said. We looked at her. It's the stone building with the tree growing out of one corner that looks like it was on fire not long ago. It's not. I'd call it a hotel, but it's not. It's the sort of place that a lesser noble might stay in while traveling across the country. Aristocrats, visiting allies of the crown, it's a place they like. Pierre shifted his weight, NC. His ears moved. If you're cold at all, Pierre, I said, the inside of the carriage has a heat lamp. I don't like confined spaces, Pierre said. I know, I said, but if you're that uncomfortable. The ears moved slightly again. His shoulders moved back, chin raising. Please, I said, very firmly. Let me know. It matters. Shirley is a good friend of yours and mine, Pierre said. I would like to see her safe and sound. I know for a fact you worked hard to recruit those men and women from the gangs of Lorius, and they aren't insignificant. If we can save them too. Pierre, I said, firm. What aren't you saying? Our lanky rabbit man fell silent, glancing off in the direction of the city. I'm not sure what's going on, Second said. Secrets, BEA said. She leaned against the side of the carriage, next to Fang, her boyfriend of the now. In the city itself, war beasts were being used to keep a crowd at bay. They roared, and even miles away, we could hear the echo of it. They were working to seize control, leaning heavily on experimental measures, which meant things like dog and catcher, likely with some resistance or immunity to plague. The net would slowly close, reinforcements arrive, and the city faced bombardment, gassing, or cleansing by fire. Pierre. Trust us, I said. Trust that we value Shirley. That whatever it is, it won't distract from that. He bent his head. If she's there, she's in the same place as him. A man who meets the criteria you set when you had us stake out the area, looking for new arrivals and anyone important, passing through. A noble? I asked. No, Pierre said. But close. A noble's doctor, one left recently without work. This is a man who served the Duke of Francis. Head over heels 16.3. Jessie led the horses off. We'd unhitched them from the wagon, but the yoke that connected one horse to the other remained in place, as did the bridles and reins. She had a rifle slung over one shoulder, the rest of her well bundled up, with hat, hood, scarf, and coat, all black with blonde hair pinned against her neck by the scarf, only the ends sticking out. The others clustered around me, helping me retrieve our things from the back of the carriage. Rudy took one of the bags, slinging it over his shoulders and belting it in place. The other piece of equipment I'd packed was heavier, and took a few sets of hands. Second, Gordon and Rudy both helped me haul it out. The launcher was mounted to a metal plate, builder's wood framing a shaft and tube, with 2 cranks and several dials fixed to different points. I collected canisters and clipped them to my belt, while everyone else retrieved the clothing, bags, and packs we'd put in around the launcher to pad it and keep any structural elements or dials from being jarred or broken. Pierre had outlined the situation, and I'd told people what to bring, giving them a little bit of leeway in deciding for themselves. My hope was that they could learn for themselves, develop their individual styles and talents, and round themselves out with some academy know-how. For now, Rudy was carrying the heavy stuff, Gordon too had the tools and extraneous medical supplies, BEA and Fang had expressed some willingness to dip into combat drugs if absolutely required, and were thus equipped for a brawl with truncheons, knives, and the same guns that I'd given the rest of the group. Pierre accepted. Pierre had provided particulars about what and where after we'd arrived, and now we'd see if the beetle rebels could adapt and keep their heads and hands working in a crisis. The treasurer was donning his lab equipment. It was of a more custom uniform, the bottom of the coat hanging lower, the collar high enough to touch his lips. He had a beetle crest on the chest and sleeve, with the Academy's navy blue, gold, and white braided trim. He attached a hood of the same materials and colors, clipping it on, pulled on thicker gloves over his winter gloves, and then pulled on a mask, the edges of the mask pressing the fabric of the hood and collar tight against his face. It was hard metal with built-in goggles, tinted blue. A tube ran down to a leather bag of air that he attached to his belt. Rudy, second, and I set up the gun. We found a stump by the side of the road, set it down, and worked the built-in screws in, to fix the plate to the stump. Jessie disappeared out of sight, and the treasurer wrapped adhesive ribbon around his collar and hood, then where his gloves met his special lab coat. His breath hissed as it inflated and deflated the bladder of air. High-quality bit of work there, BEA commented. Custom buy. The treasurer nodded. Get any use out of it? Rudy asked. Again, the treasurer nodded. Then the air bladder hissed, he moved a loop of metal by the hose, and spoke, sounding as if he came from the end of a deep tunnel that was pointing in a direction that wasn't ours. I'll have to burn this after today. I've heard bad things about this red plague and don't want to take chances. I'm going to miss this suit. You could bag it and drown it, BEA suggested. Freeze it, then bake it. The treasurer paused, as if considering, then ventured, I'm not sure. Better to be safe. If the plague can survive all 4 of those treatments, humanity might be done for. Not done for, the treasurer said. Cats and cockroaches. If you're having to invoke cats and cockroaches, I said. I had a screwdriver sticking through the metal loop, and used it for leverage as I screwed the gun in deeper. Then the worst has happened and you aren't talking about the happiest of endings. Just the opposite. Won't deny that, the treasurer said, his voice still hollow. I might argue about unhappy endings. The most important thing is that we survive. Even if it's only the cats and cockroaches among us. I'm not so sure, Rudy commented. I think life is hard for the cats. Lamed, broken, nowhere to go, surviving without dignity. Having purpose is important. Survival alone isn't enough. Rudy was speaking from experience. To him, losing Beetle had been an event on par with the destruction of civilization. The loss of everything he'd worked toward and wanted. I'm inclined to agree with Rudy, I said. I tightened the screws, tried moving the gun to see if it was loose, and judged it secure. I worked the crank, rotating the gun, and checked the dials for angle. I spoke without taking my eye off the machine. I've tried survival alone. It's doable, but your personality atrophies and dies if that's all you have. Perhaps, the treasurer said, still applying the green ribbon, sealing himself off from the world. I think you can live in hope that good things will happen someday. If that's not possible, then you can live on with the intent of destroying your enemy. If that's not possible, you create an opening, so the people who follow in your footsteps have a chance of good things or destroying your enemy. So long as you survive, you can find your way to those things. There is always a path. In that order? I asked. Hope, destruction, helping others. I think so, the treasurer said. All right, I said. I'll keep that in mind. I don't agree, but if it works for you, I won't gainsay that. He nodded, air hissing as he breathed. In the distance, a whole dozen guns could be heard firing, each one emptying their clips. Too far away to be Jessie or any of ours. A squad of soldiers maintaining the quarantine, perhaps firing at a crowd. Sounds bitter to me, Gordon too said. I wasn't sure if he was referring to the gunfire or the treasurer, but I suspected the latter. The treasurer's head shook as much as it was able to shake with the hood, mask, and collar all taped into a sealed configuration. Not bitter. Most mornings, I get up on my own, because I know what I want to do, I care about it, and I think it's important. Some mornings, hope or the will to help others gets me up. Some mornings, the desire to ruin my enemies is why I keep working. I'd prefer to have good reasons every morning, Gordon too said. Not angry ones. If you meet any of the people in the city there, after the plague has hit, you ask them if they want to try searching for the good reason tomorrow morning or if they want justice. A fine line between justice and revenge, I thought, but I didn't comment. I heard a distant whistle. I raised my binoculars, and I scanned the surroundings until I saw the target. The crowned soldiers were set up by the wagon, a fire burning a few feet away, while they crouched around it, watching the roads out of the city that the hill overlooked. The horses, abandoned by Jessie, were rushing in their direction. They heard and turned. I turned and looked at the others: Rudy, Gordon II, BEA, Fang, the treasurer, and Pierre. Cover your ears, I said. I slid one canister of gas into the gun. I cranked it, adjusting for wind, gauged distance, and waited, looking through the binoculars. The stitched horses Jessie had sent their way crashed against the side of the soldier's cart. The soldiers stood, startled, backing away from the scene. They found their courage and approached just in time to see the gas billowing out. Jessie's set timer had expired, and the canister we'd placed in the yoke between the two horses was now releasing its contents. Gas blew in the general direction of the soldiers. I watched how they moved in the initial moments, then cranked hard, adjusting, before kicking the priming pin into place, hauling back on the crank, and then stomping on the trigger, my hands going to my ears. It woofed rather than anything else, a low, flat, dull sound that wanted to knock me on my ass and only barely failed to do so. The canister, meanwhile, sailed skyward. Seeing its initial trajectory, I began cranking, adjusting, and then placed another canister inside the tube. Beetle was a poor school, an academy that accepted the bottom-rung students. It hadn't been a place for innovation, and the coursework of students had been, in part, an effort to pay the school's dues. Drugs had been one thing, and the rank had gone to some effort to learn that lesson and take it elsewhere. Stitched had been another thing, a mass-produced export. Munitions like the one I was using were yet another. I hadn't had to ask too many people or go to any great effort to figure out what we needed to produce gas canisters and then get teams in place to make it a reality. The canister launcher required a few more questions and a bit more searching before I found students ready and able to make one. I kicked the primer pin into place again, hauled back on the crank, and fired the second shot. My first shot landed, and wind carried smoke in the general direction of the squadron of soldiers. Only traces reached them, but it gave them pause, enough to keep them from running in our general direction. I could see their confusion, and judge that they weren't even positive about the direction the canister had come from. The benefit of a high arc. Delayed, the second shot landed closer to them. The impact of it striking road was enough to startle their horses and disturb the normally resilient stitched horses. The soldiers' horses reared a little, snorting, while the stitched horses moved forward. Aside from the dull sound of the canister launcher, which the snow would dampen, it was a quiet weapon. There were some distant shouts, but no explosions, no ear-splitting cracks or sounds of metal and wood tearing apart. I loaded another canister, adjusted, and fired. Pierre, I said. I didn't wait to see where the canister had landed. Go report to the students back in Sedge. They should pack up, be ready to leave at a moment's notice. We don't know how many people will come to reinforce, or which direction they'll come from. Everyone arms up. Wait there, eat, rest. We might need you in the future. You get Shirley, he said. Not that doctor. I'll try, I said. The rabbit-headed man nodded, turned, and sprinted off. Follow a ways behind, I told the others. The shot I'd fired from the canister was still in the air. I ran in the opposite direction Pierre had, away from the country road, toward the wagon I'd just bombarded. I raised my binoculars. I could see the squad of soldiers pulling on the masks with tubes leading down to air bladders. All but one. One of them, a woman, reached for a trumpet on the side of the wagon, one arm covering her lower face. My head and binoculars bobbing as I ran, I missed the instant that Jessie acted. The sound of the rifle shot reached me in the moment after the bullet made contact, piercing the base of the soldier's hand. It looked like a graze of a hit, but it gave her reason to rethink using the trumpet and signaling other camps of soldiers. The third canister had landed, and between the gas from the canister placed with the horses, the one I'd placed between myself and them, my test shot that had erred on the side of landing too close to me, and the other two canisters I'd planted around them, the gas that was being pumped out flowed all around them. They'd pulled on gas masks with attached ox bladders, but they'd had to pass through smoke to do it. I could see how they moved as if debilitated. Blind, coughing. The one who'd been shot in the hand had no mask, and she'd inhaled something while gasping in pain. Now she was doubled over, coughing. Jessie had a clear shot for the entire group from her vantage point, and Jessie didn't shoot. I closed the distance, found cover by a short fence, and closed my eyes as the smoke wafted over me, so it wouldn't blind me. Throw your weapons down. I called out. Get down on the ground, hands up in the air behind you. I heard a voice cussing. Someone shot in my general direction. The bullet pinged off of something metal. I heard Jessie's gunshot and I heard the body hit the ground. The sound was out of sync, the answering cries and curses of the soldiers, all muffled by gas masks and interrupted by coughing fits. It was an eerie thing. I waited. There were no more gunshots from Jessie, and the only sounds I heard were swears. I peeked over the fence. They were down. I quickly hurdled the fence, drawing my pistol to point it at different soldiers as I moved among them, collecting the guns. I signaled for the others to wait as they showed up, brought the guns over to them, and collected the canisters, throwing them down the hill. Talk, I told the one unmasked soldier. She opened her mouth to speak and choked on her words, coughing. Her eyes and nose were blood red, her eyes damp with irritation. We're taking you prisoner. You'll get medical care for that hand and a little bit of warmth, but only if you cooperate. If you don't cooperate, we put bullets in you and carry on. I looked very pointedly at the one Jessie had dispatched. Robbie, had a child, she said. Robbie was the one who died? How many children are in Dorchester here? You're just corralling them and waiting for the plague to get them. They're already as good as dead, she said, her voice hoarse, barely above a whisper. She coughed. One more body doesn't change that. We'll see, I said. Stand. She stood, arms out to the side. One by one, I got them to stand. The others used the soldiers' rifles and bayonets to keep them in line, as we marched them single file back to the carriage we'd used. Strip, I told the lead officer. He turned his face, gas mask and all, toward me. I waved the bayonet blade in his direction, and he obliged. Gas mask off, academy uniform off. Academy white slacks off, the boots they'd issued the soldiers came off. He hurried into the carriage, hands still raised, wearing only an undershirt and underwear. By the time Jessie had caught up with us, only 2 soldiers remained. Rudy, Gordon too and Fang had changed into the discarded uniforms, pulling on the gas masks. Crown colors. Jessie started doing the same. BEA was tending to the woman soldier's hand, bandaging it. As she finished, I asked, you want to come with us, or stay in the carriage with your buddies? It's a choice, the soldier asked. It's a choice, I said. If you're in the carriage, you'll be found soon. If you're with us, you won't need to worry. I don't need to worry, she said, firm. I've been with these fellows a long time. I was with Robbie a long time. Lose the uniform, then. Use the heat lamp, I said. Huddle with the blankets. She was slow to oblige, what with the injured hand, and it made the process difficult. I trusted BEA and Jessie to watch her and had the others stand guard off to the side, to afford some limited privacy. We didn't need the last guy to disrobe, what with the treasurer having his own outfit, but I had him do it all the same. We ushered him into the vehicle while BEA pulled on the female soldier's gear over her own winter clothing. Doors closed. I got a chain from the back, encircled the carriage, pinning the doors closed, and then looped it around again, so it made it harder to get out of the windows. Would they be able to break the windows and slip free? Yes. But getting past shards of glass and squeezing past chain, venturing out into the cold, leaving others with wind blowing into the window and then running through puddles, ice, and wet snow to get to their friends? I doubted they'd feel that brave. The treasurer supplied the loops of adhesive ribbon to everyone, sealing the outfits so they were quarantine safe. White gas masks with tinted lenses, heavy coats with maximum coverage, all able to be sealed shut, heavy gloves with the gaps taped, slacks taped to the inner uniform coat, the gaps at the top of each boot taped against the leg. Showing his expertise, the treasurer spelled out everything about the process of sealing things, asked about any escaping puffs of air as he patted people down, and outlined the process for removing the quarantine outfits, if he wasn't alive or conscious to walk them through the process. He was a dark fellow, the treasurer. Angry, morbid. The fact that he might die didn't seem to bother him enough, yet he'd gone on about surviving. I wanted to have tea with him and play poker with him. You're not immune, Jessie reminded me, her voice modified by the gas mask. I'd elected not to wear the uniform. I can move faster without the bulky layers. I'd rather move faster and carve any growths out than move too slow. Someone has to pore over your naked body to search for signs of those growths, remember. Reliable sources suggest I'm not bad to look at. I have no doubt I could find several interested young ladies among our recruits. Jessie punched me, right where my heart was. The protective, padded glove made for a light hit. Then, with her other hand, she handed me her glasses. You sure? The mask serves the same purpose. I nodded, folded up the glasses, and slipped them into a front pocket. I stepped back and looked at my academy soldiers, with their student in tow. All matching, all in white, with coats of arms at the chest and upper sleeve, some embroidery here and there on their slacks and hoods to evoke some consistency. The tinted lenses were unreadable. Kevin won't stand out like this? Rudy asked. Jessie shook her head. I've walked other quarantine zones, the treasurer said. Only at my last school in Beetle, on academy grounds, when a student fucked up. I went around with soldiers, told them about protocols. If Jessie doesn't want to, and we run into someone, I'll take point. We'll figure it out, Jessie said. She looked at me. I'll be out and about, staying out of sight, I said. You all know the hand signals. They nodded. Fang looked less certain than the others. He wasn't really a part of the inner circle. More an accompaniment for BEA, our queen rooftop girl who had made a habit of collecting and civilizing some of the troublemakers and delinquents in camp. I signaled, and they set off. Right from the get-go, I took a different path as they tromped their way down the hill in heavy boots. The windows and walls near the ground level were riddled with bullet holes. Scorch marks and bloodstains marked where there had been fighting. Falling snow and rain worked to erase what it could, but signs remained here and there. I thought of what Frey had said, about the Red Plague being something that looked for this kind of violence. The initial violence and the officers at the perimeter had scared people further toward the town center. Nature was working to cover up what had happened here, with snow and rain, the muting effect of heavy snow and the sound obscuring patter of rain. Periodically, I could hear a gunshot, which likely sounded further away than it was. A ghost town, this, in a very different way than Sedge was. Sedge had been sapped of life, a husk, and repopulated, only the exoskeleton intact. This was a living town, the outer shell frostbitten and dead while the flesh lived, stagnating. Inside these buildings, people were huddled, panicking. The plague crawled among the people, taking root. The journey was quiet, the streets largely empty. I kept my distance, navigating between and over buildings while keeping one eye on the beetle students in soldier uniforms and masks. They moved past a series of lumps in the road, and they didn't realize what the lumps were until BEA kicked one by accident. The covering of snow on one stiff arm was knocked away, the frozen hand exposed. It was one of the boys that reacted the worst to that. Second Gordon, I was fairly sure. He didn't scream, cry, or get upset, but it took some doing before he would look away from the sight. A worse one awaited. It looked like bloodstains, but on closer inspection, it proved to be the flowers. They reached out for moisture, and the snow was nothing but. They colored it red, reaching out and across, and they died, or went dormant. The bodies here in the center were worse. Carriages had stopped in their tracks. People had clustered, particularly around building entrances. Some had tried to break in, seeking refuge from cold and plague. In the mere hours since Pierre had witnessed the initial scene and we had made our trip to the city, this particular scene had unfolded and then been sealed. The flowers were already spreading, reaching out over the bodies, connecting one to the next, and crawling up building faces, searching for more victims. They picked their way through, and I could see the change in body language. The stiffness, the fact that they were trying not to look. Only Jessie seemed matter-of-fact about it. Only Jessie saw the others approach. 2 men and 2 women in red clothing. I had the feeling the red was chosen so it wouldn't match the red flowers. Their clothing could almost be mistaken for quarantine outfits, but the coats weren't long coats, and they wore no masks. They weren't good-looking people. Their features were exaggerated, even as they were dressed up in what looked like fine clothing in matching colors. A man in a red peacoat with a black scarf, with a jutting chin and Neanderthal brow, his hair immaculately styled, his ears protected by red earmuffs. A woman with wavy black hair tied up into a ponytail, her smile perpetual and literally ear to ear, her teeth white and lips painted crimson. The other woman was similar, but her hair straight, her face too long, her prim nature exaggerated, with pursed lips, a long nose. Experiments, all 4. They made a beeline for Jessie and the others, and my hand went straight to my waist for my pistol. The people in red talked to Jessie and the others, and it was the treasurer who took the lead. Crouching in the snow, I took aim, waiting and ready for an excuse. The conversation finished quickly enough. Jessie and the others moved on with their course, crossing this stripe of plague that had swiped across the town. The people in red walked along it, as if it was a path for them to travel. They moved from body to body, checking. The smiling woman drew a hatchet from her coat, a well-hidden weapon, considering I hadn't seen it. She raised it overhead, then brought it down on one corpse's neck. I couldn't follow Jessie and the others without crossing these people in red, so I let them go ahead. Ducking further into cover, raising my binoculars, I watched Jessie. Her hands moved in the gestures. Gentle sugar, gentle kill. My head turned over the connected words. I tried to figure out the meaning, and wished there was a faster way for Jessie to spell the letters out. The system we had worked out wasn't great for the task. She gestured more words. More red. Many. Careful Sylvester. There were more than just the 4. Considerably more. I watched as they moved among the bodies, checking, eyes alert. They searched every single one on the street before they gathered, approaching a doorway. The man with the jutting chin kicked the door in, drawing twin cleavers from his pocket. I knew right away that the people he was using the cleavers on weren't the frozen bodies. I almost gave chase, closing the distance, seeing if I couldn't dispatch them and save the people in the house. But I saw 2 flashes of red, and I saw more people walking down the street. I wouldn't be able to approach unobserved. What were the alternate meanings for gentle in the gestures? Kind? Soft touch? Emotionally careful? What was the alternate meaning for sugar? I thought of Helen. My mind stumbled across possible meanings. Sweet? Gentle sweet? Gentle sweet gentle kill? Murder? Execution? The ones in red called themselves the tender mercies. I hoped Shirley hadn't faced any such mercy thus far, as I looked for my opportunity to cross the street and catch up with the others. I hoped they wouldn't find tender mercy either. Head over heels 16.4. This was Jessie's show, at least for now. Adjustments had to be made. My memory was worse than it had been a year ago, and a good memory was a necessary element in a good set of lies and falsehoods. I could act, and I could manipulate others, but there was a certain point where forgetting a key detail would derail a good deceptive play. I was in an awkward position when it came to classifying Jessie. Helen was the best actor among the lambs, but she had trouble on several fronts. By most standards, she was among the most attractive young ladies that anyone she met would have met. She faced an uphill struggle when it came to blending in or avoiding attention. Gordon and I were perhaps the best actors, by dint of our ability to appear as young gentlemen, urchins, students, or our ability to blend into a crowd. He was a little bigger than average, I was a little smaller, but we did well. Had done well, I corrected myself. He had been a little bigger. Gordon had been, changing to past tense yet again, roughly matched with me in terms of acting ability and flexibility. I glanced at Gordon, who was keeping me company, and reminded myself that he wasn't really present, that he'd been gone for a while now. That thought lingering in my mind, I paused as I ascended the slope of a rooftop. I was by the chimney, and I could use the hot air and smoke emanating from it to warm up while I watched Jessie and the others trudge through the snow from a distance. I wished I could stick my head over it and warm my face, but doing that for any extended period of time struck me as a very good way to pass out, fall down a chimney, and surprise a family that was hiding out from plague somewhere below me. Helen was only one half step behind us, and could do leaps and bounds better than us in the right situations. Could I say Jessie was the worst of the lambs when it came to acting? No, because I considered Lillian to be a lamb, and I likely could have picked 5 random ex-students from among the Beetle rebels and found 1 or 2 who were better than Lillian at playing a part. I was fond of Lillian, I respected her wholeheartedly, but she had her strengths, she had her weaknesses, and deception wasn't foremost among her strengths, or even in the top 5 of them. I had to consider Ashton, too. Ashton was about as good at acting as any of the logs burning down in the fireplace below me. Myself, Gordon, and Helen at the front of the pack, Lillian and Ashton at the rear, and Mary and Jamie somewhere toward the middle. Mary was good, and I could have searched and tested the entire Beetle group and found 1 or 2 students among hundreds on Mary's level. She had no particular weaknesses, and she had a number of strengths. Jessie was like Helen in that she had some marvelous strengths, but she also had weaknesses. In her case, her weakness was a slower reaction speed, difficulty in adapting to changing situations and crises. It wasn't much slower, but 1 to 3 seconds she needed to find an answer or detail was enough time for someone to second-guess her act. She was playing to her strengths right now. I was feeling the cold, which was the reason for my stop at the chimney, while the others were taking their time navigating the city. Were I the one in uniform, I might have avoided anyone who wasn't integral to what I needed, but Jessie allowed meetings to happen. I'd been following them for close to 20 minutes now, and she had already talked to 2 groups of tender mercies, 2 civilians who'd been looking for shelter and 1 squad of quarantine soldiers. She looked confident and unbothered as yet another group of tender mercies approached, 3 men this time. It seemed like the tender mercies wore virtually every shade of red but the one that matched the red flowers. The man who led this group of tender mercies looked like the human equivalent of a wrinkly dog from the East Crown nations I'd seen once in Tineware, all folds of skin, his features lost amid it all. He wore his hair in a black ponytail, much like Jamie had worn, once. I raised my binoculars, and watched as Jessie talked to them. The man's face made lip reading next to impossible. Jessie, however, moved her hands, gesturing as she talked. The thick gloves made nuance difficult, but through some combination of her gestures and the wrinkled man's mouth movements, I was able to get the main thrust of the dialogue. How long? Time gesture from Jessie, as the wrinkled man spoke. Head shake from Jessie, a negation hand sign. No updates, no idea. Change tacks, casual, easy. Just want this to be over. A sort of smile from the wrinkled man, real smiles the other tenders with him. We were made for this. I filled in blanks with guesswork and cues from Jessie's hand signs. Is this your first outing? No, the wrinkled man said. I caught that one. Jessie was nodding, as if this wasn't surprising. There was a brief discussion. Jessie didn't really translate much of it. Places, I suspected. A brief history on this particular trio of tenders. The tenders said something more, and it was the treasurer who responded. Jessie followed. Knowledge expert. The treasurer got his chance to show his stuff, and in the doing, gave the group some legitimacy. I could see how that translated to trust and back and forth with the tenders. Any problems? Jessie asked. The wrinkled man gestured toward the train station, said something. Jessie gestured, negation. The equivalent of a short head shake, a so-so. Nothing new there. Then he said something else. I waited for the gestures. Jessie wasn't moving her hand, though. I wondered if one of the 3 tenders had glanced at her hand in a curious way. I was disappointed in myself if I had missed something like that, binoculars and bad weather or no. I hadn't. Jessie resumed gesturing, as if she was using her hands to make up for the lack of expression on her face while she wore the mask. Slowly, she caught me up, filling me in. I used what I'd managed to pick up from the wrinkled man earlier to fill in the blanks now. Stalemate, stalemate. The tender mercies are waiting to receive orders. Here for a reason. Rabbit's doctor. Noble doctor. Jessie and her squad started to move, even as she said some parting words to the tenders. Good luck, dog. She hadn't actually said dog, but I knew what she meant. She'd been a little patronizing, adopting the same tone Duncan had taken when talking to us lesser creations of the academy. The 3 tenders seemed to take it in stride. If anything, I suspected Jessie had made a good impression on them. Jessie, meanwhile, seemed to be standing a little straighter, taking a little more authority with the rest of her group. The hand signals in the meanwhile were for me. Castle. Noble doctor. Shirley. Go. I checked the coast was clear, moved away from the chimney, slid down the slope of the roof, and dropped the 15 feet to the road below. I kept my distance so I wouldn't compromise them, navigated between bloody bodies, and ducked into alleys. I was in the process of looking for a way up to higher ground when I heard a sharp knocking sound, a rifle against a wall. I changed direction, and I walked toward the others. Jessie's group met me in the alley. You catch all of that? Jessie asked. Most of it, I said. I drew my handkerchief out of my pocket, and used it to wipe the lenses of Jessie's mask free of the wet snow and moisture. With her thick gloves, I knew she couldn't do a proper clean. She hated smudged glasses, which was why I tried to smudge them as much as possible when I sought to annoy her. Easy reflex to hammer it. Plus it made it seem all the nicer when I reversed course and did the opposite. Thank you, she said. Do me? BEA asked. I started cleaning more lenses, starting with BEA. Why is this noble professor so important? You caught all that? Fang asked. You stop being surprised at these things after a little while, Rudy said. They aren't saying why they are so interested in the professor, Jessie said, ignoring the gallery. More because I don't think they have any idea, not because they're being evasive. But the Crown is deploying the mercies with specific orders about the professor, so keep that in mind. It makes sense they don't know. They're low level, I said. We might have to tap another source, or go straight to the doctor. Hopefully finding him might mean finding Shirley. At this level, we're just getting dogs following orders. Dogs? I can't tell if you're being unkind, Gordon Ledoux said. I'd be being unkind if I said they were cats, I pointed out. He's echoing me, Jessie said. I used the word dog first, when I was using my hand to communicate with Sylvester. I tilted my head, wiping at Rudy's lenses. What was the dog line? You experiments be safe. Jessie made an amused sound. Close. Don't tarry too long, experiments. Eerie, Fang said. Again, Rudy said, this is not surprising. They're good with the hand signs. I'm more bothered by the conspicuous lack of dog in that exchange, BEA said. This is not surprising either, second Gordon said, mimicking Rudy's tone and speech. These two are hard to keep up with. Rudy's masked face turned in Second's direction. I suspected he was smirking. The two were getting along to some degree. It was nuance, Jessie explained, patiently, the word dog implying the tone. I added, a condescending sort of you are lesser than I, but I like you entitlement. Believe me, we got that all the time when we were with the academy. Once you start hearing it, you won't miss it. Oh, there's tone, too? How do you have tones in hand signals? Fang asked, looking down at his hand. Fucking hell. I only know 4 of these hand gestures and you're speaking a whole nother language. You're supposed to know 6 hand signals, Jessie said. Well, I learned 5, and I get the eyes, perception sign mixed up with the knowledge, patience sign. Which means you only really know 3, BEA said. Don't go and make me look bad after I invited you along. Fang snorted. That's the entirety of who I am, BEA baby, ruining reputations of pretty girls. BEA made an amused sound at that. Watch, I said. I held up my hand to show him, 3 fingers splayed, pinky and thumb tucked in. Then I put the 3 fingers together for, learn. Fingers apart for watch, Second said. Looks kind of like AW. That's good, Fang said. That's the kind of thing I can remember. 3 fingers together for a tower, Jessie said. Ivory tower, place of learning. That's just going to make me think of a watchtower or something, that only confuses me more, Fang said. Jessie huffed out a sigh, and her mask made it sound odd. Jessie, I said. I got her attention, which distracted her from her failure to counsel Fang. You knocked on the wall to bring me over here. Did you need anything particular? I wanted to ask, how are you holding up, she asked. Cold. Cold, I said. I wouldn't mind getting indoors soon. The castle place. Jessie nodded. The little castle. We'll head straight there. There's a regiment of soldiers out on the streets. If they poke their heads around the corner here, you make yourself scarce. One of us can make noises about being a little nauseous about the bodies. Treasurer, maybe. Why me? Because you're a student, I said. You can get away with being a wimp. But I'm not, the treasurer said. I'm less of a wimp than anyone here except you two. I've seen bodies. I've dissected victims of lesser plagues and psi weapons. I wouldn't have used the word wimp, Jessie said, aiming that at me. The treasurer was a proud person, it seemed. Maybe he feared that after today, after he burned his suit, he wouldn't be able to have another day like today, where he got to shine. I wouldn't either, I said. Bad word choice. I saw how you talked to the tenders, it worked well. If you conveyed yourself as the expert on deck, then admitted you were having trouble dealing, it attaches the lie to the truth, explains away why you're all talking in an alley, and gives them no reason to doubt. Humph, the treasurer made a sound. The M sound of the utterance was caught by the tube, making a low sound like one might get by blowing over the top of a bottle. I wouldn't mind getting somewhere warm too, BEA said. Somewhere with privacy. I'm wearing pants that don't fit over ones that do and they're both. I raised my hand, quick, gesturing. Alert. I caught a shuffling sound. I glanced at Jessie, and I saw her nod a little. I stepped away from the street, deeper into the alley, before I heard the moan. I changed direction, a moment too late. She hadn't made much noise because she was barefoot, walking on ice and on ground without snow. She barely wore anything more than rags in the cold and she walked in a staggering sort of way. She was hunched over, moving almost blindly, and was clearly in an incredible amount of pain. Her hands wrapped around her body as if she were wearing a straitjacket, and blood ran down her arms, dripping and streaming from the elbows. I realized, as she moved the hand at one side down, fingertips leading the way, that she was digging her fingers under the skin. Sheer tenacity let her carry on the downward process, separating connective tissue by using nails, fingertips, and hands as a wedge. The movement was jerky as she found an in, broke a key piece of tissue, and tore skin, only to hit another stopping point. In this manner, the one hand traveled down toward her hip, as she tore her own skin away. I could, even with her standing 50 feet away, see the way her hand trembled, the skin stretched thin and tight against the knuckles and splayed fingers. The treasurer raised his gun, aiming at her. I gestured, and Jessie was quick to say, "No. No," the treasurer asked. At the sound of the voices, the young lady looked up. Her hair was in disarray, and most of her face was hidden, only one eye positioned to peer through the messy, blood-slick hair. She'd used fingernails to tear off part of her own face. "It would be a mercy," the treasurer said. "It is a mercy," Jessie said. She'd realized after I'd signaled for her to wait. I was subtly changing up my expression and stance to look more horrified, less capable. I made myself smaller, and I retreated a bit. Jessie, meanwhile, stood tall, and advanced toward the mercy. It was the youngest we'd seen yet. Likely inexperienced, too. The mercy, breathing hard and whimpering a little with each breath, shifted her stance, then tilted her body some, back twisting a little. I couldn't tell if she was trying to curtsy or bow or if she was trying to stand straight without losing any of the ground she'd gained in tearing off her own skin. "Hello, Captain," the mercy said, lowering her head a little. When she looked up again, it was still one bloodshot eye peering through messy hair. "Hello, experiment. You seem to be in a bind," Jessie said. The mercy laughed at that, a surprisingly human sound, perfectly fitting to the moment, for someone who was in a bind but who did find the word choice amusing. I wondered if she'd been human once. "Do you want help?" Jessie asked. The mercy nodded. "Please, sir. Or ma'am." Jessie reached for her boot, where she'd tucked a knife into the strap that cinched the boot tight against the leg. She held it out by the handle. The mercy took the knife, and proceeded to use one hand and the knife to flens the skin off her body. "Where's the rest of your unit, experiment?" "They left me behind," the mercy said. "I'm a little slower than some." "Where are your clothes, then? And your weapon?" "The clothes got blood on them," the mercy said. "The blood started to smell. I lost my weapon along the way." "When you say smell, you mean it smelled like plague?" The mercy nodded. "I think it likes how I taste." "Could be you're in the wrong place for it," the treasurer said, from the sidelines. "Could be," the mercy said. She flashed the treasurer a smile, which was fairly dramatic. She only had scraps of flesh on her head where it met her hairline. I wasn't sure, and I was trying to look afraid, which meant averting my eyes and looking less closely at her, but her scalp might have been something that wasn't skin. Artificial. She tore off the skin over her breasts, and then with the help of the knife to cut connective tissue, removed almost a third of the skin from her upper body and her previously untouched right leg. From there, it was an easy process to get the rest. Skin at the feet, skin at the arms. She stood there, shaking from cold and from pain, the one eye we could see lacking eyelids. Flayed. Slowly but surely, however, things were filling in. The blood flow was stopping, the darker grooves between muscles and muscle fibers smoothing out. No, probably not human at any point. Just very high-quality work. Work with biological processes that fast meant biological demands. I gestured at Jessie with a hand the experiment couldn't see. "Food. Man. Eat." As if reading my mind, her eye fell on me. "He's not for eating," Jessie said, firm. "He's supposed to die," the mercy said. "They all are." "It's not your place to contravene my orders, experiment," Jessie said. "He's supposed to die," the mercy said, more firmly, insistent, as if she could will Jessie to agree with her. "I need food, and I need clothes, and he has both. I'm hardy, but not that hardy." "He has information," Jessie said, still firm. "He knows something about the standoff at the little castle." "I see," the mercy said. "Captain, ma'am." I liked that Jessie in stern librarian mode was coming across as a ma'am, even as covered up as she was. "You know one of my roles is getting information," the mercy finished. Her skin was almost starting to look like skin. More in some areas than others. The way she said it, I knew she meant torture. Find the cats and cockroaches who could become long-term carriers, check for information, eat them. A tightly contained, efficient process cycle. The torturing for information and the eating could even be folded into one another. "We need his ongoing assistance," Jessie said. "Emphasis on ongoing. I'd prefer its enthusiastic assistance." "It's very enthusiastic assistance now," I said. I feigned fear and concern for my own hide, though I knew full well that the others had guns. "I very much appreciate you not feeding me to her. Make yourself useful when the time comes," Jessie told me, still sounding as authoritarian as she ever did. The mercy curtsied, which looked strange given she was stark naked, new skin beaded with wet snow. Then, rather than march off to go find her next mean, she sagged, leaning hard against the nearest wall. Her breathing was getting less heavy, but she looked very tired. She had maybe half of her skin now. The rest of it looked more like the result of a moderate scald than a fresh flaying. She was an efficient little machine, from what I could tell. Strong enough to tear her own skin off, the particulars of her physiology and metabolism finely tuned and balanced. It made me rethink how to approach the rest of the mercies. "I'm put in mind of the adage about the scorpion and the frog," Jessie murmured. I asked. I drew the connection. "No. It's fine. I know for a fact that you like girls, Sylvester." "This is not untrue," I said. She moved closer, talking quieter. "I know you like unusual people, you feel an affinity for experiments, and the tender mercy right there is both. Your desire to take care of others is proportionate to your age, and she's close enough to our age I can imagine you likening her to the other lambs. I hadn't actually, I said. I'd come close, but I hadn't. I'm not saying you shouldn't help her, but I am saying that I'm thinking of the scorpion and the frog. She could be useful, I said. She could be. So could a lot of people. There are a lot of people in this city who need help. We can't save all of them. We might not be able to save her. Yeah, I said. But I didn't have a good argument. Jessie was patient, giving me time. The Mercy was crouching down now. She used water from a shallow puddle and cleaned herself as a raccoon or rodent might, wetting her hands and wiping her new skin. Wetting hands and wiping. She bent her head down and used the same method to get the blood out of her hair. I just worry that if I leave her behind like this, it's going to be one of those nagging memories that sticks in my head, taking up valuable real estate. Why? Rudy asked. She's a killer. So am I. So are a lot of the people I grew up with, I said. You actually want to bring her with us? BEA asked, sounding alarmed. Temporarily, Jessie said. Only temporarily. The Mercy, hair mostly clean, looked up at us. She'd caught that. The skin around one eye had grown in too thick, pinching it shut, and from the way she kept her hair, covering half of her face, only the one eye showing, I suspected it was intentional. She kept washing and fixing her hair with her hands as she watched us. We don't have to, I told Jessie. Valuable memory space, Jessie said. You said it yourself. The Mercy's fingers worked furtively. She set her now wet hair, and it moved in a way that suggested it had to be close to frozen. Hair on the one half of her face hung down, covering her one eye. The hair on the other side was tied back, braided or knotted without the help of cord or pin. We'll find you some clothes, Jessie said, and we'll find you some food. The Mercy nodded, a quick motion. She moved away from the wall, and she stumbled a little as she walked. She held Jessie's knife, and she didn't give it back. Hardy, yes, but the cold did get to her. She joined our group, looking at each of us. She watched me as if affronted by my existence. I pulled off my coat, and held it out. She didn't take it. Is there a reason you're refusing his offer? Jessie asked. No, Captain. You wanted to kill him to take his clothes before, but you won't now. I could understand what Jessie was doing, maintaining her fiction. Still, it was disappointing. Doubly so, that even after taking the coat, which only barely long enough to cover everything that needed covering, she looked at me as the young man who shouldn't be alive. She turned her attention to Jessie, bowing her head a little. Thank you, Captain, for your kindness. Will you warm up if we get you more clothes? You'll need to give that coat back. I think so, Captain. I can resume hunting. Jessie glanced at me. Resuming hunting wasn't great. You'd need to eat on a regular basis. BEA asked. Every 2 hours at a minimum while I'm active and using skin like this, the Mercy said. Hourly is recommended but I don't think anyone does. It takes time. Were you made in New Amsterdam or Tri-Mountain? I asked. Winthrop Academy in Tri-Mountain, the Mercy said. She gave me a surprised look. How did you? Like I said, he has information, Jessie said. And it's not that hard of a guess. High quality work. The Mercy seemed bewildered by that. Thank you, Captain. How accurate is your ability to smell plague? Not very, Captain. Only when it's active. But it helps. Rudy offered her one arm for support. It made for an odd picture. I was careful to walk behind and to one side of her. If I'd walked directly behind her, she couldn't have looked at me while maintaining her stride. Instead, I was able to gauge just how much of her attention was on me. I was disappointed that it was as much as it was. That the look on her face didn't change. Too single-minded. Too efficient an encapsulated system, perhaps. I looked across the street, not meeting this Mercy's gaze. I saw Frey, and I thought of what Frey had told me about. It had lurked in my mind. The places the crown destroyed, the cats and cockroaches. Continents laid to waste. I imagined a future where this plague had taken the crown states. Fields of red flowers, with vein-like vines constricting the trees to death, crawling over stones in varying thicknesses. I imagined the landscape devoid of humans, but for a few survivors. Would the tender Mercies survive? Foraging for food, interacting, breeding more tender Mercies. It was a grim, quiet sort of picture. I wasn't sure how to place it. We found more bodies, killed in the street, then dragged off to one side to be piled on the welcome mat of one house. The Mercy cast off my coat, letting it fall in the snow, and hurried over to the bodies. I could see her excitement as she found a red and white checked dress. I wonder, I said. I picked up my coat, shook it off, and pulled it back on. At what? Jessie asked. I wonder at the timing. The tender Mercies are a novel answer for this particular plague. Too fast a development. Too easy to imagine where it goes. Remember when we first discussed the plague? It's too clear that it was designed, and designed by a talented hand. Which makes me think two things. What if the person who created the plague created the Mercies? I mean, that's a fairly obvious conclusion, right? Intuitive enough, Jessie said. But I had a second thought, and I'm just putting it out there, what if they didn't? Beetle Ribbles, feel free to chime in, correct me, but there seems to be a lot of variance in the project. The man with the very thick skin Jessie talked to, the one with the heavy brow and chin, then this one, it's the early stages of things, when an established project of this kind of quality should have nailed down those ratios. You're not wrong, the treasurer said. They started down one path, then made an abrupt turn, to put things on a different course and answer a need, Gordon too concluded. Reminds me of someone, Jessie said, looking at me. Yeah, I said. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. But this is a lot of effort and a small population of a very resilient, loyal set of people that they clearly invested a lot into. Whether you imagine they were made to answer the Red Plague or they were made to answer something else, maybe something else that the Academy might have released in the same vein as the Plague, isn't it really easy to imagine creatures like this adapting to the new environment, keeping things mostly operational in the meantime, and then handing things back over to the Crown in a few decades or a century? Doesn't that seem like a much better use for what these tender mercies seem to be? The others were silent. Our eyes were on the Mercy, who was pulling on boots over stockinged feet. A bit fanciful, Jessie said. But she gestured maybe. I gestured the rest of my thought at Jessie while I worked through the idea. Frey had suggested the Crown was prepared to wipe whole regions off the map, given the chance. Now I was wondering if they weren't already preparing to do so? Were things proving too hard to pin down? A nation too spread out, with too many active rebellions and too many dead nobles? The tender Mercy approached us. She'd donned a red and white dress under a black coat, with red stockings and black boots. The look she gave me was an ugly one. If it weren't for him, we would have left you there, BEA said. The look didn't change, but there was more confusion. She wasn't human, in the end. But she didn't own the wrongs she committed and the ugliness that drove her. It was hard to convince myself not to shoot her, or to justify having helped her. I felt like I understood something I hadn't, about what the mercies might be, or how they functioned, but I felt like this was a lose-lose situation. Saving her, letting her die. You're under strict orders, Jessie said, to spare the civilians. Why? There might be a cure among them, Jessie said. It's why we want the professor. The Mercy narrowed her eyes. Pass on word. Gather any others you see, Jessie said. She reached to her belt, and fumbled at a paper that stuck out. I moved closer and picked it out. There were several. I caught a glimpse of each. Letters. Penned out in various handwriting styles. Each signed with different names. Official orders, forged using details from memory. Jessie picked one and handed it to the Mercy. I can't read, she said. I'm one of several who have letters like this. We're here to get it to the higher UPS at the other end of the city. I'm passing that responsibility on to you. Show that letter around. She frowned, looked at the paper, and then looked at me. No fondness, no understanding. Only confusion at my existence. I might have agreed with her, if the timing were different. The small Mercy strode off. The little castle is there, Jessie pointed. 2 streets down and 2 streets over. Easy to miss amid the peaking, snow-covered roofs. We're close. She was trying to distract me from the subject of the Mercy. A creature I'd wanted to identify with. I bent my brain to the task of helping Shirley, and pushed the thought of the experiment 90% of the way out of my head. In the moment before I succeeded, I saw Frey. Frey alone. Frey without rhyme or reason, still indistinct. It meant something. I wasn't sure what. Did it have to do with the Mercy? A runt of an experiment, feeling lost without her people, caught up in things bigger than her? Leaving things as unresolved as they were nagged at me, and I suspected my limited space for memories might well be more occupied thinking about her, despite our attempts to prevent that very thing from happening. Or did Frey's appearance have to do with the bigger things? My suspicions about the Crown, the measures they might take? Or was it about the dawning feeling that Pierre's intuition had been right, in that this noble employed professor was an important factor in answering these questions, and that ignoring him in favor of Shirley might not be the easy answer we'd hoped for? Head over heels 16.5. Stalemate. For the most part, the Academy forces had formed a perimeter around the city. There were 2 places we were aware of that they were busily gathering their forces. 2 points of contention. The first was the train station, where a train was being held hostage. The second was the little castle. It was a nice building, looking much as if a doctor had somehow taken a manor and a castle and blended the two into an appealing sort of building chimera. This architectural chimera was wounded, scarred, and scorched by flame, with holes in the walls where something had exploded, bringing down wood and stone. The rebels had invaded it, making their way inside, and if they'd planned to accomplish something and then get out, they'd only completed the first objective, if they'd even gotten that far. Now there were rebels in the windows with guns and there were Crown soldiers parked by barricades all around the building. The soldiers were all wearing the quarantine outfits, and were accompanied by what I assume were very disposable stitched and war beasts, as well as a scattered few tender mercies. Jessie had written letters while in the carriage, presumably during the handful of periods that we'd stopped, much as we had with the war beast. She and the beetle rebels approached the Crown forces, and she handed over one letter. I watched through binoculars as a man in a quarantine suit with decoration on his lapel fumbled with the letter, working to unfold it. He took his time reading it, and then he handed it back. The wind whistled as it blew down the otherwise quiet street. Jessie didn't move, waiting dutifully. The others mostly took her cue, but someone I was fairly sure was Fang was antsy. He moved his weight from foot to foot. It took a kind of courage to wear the mask with confidence, knowing what the scores of people around you would do if they could see beyond it. Fang didn't have that kind of courage. There were people among the beetle rebels who had their talents, and I was enjoying seeing those talents emerge. BEA drew people in, particularly strong people, if not the most capable. Important distinction. Davis knew parts of the textbooks by heart and was good at both execution and teaching, and his role as student council president suggested he was a strong leader. Valentina had a good hand for surgery and a keen eye for relationships, which had secured her the vice presidency. Mabel, now leading the green students, was a keen observer of details, with a good eye for traps, deception, any unrest or resentment, and she was good with biochemistry and pheromones. It was a large part of why the current background project of the beetle group involved the stuff. That, and Junior was a good hand with the chemistry and biochemistry, owing to his experience producing the drugs as head of the rank. Rudy, Rita, and Posey took on different focuses. Rudy was driven, less of a master of one field and more a capable student in many, with a good background in things ranging from the mechanical to farming, and handyman work, and I suspected I could point him in a direction and see him draw it all together to be well above average while still maintaining some breadth. Rita was a listener with a good eye for those who needed listening to, and she was able to adapt and react with the snap of a finger, so to speak. Posey was a mechanic, and she enjoyed building. She was the one supplying our furniture in the main lodge, both the basic log benches and the more refined work. I could see myself, were I given a good year to do it, nurturing them all into individual forces. I wanted to bring out their strengths and make them sharp. But in the doing, I had to accept that there were some cases where achieving that was an uphill battle. Gordon too was good in his particular fields of interest, but only good. I kept him close because he was a good barometer for me when it came to other students, and I used him because I'd kept him close for long enough that I could trust him to do as I needed him to do. Possum, in much the same vein, wasn't an exceptional student, and she didn't have any particular skills, but I valued her all the same. She was loyal, and nobody seemed to actively dislike her, while a number liked her. My approach to her was more in the realm that I wanted her to come away from all of this happy, not as someone devastating. My take on Fang was that he was likely good in a fight and likely bad at a great many things. I wouldn't tell BEA not to use him, but I didn't want to give him a great deal of my attention. I was constantly watching, looking for signs that any one student should be prioritized or set aside. I took notes now and again, but Jessie was the real repository of the particulars in my some thoughts. The rest of it was something I played by ear, trusting that each student in a position of any power was someone I'd put there for a good reason. Mauer, standing on another rooftop, watching me, the others, and the rebel army in the little castle, seemed intent on lingering there, reminding me that it was a house of cards that could and would collapse. Or perhaps that was just me, filling in the blanks with thoughts that were lingering just beneath the surface. The leader of the contingent of crown soldiers finished speaking with his subordinates. He gave some final orders, and they signaled their men. Of the 200 soldiers I could see from my vantage point on a rooftop, approximately 75 peeled off, moving at a brisk pace as they headed toward another part of the city. Someone who the general had talked to was running off in a perpendicular direction to the main group. I suspected he'd round up more from battle lines I couldn't see. Maybe 100 soldiers removed from the picture. As part of that, there were holes to fill, people spread thinner, and groups had to be moved. Jessie's group received their new orders. I watched as they obeyed. No, not obeying. From the ground, it was hard to see particulars. Even the general was only in a position to see a mere half of the people and barricades within 100 yards of him, and that was a special case, a location chosen for that much awareness. Others weren't so fortunate. They could see one or two of the groups to their flanks. Such was the nature of the urban battlefield. Buildings, streets, fences, and the same barricades that protected obstructed fields of vision. Jessie had clearly used information gleaned from conversations with other groups to sell herself and her squad as a proper member of the local forces. The general then trusted her enough to assign her group a space to fill, and I could see as she walked right past that space. She moved along the perimeter, and I shadowed her, as she traveled a half circle around the little castle. She finally found a good vantage point. She spoke to a squad of soldiers, and sent them off on patrol with something that sounded official. Her squad relieved theirs, settling in. Her hand signals consisted of long, right, short, right, long. I moved along the rooftop, watching as they traveled a very careful route on their way out, with a clear destination in mind. A straight line on their way out, then a right turn. They took the prescribed route, and I signaled confirmation. As quickly as they'd settled in, Jessie's group picked up and moved on. Wet snow continued to fall around us. I had to descend to the ground to get to the next building I could climb on top of. By the time I'd arrived, Jessie had already relieved a second unit and was looking skyward as if she was expecting me to show up exactly as I did. She signaled, and I glanced back before confirming. She had a letter in hand and was tucking it away. I suspected it was a very similar picture to the one she'd painted for the commander. All of this was us sending more and more soldiers to reinforce a location that likely had nothing of substance going on. I looked over from the rooftop in the direction the soldiers were going. They were moving out in the direction of the water. I wondered if she'd painted a picture of rebels coming from the end of the river with intent to land and attack from the sea. It would be a beautiful way to leave 100 or 200 crown soldiers sitting in the cold at the harbor, watching and waiting for people to show up. She moved on to a third group. I worried that she was pushing our collective luck, that this group would make for too many soldiers in total sent to the harbor. I was right on one front. These soldiers were skeptical. I could catch the tone of argument, and see Jessie's hand signal as she requested possible assistance. I was only part way to them when things escalated. In a moment, Jesse and the other beetle rebels had pulled their weapons on the soldiers at the barricade. Fang and Rudy knocked two people to the ground, Fang hooking a bayonet blade against the one soldier's air hose, Rudy pressing his bayonet blade against a soldier's neck. Jesse took weapons from each of the soldiers. I finished my approach. Sorry, Jesse said. Sorry. I didn't leave any for you, she said. Well, it's the thought that counts, I said. Coast should be clear. Nobody's watching this corner of the building now. Group further down won't see because of barricade, groups further down the road can't see because of the faint bend in the road or because of how they're positioned. I'm wondering if they realize, I said. I glanced at the windows. If they're discreet about it, they can just leave. They should realize, Jesse said. Then they have a reason for staying, I said. I sighed. A reason? Gordon too asked. Stalemates within stalemates, I said. They're stuck. They should have been in and out, but something kept them from making a hasty exit. The ones at the window look pretty calm, all things considered, so it's not a hostile party. A stubborn one, Rudy said. Crown can't attack because the rebels have a hostage. Rebels can't exit because they have a hostage, I said. One that's proving difficult, I imagine. I don't get a feeling of urgency from them, Jesse said. The general was waiting out the clock. Then he gets to leave, the city burns, and his men don't die. He'd rather this didn't go anywhere. This is about continuing the testing of the Tender Mercy project and putting in a token effort. He's wanting to reach out and try to open negotiations, but there's a swathe of no man's land between Crown forces and the little castle. Nobody wants to cross it. Which leads back to playing it safe, I said. The clock is running out. We don't have a lot of time. People are going to notice that logistics are off and positions aren't defended, Jesse said. Noted, I said. I don't suppose any of you are particularly keen to lose the suits and come with. Nobody was particularly keen. Jessie raised her hand. Not you. I don't want to cut the plague out of you a second time. The rest of you cover my back, I said. I'll go in alone, then. Where is the bag with the suit? Rudy pulled off his bag. The bag with the suit and mask inside was strapped to the top, a separate bag. He unstrapped it, then handed it to me. I slung it over my shoulder, wearing it as I might a satchel. Do you want to take more suits? Jessie asked. I glanced down at the soldiers that were lying face down on the ground, hands on heads. Don't want to burden myself too much, I said. What was the best way to do this? Murder was the easiest, but... Crown soldiers, I said, and I lowered my voice rather than raise it, to seem more dangerous, and to ensure they were listening. I'm going to give you two options. That gives you three, because the third option is one you're already aware of and debating. You can fight us, struggle, try to make noise, and we'll execute you all in very painful ways. I have traps, and the people you've alerted will trip them. They'll die in painful ways. People will notice. All hell will break loose, the Crown will start fighting, the rebels will start fighting, people will die, and far too many people don't get to go home to their families tonight. That would be option one, Rudy supplied, in a voice that was very good at sounding dangerous. He was a big, scary fellow when he wanted to be and oftentimes when he didn't. He pulled it off effortlessly. Option one, yes, well, the option you are currently debating. The options I'm providing are simple ones. We can execute you all quietly, and you can all go out with as little pain as anyone can hope for. If you believe in something after death, however much the Crown tries to suppress those beliefs, then you can look forward to that. Otherwise, it's quiet oblivion. I want to see some nodding heads, to be sure you all understand me. I saw some nodding heads. Option 3 is that you are all going to give me your masks. We'll stick you somewhere the air is very still, the risk of transmission at its minimum, you all stay quiet and we'll give the masks back soon after that. You want us to break quarantine? One of the soldiers asked. I took a rifle from Jesse and put a bayonet blade to the soldier's neck. A possible horrible death or a sure clean death, he said. Yes, I said. His gloved hands moved behind his head, fumbling with straps. Let's move you somewhere out of the way, where the air isn't moving as much, I told him. He nodded, hands moving away. We put him in the dark recess beneath a tall set of wooden stairs, by a stack of firewood beneath one house. Stairs and firewood provided some shelter from the wind. He pulled the mask off, disconnected the hose, and pressed the hose against his lower face, breathing through it. The 7 others followed his lead, moving to spaces next to him, but only one other brought the hose to his mouth. I collected the masks, walked over to the barricade that they directed, and half climbed the barricade. I stuck the mask over, past the spikes that lined the top of the barricade, and braced myself for a possible gunshot hitting the thing. None came. I moved the mask as a puppeteer might move a puppet, bobbing it as if it was walking, over, then stopping at my leftmost corner of the wall. I did much the same with the second mask, hanging it by the strap to one spike, next to the first, and carried on. Once all 8 masks were mounted, I dared to peek out around the side, raising my binoculars to search the windows. The windows with gunmen were fairly easy to see. Most were cracked open so the shooters would have a clear shot. The one that caught my eye was open, but with cloth wedged in the 2 sides. Enough room for the gun's nozzle to move a little, but the cloth would keep the cold from flowing indoors. The gunman was talking to buddies, who were peering out the window, looking at my display. I ventured out a little further. Nobody shot me. Arms spread, I crossed out into the street. I watched out to either side as I did, verifying that Jesse's observations had been correct. There weren't any other crown soldiers situated near us who could really see me and take a clear shot at me. As I approached the door, I heard it unlatch. It opened. Guns were already pointed at me as I passed through the doorway and stepped inside. A dozen soldiers in one room, so cramped I doubt any single soldier had a clear shot that wouldn't potentially put a friendly at risk. They were all young, none older than 25, and all men. Their clothing looked more rural, and many of them wore long jackets with a military cut that were made with substandard leather with coarse stitching. Rebels, but they'd all come from a place very like Sedge, where we were camped, if I was guessing right. Sylvester Lambsbridge, one of them said. My reputation precedes me, I said. Not so much. You have a friend upstairs, he said. I nodded. Shirley? She's a pretty girl, he said. That she is, I said, staying calm. Shirley. I wasn't sure what the statement meant. He was probing me, but I wasn't sure what for or why. Was it interest in Shirley, or was it an implication? Either way, staying cool and calm in the moment was what was important. He looked past me and out the door, his pistol still pointed at me. You just walked over. How? Take me to my friend, I said. I'll explain. Bag? He said. I handed over the bag with the extra quarantine suit. He motioned with the gun. I brushed past several people as I made my way through the overcrowded room. I could have done something clever like pilfer something from a pocket, but I didn't want to try my luck, and Shirley had informed them of who I was. The place was nice, but it had more of a lodge feel than a palace feel. The walls were stone up to the halfway point and then oiled wood up to the ceiling. Pictures hung on walls, with family crests and portraits of nobles and important people. Each hallway had a strip of carpet running down it. The bulk of the rebels were here. In this room, more of them were older, tending toward the 30 to 35 range. There was a hierarchy, and the older ones wore more facial hair, beards, and mutton chops, while sitting a little more comfortably. They led because they were elders. The younger ones were doing the legwork. I spotted Shirley in the crowd. 4 men stood next to her, 2 had weapons drawn, and one of those 2 was holding her wrist in an iron grip. I saw Otis and his men off to one side, sitting against the wall, wrists bound and resting on a knee or in laps. Otis held a bloody rag to his face. Archie stood in a corner with some of his men, wrists similarly bound, though he didn't sit. The man I'd talked to tossed the bag to a man I presumed to be the one in charge. I couldn't tell if he was blonde with a shock of dark hair running through it or dark-haired and going prematurely grey. He slouched in a chair. The man opened the bag and pulled the contents free. He didn't react any as he saw what it was, and simply let the mask and outfit fall so it draped across his lap and the arm of his chair. He looked me up and down. Shorter than they made you out to be, the leader drawled. They talked about my height. I asked. No, but they talked about you like you were capable of moving mountains, boy, the leader said. And you look a little small to be pulling any of that off. There was a look in his eyes that made me think that he was a very dangerous man. Something approximating the weariness I'd seen in Mauer, or the lack of light I'd seen in Ava's eyes when I'd seen her in the dungeon, but I suspected the light had died in him long ago, if it had ever been kindled. Dark eyes, heavily lined by fatigue, and a kind of casual resignation in posture and expression that suggested that I could draw a gun, open fire on the room, and he wouldn't care. He wouldn't care, but he would draw and do his level best to gun me down. Then, if I happened to lie bleeding on the floor after, he wouldn't act much different than if our positions were reversed. This was the leader of this particular group of rebels. A man who had given up long ago, who expected nothing but a battle that he'd inevitably lose. He walked across no man's land. Not a whisper, no gunshots, no nonsense, the one who'd met me downstairs said. Did he now? I didn't answer or justify. Better to let him take away what he wanted to take away from it. Do we have a way out? The leader asked his subordinate. Depends on a lot of things, I answered, as if he'd asked me directly. Like. I know Shirley over there is a particularly dangerous one. 4 young, able-bodied men restraining her like that. Did they treat you well, Shirley? No trouble. I gestured as I asked. Question. 2 of the men stepped a little away from Shirley as I addressed her. They weren't focusing this much on Shirley because she was dangerous, of course. They were focused on her because she was pretty, and as far as I could tell, this band of merry men were all men. To her credit, she was standing tall. She was using tricks I'd taught her to look confident. The tilt of her head, the look in her eyes, and the faint look of frustration was a look I'd had her practice in the mirror. Neck drawn out longer, breathing deep, I'd told her to imagine a feral cat. They treated me as well as can be reasonably expected, she said, and she said it as well as I could have hoped. Her hand jerked where one man was gripping her wrist, before he reasserted his hold, leaving finger marks where his fingers had been. The gesture that went with her hand movement was a no. A lie. That's good, I lied. Sorry about all of this. We'll see about getting you out of here. Thank you, Sylvester, she said. She closed her eyes a moment. Thank you for coming. Did Pierre make it out all right? He made it out of the city without a problem. No signs of plague just yet, but it's unpredictable. I know. I remember Tineware. I nodded. I turned the other way and said. Otis? Sporting a bloody nose there, friend. I don't do well with being confined, the man said. He was the oldest one present, by roughly 10 years, but his life had been one of hard living, and he looked and sounded more like he had 15 or 20 years of seniority. Is it going to be forgivable if we make our way out of this city and we take these guys with? Otis shot me a look, like he really didn't want to say yes. Say yes, I told him. Sure, he said. World's gonna keep turning if you let em go. I nodded. Archie. Archie, tall, long-haired, with the brown skin of an Indian, was uninjured, but he looked a little angrier than Otis had, strangely enough. You want the honest answer or do you want the lie? He asked. All right, he was a lot angrier than Otis had been. Lie, the leader that was slouching in the chair said. Lie, I said. All's well, Archie said, in the most unconvincing manner possible. He gestured as he spoke. He'd picked up the vocabulary, but that was maybe a bad thing. As he carefully chose the words, he moved his hands in a deliberate, mechanical way. Enemies. Hurt. Girl. They'd hurt surely. But I'd known that already, in a general sense. One of the other rebels standing near him reached out, seizing Archie's hand, gripping it hard enough to bend fingers the wrong way. You casting a spell or something? The man asked. What's this? The leader asked. He rose out of his seat a little, twisting around and resting one arm on his knee. Spell. Don't know what he was doing. He was moving his fingers all creepy-like. Nervous habit, Archie said, sounding far more convincing than he had. Yet, you weren't nervous up until now, Red, the fellow that held Archie's fingers asked. No, Archie said, and he made it an insult or an epithet. I sighed a little to myself. You know what that's all about, boy, the rebel leader asked. Communication, I said. I held up my hand, gesturing. Time. Short. Escape. Window. Closing. The corresponding gestures really meant, enemy rebels here die today. Talking with your fingers, someone asked. That's bullshit. Fucking trickery, the soldier who'd held Archie's fingers said. He hit Archie hard across the face. The man in charge of him didn't seem to care. No, the rebel leader was more interested in my reaction. I mimicked him, copying some of his mannerisms, including his eerie coldness. I made it appear like I didn't care much. I came here with the expectation of giving you all a deal, I said. These are my terms. You'll give that suit to Shirley. I promised someone I'd give it to her and get her safely out of the city. You don't hurt any of my people. In exchange, I get you all clear of this city. If anyone catches the plague, I can try my hand at cutting it out. I've done it before. I'll get you all clear of trouble. No can do, the leader said. No can do. I asked. I'd offered an out, he'd refused, and his men didn't look as dismayed as they should. Does your reasoning have to do with the good professor? I asked. The words good and professor don't go hand in hand, the leader said. That's a man who needs to die. Even if it means the rest of you die? I thought. I'll get him, but I want to bring him with. I'll question him, then hand him over to you before midnight. If you judge that he needs to die, then you can handle it. We'll part ways then, I said. You'll get him? Just like that. I can move mountains, apparently. I can do this, I said. I was cognizant of the time limit. He rose to his feet. Then let's see you move mountains, boy. We had to pass up 2 flights of stairs. Each floor, it seemed, was arranged so that the stairway rose up through the middle, an ornate cage separating it from the hallway. The first floor had been facilities like the dining hall. The second floor was 12 or so apartments, the third floor was 6. The fourth floor had 4 apartments, 1 in each cardinal direction. From what I could see as I glanced upward, the top floor was a penthouse suite, fit only for the uppermost of visiting nobles. But we didn't go that far. We exited the stairwell into the 4th floor. There were more of the rebel soldiers here. The heavy door and the walls to either side of it had bullet holes in it. They'd fired indiscriminately. It didn't look like most shots had the power to penetrate wood, thick wall, and exit the other side. Some had, however. I could peer through some holes and see light on the other side. Stand back, I said. I cracked my knuckles. Amazingly enough, some did. Doors barricaded on the other side, one of the rebel soldiers said. I figured that much out, I said. I crackled my knuckles again for emphasis, and then I rolled my shoulders, before drawing in a deep breath. Professor, I called out. It's Sylvester Lamb's bridge. There was a pause. I believe we've met. I tried. We've met, came the voice on the other side. Sylvester. Didn't think I'd meet you here. Wrong coast, for one thing. Well, being where you're not expected to be is part of being a fugitive of the crown. Been taking your wyvern, I assume, he asked. Regularly enough, I said. I wondered why he'd asked. You'll have to remind me of your name. There are a few professors you could be. Professor Berger. I had no idea who that was. Yeah, I said. You know how these things go, and you know me. I have a vested interest in getting you out of here alive, getting some answers from you. Dots I need to connect. You know what it means if you stay. You've seen more quarantines than I've seen years on this planet. I can see out the window. There's an army on our doorstep. They don't care about whether you live or die. You were the Duke's attendant. You've seen battlefields aplenty. Does that army look particularly motivated? Or are they planning to wait until they can just say you probably died to plague? They tried their hardest, but there was no saving you. I think they're motivated enough, Sylvester, Berger said. Professor, I said, exasperated. You're a smart man. You know how things are, I know how things are. Let's accept that. Let's not lie to each other about the simple things. The building is reinforced, he said. It might last the fire. If that's true, I'll let you stay here, I said. But I don't think it's true. Or it might last the fire, only for them to unleash other measures to be sure the plague is gone, and you'd be caught by that. Open the door, Professor. Come out. I'll take you hostage, ask you some questions you won't particularly mind answering, no need for torture. You'll be alive. And then, he asked. I'd known he was going to ask that, but I left the then out to prompt the question, getting him to buy into the narrative a bit, to wonder on the future and be on the same page as me for one moment. Then. I'm not sure. It's up for negotiation, I said. Another way of getting you to buy in. Ransom you to the crown, perhaps. I'd need more assurances. It's about Project Caterpillar, I said. Expiry date is fast approaching. The Duke showed interest in Caterpillar. Several times. I'm thinking you've at least read up on it. I thought of the Duke standing in the room when I'd first lost Jamie. I've read up on it. I need you alive if there's any chance you can provide some answers on that. Right now, I think I'm the only person who needs you alive. No, he said. No, not the only person. But the door latch clicked. I knew the rebel leader was about to execute the professor the moment he saw him. He had no reason to do otherwise. I knew the professor that was cooped up in that room was being very incautious, considering that the rebels here had opened fire on the door. Why hadn't he asked about them? He'd asked about my wyvern formula. He hadn't asked about them because they weren't a consideration. I pushed the door open, and I stepped clear out of the way. They sprung forward like grasshoppers, or pellets from a slingshot. Too fast to follow with the eye, each one the size of a human hand. Two of them latched onto me, leaving bloody marks as hook-like feet caught on the skin of my arm for footing while they launched forward to their next vantage point. They went for the spine, one crawling beneath coat, sweater, and shirt to find the small of my back, the other finding the nape of my neck. They bit, and I felt all sensation leave everything from the shoulders down. I fell to the ground, my entire body paralyzed. Long seconds passed, and the mandibles came free. Sensation came back in a pins and needles fashion. Berger stood over me as I found my way to my feet. He watched with cold eyes. He was an older man, approaching 50, his hair shorn short, a bit of stubble on his chin. His eyebrows were the longest hairs I could see on his head. He had lips twisted into an expression I couldn't read, possibly disgust, and eyes that naturally glared. I looked at the rest of the little castle rebels who had been in the hall. They lay sprawled on the carpet, massive bugs latched onto their spines, mandibles and limbs latched in. Half of them were actively pissing and shitting themselves. He approached one rebel and bent down. Fingers hooked on ring-like growths on the back of one of the bugs. He pulled back, and there were silken strands between ring and bug. Moving one, he made one of the young rebel's arms move. Moving another, he moved a leg. The man grunted. Cooperate, he instructed the fallen rebel. Stand. He moved the strings. The rebel flopped like a fish on dry land. Cooperate, Professor Berger told the fallen rebel, once more. Again, he moved the strings. He apparently didn't like the result, because he pulled back on another ring with silken strand attached. The rebel made choked, strangled sounds as his body contorted to the point I thought things would break or dislocate. Within 2 seconds, the rebel's face was red, veins standing out, spittle frothing as he pushed it out between clenched teeth. The professor eased back on the string, and the man relaxed correspondingly. His breathing returned to what seemed to be an overly regular pattern, but the recent stress gave those regular breaths a whiny, panting note. Cooperate, the professor said, moving strings. The man still flopped like a fish on dry land, but the professor seemed to appreciate his efforts more, because there was no punishment this time. In case the implication isn't clear, the professor said, we're not working alongside these rebels. I had no plans to. On that note, it might be better to do something with the rebel leader, I said. I indicated the man in question. Berger looked over, then came to a decision. He pulled back on the string, forcing the convulsions, and then pried the bug off. The bandit he'd been working on seized, the process not stopping, as Berger knelt by the bandit leader. This should do, he said. Sure, I said. I was still recovering, myself. You'll get us out of here. I'll supply what you need for Caterpillar. You'll let us go, rather than ransom us. Us? I asked. He turned his head. I looked. Standing in the doorway, watching, were 2 small children. 11 or so. 1 boy, 1 girl, roughly the same age. Yours. My daughter and nephew, he said. You'll save them or you won't get my cooperation on any front. There are others to save, I said. I have comrades downstairs. They're captive, and watched by a crowd. If I thought I could deal with all of the rebels I'd seen before retreating to safety up here, I'd have done it myself. We're not equipped to deal with a small army. Reconsider, the professor said. I wondered if Pierre had caught wind of the children. It was no secret I tried to protect children when given the chance. If he'd told me, combined it with the knowledge that this was an academy professor with valuable information. I was disappointed he hadn't told me. We'll save everyone we can, I said, trying to sound more confident than I was. As you wish, Professor Burger said. I don't suppose you can make him say what we need him to say. Professor Burger shook his head. Then, while his daughter and nephew watched, he pulled on a string and gave the instruction, cooperate. Head over heels 16.6. Cooperate, the professor murmured. He pulled the strings of the rebel leader, and the leader found his way to his feet, moving like a stitched mite. I could see his expression now that he wasn't face down on the ground anymore. His face contorted and his head leaned over to one side, the side of his face grinding hard into one shoulder. Good, Professor Burger said. It was the first thing he'd said that wasn't cooperate for several minutes now. I was getting rather sick of standing here, and the smell of it was getting to me. I had endured foul places, and had even made my way through sewer drains, but shit was shit, and far too many of these men had shit and pissed in their pants. Good. I asked. What are our limitations here? Limitations. What's he good for? He walks and moves at my allowance. Each string controls a limb. Feedback on my end in the form of tension and vibration suggests just how he is moving that limb, and I can stop him. He either elects not to move at all, or he moves the way I want him to. Can you make him point? I asked. I can. The act of pointing to something specific is trickier but doable. I studied the bearded rebel leader, rubbing my chin. Can you get him to stop doing that thing with his head? Strings were manipulated. The leader tensed up, face turning red for a moment, and then he relaxed. He started to move his head in that direction, his shoulders tightened, and he stopped. Good, I said. We should get 2 more. Then I think we can crack this. Will it take long? Not long, Burger said. Charles, come here. The Burger's nephew approached. The boy was small, with large eyes that made him look younger than he was, black hair neatly parted. He wore a crisp, thoroughly starched shirt with a sweater vest and wore slacks with shoes, not boots, despite the weather outside. At his uncle's instruction, he reached overhead and took the strings. If you relax them, he'll collapse. If you pull back on them, he'll have more range of movement. Given a choice between the two, if your arm gets tired, make him collapse. Understand? Charles nodded, solemn. If he fights you, or if you feel the strings moving because he's trying to move, if he starts making noise, often a squeal, or if there's any other trouble at all, you pull back on the middle one. Everything connected to his nervous system will cease. By all reports, it is indescribably painful. At that stage, we can let him die or I can take over again. What if I can't? Charles asked. What if I can't pull? Burger reached over, and he ran his fingers through the front of Charles's hair, as if to fix the part, when it needed no fixing. He said, I would be immensely proud of you if you could, Charles. So would your father, were he with us. If the need arises and you cannot manage your patient, I'm sure Sylvester would keep him from getting too far. Sure, I said. I'll see about our second patient, then. Would you keep an eye out for trouble while keeping an eye on Charles and his patient? I can, I said. Burger knelt by another patient, and he started work. I turned to Charles. Spending time with your uncle. Burger was the one who answered. My duties being what they are, I don't often have time to look after the children. My extended family steps in and does what they can, but I'm between appointments, and I saw an opportunity. They're old enough to start thinking about which academies they will attend, and I needed to see some people in various academies. We're on our way back from the Cape of Flowers. With a bunch of body-controlling bugs on hand, I said. Which is curious. Burger stopped what he was doing, looked up, and met my eyes. I'm not your enemy today, Sylvester. There's no need to analyze me or pick me to pieces. Oh, not to worry. I pick even my friends to pieces, and while you aren't my enemy, you're not my friend. All the same, perhaps you should focus on our mutual enemy. The benefit of Wyvern and my particular mental architecture is that I'm very good at maintaining several trains of thought at once. I can pester you and think about how to deal with the enemy at the same time. It's even constructive, since things in our conversation here might inspire me. The time and energy I spend in responding to you is time and energy I'm not focusing on this, Professor Burger said. Bull crap, I said. I leaned back against the bars that encircled the stairs and looked down, making sure nobody was coming up. All you're doing there is playing a patience game. Waiting for the patient there to figure out how he's supposed to move while you're pulling his strings. I'm sure that we can have a conversation. Charles was watching me very closely. He glanced at his uncle, and I saw momentary concern as Burger pressed his lips together and didn't fire back a response. Is that the first time you've seen someone talk back to your uncle? I thought. I didn't have the full picture yet. Was Burger the equivalent of someone who had a bad day on the street, came home, and beat his wife? Would he take what I was dishing out now and turn around to take it out on the children? I only asked because he seemed like a peculiar individual. Controlling, uncompromising, and so lacking in empathy that he seemed to think less of Charles for having some. The closest thing I'd seen to kindness from Burger, the touching of his nephew's hair, had been so calculated that Charles had to have seen through it. I wasn't about to say it was the case, but I couldn't help but wonder if Burger was the sort of man who only really expressed kindness by wearing a particularly thick glove when hitting the children. Did you have a favorite stop? I asked Charles. Mute, Charles glanced back at his uncle. You can answer, Burger said. I liked Peachtree, Charles said. How come? I asked him. Again, I checked the stairs to make sure the coast was clear. I made some friends there. I got their addresses. We're going to exchange letters, Charles said. His arm moved a little, and the rebel leader stiffened. Charles adjusted, and the man relaxed. I thought about offering to take over, but I had suspicions about how that would play out. Not yet, not now. Atlantica Academy is ranked 8th in the Crown States, Berger said. I'd rather Charles attend something more prestigious, but we've discussed it. If he keeps up with his studies, I may allow him to go there for Academy Prep. Academy Prep, like Mothmont in Radham. I find that language interesting, I said. You may allow him. I mean, you're not even committing to a proper academy, just the prep school, and you can't even make it a promise. I don't like promises, Berger said. And I don't like guaranteeing anything for much the same reason. I find they mean very little to people if kept, and they cost you a great deal if they're broken. Exceptions for present company, of course, you and I are in a life and death circumstance. Sure, I said. It warrants, being political. In that vein, Berger said. Yet by choosing not to promise like that, you're really playing at politics with family, aren't you? Sylvester, Professor Berger said. Please do not question how I raise the children in my care. I started to respond, and then I saw Charles and the girl staring at me. I smiled. As you wish, Professor. Berger took that at face value, turning his attention to his patient and completely missed the wink I shot Charles in the meantime. The professor tapped one of his patient's arms and told the young man, right arm now. What about you, miss? I asked. Florence, Berger volunteered. Florence's hair was black, much like Charles's. My experience in watching Helen suggested that it likely took a two-person team and an hour's time to properly set up the hair and the light makeup, everything in place, with just a bit of ornamentation. She looked like a doll, hair carefully coiffed, a dress that looked more decorative than functional, with embroidery from shoulder to hem, and fine lace at the edges. Hello, Flo, I said. Florence, she said. Florence, sure, I said. Your favorite stop on your trip with Dad? I call him Father, she told me. I stand corrected, I said. What was your favorite stop on your trip with Father? If I had to choose, I quite liked Haverhill Academy, she said. Setting your sights high, I said. But if I got to choose anywhere, I would choose one of the academies in New Amsterdam, or Crown Capital in London. Setting your sights at the very top. Naturally, she said. She didn't even glance at her father. I wondered if. She's a strong student, and my name has some pull. She can achieve it if she works hard, Professor Berger said. She'd looked his way as he started talking. My wondering was cut short. Too quick to look, betraying the fact that she'd been acting aloof and avoiding looking to see if she'd earned the approval she was shooting for until she had an excuse. Berger didn't seem to catch it, or didn't seem to care if he had. I like the name Peachtree. Sounds warm, I said. Turning my attention back to Charles. It wasn't when we went, Charles said. It was wet and cold. Wet and cold. It must have something going for it. Girls. Charles made a face. Give it time, Charles. Something else that's neat, then. They have tunnels and trenches and orchards everywhere, and the city boys and the town boys go to war over it all. Ah, I said. The city boys didn't like me much at first, but I proved myself. It was muddy in the trenches, so I got bits of pig that were being slaughtered for parts, paid for the bits with my allowance, and I made a stitched pig. It was clever, Berger said. Then, because he had to temper any compliment, he added, simple, but clever. Charles, subdued a little, said, we let it loose in the downhill part of the tunnels. Scared the wits out of the townies. Something they'll tell tales of for months to come. Herman Anthony, he was the leader of the city boys, he told me I was proper legendary, those are the two words he used, and he considered it a point of honor to be a fast friend with me. He's one of the boys I'm going to write when I get back home. Charles was talking, and I was doing my best to look attentive, but in the background, Berger had finished with the second man. He beckoned Florence, and carefully passed management of the strings over to her. The instructions were the same as the ones he'd given to Charles. I could tell already that she'd heard the prior instructions. She looked attentive, eyes on her father, but the way her eyes moved suggested she wasn't really listening. She was studying the man. I double-checked for anyone coming up the stairs, then moved away from the stairs, closer to Charles and the rebel leader. She's going to pull the string, I whispered to Charles. What? He asked. If he gets too stubborn, or if he starts pulling away from the controls, which might happen if there are old injuries or if you get a patient with exceptional willpower, then you pull. She pulled the string before the sentence was done. The young rebel toppled forward, sprawling on the ground, every part of him clenching, straining, or bending. His eyes rolled up into his head, and his mouth jerked open and closed, like a particularly crude stitch trying to chomp at a large apple. In the midst of that chomping, the young rebel vomited, then choked on the vomit, coughing some of it out. Berger was swift to drop to the man's side, taking control of the strings that had pulled free from Florence's fingers. He made the young rebel stop seizing, then reached into the man's mouth to clear the throat, before ensuring that the man did not asphyxiate. Once the man was breathing again, Berger stood. Berger, I said, raising my voice. Florence didn't flinch as she squared off against her father. She raised her chin, and Berger slapped her full across the face. Professor. I raised my voice, sharpening it. Save your commentary, Sylvester, the professor said. He shook the hand he'd used to slap his daughter, and flecks of the mess he'd scooped out of the young rebel's mouth and throat fell free. It's not your place. You set her up to fail, I said. That, or you're oblivious. It's not your place, Sylvester. Let it be. You lack context, and any further argument from you is going to be painful to listen to. I can guess at the context. This isn't a first time. Which goes back to you setting her up to fail. There's such a thing as ineptitude, Sylvester, he said, his voice hard. And there's such a thing as malicious ineptitude. Ineptitude can be amended with counsel and careful instruction. Malicious ineptitude is amended with the rod. Or the open palm, I said. Leave it be, the professor said. Florence hadn't even moved since she'd been slapped. Her head had turned with the force of the blow, and flecks of another man's vomit still clung to her face and hair, and she had remained like that, chin set, eyes fixed on some distant point of ground. Her cheek was red, and I could see the general oval of the handprint. Her father took her hand, and as if she were a statue or a doll, he posed her hand above her head, hooked the rings over each finger, and left it like that. Does your wife speak out on the subject? Who gainsays you, if not the fugitive experiment you are working with out of necessity? Burger sighed heavily, and seemed to be resolved to ignoring me. He knelt by the third rebel. He was choosing ones that hadn't defecated in or pissed their pants. I see you're not about to answer. Can I help your daughter clean her face, at least? If you're all going to be keeping me company, I could do without the lingering smell of vomit on top of the general aroma of piss and shit. Use that marvelous wyvern-treated brain of yours and turn off your sense of smell, if you're so particular, the man said. He sounded snippy. Maybe I'd gotten to him a little. Oh, I forgot I could do that, I said, lying while needling the man just a little more. I waited, patient, walking back to the cage that encircled the staircase, looking for any incoming parties. If anything brought them up to the fourth floor, it would be the smell of shit wafting down to them. I suppose we have to endure the smell. If you're sure nobody's coming, then please do clean her face. I approached Florence. She'd shifted position to be more comfortable, but as something resembling a point of pride, she hadn't cleaned off her face. She stared me down as I approached. I drew a handkerchief square from a coat pocket with a bit of a flourish. Clean kerchief. Want. She gave me a small nod. I handed it over. She wiped at the one side of her face, which streaked the makeup a small amount. I spoke, my voice low, just for her. That's kind of an admirable skill to have. A big bad professor for a father, one of the foremost professors in the Crown States before the latest contingent of nobles arrived with the Infante, clearly very clever with the academy science and on the political front. And you figure out the strings to pull. Crude at first, maybe, but you've got his measure. Given time, you figure out what gets what response, and you get more nuanced. Something you can apply to all the men in your life. Maybe I didn't put that much thought into it, she said. She handed back the handkerchief. I mimed a motion toward her face. She nodded, and she raised her chin. I got some of the bits that had escaped her. Maybe didn't put that much conscious thought into it, but I think family is often an arena of sorts for our testing of boundaries and the various games we play with peer and enemy alike. You were testing, as anyone does, but you were testing in a very interesting way, that got to a man like him. I sure tested the people closest to me for a long time. Still do. You said something about them before. Yeah, I said. Some are downstairs. What happens, she asked, while I was focused on getting a bit of food out of her hair, if I pull the wrong string down there, and they die? Then you don't make it out of this building alive, I said. Your father and cousin either. She seemed to take a moment to process that. It was boundary pushing, figuring out how a given action altered the world around her. This was unfamiliar territory, and here she was, trying to figure out what this particular nervous system looked like, or which direction the blood flowed. Having heard her phrase that question and directed at me, I was almost certain she'd been intentionally testing her father, trying to wrap her mind around him and how he worked, even if it meant enduring a little bit of pain in the now. There was something else at play, but voicing it aloud wouldn't help me worm my way into her confidence. Elaborately dressed up, hair and clothing perfect, but for a trace amount of mess that I couldn't get with the handkerchief, she was a bird in a cage. She craved some measure of control over her environment. Control and power. The cornerstones of the academies. When someone lacked either or both, they would often hurt themselves to grab for something that sufficed. I could offer her both, however, and I was willing to bet she'd bite. I'll make you a deal, I said. Not because I'm scared you'll pull the wrong string downstairs, mind you, but because I think the results would be interesting. I think you're a very dangerous person, she said. Absolutely, I said. If all goes well, I'm a dangerous person that's going to drag you guys with me, and together we're going to reach a crisis point, with a lot of parallels to you and this man here. Much like you hold this man's strings, I'm going to hold yours, or I'll hold Charles's. You'll have the ability of holding your ground and being stubborn, or cooperating. I'd gone by instinct, measuring Professor Berger's pace, and I was pretty sure he was counting to a set number between each uttered cooperate. Within a second or two of my saying the word, he echoed me. Florence glanced at her father and then back at me. I leaned a bit closer, and I said, cooperate, and I promise you'll come to no harm, you'll lose nothing, and you'll learn more about your father in 5 minutes than you could learn about him in 5 more years of experimenting and getting slapped in the face. How do I cooperate if you hold my cousin's strings? She asked. I winked at her, and then walked away, back to the railing. Burger was watching me. He hadn't overheard any of the conversation, but he had to have known that was a longer talk than wiping someone's face or hair required. Why don't you care? I wondered. Something up your sleeve? Charles, I said. What makes a town boy and a city boy a city boy? In Peachtree. Money, I think. Class. There's more town boys, but they're not as up to snuff and they're not as organized. And the city boys control the tunnels at the top of the hill and near downtown. The best tunnels. Not much wet, close to food and water and toilets, and they go to a lot of places, so we can mount good attacks on them all. Their tunnels and trenches flood a lot. You control it because of the fact that you're all closer. Yet. I'm afraid I'd be a town boy, I told him. I won't hold it against you, Charles said, very diplomatically, and with the utmost seriousness. Ever see any marks sketched out in the dirt or carved into the wood? I asked. He asked. I fished in a pocket for paper, then dug out a pen. I scrawled out some basic symbols that were fairly consistent across locations. The etchings of mice. Something like this. I asked, showing him. Maybe. It's a code, I told him. Secret. Towny people all over the Crown States and probably the Crown Cities use this code or one like it. This one means the vulnerable will be protected. Usually towny kids. This one means protector. Sometimes they change. I know in some places it'll be a rabbit instead of a mouse for this one, or a wolf instead of a fox. What's the difference between a wolf or a fox when you're drawing it? I sketched it out. Straight lines, for when you're carving it into wood, right? I know some places have a distinction. The fox is generally a bad person, but the wolf is drawn so he looks one way. Up, down, left, right. Each one means different things. What do they mean? I think the wolf that looks right looks deceptively friendly, the one that looks left is scary or especially mean. I forget what up and down mean. Might be position of authority or has friends for looking up, and then is sneaky for looking down? Or was there something else? Maybe there were 8 directions to look. They didn't use the wolf in my hometown. Charles said, sounding lost. But if you want to win points with the top city boy, the guy who called you legendary. He nodded at that. He wanted to. Grab a towny boy, take him hostage or something. Ask him what the signs mean. If nothing else, it'll give the city boys a better idea of how things work in Peachtree. Charles seemed intrigued by the idea. I left out that maybe, just maybe, it would afford the city boys a kind of empathy for the town boys, once they realized what the town boys went through. Maybe I could hammer that in a bit. In fact, if you wanted to win points and if you wanted to give him a clue into how to look really cool in front of the townies, you could tell him that he could offer help with one of the foxes I pointed. Or one of the wolves. But he'd have to make sure those were signs the boys in Peachtree used. Hey, Charles said. Why would we want to help out townies? In war, there is always room for negotiation. What if they captured the top city boy? Or his sister? You need something to offer, don't you? You're a lot better at this than I am, he said. I've played the game all my life, I said, smiling. I'm playing it now, with you. What? Charles asked. He was suddenly very confused. Professor Berger brought the third of the rebels to a standing position. All done. I called out to the man. We can move on, so long as you've found time to come up with a plan while corrupting the children in my care, Berger said. Fantastic, I said. I came up with a plan before you even started, but I could do with another 5 minutes of corruption, if that's all right. I could hold the strings of that fellow while you use the lavatory, maybe. Best we get underway, the man said, dryly. Fair enough, I said. I walked past Charles. I approached him, and as I passed him, I turned around, walking backwards as I continued talking in a low voice. See? Your uncle knows I'm playing townie against city, working my townie wiles on you and your cousin. But he doesn't care. Soon I'll find out why. But we weren't playing, Charles said. People like your uncle and I are always playing this game, I said. Charles's eyes widened, and I could see things falling into place. Perhaps, in that moment, his world expanded, and the world beyond his immediate experience made more sense. Or less sense. At the professor's behest, I took ownership of the third rebel, one of the young ones, while he took the rebel leader. Charles approached me and took the strings. Once that was done, he began instructing the 2 children in how to puppeteer the men and make them walk. Freeing one leg at a time while being sure not to paralyze a given leg. I approached all of the men we weren't using, and, going one by one, I stabbed them in the backs, carefully avoiding the bugs that had latched onto their spines. Charles watched me while I did it, with a quiet and subtle kind of alarm. He still had a goodness to him, it seemed. His cousin had put that goodness away to seize some influence over her surroundings, and his uncle lacked any. In this, Charles was mostly alone. He wasn't merciful. Slowly, they each practiced walking. Professor Berger was a practiced hand with puppeteering, but the puppets and the children weren't so experienced. It took some doing. If they don't cooperate, let them fall flat on their faces, Berger said. Nosebleeds get in the way of my plan, I said. I can stop nosebleeds, he said. Can you stop them from looking like they're all trying to push a full-sized tree branch through their arseholes? Push Berger started. He gave me a look, as if I was one of his children and I'd disappointed him. There are children present. I looked at him for a moment, then over at the dead bodies. My eye traveled over the blood, piss, vomit, shit, the bugs, the puppets, the children being used to control them, and finally back to Burger. Of course, I said. They look strained, you're right, Burger said. He withdrew syringes from his pocket. One was spent, the others weren't. Reaching forward, he stuck one syringe into the face of the gang leader, moved around to the other side of the face, and injected other locations. All of this stuff you're packing, I can't help but notice a big focus on movement, expression, controlling a useless body, making it do what you want, I said. I wonder if your colleagues are on a similar page, or if they're studying brains. Say, a brain riddled with bullets. Burger gave me an unimpressed look. I had to ask, I said. He gave the others the same treatment with a second syringe. Watch the stairs, Charles, Florence. They'll find it tricky, and bodies rolling down the stairs draw notice, Burger said. To me, he said. Let me have my turn. A question for you. No objection. Your plan. Ah. The plan is that the rebel leader steps into the doorway, and he points at the people I indicate, I said. Easy. We have 2 floors to lead our plotting guests down. We can work out a quick system. We need more than that, Burger said. The rest is positioning, knowing the enemy. Look. You apparently know me well enough to know I can probably get you out of this situation. Trust me to see it through. All right. All I lose if I'm wrong is my life, my daughter's life, and my nephew's life. Exactly, I said. But if you don't take this leap of faith, then you lose those anyway, so buck up. You'll want the rebel leader beside me, and then, cornering you, we have the other 2, the ones Charles and Florence are controlling. As if they've got you. Maybe if one had a hand on your shoulder. Third string, the one I hooked onto your ring finger, Florence, Burger said. It was clumsy, halting, but the hand fell into place. The system we'll use is that he'll extend his arm. You make him stop when he gets far enough. Or you can paralyze the arm and let it fall. We pick 3 or 4, depending on how smooth we've got it. I'll signal you when you're pointing at the right person. I gave the signal behind the rebel leader's back. As for you, Mr. Rebel Leader, I said. I fully plan to leave you alive. I'm going to make the offer to bring you guys on board with my rebel faction. It's a good setup, I think. Better than what you've got. So decide if you'll join, if you'll go your separate way when we're done here, barely any hard feelings on my end and a little bit of trauma on yours, or if you want to Professor Burger there to pull the middle string and remove the bug, and let you die in incredible kinds of pain. The little details, the little kinds of help you give us, they go a long way. The dark eyes of the rebel leader looked down at me. His face was slack now. Almost too relaxed, a little tired looking, but the tension was utterly gone. The drugs had done their job. The syringes had been applied to the faces of the other 2 as well. One was a little more slack than the other. Altogether, we approached the 2nd floor. My heart sank as I saw some hanging out at the base of the stairs. They were in our way. I signaled behind the rebel leader's back. The man raised his hand, and made a sweeping motion. The rebel soldiers further down the stairs picked themselves up. They glanced up at us, curious, before heading into the wider space where Shirley and the others were. I, the professor, the children and our hostages made our way down. All together, we stood in the doorway. The rebel boss raised his arm, pointing. Putting me in the situation where I had to pick the key players. In a moment, I had to read the room, spot the people who others looked to when they were confused. I had to spot the linchpins, the elders and the ones who led individual squads. I'd already forgotten some particulars and some faces, and matters weren't helped by the fact that some had moved, left, or changed from standing to sitting positions and vice versa. I picked out 4. When the finger found one, I signaled. The finger stopped. He pointed out 2 more. With the 4th, we ran into a snag. The man pointed to himself, as if for confirmation. Burger's hand touched the back of the rebel boss's head. No string to pull, but the rebel boss nodded slowly. Before the men in question could come through the doorway, I motioned for Burger and the others to move away. You got the professor, the first one we'd pointed out said, as he drew near. You can move mountains after all. Nothing so fancy, I said. I just asked. Didn't shoot him, though, the older rebel said. Like I said, we need him. And it was a term of the asking. He lives, for now. Talking to the man drew his attention, and it bought Burger a moment to walk up a few stairs and turn around, the bugs securely out of sight instead of just halfway out of sight. What's this about? Another of the 4 men asked. Making sure we have a plan, rounding up all the ones with guns in the windows, I said. Could just give the signal. Nah, I said. We want to play this careful. There are still people in the building, and the crown has resources. He made a face. The 4 men we'd picked out found positions on lower stairs, looking up at the rebel boss. The nature of the stairs and my short stature posed a problem. I had to reach over to the railing to find a good vantage point, which occupied a hand, and limited what I could do. Still, I was silent as I did it, and the men simply waited restlessly for their mute boss to speak. I knifed the first and the second quickly, choosing to target much the same points the bugs had, slamming my knife between one vertebrae, hauling it out, then slamming it into the next man. He turned as I swung, and then fell in a way that trapped the knife blade between the bones I was aiming between. It cost me seconds, as I had to haul out another knife. The third and fourth man heard the sound of the first rebel hitting the floor, and turned on me. The rebel boss, controlled by Burger, reached out and grabbed one of his comrades around the neck. Charles's rebel might have been trying to do much the same thing, but he wasn't as well controlled. His arms went out, and one clubbed the last rebel across the face. Smacked, grunting loud enough to be heard below, the man tumbled down the stairs. I sprung on top of him, and I buried my spare knife in his chest. People appeared in the door. Rebels with weapons. They looked up at us. Their eyes fell on the boss, who wore a dead expression and had his hands wrapped around another man's neck. He'd placed his hands right, and I wouldn't have been surprised if the strength he was displaying was enhanced by the control being exerted on him, pushing him past pain tolerances and normal limits. His eyes were even darker than before. To him, he'd just had to kill a friend. But to these witnesses, I double-checked the children were safely hidden behind the men they were controlling. Traitors, I said. I picked myself up, cleaning my knife. I made myself the picture of calm, as if the ones in the door posed no risk at all. They gave you guys up. Why do you think the professor here was able to slip away? He knew in advance. Or the academy surrounded you all so fast. That wasn't why the professor had slipped away. The academy hadn't surrounded them that fast, they'd just been slow to exit. But for these rebels who were looking up at this scene, they wanted to be spoon-fed a story they could believe. They wanted something easy, in an already uncertain situation. Come on, I said. Let's leave the man alone for a second. Behind me, the rebel leader let go of the man he'd just strangled to death. The body tumbled hard onto the stairs. The rebel leader nodded. The bugs only controlled him from the neck down. This was of his own volition. I wondered if he would fight back. Let's leave him alone, I said, again, to drive the point home. My heart hammered. If this became a question of one group of hostages against the other, well, I was pretty sure we had the upper hand, but I really didn't want to test it. The men retreated back into the room. There was some commotion there. Things took on a different tone when I passed through the door. Traitors, I said, again. There might be more. Be wary. But for the time being, before any groups reinforce the perimeter, we're going to want to get out of here. The soldiers at the barricade are friendlies, except for the ones who are being held hostage, but more on that later. I saw the room change. Alarm, on the faces of everyone from young rebel to old, surely to Otis. Behind me, the rebel boss had stepped into the doorway. He had a look in his eyes, like a mother who had just watched her child die, or a man who had lost not just a battle, but a war. Burger was right behind him, the other puppet rebels behind Burger. We move across as one group. No stopping, no shenanigans. Don't shoot, you'll only draw attention to yourselves and draw answering fire. We do this quick, and we do this discreet. And give up, my friends, already. I've delivered, now it's your turn. The rebel boss exhaled, and it was a long, shuddering, ugly sound. I looked past him at Burger, and I saw the professor's expression. Tension. He was prepared for disaster. I had the situation well in hand, I thought. You didn't have to roll the dice. The rebel leader, his chest and lungs freed enough for him to speak, gave his order. Head over heels 16.7. Kill. The rebel boss started, and the word, though forceful, was mumbled, as if he'd had a stroke. I might have taken it to be Hill or Phil if I'd not known better. He stopped. I waited as he stayed where he was, frozen. I was tense but doing my best not to show it. The people in the room were watching me as much as him. I was aware that they were stirring, the harsh word having gotten their attention, and my relative calm and a simple raised eyebrow from me were the only cues they had to go on. Slowly, haltingly, the rebel boss's hand raised, finding its way to his face. Eric, one of the other men in the room asked. He was one I'd considered as being one of the leaders. I'd picked out people who looked like they had some leadership ability, to better cull the population of the room and leave them more open to outside influence. I would have picked him, just based on how he held himself and how others looked at him, but I'd been unsure about my ability to get Burger to make the rebel boss point at him, given where he sat and the people in the way. The rebel boss, Eric, opened his mouth again, and managed only an abrupt, ugh. He drew in a breath, then exhaled. I saw an opening. I could read Burger's thought process here. A hand raised to his face to muffle him, to buy a second to think. Now I suspected Burger was thinking about freeing Eric's voice again, because that was all he could really do. But we didn't control his voice. We controlled his movements. I motioned, indicating the arm that was closer to his face. I motioned for him to lower it, 2 fingers curled in the direction of the arm, twitching down. His hand dropped. I gestured for Burger to stop and the arm halted midway. Eric looked momentarily surprised when it did. Shirley was gesturing. Question. She wanted to know what was going on. With Archie having gotten caught gesturing to me, I was reluctant to do with 40 or 50 sets of eyes watching me. We could parcel out control in very limited quantities. With luck, Burger could sense some of the hesitation on Eric's part. Slowly, the rebel leader's arm moved, until it pointed at the one who'd called out and named him. Eric's expression was blank, his eyes filled with emotion. The other man's face was anything but, on both counts. The hell? Eric, you've got it wrong. They've. The people near the man in question grabbed him. There was a momentary scuffle, and the man was thrown to the ground, then held down. Eric, the man called out. You've. One side of his face knocked against the ground as someone threw their weight onto his back. The men who now grappled with their former boss or friend didn't look like they enjoyed what they were having to do. It wouldn't take much to make them stop. You're being manipulated. I haven't talked to anyone. We're friends, you morbid bastard. Eric the rebel boss stood in the doorway, his hand falling to his side. He turned his head and glanced down at me. I tried to read the expression and body language of a man with a partially paralyzed face and no control over his own body. Just behind him, in the large man's shadow, I could see Burger, the faintest sheen of sweat on his face. Burger hadn't trusted me to see the situation through on my own. He'd given the rebel boss the chance to speak, thinking he'd cowed the man, and he'd been wrong. Had the boss's face not been paralyzed by the syringe to relax his features, he might have gotten a fuller sentence out, clearly and unambiguously. But he hadn't. We walked a tightrope now. There were two ways to go, now. I could try to wrangle things myself, and I could probably fail, in light of the current situation, or I could roll the dice myself. I stared at him for as long as I could without looking suspicious, then looked away. I surveyed the room. We've had enough killing already, I said. Tie that guy's hands, take him with. We'll quiz him about what else he talked to the academy about, and if he's not up to something, then he'll live. You're all insane. But for right now, we need to get moving. That's the biggest priority. We get out with our lives, and we resolve questions of loyalty later. Head downstairs. Gather near the double doors, be ready to file out 2 by 2. Then, positive that this was the point where things came together or shattered to pieces, I signaled Burger, moving my hand as if it were a duck's bill, 4 fingers for the upper bill, thumb for the lower one, opening and closing it, miming talking. The rebel boss grunted, drew in a breath, and freed to speak for a second time, he said, do as the boy says. I made sure not to show my relief. People spoke up, commenting, but I could see whole tracks who looked concerned, introspective, or lost in the chaos. People who might otherwise have been able to turn to the people who had led them weren't able to. I'd removed those leaders from the picture. Go, I said. The rebel leader nodded, raised a hand and pointed. It took a moment, but the room got itself sorted out. Rebels started making their way to the stairs and down to the front hallway. I turned to Burger and the leader, and I began talking. We're going to need to cross the street. Obviously we'll follow up the rear. My allies won't shoot at any of us here. If there's trouble, we may have to run for it. How many people are elsewhere in the building? My people or people like him, the boss asked me. His entire body was taut with tension. Either or. Trying to figure out what needs to be done, if more hostages need to be taken. Some gunmen at the windows. I made sure that bystanders heard me as I said, we'll have them follow up last. When they leave the window their absence will draw attention, and the enemy forces will move. He grunted. I suspected he knew that the gunmen in the windows wouldn't follow up. It didn't make sense to go find them and have more of his men with guns around us. We'll send someone up? You, with the little boy. Can you do it? I asked the question, and standing as close as I was to Eric the puppet, I was free to move a hand without people in the larger lobby seeing. I gestured for Charles and his rebel puppet to move off to one side, out of sight. That's that, I said. The conversation was key, to give us a reason to be lingering behind, to keep others from approaching and joining in. The scary look on Eric's face was a help in that. To their perception, he'd been willing to order the killing of a former lieutenant, pointing out the man. I'd been the merciful one. The bulk of the people left. The clusters remained at different points in the room. What do you want us to do with the hostages? A man called out. He didn't look like one of the brighter individuals, which made sense, given his bravery in calling out to his boss when the man looked so unhinged. Eric looked down at me. Let them go, I said, as if suggesting it. You made a deal with me. Let them go, he said, volume high, the syllables still a little slushy. The men turned to the task. Changed your mind? Burger asked, his voice barely audible. No, I thought. No, Eric hadn't exactly changed his mind. Yes, he'd been ready to give the order to have us killed, likely knowing he would die. Burger's ability to wrest control of the situation and my own actions following it, they made it clear that we held the cards. I'd picked up on his disposition fairly early on. Death held a different meaning for him. They'd been trapped here and he'd been lackadaisical about it, slouching in his seat. His priorities had sat in a different way, more intent on murdering or capturing Burger than on finding a way out. I suspected the men who followed him knew that, and his willingness to kill traitors here fit into a kind of acceptance of death and willingness to kill perceived enemies. I'd chosen to read the look in his eyes or the fact that he'd chosen to look down at me in particular to be an effort at negotiation. Where he'd instinctively clutched for freedom the moment he'd been given his voice, we'd made it clear that the choice wasn't so cut and dry. There were people he valued more, it seemed. 4 had died in the stairwell, more had died upstairs, and even if he spoke now, it was no protection against further death. Eric hadn't changed his mind, really. Given the choice to take an unambiguous win, I suspected he would still do so, without exception. The situation had changed, I had clouded the waters with Burger's help, and the rebel leader was playing along. He cooperated, as Burger had ordered him to do 300 times in 10 minutes. My hostages were freed. The people who had freed them backed off, growing more outnumbered as more of their allies made their way down to the first floor. Only a few lingered, glancing back at their boss. Go, he said. I need to have words with the boy. His words carried weight. They took their time doing it, but they made their way downstairs, glancing back. He didn't have their confidence. They no doubt felt something was up, I knew that. At the same time, to speak up or raise those dim and inarticulate suspicions was difficult. They had no real rudders, they were being told the same things by multiple sources, including an authority they trusted, and they were being told to take this course of action to live, which was something they wanted. Given time, they would find a time and place to voice those doubts. In the now, they would go with the flow. Shirley hugged the quarantine suit that I'd brought along to give her, not yet having put it on. She gave Eric a nervous look. I don't know how you managed that, she said. But thank you. Wasn't entirely me, I said. They hurt you. She pursed her lips, then said, yes. How? Why? She didn't look eager to say. It was Archie who spoke up. We gathered together with Pierre to figure out what we were doing. We knew we couldn't get out of the city, but Pierre might. One of the younger rebels from this group saw it unfold. When we turned up here with some of the other evacuees, they collapsed in on us. And they knew about Shirley's involvement with you from that. I asked. They thought she was Otis' girl. They grilled him for information, Archie said. He didn't give much up, until he got talkative and started mocking them. They threw me to the ground with my hands tied and kicked me, Otis said. As these things go, it wasn't even that bad. Watch your words, Archie said. His voice wasn't sharp, the rebuke not that heavy as such things went, but it seemed like such a strange thing to say. Until I saw Shirley's face. She didn't make eye contact with me or even anyone else. I stepped forward and took her hands in mine. She flinched a little. I led her a little ways away from everyone else. Otis and Archie followed at a partial distance, glancing back at the rebel leader and Burger. They remained just at the edge of earshot. I'm sorry, I said. I'm trying to be tougher than I once was, she said. Her shoulders went up, like she was shrugging but not shrugging. A shrug aborted. Defensive. I'm sorry, I said, again, with just a little bit more emphasis. I'll make this up to you. I don't blame you at all, she said. She finally made eye contact with me, which she hadn't done since she'd approached and spoken to me. Really. And I don't want people to get hurt or die because of this. This is how things are, and things just really. Her voice went high at the end there, and she broke off talking. I gave her hands a squeeze. Really sucks sometimes, she said, with more composure. I kissed the back of her hands. Can I ask Archie or Otis what happened, after? I need to get the measure of these guys. It looked like you have their measure already, Shirley said. Then her shoulders went up again, in a kind of shrug, as if she were unsure. I can tell you. Okay, I said. Some of the younger ones and one of the people you called into the stairwell, one of the traitors. Not traitors. People I needed to remove. She nodded, as if that made all the sense in the world. They threw me to the ground and they kicked me. Because I think they thought they could get to Otis by doing that. Shirley's hand pulled out of mine, and touched points all along her ribs and stomach, then moved her hair, so I could see where blood had run down into the basin of her ear, just by the canal. Okay, I said. They said I needed to be searched for signs of plague. It meant disrobing some. Where everyone can see. They didn't search Otis or Archie or any of our people. I'm not modest. She offered a one-note laugh at her own words. But it was meant to humiliate. And to get to Otis. I was going to say something to reassure, but Otis spoke up in his characteristic rough-edged voice, a voice belonging to an old man, used by a middle-aged one. Shirley toughed it out, glared daggers at them. Came out looking fierce. I wondered if he was trying to reassure in his own way. I talked, Otis said, very casually. Told them what they wanted to know, so they'd leave her alone before taking it any further. They were curious where our rabbit ran off to. I said we had a camp outside the city. That he'd get reinforcements. I said we were led by a boy less than half my age. I said we were making weapons. I told them about you, Shirley said. Jessie some, but you mostly. I said if Pierre got out of the city, that you'd come. They didn't think our reinforcements were worth much, and I said more. Talked you up. That's where they got the moving mountains part. I used the word devastating, because I thought it would help you forgive me for costing you the element of surprise. No, Shirley, that's... She talked over me, as if she just needed to say it. I just needed the courage right then, so I rambled. It's fine. I raised my voice, to be sure to interrupt her before the justifications could keep coming. You're worrying over nothing there. I wouldn't have had the element of surprise anyway, having to approach like I did. I didn't have a chance of getting into the building without them knowing about it. They would have had questions, and the unknown is cause for fear. You talking me up put me in their heads, made me into a possible solution for them, a reality they wanted to see and understand. Above all else, it took away what would have been a reactive fear. If I'd been an unknown, strange boy who just showed up at their door, I might have gotten shot. You don't have to lie to me, Shirley said. I'm not lying. I might have been fine for the start of it, whichever way it had gone, whatever you'd said, but your instincts were right. The odds were better. This way was better. She didn't look like she believed me. I took her other hand, which she'd pulled out of my grip to indicate where the injuries were, and I moved her hands together, enfolding them in mine, best as I was able. I squeezed them, looking into her eyes with utmost sincerity and directness, and I said, this way was better. You come across as more believable when you're casually lying, she said. I've warned you in advance about this, I said. She smiled, and I could see moisture in her eyes. My first time seeing it happen. Then she stepped closer and she gave me a kiss on the forehead. Then you believe me? I asked. Because I am honestly telling you the truth here. I'm working on it, she said. She touched my hair. You have other things to focus on. One of those things is my promise to Pierre. Get the quarantine suit on, I said. I wagged a finger at her. She smiled some, and I was free to turn away, checking on Otis and Archie, as well as the other thugs they had in tow. All good. I wouldn't mind getting out of this fucking city, Otis said. See some of your kid doctors. I thought the beating wasn't anything special. Archie asked. It's still a beating, Indian, Otis said. And painkillers are nice. We recruited a few hundred kid doctors, why can't we use them when we're sore? It's fine, I said. We'll get right on that. For now, watch Shirley, watch my back, and clean that blood off. The plague likes blood. Otis rubbed at the space beneath his bloody nose, pulled out a handkerchief, and began cleaning off his face. He nearly dropped it when he saw how Burger was controlling Eric. Burger had emerged from the hallway, Eric ahead of him and the children in tow, each controlling their respective puppets. How many others are in the building? I asked. Non-soldiers. 60 or so, Archie said, his voice soft. It's a guess, don't take it as gospel. They're holed up at the 3rd floor, Burger said. We went higher because higher ground is better, and I had the key for the door. Keep the kids out of the way, I said. Burger, with me. Bring Eric, or else we should stow him out of sight for a minute. The others will make sure nobody sees. We'll get the other civilians in the meantime. I thought time was of the essence, he said. You wanted to save your allies. Fine. But now you're adding others to it. This is integral, I lied. Then we'll do it fast, he said. I turned to Otis and Archie. Get people started on crossing the street in 2 single-file lines. The crown soldiers at the barricade should be ours. One of you go first if the others are reluctant. One of you stay behind to help, keep some of your guys with. That got me some nods in response. Burger and I moved into the stairwell, and he pulled the strings necessary to paralyze Eric. The bug remained in place, the rebel leader was laid face down across the stairs, and with the strings removed, he was unable to do anything but breathe. I collected my knife, and we took the stairs 2 at a time to get up to the next floor. I knocked on the first door after I'd exited the open stairwell. Evacuation, Burger called out. I heard muffled voices. They didn't respond. Give me your badge, or some official papers or something, I said. Burger stopped just short of rolling his eyes, reached into a coat pocket, produced a paper with a crest on it, and handed it over. I slid the paper beneath the door. The lock clicked. A man in nice clothes, his family standing further back in the room, too nervous to sit down on the bed or chair within. Evacuating, I said. Get yourselves downstairs. Stick with the people guarding the door at the 2nd floor. I moved on to the next door, repeating the process. 3 families in one room. Not aristocrats, not well-to-do folks. They'd retreated here because it was the largest, sturdiest building, much as Shirley, Otis, and Archie had. I gave similar instructions. At the 3rd door, they responded to the knock, before I got to the part with the paper. I was greeted by a man with a revolver in hand. I caught his wrist and punched a knife into his upper stomach. He grunted, and I stuck him 2 more times. He hadn't even collapsed all the way to the ground before I crossed the length of the little apartment's hallway. I saw the shadow across the floor before I saw any sign of him, and was already swinging the knife at his general neck level before he even stepped into view. He spun, collapsing hard onto the floor, and blood bubbled at his neck as oxygen escaped his windpipe and forced its way through the mess that was spilling out of the wound. I'd suspected the first one wouldn't be in the room alone. People kept each other attentive and sane. His hand gripped my wrist, and blood ran down from the knife to the heel of his hand to my arm. I walked forward, pushing the knife deeper, and he staggered back. I forcibly sat him down in the chair by the window, so anyone looking through binoculars might see him. I cleared the remainder of the rooms on the 3rd floor. I realized after the second conflict with rebel soldiers that they'd been stationed in the corner rooms and didn't interfere there. I was quieter in respect to the rooms neighboring those, shushing the people within as they opened the doors. We headed back down. A good thing too, as it seemed Burger was looking increasingly impatient. One thing, before we go any further, I said. If this is about me letting the rebel speak to the room. No, I said. No. That's a separate issue, and what's done is done. Then what is it? One of the syringes you had was empty. And? A mild stimulant, to keep myself alert. It allows me faster reactions, calm in a time of crisis. The last group of people we'd ushered out of their rooms had reached the crowd at the base of the stairs now. We followed them, and we started to make our way through the gathered crowd. They saw Burger and parted away for him. I'm very good at telling when people are lying to me, Professor. You're lying to me. Perhaps, he said. He knelt by Eric and began manipulating the strings. I'll tell you this. During my tenure as a student, I learned that most fellow students lied to me in some capacity. Most treated me as a hostile entity. Had I fought them on every last point, I would have exhausted myself. I had to pick my battles. You have to decide. Is this battle worth fighting? People muttered as he raised Eric to his feet. I asked, I said. I clearly think it's a point worth addressing. Doubly so now that you are being evasive. Then are you going to use that wyvern-washed brain of yours and find a line of questioning that makes me talk about the syringe? Torture me and my children. He was surrounded by citizens and aristocrats that saw him as someone friendly and someone to be respected. That had to play a part in his power play here. His confidence level hadn't changed, but it seemed innate. I might almost believe that a drug had given him that confidence level, but I'd met too many other professors over the years. Could I shake him? Possibly. Could I worm my way into his head and get what I needed out of him? Yes, given time. He knew I didn't want to spare the time. You know who and what I am, Professor. You've read my file. I do. I have. Then let's leave it at that, I said. You know enough to know the consequences. He didn't flinch. He only pulled his strings and commanded his puppet. I turned away, my mind whirling, working out all the possibilities. I had friends nearby, I had more friends on the other side of that open space of no man's land. He had only a few key opportunities for attack. Had he given himself the contents of the syringe? Eric? One of the children? Was it a bluff? I turned toward the crowd, and I raised my voice as I spoke to them. There are more rebels downstairs. You all stick near me, don't speak of anything relating to the professor, and this all goes smoothly. Let's head down to the first floor. The people were a buffer. They put bodies between me and the lesser rebels, they blocked vision, and, I was suspicious, they were ostensibly on my side rather than the rebels. Shirley and Otis drew nearer to me, and our reduced collection of thugs followed. More security. More of a buffer. I was given pause when I saw that Shirley wasn't wearing the quarantine outfit. Florence was. She was small enough that it bunched up all around her. It wasn't even a complete outfit, because she'd left one glove off, freeing her hand to manipulate strings. She wore a leather glove, tied against her small hand, and some of the adhesive wrap blocked off the gap, but it wasn't the same thing. Pierre is going to be mad at me, I said. I made him promises. He'll understand if you explain. He'll understand, but he'll be mad, I said. Please, she asked. I looked over at Florence. She reminds me of myself as a child, Shirley said. Having actually talked to her for a short while, I'm pretty sure you couldn't find anyone more different, I said. In looks, yeah, she has a lot going for her, she'll grow up to be a beauty, but... Shirley swatted my shoulder lightly. I don't see any of my favorite parts of you in her. Okay, maybe the cleverness, but... You're a relentless flirt, SY, she said. Dr. Bad, I gestured. Children bad. Betrayal soon. I don't see that as flirting. You should see me when I really flex that angle. Yes, was her only gesture. She didn't have a lot of vocabulary. She got most gestures when I communicated to her, but it didn't go the other way, from her to me. She'd picked up my message. I'm still not wearing that suit, she said. I drew in a breath, then nodded. We made our way down the stairs, at the tail end of the group. I was careful to position people between myself and the professor. He had Eric in tow, and I made sure that the professor and Eric couldn't lunge for me. I met the eyes of Charles, who looked very concerned for entirely normal reasons that had to do with venturing into the cold, plague-ridden, conflict-torn outside. I looked for Florence and I saw her near Burger. She wore the suit, and her head was aimed more toward the ground, one leather-gloved hand on the strings, the other hand in a thicker glove, on the man's back, giving her balance as she focused on descending the stairs while wearing a quarantine mask with virtually no visibility. The lowered head was indicative of something else, too. The nearer she was to Burger, the more submissive she appeared, her head bent low, as if expecting him to strike her at any moment. I wondered the degree to which that was true, the degree to which it was meant to manipulate him, and the degree to which it was meant to manipulate me. I would have liked to see more of her face and body to read her for cues, given the difficulty in reading an accomplished liar and politician like Burger, but I wasn't so lucky. The stream of people flowed out the door with almost no hiccups. Some mismatches of people got wedged in the double doors, too large or trying to go in 3 across instead of 2 across. Others stumbled or slipped as they transitioned from hard floor to a street covered in wet snow that had been trampled by 100 people ahead of them. Jessie and her squad waited on the other side. I saw their postures change noticeably as they spotted Shirley and I. Perking up, taking notice. Burger slowed to a noticeable degree. Lagging. I expected him to draw a gun, perhaps, or to pull the bug free and release the rebel leader with some prearranged agreement to attack me, augmented by drugs. I expected a gas canister. The position I'd chosen in this careful stampede of my own design was meant to account for all of that. So was the position I'd chosen for Shirley. Tall thugs from Otis Group. He didn't go high. He didn't try to go through. He didn't even do anything overt. It had to amount to reaching into a part of his voluminous lab coat and simply dropping it to the ground. The bug leaped from a point on the wet ground, passing through a narrow gap between 2 of Otis people, and lunged straight for me. I was primed and on the alert, and my hand went out, grabbing for it. Hook-like lemons caught on my arm, found purchase in the flesh of my forearm, and like the hammer of a gun firing, it fired forward in another explosive leap, going for my neck this time. Straight for me, of all the possible targets. I'd stood too close to him as I'd worked my shenanigans on the roomful of people. He'd given it a thorough sniff of me. Go, I said, in the same moment I realized I couldn't tear it free without the risk of the hook limb tearing at something vital in my neck. Leave me. It moved of its own accord, crawling around the side of my neck to my spine. Whatever he'd dosed it with, it seemed more or less immune to my poisonous taste. I landed face down on the road, paralyzed from the neck down, and I didn't see anything else of what followed. Head over heels 16.8. The insect that had latched onto my spine rocked back and forth in a rhythmic way. With it, my lungs kept operating, breathing in, breathing out. The control wasn't mine. I felt a cold sensation, as if winter-chilled water was trickling into the back of my neck to my throat, spine, and pooling in my actual body and extremities. Venom of a sort, from the mouthpiece of the insect. I opened my mouth, and that numb cold kept me from properly speaking. I could make only a few, limited sounds that consisted of the regular exhalations and some mouth shapes. Not proper speech. It didn't help that one side of my face pressed against the ground. I heard commotion, the tramp of footsteps, and then a hand seized me by the neck. I was lifted up, my face no longer on cold wet road. I had no idea what the rest of my body was doing. What do you think you'll accomplish? Burger asked. I couldn't answer, and the question wasn't directed at me anyway. I wouldn't be doing it alone, a man I didn't recognize said. One of Otis' thugs. I'm thinking we can make you let go of him, then we get around to tearing the giblets out of you. Sylvester said to go, I heard surely. He had a reason, I imagine. My mind was flying through possibilities, which was just as well, considering it was the only part of me that was working. Shirley was right. I did have a reason. Burger was the sort who wouldn't pull something like this unless he was sure he could see it through. So, rather than risk good people, I'd jump straight to letting Burger see things through, which bypassed the question of how entirely. Had I had more time, I would have double-guessed him. I would have accounted for the possibility that he was thinking I'd think this way, and perhaps urged everyone present to turn on him. Perhaps. He was a control freak, and... Fuck this, Otis Thug said. Don't Shirley started. I was dropped on my face again. I heard what followed, and I deliberately put it out of mind, keeping myself from connecting to who was where and what was happening so I could think more clearly about what I needed to think about. I could move my eyes and I could blink. This was all I had at my disposal. Eye movements weren't worth a lot, unless I wanted to look at someone in particular. I was left with blinks. The tap code worked for blinks, but only Jesse knew it. What was Burger going to do? He was going to retreat to safety. No man's land was his land. So long as he had Eric and me with him, his black coat in full display, there weren't really any people who would open fire on him. He could retreat, find sanctuary amid the Crown forces, and move on from there. Someone fell to the ground near me. A large hand smacked my rear end before sliding off, coming to rest beside my leg. Stop, just stop, Shirley started. Then, more fiercely, she called out, back off. Everyone back. Do as she says. Otis barked. A hand seized me again, wrapping around to the front of my throat. I was held by the rebel leader, who was puppeteered by Burger in turn. He raised me up, holding me by the throat, facing outward, so I could see the small crowd in front of us. Two of our thugs lay on the ground. Burger was a control freak, and he wasn't about to put things in strange hands. He had the tools necessary to seize control of the situation, dispatch anyone who tried to rescue me, and now he dragged me a little distance back, venturing away from the barricade and a few strides back down the street that constituted the no-man's land around the little castle. I looked past Shirley, past the thugs that were still standing, and to the barricade. Jesse. The tap code was the same mechanism as the hand signs, in a broad sense. When we had to be even more subtle, we could communicate a code by touch using two variations. Short and long, hard and soft. It worked with sound, light, anything we could translate into time and two separate notes. We'd really only worked out the basic signs. The 6 or 7 basic ones we'd used with gestures and a couple of others. I needed to communicate something to Jesse. I did what I could to work out the message to be conveyed. I settled on you distract Burger, I free myself. You. I indicated the crowd, eyes moving to all the key players I could see, with repetition and regular blinks for emphasis. Otis, Jesse, Shirley, Jesse, Archie, Jesse. You're sure we can't negotiate? Jesse called out. She signaled yes. Burger backed up a little more. I don't see what you have that I want. Jesse paused. Then she gestured. Certain. Question. Was I sure? How confident was I in my plan? 55%? Did that count as sure? Probably not. But the alternative was that Jesse and the others would mount an effort to free me, in a territory stricken by plague. It meant time and effort, and every second spent exposed to this air was a risk. I blinked once for yes, then dropped my head as much as I was able. What if we have something you don't want? Jesse said. What is this? A game? Burger asked. I felt my blood run cold. I'm not that sure, Jesse. Whatever. I had to work extra hard now. Distract. 2 quick blinks for no, then a glance away. I returned my gaze to Jesse, realized someone was beside her that hadn't been when I'd looked away. And I experienced a feeling much like Jesse must have when she'd dropped a memory back in Lorius. I stared into oblivion as I reached for something I knew had to be there, and found nothing. While investigating, we crossed paths with a Mr. and Mrs. Block, Professor. They were integral to tutoring young nobles, before they were even out to the public. We found them in New Amsterdam, and we've secreted them away. No. Yes, this would normally be something I could leverage, but not when I wasn't prepared to follow through. No. Now the cat was out of the bag. I couldn't even tell Jessie to stop, because then the cat would be out of the bag and we wouldn't have leverage. I'd always held onto the lambs. I'd always held onto the cardinal and core skills. The gestures, the carved mouse signs, the dances that went hand in hand with being in near-perfect coordination with someone. The tap code wasn't at that level of importance, but it had been important. It had been related to something integral. I reached for the interpretation of distract. No and then focus, then burger. It should have been simple. I still knew the gesture for focus, for learn, memorize, study. I just couldn't translate it to tap code. It eluded me. Yvette stood shoulder to shoulder with Jessie, and she shook her head, because she was fully aware. I'd had it, and now it was gone. A memory and thing I'd been very intent with practicing and keeping. That's knowledge that hurts you more than it hurts me, Burger said. He'd stopped dragging me back away from the others. You've got roots in the Crown States, Professor Burger. Family, friends, your children. I researched you once upon a time. I know the particulars, and I know that you're immersed in the politics on this side of the pond, you know what's at play. Yes, it hurts all of us if this gets out, but you lose everything but your education and what you manage to take with you when you travel overseas. Assuming you get the chance. Not distract then. Occupy? I could play off the tap code for manipulate, operate, use, control, turn it into a negative. I could tell Jessie to keep the professor's hands full. Yvette shook her head. Blank. The void in front of me yawned open even wider. If I could have even tapped on the side of my leg, the tactile aspect of it could have helped me access it. I couldn't. There was only oblivion. The wyvern had eaten a piece of me without my being aware of it. Burger, too, stood blindfolded before a chasm. He could hope there was a bridge, or he could buckle, and submit to the people who had driven him to this point. I knew which way he would move, though. Burger stepped back, moving me with him, setting foot on the bridge. I'll take my chances and trust you're smart enough to leave Mr. and Mrs. Block where they are. The problem with that, Jessie said, her voice modulated by the gas mask she wore, is that you all created a collection of little lambs with absolutely nothing to lose. We don't have any more than a few years. You've read our files, no doubt. If you're threatening to set our world on fire, that's fine. Do it. We'll do as much damage to you as we can in the meantime. I'd already signaled no. That left me the negations of the other core signs, the other tap codes we'd worked out. No aggression? Leave Burger alone? Just the opposite of what I wanted. I needed a window. No support? No protection? Again, I wanted the opposite, I needed help. And the negations of that one were too muddled. No cooperation? No. The problem with that, little lamb, is that just 10 minutes ago, your friend Sylvester here went to great lengths to save Miss Shirley over there, and it was abundantly clear just how much he cares about her. I'm going to call that a bluff. Seeing Shirley react to being used against us in that capacity almost sucked as much as anything. A lot of this sucked. I might have felt gorge in my throat if I'd been able to feel my throat. I might have felt my heart hammer and felt the need to control my breathing to avoid showing signs of panic, but I was ahead with no connection to its body. Other options. No go. Don't approach Burger. It amounted to a sacrifice. It meant to stay away. Trust me. It meant implying to Jessie that I could handle this. There were a dozen possibilities that unfolded from that command, and if I were Jessie and using a memory database of Sylvester to simulate what I might do in that circumstance, it could imply a bomb going off, a lot of chaos that I needed her and the others to steer clear of. Except I didn't. I'd get dragged away, Jessie would hopefully get out of this city and retreat to the sedge camp, and she'd wait for me until it became clear I wasn't going to make it back to her. It was the best way to keep her clear of this. As far as the various commands went, it was the only good option so far. Burger, Jessie said. You know it's not that simple. We could tie you up in it. Make you culpable. Burger chuckled. A motion in my peripheral vision suggested he'd gestured, or the rebel leader had. A way of the finger. Jessie was trying to buy time. I needed to finish communicating. Except for the part where it would tear her up, see her putting pieces together in the wrong way. The only sign left was watch, alert, attention. Fundamental, one of the first we'd learned, that we'd taught Catcher, that we'd taught Mary. Negated, it could be implied to mean blinding him. Confounding his senses. It could also be implied to mean that Jessie should ignore Burger. The problem was that the first sign I'd forgotten would have implied distract, and the overlap was heavy enough that Jessie might connect the dots all wrong, and assume they ignore interpretation. Because why would I say confound if I could have said distract? It was the interpretation I would have made. I have a long history with the academies and Crown. If I would have been culpable in anything, I had a lot more opportunities before, lamb. It's precisely because you don't have opportunities that you're at risk now, Professor Burger, Jessie said. You had a noble to look after and now he's gone. Was I supposed to tell Jessie to blind him, and risk that she'd think I told her to ignore this, and contradict me to throw herself headlong into the problem, or tell her to go, to trust me when I was at my least trustworthy and least capable? No. Blink. Eyes closed for 1 second. Eyes open. Eyes closed for another second. No watch. Blind. I looked over to my peripheral vision, at Burger. He's gone, and maybe you're hedging your bets. Jessie said. She gestured. Yes. I blinked, quickly, no. Then I repeated. Blink, Eyes closed. I'm very much hedging my bets, Burger said. You can be sure I'll have words with others about this. I would be very careful about how you move forward, now. You might already have gravely misstepped. Eyes closed again. Then reaffirmed Jessie, then Burger. Please understand me. I looked down, stuck out my tongue, so I was looking at it. A silly face to be making, and nobody smiled. I was trying to indicate me, when I couldn't even move to provide a part of myself to look at. My last message had been a no. Now I blinked, followed by closing my eyes for a second. That. My world lurched. As I opened my eyes, I saw that I no longer faced Jessie. They used the rebels as shields, and retreated down the street, dragging me with. My heel dragging on the ground, friction had dragged one of my boots off. I couldn't even feel the wet or the cold. Grab his ankle, Charles, Burger said. Charles's rebel reached down, fumbled for my numb leg, and seized it. I was carried by one ankle and a hold around my upper body, and we moved collectively away from the congregation of strange rebels, Shirley, Jessie, Otis, Archie, Beetle thugs, and our Beetle rebels. Who were the blocks, father? Florence's voice was muffled by the mask she wore, much as Jessie's had been. If you ever find out, Florence, you'll either be wearing a black coat and serving at one of the highest stations the Academy has, or your world will be nothing but gas, plague, famine, and fire. I gathered the latter from how the lamb in the quarantine suit talked. That would have to have been Jamie Lambsbridge, who was reported dead. But yes. He figured out something he shouldn't have. And it has to do with these people? Mr. and Mrs. Block? Who have information this vital but who aren't protected. If you want to know more, then earn a black coat, and then earn your station. Don't abuse leverage for childish curiosity like you did when you pulled the string in the little castle or strangled the animal in Haverhill. Sylvester noticed, she said. What? Burger asked. He noticed. He knows why I pulled the string. He knows why I suffocated the animal in Haverhill and cut the girl's hair in the Cape of Flowers. That was you? Burger asked, his voice raising. She was the daughter of father. I could hear the huff of Burger breathing hard through his nostrils, anger barely held back. What did Sylvester notice? He asked. Rest assured, if it's not a good answer, I'll use a piece of wire to whip your rear end and the backs of your thighs into ribbons, have a doctor piece you together again, and whip it into ribbons once more. There was a pause, and I could imagine Florence hesitating, actually taken aback. Father, she said, in a very measured way. I was pulling strings. All my life, I've been raised to be proper, to know which fork to use, how to dress, how to do up my face. I've been given an education. I've been given class and status. Cutting off all of the hair of the daughter of a headmaster of a prominent school could be said to be an abuse of those gifts you've been given by station and birth. All my life, I've been given so much, but what I want and need is to know what happens in times of crisis. I engineered the crisis so I could see how the great minds and talented politicians handled the matter. I know I frittered away goodwill and made myself the obvious cause for those crises, but I do believe I'm just young enough that I'll be forgiven it, by dint of my being as young as I am. Florence had insinuated to me that she hadn't entirely known what she was doing. Either she'd lied to my face and she'd done it well enough for me to not read it as an outright falsehood, or she'd figured out this particular argument an excuse for her behavior in retrospect, and she was now pitching it to her father as a kind of currency. Both were rather amazing. I suppose this is a backhanded compliment? I was the only person there when you pulled the string and made the rebel seize up. Great minds and talented politicians. Or were your eyes on Sylvester? Both of you, father. Burger said. What I'm trying to say is that I'm eager, father. I want to learn more, even if it means you striking me in the face or holding me face down in the trough. And I want to know more about Mr. and Mrs. Block. Eager is good, Professor Burger said. What I wouldn't give for this kind of determination from Charles. There was silence from the children. Burger steered Eric and me around so we faced the children. We were a ways down the street, Jessie and the Beetle rebels no longer in sight, and we were in the shadow of a larger building. I could see the little castle a ways down the road, the stone edifice towering over the surrounding buildings. Wet snow fell all around us. But trust is hard-earned and easily lost. Perhaps I'm overly wary after having so recently dealt with Sylvester, left second-guessing things I wouldn't, like the fact that you are wearing the quarantine suit provided by one of his people, but I only half believe you. Dressed in the quarantine suit, Florence still visibly rocked back at that. With that in mind, half of the punishment I stated. The one whipping, followed by immediate treatment. Charles looked over at Florence. Florence, meanwhile, only bowed her head a little and curtsied. Yes, father. I caught Charles's eye. In the moment, I widened my eyes a bit, then gave him a wink. Uncle, Charles said, as if he had to push himself to say it. He was preemptively flinching, and he'd only said one word. Charles. What is it? Sylvester knew she was going to pull the string before she even do it. He told me, and then it happened. Hardly a miracle, Charles. I suspected she might do something in that vein. Granted, I had the benefit of the strangulation of the beast in the stables in Haverhill in my recent memory, but it wasn't the leap you're making it out to be. I believe Florence when she says what she's saying, Charles said. I believe that you want to save your cousin from her whipping, Professor Burger said. He sighed. The two of you have so much potential. But you're too soft and Florence is too vicious. Come. Let's get to safety first. You'll each get your punishments tonight. I'm being punished. Charles asked, alarmed. You'll split the punishment between you, Burger said. Come. Uncle. Charles said, and there was emotion in his voice. No complaining now. You can guess how that will end up. Sylvester said he said, just when he was getting up to go to you, that the game I played with the city boys and town boys, he's played it all his life. That it was the same game he and you were playing. Most games originated as a way to learn skills, Charles. He said I didn't want to say this, but he said that if you ever hauled your own head out of your ass, you might see that Florence was learning to play the game too. I hadn't actually said that. But a very stern Charles had set his jaw and told the bald-faced lie. Burger moved, passing around to Eric's side, one hand still reaching back to manipulate strings. The movement did move some strings, making the rebel boss lurch a bit and tighten his hold. From his new position, Burger reached out and took hold of my face. He turned it around and up so I was looking up at him. The games we play, he asked. I smiled a little. Considering that I was busy preparing the bug you're now wearing, I think I made the better move, he said. He smiled and let go of my face, leaving my head to loll, though he remained in my field of vision. My smile remained fixed in place. I didn't quite feel like smiling, though. I kind of agreed with him. Ready to move on? Burger asked his children. Father. While we're stopped, can you help me switch hands? Holding one hand over my head is growing troublesome, Florence said. Leave him. We can make do with the two. I can let go of the strings. Do. Florence moved her arm, and the man she was controlling dropped limp to the ground. She removed the bug and cradled it in her arms. How are you managing, Charles? Sore, but if it's not far, I'll carry on like this. Good, Charles, good, Burger said. He paused. Florence. Father. All further games? You won't play them with me. Yes, Father. And I expect more, art. Subtlety. You should come across well whether you're caught or not. The brutish way you did what you did, you looked poorly whether you were found out or if you got off scot-free. Florence paused, then curtsied again, still cradling the bug as if it were a doll. I will, Father. Then we'll forget the whipping so long as you remember this lesson. Yes, Father. Charles won't be whipped either. No, no he won't. But if we don't hurry, tonight will be bloody all the same. We're exposed, and we'll be exposed for a while yet. The infection will happen, and when it does, the plague will need to be cut out. Let's go to the people best able to treat us. Yes sir, Florence and Charles said, in near unison. Turning, moving back around to his position behind Eric, Professor Burger shot me a final look. I suspected it was to communicate something, as if he was making it known that he had this situation in hand, and that the manipulation of the children in his care had been effectively turned to his own ends, rather than mine. I also suspected that he was too busy working with the strings and getting Eric turned around to see that, just off to our side, then behind his back as he, Eric and I led the way, Florence and Charles had reached out for each other's hands. They were very different children, but they had achieved a victory here. Now they celebrated it, clasping hands, squeezing. Maybe they even walked hand in hand for the moment. My foot was collected. Again, I was suspended, held by both Charles's rebel and the rebel boss, limp as a rag doll. In this manner, we walked. Florence, you wanted to know about Mr. and Mrs. Block, Burger said. Yes, Father. I can only speak in generalities. No particulars. I understand. If Mr. and Mrs. Block were found, it was their bodies. Maybe written record, but even there, we are careful. If they or anyone like them were in a position to be found, they would be killed preemptively. I've had my turn, once, ensuring this was done. With luck, you will too. The two were silent. Nobles represent our best work, our best people. Yet you know that some of them, despite our best efforts, despite breeding going back to before the Crown Empire was an empire, and was only one island country in the middle of a place we called Europe, some nobles disappoint. I know that both of you have met the Baron Richmond. He would be an example of such a disappointment. Yes, Father, was one response. Yes, Uncle, was another, softer response. The Blocks, you could say they're responsible for the nobles being as noble as they are. Much like how Florence talked about dressing one way, putting on makeup, learning manners, Mr. and Mrs. Block were among those responsible for one stage in the nobles' development. They are in a unique position to know just how many disappointing individuals there are that the public never sees, do you understand? The faces and natures of nobles who never properly become nobles in the public eye. The two children remained quiet, clearly taken aback with the gravity of what was being said. Pride, reputation, and status are things that build on each other, and we have built very tall towers in the last century. At the top, the towers are supported by people like my wife. Her family, and families like hers. At the bottom, the towers are supported by a firm foundation, given food and stone and all the resources they need by a people who look up and respect the height and fortitude of those constructions. But when an empire grows to a certain measure of strength, it cannot be torn down by guns, weapons, or war beasts. Only by division from within, a severe crisis of faith. I felt Eric's hand tighten on my throat, only by a little. The regular breath my body was providing became insufficient. This would be such a crisis, Father. I hadn't been taking very deep breaths before, so the strangulation was going further than it might otherwise. I couldn't even defend myself. Who can say? But I think the Crown Empire would rather risk 1,000 wars over one test of that faith and pride. Because they can win 1,000 wars, but one such test? We don't know. My vision was going dark. As you grow older, and as you progress in the academies, and you will progress to places of status in some of the best academies, because you will have no other choice now that you know what I've told you, some of the details I've shared will take on new light. You'll keep silent throughout, even to each other. If you must speak of it, you'll speak of it only to me. I will be keeping a closer eye on you as you grow up, and at the slightest hint that you've abused this knowledge I've just given you, it won't be a whipping. It'll be your throats. With that, the hand tightened. I understand, father, Florence said. Yes, uncle, Charles said. He'd told them for a reason, I knew. This wasn't too much confidence, given to the children. He'd recognized what was at play. I'd worked my way into their confidence, I'd taken one side on the divide they felt between them and their father figure. I'd posed it as a game. He'd made this real, and he'd disarmed me in the process. I'd had a plan, and he was countering it. He might have countered it outright. The hand relaxed its grip on my throat. It shifted, though I wasn't sure how, but it must have been holding a different part of me, like my collarbone or shoulder. But my breaths were too regular. I couldn't gasp for more, and so the regular mouthfuls were insufficient. Blood pounded in my head, hard, throbbing in my eye sockets and ears. Even though I was no longer being strangled, the aftermath of it wasn't much better. Rather than try to conserve the oxygen that remained, my brain and body seemed to give up. Everything went all light and fluttery. I need to be awake and aware in case Jessie helps, I thought. If Jessie helps. I could see the street out of one corner of my eye. I could see the red slash of plague across snow, not all that far away. With each pulse of blood in my eyes and ears, the plague seemed to lunge outward by 10 strides, then by 20. I closed my eyes and the darkness of it hurt, the fluttery nature of things threatened to sweep me off into sleep. I opened my eyes again. Even with Wyvern giving me some control over the reins, I was fighting an uphill battle. I saw Mary, standing in the shadows with a lacy red dress and a black jacket, and I felt a pang of empathy. She watched without any emotion as I was carried off. I knew why I was thinking of Mary. She'd been a victim of the puppeteer, before we'd called him Mr. Percy. Now I was the one with his strings cut. Was this the way it went? I'd brought her into the fold, and it had been my first true free act as a member of the Lambs. Stories often ended as a reflection of how they began. To start as a baby that shit itself, to become a child, a man, an old man, and then an invalid who shit himself. Freeing a puppet at the start, becoming one at the end. I almost wanted to faint, I realized, rather than to be left alone with my thoughts. There wasn't much I could do to help it along. The darkness that had crept in receded, as did the bright spots. I was left only with a tuning fork hum in one ear and a pounding headache. Don't shoot. Burger called out. Professor approaching. Professor Burger, was the answer. I could hear the surprise. The one and the same, Burger said. I brought a fugitive and the leader of the rebel faction, wouldn't you believe? Hopefully it'll do something to make up for the trouble I've caused the Crown. Things hadn't been supposed to get this far. We couldn't let Burger know we knew, and then give him the chance to talk to others. Jessie was supposed to intervene along the way. To blind Burger. This way, the soldier said. I wished it was a voice I recognized, but it wasn't. They carried me past the barricade, and deeper into the camp. I wished it was a trick, part of Jessie's ruse. It was a real academy fortification, one with hundreds of soldiers. People reacted to Burger with surprise and pleasure. They hadn't expected to get the man they'd been sent in to retrieve, not really. The grip on me shifted. Burger warned soldiers about the bug as they took custody of me. Chain him up, Burger said. Again, watch the bug on his back. The shackles will be redundant with the paralysis, but we can't be too sure. Where? A soldier asked. Where we can keep an eye on everything, Burger said. He indicated a seat at a table in the middle of the camp. I have matters to discuss with the men in charge. If you can escort me. Mute, unable to move, I was seated on the bench in question. Shackles bound me to the bench, and I imagined they would have been cold if I could have felt them. A box was placed next to me so I wouldn't simply tip over, and I heard orders given to some rookies, who found seats nearby to watch me. In that manner, a puppet with my strings abandoned, I sat, staring out into the distance at the red slash in the distance, and perhaps with the help of delusion and the powerful imagination Wyvern had gifted me, I imagined I watched it swell and grow visibly over the minutes or the timeless hour I sat there, breathing my regular breaths. I had company at least. Mary, Lillian, Yvette, Mauer, Gordon, Frey, Helen, Duncan, Ashton. All took their seats next to me. Even the new lambs. Some sat for longer, some for shorter. Some talked about nothing in particular, to take my mind off the tuning fork whistle where the near unconsciousness had hurt my hearing, and others were silent. Mary sat at the beginning, and she sat at the end. She didn't do any talking, but I pushed my imagination to its limit, and I could imagine that I could feel her hand as she held mine in her lap, her palm and lap warm and the lace of the black dress she wore was soft. Together, we imagined we watched the plague spread so fast it swept over the city, and we waited. Head over heels 16.9. I was coming to discover that after 2 hours or so of exploration, I could find the ends of the tracks that my trains of thought traveled down. It was possible to continue down those tracks, but things quickly turned into a smoking wreckage if I did. Past a certain point, there were too many variables to account for, and I started to second-guess things I knew I otherwise wouldn't. There were animals that needed to keep swimming to keep breathing. I was in the process of discovering that with my body gone and my mind active, my brain couldn't breathe, so to speak. I'd always thought it would be the other way around, my brain failing, my body remaining behind. I couldn't turn to studying my environment, because I was trying to maintain too many things at once, and my confidence in my memory was shaken. Yes, I could make shallow observations about soldiers and doctors who passed through my field of view, but I didn't want to go into more depth on nobodies and risk that it would push more pertinent information out of my head. Doubly so when even differentiating the various people in quarantine suits from one another was a task unto itself. I had identified only a few targets to study, and they were only in my field of view for fleeting moments. The cup spilleth over. Left with my mind idling, my imagination had painted the world I could see. Plague spread, and it knit together into trees. The city became wilderness, but it was a wilderness of red leaves, of vines that resembled veins, where bodies were cocooned in plague, moving only periodically. The entire cast of characters in my head was present, quietly watching as the world was swallowed up. The wind was constant, strong, and, I'd realized, it blew constantly toward the plague. We were upwind of it, which was likely why this particular site had been chosen. Weather, geography, and safety from disease. I was pretty sure my clothes were soaked through. Even though they were weather resistant, resistance didn't mean immunity. I wasn't entirely sure if it was the cold or the bug that clung to me that made my breathing more laborious than it had been. When my breathing wasn't in my control and it was all I had to measure time by, I'd become acutely aware of the gradual decline. My throat, too, was slowly unfreezing. It was a different thing altogether from the change in breathing, but the sum total was that my hope was diminishing, not growing. It was in this state that Burger found me. He wore a quarantine suit, now, as did the children in his company. Burger's suit was black, it fit his body better, and had a kind of coat built in, as if to convey the same sort of silhouette that he might have had on any other day. He was also covered in the vein-like growths that came with plague having matured. It crawled over top of him, and it crawled beneath his suit, the growths digging beneath an eyelid and into an eye socket, threatening to dislodge the orb. I blinked, very carefully, and the image disappeared. Burger was plague-free. I blinked again, and the imagined plague returned. I was careful to keep the plague situated where it was most effective. It dug into the spots on his suit nearest the vitals, nearest gaps, and other weak points. The breathing tube and bladder were bad cases. A way to track the places I would strike at, given the chance. Eric was gone, I noted. I discarded a plan. Well, don't you look miserable? Burger said. I looked up at him, gazed past the lenses of his mask and at his plague-afflicted face, and I wore the best smile I was able. He set his plague-afflicted medical bag on the bench next to me, leaving it closed and instead reaching for a front compartment, rummaging. No need to put on a brave face, Sylvester, I know you aren't happy, he said. As high as my expectations are for Charles and Florence, my wife, staff, and peers, for you, even, I do have some desire to minimize suffering. I glanced at his children. I tried to read the eyes behind the tinted lenses of the quarantine suits. Now, I'm going to check you're doing all right. I know you have limited movement of your head and neck. You might be tempted to use that limited movement to hurt yourself and try to eke out an advantage, Burger said. He pulled his hand from the bag, revealing a thermometer, long and narrow. If you do aim to hurt yourself, rest assured that you'll perforate your eardrum. You'll bleed. The blood will travel down your eustachian tube and down your throat to your stomach. On ingesting enough blood, the stomach will ribble. You'll vomit, or try to, and you'll promptly aspirate your own stomach contents, given the paralysis. I looked at the thermometer. So please don't impale yourself on my thermometer. I won't do a thing to keep you alive, and the eventual death will be an ignoble one. If your friends are watching from a distance, then they'll feel the need to come save you, and that will be bad for them. I moved my head, and I made my ear more available to him. He placed the thermometer in the canal. I'm left in a puzzling spot, Burger said. What to do when handling a child experiment who has been made as devious as is possible, and what to do with his friends. I have every reason to suspect that if we were to take the fastest route out of the city, we would be intercepted or interrupted. If we strike out at them, we'll be flanked. I've spent a significant portion of the last 2 hours arguing with the generals in charge about why we shouldn't take preemptive action. He made a small amused sound. Now I find myself confiding in you, Sylvester, as you're one of the rare few who would truly understand this tactical dilemma I find myself facing. I raised one eyebrow. Burger said. It's ironic. I've explained to Charles and Florence, continuing their education, but while the idea no doubt found its way to their heads, I'm not sure they've digested it. I wouldn't say they don't trust me when I say it. I might, I thought. But I do think some lessons have to be taught through hands-on experience. If the two generals lose patience and insist on an exit or a preemptive strike, then I suspect we'd see it unfold to your benefit, Sylvester. We'd act, only to be confounded, interrupted, hamstrung, while a valiant effort to rescue you would no doubt occur. Florence and Charles would get a lesson. There's no need for the lesson, Uncle, Charles said. I believe you. I'm glad for that, Burger said. But I worry it's a superficial belief, Charles. Seeing the victory or the loss would make it that much easier for you to imagine and conceptualize similar situations for yourself. What does a win for our side look like? A defeat? What does it feel like in the pit of your stomach? You too could easily take away something from watching people die and experiencing the weight of those deaths, enemy or friendly. I already knew Burger wasn't terribly concerned about the deaths of others in a humanitarian sense. I imagined a bit of plague growing over his heart and dying for a lack of anything to eat. He went on, if it comes to that, Sylvester, I expect the losses to be lopsided, on your side or mine. I gave him my best nod. Let's see that temperature. A body temperature of 25 degrees. That won't do. Let's feel your ears. He touched the flat of my ear, nose, and extremities. His fingers momentarily laid across the end of my nose, and I didn't feel anything as he manipulated my fingertips. We'll need to warm you up. Charles, if you'd go to the medical tent and fetch some blankets. We'll cover him. One of the heaters, too. Recruit someone with my say-so if you don't think you can bring it all. Yes, uncle. Charles hurried off, clomping around in a quarantine suit that was too large for him. Burger mused for a second, and then he said, I'm not a strategist or tactician, but the man I serve was an ardent one, and I am someone who craves learning. I made use of the opportunity to absorb and observe, and now I'm forced to put the ideas into practice. As for this situation, he who makes the first move loses, father. Florence asked. Something like that, Burger said. In practice, it's rarely that simple. Think in terms of oblique angles and feints. Sylvester's friends will start with attacks that cannot be sourced, to begin with. They'll aim to frustrate, deny, and distract. Their hope is that by the time they do something more overt, the generals and soldiers will be restless enough that they snap at the bait. He made a tisk sound, then he bent down, and he brought his face level to mine. I could control my expression. I could use my eyes, I could move my lips. That left me the conundrum, what face did I pose to Burger? I could allow myself to break, to betray doubt and fear, and I could do the opposite, and pose a brave expression that looked supremely confident in the status quo. I deemed that it was the latter that would get me the results I wanted. I wore an expression of easy confidence, impervious and unbothered. As if I still expected to win. You're breathing, Burger observed. He frowned a little, and then he reached back behind me. The head of the bug moved against my neck, and sensations shot down the trunk of my body and down my limbs as its grip momentarily loosened. He kept his hand there for several seconds before removing it. Then he pressed the back of a gloved hand to my throat, hard enough to press the knot at the front of my throat back into my windpipe. He kept his hand there, and for a long while, I thought he was going to strangle me to near unconsciousness as he'd done before. You might have bought yourself an advantage if you'd studied the academy science, Burger said. You would have known that I would know what to look for, here. Even with your natural resistances and immunities, you shouldn't be recovering this quickly. You've gained the ability to speak, haven't you? I didn't respond, staying mute. I had regained my voice, I was pretty sure, but my ability to study my immediate surroundings was a limited one. I couldn't have been sure that there wasn't anyone in earshot, standing a few feet behind me when I tried my hand at vocalizing. That tells us, Florence, that he's hiding things, Burger said. It's only fair, she said. He called it a game, when he was talking to Charles. By the rules of this game, he's allowed to do what he needs to do to come out ahead. He is, but a better play would have been to reveal he could have spoken. He could have eked out a small advantage, surprised me, said something before I thought to shut him up. I opened my mouth. Burger clapped a gloved hand over it. The right words could have piqued my curiosity, nettled me, or achieved something with you. Past tense. The moment has passed, Sylvester. Burger shifted position. He reached back with the other hand and touched the bug. With that position, he couldn't see my face. I glanced at Florence and rolled my eyes. Burger spoke, you shouldn't have had this effect on the parasite riding you. Not this quickly. Your wyvern formula must be different from the standard, or it's an older, harsher formulation. Effect? Florence asked. He's killing it. It's latched onto his neck here, see? And its digits are inserted here, on either side of the gap between the second and third rungs of the spine. Trace chemicals in his sweat, blood, and cerebrospinal fluid are finding its way into the air passages and stomach of the pupil lutebrius. It's dying as we speak, and as it does, it's losing its grip on his breathing. What happens then? It dies, and it takes him with it. Florence turned her masked face toward me. She watched me. I rolled my eyes again, raising them skyward and rocking them back and forth, as if bored. I was nervous, though. There weren't many openings or opportunities. Here Charles is, Burger observed. Charles arrived, carrying a stack of folded blankets. They were heavy, military issue, and they smelled like horse. Burger took the blankets, and he unfurled them, before placing them over me, so the corners fell over my shoulders. He leaned me forward, then placed another behind me. Ah, I started, aiming for an eye. Burger caught my face with one hand, and pushed me to one side. I was sitting on a bench set by a table, and my face was shoved off to one side, striking the surface of the table. He held me there, face in snow and wet, blankets slipping off of me, for several long seconds. Quiet, Burger said. I would have liked to sigh, but I couldn't. He released me, and I didn't try to speak again. Opening his medical bag, he withdrew another bug. Eric's, I supposed. He moved around behind me, leaving my face still pressed against the bench, and began, I presumed, removing the first bug. This will have to do until we're out of the city, he said. It might be that I can revive the first pupil lutebrus or devise another method of rendering you more or less harmless. The paralysis no longer gripped me. I had nothing below the neck but a morass of pins and needles I couldn't even make out as a human shape. But I'd planned for this. I'd primed my brain while I sat here in the wet and cold. I'd drawn up an image of my body, complete with muscle memory, and now I went to great lengths to map the strange prickling sensations to the movements of my body. I jerked, and then moved an arm beneath the blanket. Hold him, Berger instructed. Charles and Florence approached. Desperate, I moved what I could. It felt less like the movement of a limb, and more as if I were splashing the surface of water, the pinpricks traveling on the tops of waves. The movements of fingers were painful, but still I tried to make sense of the movements. The two children seized my arms, pinning them against my sides. In only the last second, I was able to move my right hand. I couldn't be sure, but I was left to believe that it wound up folded against the pelvic hollow, between where my leg met my hip and my groin, just at my belt line. Every sensation was 1,000 pinpricks, sharp and alarming. Given just a bit of time, it dwindled to a mere 100 isolated pricks. My lockpicks were clipped to my belt, slipped between my pants and my underwear. Slowly, I went for them, working my fingers, to make my hand crawl. A layer of blankets protected me, as did the thick gloves my captors wore. It minimized sensation. I found my lockpicks, and I set them on my lap. I began opening the little wallet that held the individual picks. And my nostrils flared a fraction. I could smell it. Smoke. Berger continued his work for a moment behind my back, caught up in what he was doing. He would notice. It was designed to draw notice. That put me in an awkward spot. While I still had some marginal control over my hands, I moved my fingers. My middle finger found itself into a pocket where my rake bar sat. A slender and flat bit of metal that formed a zigzag. Used to trip the pins of a lock, it was something I'd move back and forth, until the zigs knocked the pins up. Against cheap locks it was the fastest way to open things, and one of the noisier ones too. I couldn't hold onto the picks, and I didn't want to drop it if the shackles would be a factor. With that in mind, I pushed my finger into the pocket, felt the stab of pain and then localized agony as I drove the wiggle-shaped bit of metal into the space between fingernail and finger, as deep as I could get it in the moment. While my attention was occupied, my focus on keeping my expression straight, Charles noticed the smoke. Uncle. Charles ventured. Berger stepped around the table, into my field of view. He held the bug, with the syringe embedded in its back. A bad time to distract me, Charles. Smoke. The soldiers are noticing too. Berger looked up, then looked around. The plague growth on him pulsed, reacting to the movement. I could only see a small share of the soldiers in the camp, but it was true. They were looking around, alarmed. They were also looking upwind. The camp was placed so the slash of plague through the middle of the city was downwind, and any particles, spores, or whatever else might help the ravage spread wouldn't be carried this way. But with the smoke being as pervasive as it was, growing stronger by the moment, it had to have a source further up the road, somewhere behind me. Like I said, Berger observed, the initial strike is one we can't trace back to them. A feint, of sorts, trying to draw away resources and force our hands. Smoke and fire alarm. They meet a primal need. What do we do? Florence asked. We carry on, Berger said. The smoke was growing thicker by the moment, to the extent that it was becoming clear that the source was not small. Not by any means. A building had been set to burn. Professor, a soldier called out. I'm busy, Berger snapped the word. Professor, we're being urged to leave. We have to vacate the area. As soon as I'm done. They want to force our hands, and they might well have timed the fire to interrupt this very procedure I'm doing. It could well be, sir, they started the fire using oil. It went up quickly. We had men guarding the building and we didn't even see them come or go. Of course, Berger said. We'll go as soon as I'm done. Anything else will play into their hands. If you insist, sir, but... Hold on, Berger interrupted. Our men were guarding the building. Yes sir. The grocery store. Yes sir. With the bodies still piled within. Yes sir. That's why we were thinking we should vacate. Berger stopped, remaining where he was. Then, decision made, he turned to the man, I agree. Evacuate. I'll see to the last of this and be with you in a matter of heartbeats. The soldier nodded, then hurried off at a run. Everywhere, officers were ordering their men, and everything moved in its logical manner. Why? Florence asked. Why evacuate? The attack on the train station and the rebellion's earlier attempt at seizing it saw casualties. Some were afflicted with ravage. They stacked the bodies, afflicted and not, within the grocery store. As efficient as our masks are, they have their limitations. Burning the ravage spreads it. Smoke carries it. If we remain too long, the masks will fail. Our enemy knows this. Then Charles started. He didn't know what to say. The smoke was getting thicker, filling the street. We leave, Berger said. And, as I haven't been given the time to finish with Sylvester, I'm afraid we're forced to cut our losses. We'll make do without our bait to set out in front of the enemy's nose. I felt the claws of the bug latch onto my back, a sharp sensation among the latest wave of pins and needles. I felt all sensation drop away from my body. Pins and needles, pain, cold. My body ceased to be. No warmth, no cold. Only oblivion. His hands tampered with the bug. I was pretty sure, the fingers finding the little rings with the silken strings attached. Berger, I said. Again, his hand covered my mouth. Gloved fingers dug into my cheek, hard and fierce. Standing as close as he was to me, he was able to murmur in my ears. With luck, your allies are watching you, and my lesson will find its way to them. With better luck, they'll try to save you, and they'll find it's impossible. He pulled the middle string. The rush of cold that the mandibles had been pumping into my neck became something else, a vomit of heat. The sensation of nothing became everything. Every nerve ending flared to life, and then burned hotter. Heat and burning was the first sensation, followed by a wrenching. My entire body contorted as some materials did on an open fire, twisting up, straining and crumpling. Every joint bent to an extreme, too open or too closed. Parts of me popped, like water mingling with oil in a pot, and each pop was followed with an icy coldness, running alongside the searing heat. Every part of me was impaled with a hot poker or an icicle of impossible coldness. I felt parts of me tear open. I couldn't tell if the wet sensation was blood from skin tearing itself apart or if it was simply an illusion. Pain and I were old friends. Few knew Pain to the extent I'd come to know her during my appointments. All the same, we'd never been so intimately acquainted. I was able to pull away from it. I'd always been able to some extent. It was an artificial construction, to disassociate from the pain. It never made the pain less, exactly. It did help to make the thought process clearer in the midst of it. I'd never quite felt like the journey back would be so difficult as it felt it might be now. Berger removed the bug, so what was done couldn't be undone. You'll feel compelled to try to eke in small breaths, he told me, as he stood over me. You could potentially stay alive for some time by doing that. Don't do that to yourself. There was a long pause. I twitched and convulsed, sweat rolling off the side of my head and into my eye socket, which was already wet with involuntary tears. I did say I have some desire to minimize suffering, Berger said. I could see him now, as he walked out in front of me. Smoke rolled past him, and with every trace of smoke that touched him, the plague on him grew, until he was little more than a tower of the ravage. The tower turned away, and led its children in the direction of the evacuating soldiers. He called out orders, and men answered in voices hollowed out by the masks and breathing apparatuses they wore. Movement wasn't possible, nor was speech. One by one, the lambs joined me. Mary, Lillian, Helen, Jamie, Jessie, Gordon, Hubris. All of the little lambs hung back. Frey, Yvette, and Mauer had the decency to stay away. All were dressed in dark colors. Mary in a black dress with black lace, ribbons in her hair. Lillian in a black coat, purely by accident. I wanted to round my thoughts together and come up with a parting message, if only to phantoms, but I couldn't. I could disassociate, but I couldn't operate on that level. I was left with only sentiment. The professor was right. Without the bug taking over, I could manage a degree of breathing. It was a torturous process, straining as if I was lifting my own body weight, but to simply make my airway stay open, straining just as hard to draw in or push out a breath, making sure my jaw wasn't clenched and my mouth screwed shut. When I failed on that last part, I snorted mucus out of my nose, or, worse, I snorted it back, and then the next few attempts were made more difficult by faint choking. My old friend and I made a game of it. To make it happen one more time. One breath in, one breath out. A series of Herculean efforts to draw in a breath, to release it, and I made a game of it, betting against her, against this personification of pain that sat just out of sight, betting on myself, then betting against myself, predicting if a convulsion elsewhere would trip me up and complicate this particular round. Manage it 5 more times, I told myself, and I'd exert the effort and focus necessary to imagine Mary stroking my hair. 5 times after that, the sound of Helen laughing. After that, and I was sure to order it so a lot of the better things came later, I chose the feeling of Lillian lying close to me, clinging to me. I continued the bets. I did the math with the chips to further distance myself from it all, even as every attempt got harder. As the chip count grew, I pushed thoughts out of my head, as to whether intentionally failing would be a reward for myself or the cost of losing my last chip. Fluids were accumulating. Mucus. Spittle I wasn't swallowing or forcing out through my teeth. I was drenched in sweat. 5 successful rounds of breathing, and this time it was Gordon's voice. I couldn't gather the words, but I imagined him cussing me out. Being infuriating, like he could sometimes be. Because it pissed me off, and I needed to be pissed off to push forward, just as I needed small moments of warmth to grope for. 5 more breaths and then Jamie, sitting on his bed, mentioning details of the day that I'd forgotten as he scribbled in that notebook of his. Then Jessie, after that. I wasn't sure what to ask Jessie for. I wasn't even sure I was keeping count properly anymore. I might have been cheating myself. I willed the question, and a voice answered. Florence. Not Jessie. It's dangerous here, Florence. The smoke. Yet. I closed my eyes. That had been 5 breaths. Jamie, sitting on his bed. While I pieced the scene together, I focused on doing what I needed my body to do, to breathe the next set of breaths, and I knew that I was focusing more on properly imagining Jamie than I was on the breathing. Why are you back here? I know, I thought. Not that I could do or say anything to that effect in the here and now. I don't know, Florence said. That's not a very good reason, Charles said. Sylvester whispered something to me, earlier. He said that he could pull a trick, with our cooperation, and I'd learn more about Father in 5 minutes than I'd learn about him in 5 years. I almost got my hopes up. He's good at playing that game. Sylvester is, I mean. Dad too, but it's different. Stricter. I was no longer lying in the cold street. I was on the floor in my room, a 12-year-old Jamie sitting on his bed, taking notes on the conversation. He'd never been the most emotive little fellow, but I'd always felt like he'd really loved those times after lights out, when he wrote by candlelight and it was just the two of us. They might have been his favorite times. It was hard to juggle the things I needed to juggle. Breathing, plotting what I would do with Jessie when her turn came up, in 3 more breaths. Paying attention to the 2 children. In. Out. 2 more breaths. Jamie's pen scritched on paper. He'd never been so fond of pencils, but he'd use them when he had to. He preferred permanence. In. Out. 1 more breath. I want to know, Florence said. Uncle would never forgive you. I need to know, Florence said. My vision was disturbed as my head moved. The pain flared anew, as if each individual kind of pain took on a new and fresh flavor in wake of the movement. Claws latched onto my spine. Florence held a bug, and she set it in place. From the timing of the breath, I suspected it was the drugged, poison-resistant bug I'd been given, discarded, and retrieved by her. I imagined her carrying it about, cradling it as if it were a small dog, as she'd done with one of the others. The pain stopped, and the relief was so profound it dashed all of the individual illusions and sounds I'd nested around myself to pieces. You had something in mind, didn't you, Sylvester? Florence asked. My blood rushed in my ears. The relief was so profound that I felt transcendent. I'll pull the string, she said. I don't have a lot of patience. What were you going to do, before my father beat you? I managed a short laugh, as I gasped for breath and tried to center myself. I could barely see. I was low to the ground, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but the smoke was making my eyes water. Okay, I'm going to pull the string again now, she said. Florence, I said. The plan I had in mind when I told you all that, it's still in place. She made a sound, her voice hollow from behind her mask, echoing down the long air tube. Still in place. I told you, a time would come. I'd hold the strings. I'd need your cooperation, and I'd give you what you want most in the world. You told me you'd tell me more about my father in 5 minutes then. Then I started, only to cough. I might have aspirated something. My voice was rough as I finished, then you'd get in 5 years. Absolutely. I stand corrected. All the cooperation I need, is just for you to remove the bug from my neck and give me 45 seconds. I'll guarantee you the answer you desire. And if I don't, she asked, imperious. I saw Mary standing behind her, all dressed in black. I only gave Florence a small smile, and I waited. I enjoyed the transcendent relief, and I gathered my thoughts. You have 30 seconds, she said. And that includes the time it takes to get control of your body back. I know, I said, as the bug came free of my neck. Sensation flooded back into my body, in an inarticulate tide of stabbing and prickling sensations. Charles. The lockpick set had been attached to my hand, one pick having been driven under one fingernail. In my convulsions, it had come free, the fingernail pried off. Barely in control of my hand, I reached between my body and the road. What is it? Charles asked, wary. Would you please do us a favor and start counting aloud for us? I asked him. 30, 29, 28. I'd asked him and chosen a wordy way of asking the question to buy myself seconds. I found the lockpick set, and found a pick. I moved, convulsing, and fumbled to draw the picks free. I'd maintained something of a grip on the ability to move despite the pins and needles' distorted sensations of body, through everything. Now I worked those same feelings with numb hands to manipulate the picks. I had to trust these shackles were like ones I'd seen before. Standard issue. I coughed at the smoke and the fluids that had gone down the wrong way. 19, 18, 17. The lambs in black watched as I worked. Gordon, who had taught me the lock-picking techniques and then retaught them as I'd allowed myself to forget them, was watching, his expression stern. There's a simple answer about Burger that's been eluding you, I said. One that I'm prepared to answer in a moment. Do keep count, Charles. You're stalling, Florence said. 12, 11. If I were stalling, I wouldn't be giving you the answer you want well before count's up, I said. I rose to my feet, staggering a little as I did so. Then, still staggering, only intentionally this time, I lurched a little in her direction. The smoke wafted toward us, a cloud thicker than many of the others we'd endured. I lunged. I connected the shackle I'd undone to Florence's air hose. For a moment, it looked like she'd release the bug she held. It would leap onto me. It would paralyze me, and it would all be over. That moment passed. Frozen, Florence held the bug firm. She'd realized very quickly that if I tumbled to the ground, paralyzed, my shackled arm would fall, and it would take her air hose with it. We were in the midst of smoke and plague. It would doom her. Florence, Charles said, only belatedly realizing what had happened. Just a stupid little ruse? Taking me hostage, she asked. I'm disappointed. Not at all, I said. I drew closer to her, and I wound the chain loosely around her neck, so I stood with her in front of me, the chain binding us together. All is still going exactly as promised. Give me the bug, now. She hesitated. Give me the bug, I said, firmly. She passed it to me, and I gripped it firm. As my shaking hand seized it, it clutched at me, hook limbs digging into my flesh. I held it in both hands, and as if I were tearing into one of the bugs or sea bugs they sold in the markets as dinners for the poor, I twisted it in half. Now we're going to see how much your father loves you, I said, my voice soft. Florence stiffened. I looked over at Charles, obscured in smoke. The fire had spread to a good 10 buildings further down the street. Is that a threat? Charles asked. No, Charles, I said. It's the fulfillment of my promise. In the span of 5 minutes, we're most definitely going to answer that question. It had, in fact, been the plan from the moment I'd proposed the deal to Florence. I would find a way to take one or the other hostage, and by taking them, I would secure Burger, in the short term or the long. Getting Florence's cooperation in freeing me from paralysis had been a somewhat fitting interpretation of the deal as poised. In reality, I'd simply hoped for cooperative hostages. I waited, the smoke flowing around us, wet droplets still finding their way from the sky, drenching us. My hands shook, my entire body ached as if I'd been wrung out and beaten, and yet my mind felt crystal clear. I made it be crystal clear. Then let's go, Florence said. She said it to Charles as much as she said it to me. Charles nodded. Head over heels 16.10. I didn't have to walk for long before I found the others. They had been watching from a distance, so I picked a safe direction to move in, the general direction that the fire and smoke were coming from, and I anticipated Jessie and the others moving to meet me there. It helped that I was slow, by dint of my exhaustion, how cold I was, and the fact that I was managing a hostage. 2, technically, but only one was actually in chains. You had me worried, Jessie said, as she stepped out from around the corner. We were close to the train tracks, which were close to the water, in turn. The burning building was 2 blocks to our west. I had me worried, I remarked. Jessie approached me, navigated around my hostage, and wrapped her arms around me. I returned the hug with my one available arm, wobbled, and found myself leaning heavily on her. Florence pulled away a bit, unwinding the chain I'd put around her neck, and moved as far away as she was able, to the momentary protests of the broader crowd. They quieted down when they realized she was still shackled. I forgot the signal for distract. I'm glad you pieced it together, I murmured. I had to talk it through with the group and play act it before it clicked. The conversation was as if you'd said you ignore him, I said yes, and then you said no. You ignore him? Yeah, I said. I'm glad you pieced it together. She squeezed me harder, then pulled back, her hands supporting me so I wouldn't tip over. I ran stiff fingers through my hair. My fingers weren't moving well. I lowered my hands, then examined the backs of them. I'll need help cutting out the plague later. Possibly, Jessie said, but not because of the smoke from that building. I asked. Jessie tricked some people in quarantine suits into moving the bodies out, Gordon too said. Then we got rid of them and set the building on fire. There's still a risk, the treasurer said. But it isn't nearly as high. I nodded. Burger would put the pieces together soon. Are you okay to stand? Jessie asked. I checked my balance, then nodded. I felt like I could move properly or I could think, but not both at once. The cold and wet had lanced right through every part of me. As if she'd read my mind, Jessie said, I brought you dry, clean clothes. What's your thought on timing and priorities? We need to get out of here, for one. I made a promise to my hostages here, to get them to agree to be hostages. We'll have to make that the next big thing we do. After that, we exit. That's not the whole reason we're here. You also have my air hose shackled, Florence said. Yeah, I said. That's a factor in the hostage-ness, too. Either way, the noble professor is liable to take action. We either want to catch him now, or try to wait things out and see if the resources he'd draw on leave. I prefer the now. I do too, Florence said. You said you'd give us the answer in 5 minutes, and we've waited long enough. I said I'd give you the answer in the span of 5 minutes. I didn't say it immediately followed your capitulation, I pointed out. That didn't win me any points with her. I shouldn't try to be so clever when I was this tired. Here. Give me your shackle, SY, Jessie said. She took my hand and began picking at the lock. When I'm done, you can step around the corner. There will be water, but it's cold, so don't go overboard. Get changed, get cleaned up. Please, Fang cut in. BEA jabbed him. And meet back with us, Jessie said. We'll figure out what we do next after we get that far. I nodded. I wouldn't mind warming up. I've moved well past the point where my teeth are chattering and I'm shivering. I don't think I have the energy to chatter or shiver. I'm groggy, too. Stringing words together is taking mental focus. Jessie pressed a thick gloved hand to my forehead. I couldn't feel the warmth of her hand, so I wondered if she could feel how cool I was. Shirley pushed her way through the crowd and put a hand out. She wasn't covered up, still, so the contact was warm. Uncle said he was 20-something degrees, Charles said. He was still standing off to one side. The alarm on the faces of both Shirley and the academy-trained students in our retinue was concerning. My first instinct was to use it to poke fun at them or tease them, but I didn't have the energy. I don't freeze to death, I said. I just hibernate, like a reptile. Because I'm Project Wyvern, right? And wyverns are reptiles. No, not right, the treasurer said. I'm pretty sure they are, I said, toying with him. But my point stands. It doesn't, he said. I'm just sleepy because I'm going into hibernation mode. No, I'm pretty sure that's you working your way toward freezing to death, the treasurer said. You probably shouldn't be conscious. Or verbal. Jessie seemed unfazed. Rudy? The lamp. I can use Wyvern, alter my mind, force myself to stay awake, I said. Too much to do. It really doesn't work that way, the treasurer said. Don't underestimate the power of the mind, I said. Or the other drugs and treatments we've been subjected to, Jessie said. Or faulty thermometers. Rudy had fetched us what looked more like a handheld stove than a lamp. He handed it to me. I touched the cast iron exterior, and on verifying the outside was warm but not dangerous to touch, I wrapped my arms around it, hugging it to my body. Warmth passed into my arms and upper body. Jessie got the stack of clothes from Gordon too, then stacked it on top of the stove lamp. I pressed it down with my chin to keep it in place. I swayed in place, feeling the heat radiate from the stove to my chest, while Jessie took my lockpicks and undid my shackle. She took custody of Florence. I wasn't sure it mattered so much. Florence wasn't going anywhere, given how things stood. She'd invested too much, and she wouldn't get away. Still, I could read the two children, and even with my thoughts somewhat slushy around the edges, I was aware of how out of their element they were. I slid all my chips across the table, so to speak, into the area I'd sectioned off for manipulating and influencing people. For most of their lives had revolved around the expectations of family, with their father and uncle being a major part of that. It was a lopsided deal. The expectations went one way. When push came to shove, Berger never really had to answer to them. Florence, in her desperate attempt to make sense of this environment, had taken to pushing buttons and pulling strings, rebelling in ways that made human and animal suffer, while offending her father's sensibilities. It was a way to get a reaction. In figuring out what to do to get her to do what I'd needed to do, I'd proven myself, and then made the promise that I could give her a far better reaction. I didn't look at anyone in particular as I spoke. What comes next is that we pose Berger with a choice. He can have Charles and Florence at the cost of helping us for a little while, or he can walk away and try to get them at a later date. What kind of parent is going to walk away? The treasurer asked. A lot of us here have parents who would, and I bet a lot of people back at headquarters would say the same, Rudy said. All of us ran off to join the circus because we didn't have much tying us down. There was a pause. I saw Florence and Charles glancing at each other. I wasn't the only one that noticed. Florence ventured, I don't think my father will stay. Right, I said. The little mini-stove was helping. Listen. The answer isn't black and white. It isn't does he care about you or not. It's a question of degrees. But that 5-minute conversation? It's going to be telling, even accounting for his bluffs. I don't know why I agreed to this, Florence said. You'll see, I told her. We'll make this work. Florence pursed her lips. Charles looked like he wanted to say something. The moment passed, and he remained mute. We still need to make that conversation happen, I said. With Berger, ideally alone. We can work that out, Jessie said. I've done quite a bit simply by being dressed up like an academy soldier and handing off the right sort of forged letters. I nodded. I tried thinking through the other key points. There wasn't anything that couldn't wait. I turned around, then tried to think of how to gracefully break away. Do you want any help? Jessie asked. She indicated Shirley and herself. No. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes, I said. We'll be here, or we'll be close, she said. I walked away. I rounded the corner and found the area that Jessie had no doubt intended for me. The house had an enclosure off to the side that might have been a stable once, but had been retrofitted to have a stitched horse within. The horse was still present. I made my way inside, and walked to the center of the room before setting the clothes and the stove lamp down. I put the clothes against the lamp, so they would be warm. Leaning forward, I rested my arms on the wall, and buried my face against them. I was so tired. The missing fingernail smarted. Breathing hurt, because of cold and smoke. My skin didn't feel like my own and the numb cold and disassociation of earlier were big contributors to that. The brain fog combined with the sheer disconnection from the pain of earlier to make me feel like I was in a dream. Simply relaxing for a moment made my eyes well up with tears. I allowed myself 1 minute like that, getting centered, letting myself feel what I needed to feel. 20 or so seconds into that minute, I realized I'd left the door open. I stood straight, wiped my face, ran my hands through my hair, and went to address that. As I closed the door, I saw Frey, Ashton, and Helen standing on the other side. Helen smiled as she saw me. There was a dangerous edge to Helen, as there always was when she showed up with Frey. Ashton, well, he was always hard to read, but now he wore more of an expression than I'd ever seen on him. It was less of an emotionless mask and more of a casual resting expression. Hi, I said. Changed out of the black clothes? What does that represent? Helen cocked her head to one side, a less human movement, as if by turning her head one way, she could see me by the right angle and interpret me. She always liked swaying. As she did, her pink dress swished back and forth, accenting the curves of her body and the grace of movements that came with a keen and exact awareness of the space she occupied in the world. Ashton, by contrast, was very still. You don't understand what's going on in your own head anymore, Frey said. Right this moment, I'm just trying to get through the next few hours. I'm really looking forward to a warm bed, except dealing with a certain professor has to come first. I'm gonna get changed while I talk to you. Okay, Helen said. I disrobed, pulling off the wet jacket, shirt, and pants, before shucking off my underwear. I raised my pants to my face and sniffed, trying to judge if I'd relieved myself while paralyzed. They were so sodden I couldn't even be sure. I mostly smelled smoke. I dropped the clothes on the floor, and returned my hands to the stove lamp, walking around the water barrel in the corner. While I sat out there, I realized just how badly I missed you all, I said. I reached into the water barrel and hauled out the layer of ice that sat on top of it. I let it crash to the floor. Hearing your laugh helped me out there, more than I could really explain here. Good, Helen said. I'm glad. Are you? You don't feel emotion, exactly. You're more of a representation of instinct. I am glad, she said, again, as if to reaffirm her answer. And I'm a representation of instinct, I suppose. I dipped my hands into freezing water, and used them to wash myself, periodically touching them to the stove to warm them, and touching them to cold spots on my body to fix any parts that felt too cold. I was straddling a line. Sanity-wise, and in the care of my body. I didn't want to argue with phantasms. I don't think even Jessie knows how close I came to not making it there, and Jessie knows almost everything, I remarked. You should tell her, Ashton said. Thank you, Mr. Stating the obvious, I said. But not now. Not in earshot of the others. There are appearances to be maintained. Oh, Ashton said. Appearances. Clearly, Frey said, with a raised eyebrow. Still nude, I performed an elaborate bow, the flourish of my hand just so happening to highlight that which was on full display. It's such a shame that your appointment stunted your growth, Helen said. She held her hands behind her back, clearly amused. Haha, so funny, I said. I'm fine, and I've still got a few years. They worried I wouldn't have any more growth spurts, and look at me now. I was right. You didn't grow. And as I remember it, you were the one who worried you wouldn't grow. They were the ones who were closer to right. Semantics, I said. I ran wet, freezing hands through my hair, fixing it, and washed my face. The water droplets that fell to the floor were tinted grey. You're still short for your age, Ashton said. I might even catch up soon, and I'm a lot younger than you. Enough of that, I said, waving dismissively at them. I dried off as best as I could with my handkerchief, which amounted to very little, and then pulled on some underwear. What was I saying before? I don't even remember, Helen said. More by just touching on the thoughts nearest the surface, I found my way back to the prior topic. I couldn't come up with what I wanted from Jessie, when I was trying to find my way through. I'm worried that if it had come up and if I hadn't had a good answer, that would have been it. I wouldn't have been able to bring myself to breathe, and, downhill from there, on a very steep slope. You really should keep breathing, Ashton said. Planning to, I said. I pulled on the undershirt, then warmed my hands a moment. It's just sometimes things get in the way. Do something nice for Jessie at another time, Helen said. What about a pastry? Ha, I said. Maybe. You know the lambs miss you too, don't you? Helen said. It goes both ways. I know, I said. I don't need the reminders, believe me. As fond as I am of all of you, it's really become a bittersweet fondness since I left. Missing you all, knowing you all probably have mixed feelings where you halfway miss me and halfway just feel really relieved I'm not around pestering you. You never pestered me, Helen said. Not really. Because you terrified me. I still found ways to get your goat. Meticulously describing desserts. That wasn't punishment. The anticipation is as tasty as the meal. Conceded, I said. You never pestered me either, Ashton said. Yeah, I said. I regret I wasn't more on the ball about that, Ash. For you and the new lambs both. I was preoccupied and then I was gone. You did what you had to do, he said, very diplomatically. Still doing it, I said. I put on the rest of the clothes, with the jacket being last. As soon as I had the jacket on, I flipped up the hood, gathered up the stove lamp and wrapped the jacket around it, so the heat was trapped in the jacket with me. I stayed like that for a moment, trying to wool my body warm. The cold in my toes was a lot more stubborn, and I wasn't sure how to amend that, short of standing with my feet on either side of the stove lamp. When I opened my eyes and looked up, all three figments were standing in the way of the door. I felt a kind of danger from them. Frey was a big part of that. So, this is what you were leading up to. You catch me on a bad day when my mind, heart, and body are tapped out, and you just, what? Promise horrible things if I don't kowtow to you. A beautiful horrible, Frey said, touching Helen's hair, possessive. A Helen kind of horrible, Helen said, amending the statement. You're doing just what Yvette did. You all want your turns, and since you're the figments of my brain that represent instinct and, I don't know, common sense? The senses? And Frey here represents, absolutely everything going wrong, or conspiracy, or, whatever. I don't have the energy to do this. You're staging your mutiny, working to push me out? A very complicated way of my self-preservation instincts saying no more. Something like that, Frey said. Well, you can go fuck a fistful of nails, Frey. And you too. Helen and Ashton stared me down, unflinching. Don't do the nail thing. But do leave me alone. I'm doing too many important things. Go away. What if I say no? Helen asked. Don't. No. You're not allowed. Not today. I have things I need to square away. Like Jessie. Like a lot of things. This is just inconvenient. So scram. I banish thee, and I refuse to accept you are going to pull an Yvette and say no. You two will stand aside. I will it so. Just this once. They exchanged a look. Helen gestured to Ashton, and then the two of them parted, giving me clear access to the door. I passed through it. They didn't follow me, only watching from the door. The world was too grey, the plague vines that crawled across it too bright. Smoke and rain blurred the edges of the city around me. It looked like a painting, and the thin layer of ice at the water on the other side of the tracks really helped with that image. The crust had picked up a coating of rain which hadn't quite frozen, so it looked liquid, but it also looked very still. The buildings further down the street were still burning. The others were taking shelter from the wind, not far from where they'd been. Are you all right? Fang asked. Because that. BY elbowed him. Stop doing that. Fang said. Your elbow is sharp. You'll penetrate my suit, and then I'll die. Warm? Jessie asked, speaking over B's response, as if the pair weren't bickering. I used the little stove thing to warm the clothes. The fresh clothes were a nice thought. Thank you. I wish I could have done more, she murmured. I shook my head. I reached out, and I gave her hand a squeeze before dropping it. Then I turned to the others. The shackle had been undone from Florence's air hose. Otis now had Charles by one shoulder, and Archie had Florence. I gestured to Jessie, outlining the plan. She nodded. We started walking, and the others followed, very naturally, our muscle managing the hostages. It was good to walk, to be with my people, my collection of rogues and scoundrels. We retraced our steps, moving carefully to the fringes of places we'd already been. The rain pattered down, and the light was fading. We moved around the circumference of the street where I'd sat for so long. There weren't any signs of people. As we moved back toward the hotel, we spotted the group. 6 squads of soldiers and Berger, with several stitched in tow. It looked like someone high-ranking was with Berger. He cares enough to recruit a small army to look for you, I told Florence. He cares about his reputation, she said. I said. 5 minutes haven't started yet. You guys want to head down the street? Get a head start. Head start? Rudy asked. Trust me, I said. Yeah, he said. Can do. I did like Rudy. Good fellow. I wanted to do right by him. I wanted to do right by a lot of people. You should go too, Jessie said. You're tired, you're slow. Let me. You're slow in general, I said. Today, you're slower. But you did good, she said. Lean on me. For the next little while, we take care of each other, right? I took that in. Then I exhaled. I nodded. I gestured at the others, and I led them a ways away. As plans went, it was a simple one. Jessie whistled, loud, and I belatedly realized she'd have had to have removed her mask to do it. We summoned Berger, and we fled, drawing him out, forcing him and his army to approach the signal. When he rounded the corner with an army at his back, we weren't there. Jessie signaled again. We repeated the process again. It's like training a dog, I thought, with a kind of grim satisfaction. Want the treat? Want it? No, you're doing it wrong, figure it out. Seeing Helen and Ashton might have put me in a bit of a mood, like that of a cat playing with its food. Not that I liked comparing myself to a cat. Dogs were better. Other things were even better than dogs. Birds were bottom rung, of course. After we'd gotten settled, seen Berger with his army following, and finished getting our next head start, Jessie waiting behind to be in Berger's earshot, I found a moment to touch Florence's shoulder. How many times do we do this before he can turn around and go home? If it's just that he's protecting his reputation, couldn't he just leave, say we were luring him into a clear trap? He might, she said, as if she really hoped he would. Charles? I asked. It's more complicated than that. Sure, I said. In the distance, Jessie whistled. She gestured as she ran to us. The enemy had split up, to better head us off. I gestured back. Silence. She nodded. We found a hiding place, perhaps a little too close to the slash of red across the city. Then we waited. With Jessie having handled the worst of the running, I volunteered to do the spying. I climbed a building and edged across the roof until I could see them. I kept the stove lamp with me and held it close. It took perhaps 15 minutes, but the 2 army segments convened. I signaled Jessie, and Jessie whistled. This time, they didn't come running after us. This is the moment of truth. I kept one eye on Berger's route back. He didn't take it. No, this time, Berger approached alone. He walked rather than jogging, rain running down his black quarantine suit with its long coat built in. I remained where I was so I could watch and see if the army came. If they did, I could signal the others and escape. They didn't come. I made my way to the ground. I wanted to be present for this. Berger approached the group, who had the children hostage. Father, Florence said. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, he said. Not when I'm this angry. It will taint every apology I hear from you in the future. She barely seemed mollified, as far as I could tell with the quarantine suit. Was she happy now? Was his appearance a show of love that she hadn't expected? I walked up behind him. Burger, I said. Sylvester, he said. With the group in front of him and me to one side, he half turned and then backed up a ways, so he could keep both me and the group in his field of view. She let you go? No, Jessie said. We took her hostage, bug and all. We watched everything. Somehow, I'm not inclined to believe you. The simplest answer is often the right one. Then know that every time you doubt her instead of believing the truth, you'll lose standing in her eyes, I said. Burger said. He sighed. So. I suppose you'll be wanting the first deal you proposed? You take me into custody. I provide what you want, and we go on from there. It gets a little more complicated, because you played that stunt, I told him. He spread his arms. How complicated? Hey, Rudy, I said. There's a body in the snow there, isn't there? Rudy looked over at a human-shaped lump of wet snow on the ground. Sure. Turn it over so we can see it. I asked. He used one foot to pry it off the ground, then kicked it so it lay face up. Sorry, mister, he told the body. You die, I told Burger. And you get your kids. I die. I pointed at the corpse. That's you. Or they'll think it is. You give up title, name, reputation, the black coat, the status, dignity, pride, everything. I get to do what I want with you. In exchange, the 2 children are safe. You can keep them close, or you can let them go. They'll go back with the army over there. You're making my uncle a slave? Charles asked. This is the deal we worked for. Shush, I said. I'm negotiating. No need to intervene, Charles, Burger said. He was holding himself differently now. It was as if he could feel the weight of all those things I'd talked about, the years leading up to this point in his life, and he was taller for it. The alternative, I said, is. He raised his hand, silencing me. I fell silent. There are things I can't betray. What you talked about, with Mr. and Mrs. Block. It won't go that far. But you will betray Crown and Academy, obviously. We'll be discreet enough it doesn't go back to the children. He nodded. You don't want to hear the alternative. I pressed. No need, he said. Send them to the soldiers. Father, Florence said. You. Go, he said. Tell them I'm dead, as ordered, or I presume these lambs might actually kill me, to give the Crown less reason to pursue. You presume right, Jessie said. We won't see you. Florence asked. You would have been at school anyway, he said. And this isn't up for discussion. Go. Attend your schools. Do me proud, in case I'm allowed to return, because you certainly didn't make me proud today. That seemed to take the wind out of Florence's sails. Charles was a little less crestfallen, going by his posture. I looked at them. They had their answer. Their father and uncle was willing to sacrifice himself and his everything for them. He was still a jerk, but I couldn't make water into wine. I spread my arms a little. The 2 children left, rather reluctantly. I, meanwhile, took my heater and cracked it open. I doused the body in oil. Rudy had more in his bag. I reached up and tugged off Burger's mask, and I put it on the body. He took it one step further, and he removed his jacket from his quarantine uniform. We turned the body face down and laid the jacket over its back, before putting more oil on it. I lit a match and tossed it. Jessie drew her pistol and fired it. Burger's execution, and our excuse to get the hell out of this city, which had intentionally been afflicted with plague by sources I still hadn't riddled out. We had our tutor, doctor, a shot at Project Caterpillar, and a way to refine the plan to use the information about the block. We had Shirley and our gang leaders. Our fortunes in getting out of the city and a full night of cutting away plague would tell if the cost was too high. Head over heels 16.11. We made our way across the least bad patch of plague, as the treasurer and Burger gauged it. Here, the shadows of the buildings and the collection of things on the streets contributed to an accumulation of wet snow. The plague crept through the water, tinting it red, and it crept beneath the snow. Where our boots pressed the snow down and crushed tendrils of the ravaged underfoot, we left crimson footprints, no different from any footprints I'd ever made after wading in blood. Professor Burger, the treasurer spoke. Yes. You wrote the articles on radical, division-free and vivo pattern editing, if I remember right. I wrote 4 out of the 5. I had my hands full when the 5th deadline was approaching, so I had a subordinate write it. I demoted him and sent him to Alieska when he missed the point. The point, Professor? I wanted to slap the treasurer upside the back of the head for using the title and being all polite. What do you think the point was? Burger countered. Being able to inject someone with a pattern change and have it take immediate, drastic effect, without overloading the system or having to load the system and wait for the cells to divide. I'm asking you the point. Not a summary of the article's title. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, Professor, the treasurer said. I see. You brought up the articles for a reason. Maybe you'll impress me by saying something interesting about them. The treasurer was silent. Or you won't? Burger asked, almost imperious. I thought it was an interesting, unconventional article. When things are advancing as concretely as they are these days, we don't see much theory. Especially from people with strong reputations. I thought it was commendable. It wasn't, Burger said, sounding exasperated. As a matter of fact, I regret writing it, because it was a failed project that has seen endless streams of sycophants and brown-nosers approach me and fail to demonstrate how clever they are. Hey now, I said. It's fine, Sylvester, the treasurer said. I could tell from his tone that it wasn't. I want to hear this. If you're sure, I said. I turned to Burger. You're really not interested in making friends while you're here, are you? I wouldn't mind, but I'm selective about who I call a friend, Burger said. He exhaled. I'll ask you this. I jumped in. I was sure to match Burger's tone and even his hand gestures, speaking in sync as he asked, why did I write it? I got a few glances from the others. Jessie looked over my way and gave me an annoyed look. Burger looked even more displeased, which was even better. Are you taunting me now? Burger asked me. Predicting you, I said, not taunting. Sylvester did that for a month or two, a few years back, when he was showing off to Mary, who had just joined the Lambs, Jessie said. It was, by all accounts, obscenely annoying. Did I? I asked. You did. Well, it's not meant to taunt. Look, treasurer. I have a name, the treasurer said. Let it slide, Gordon too said. Take my word for it, just let it slide. I ignored the both of them. I'll explain, so you don't have to put up with Burger picking at you and tearing you down. How's that? Either you guess what our hostage is driving at and he feels vindicated, or you get it wrong and he gets to condescend to you as he pontificates on his true intent. So let's skip all of that, and we'll approach this discussion from a constructive angle. Really, now, Burger said. Deny the man his fun. Look, here's how it goes, I said. I cleared my throat, and I did my best to mimic Burger's speaking style. I moved my hand, using my finger as a conductor might work with an orchestra, while I explained, I wrote that paper with a particular intent. It was an exercise, a riddle I posed to the academies across the Crown States. I don't believe in theory, and I hoped students would challenge me on my points and suggestions and dare to tear my idea to shreds. I put several clues in the work to get them started. I hoped and even still hope that a bright mind might appear before me and do just that. The disappointment is part of why I stopped after writing 5 of the 6. 4 of the 5, Jessie corrected. Papers, I finished. I paused for effect. Not wholly wrong, Burger said. I'm frankly pleased you assessed it as a test without even knowing what it is. I assessed you, not the article what's it, I said, before jumping back into Burger voice, but wait. I'm not quite done. See, the student I demoted was the perfect patsy, he allowed me to avoid facing my own mistakes. I failed to realize that a riddle that nobody gets isn't a good riddle, it's a failure of the teacher, not the student. I didn't even have the confidence to see it all through. Every time a student approaches me about it, it reminds me of my own failings. This is getting more than a little childish, the professor said. For those of you on Team Sylvester and Jessie who haven't had the benefit of dealing with the upper class, that's polite talk for I just lost the argument, but fuck you, I remarked. Burger didn't deign to respond to that. In retrospect, I might have played it off a little better if I hadn't had a note of venom in my voice. I'd been too harsh in tone, too angry. I was tired. Snow fell, and the sun was going down, casting the world in shades of pink and grey. The sun combined with the stones of the street radiating heat were why we were trekking through slushy puddles and not light snow. On the edges and in the shadows, the snow had settled. With nighttime, I suspected the city would get a light layering of white. Glancing back, I could see our steps into the paper-thin layer of white snow were still leaving congealing, crimson footprints. The plague had found root here and there. A dead horse was a basis for one outcropping to really flourish, spreading to the nearby tree and houses, a morass of crimson vines. In another place, bodies had fallen as a group, no doubt shot en masse. The actual nature of the heap could only be inferred, as snow and vines made what lay beneath hard to identify. We should cut back, Burger said, take a detour. It's too thick here. I looked at the treasurer not because I didn't believe Burger, but I did want to ensure that Burger hadn't torn down the treasurer too much. Showing I cared about his interpretation might be what he needed. I agree, he said. Past a certain point, it gets tricky to navigate, Jessie said. I'm trying to think about which streets would be better or worse. Based on what? Burger asked. When I looked over the city from a distance, I could see how it was laid out, just going by rooftop. I'm thinking about chimneys, which had smoke, which rooftops looked more residential, how narrow the streets were, wind direction. She went on. The treasurer chimed in, and I didn't hear him. My eyes were fixed on one heap of bodies. With the way the vines and growths flexed and adjusted as they grew, it was hard to tell, but had that been movement? I broke away from the group, striding forward. I had to cut away growths to dig for it. Yet, I had seen a small movement that hadn't been a vine. Lying beside a stitched horse, vines knitting the horse's body to hers, was a woman, 25 or so. Her hair had been done in an updo and the vines had worked their way into it and pulled it down. Fine tendrils crawled out of her mouth, nose, and one tear duct, covering much of her face. If I unfocused my vision, it might have looked like a bad burn. It was worse. The small movement hadn't been her, but was a baby, one that hadn't been on this earth for a year. The arm stuck out near her face. Tendrils had already seized it. The mother looked up at me. One eyeball didn't move, too firmly seized by tendrils, the other tracked me. She made small pained sounds, then looked in the direction of the baby. It wasn't crying. That was a bad sign. Can you talk? I asked. Breathing laboriously, she managed a yes. How is the pain? It stops being agony. Becomes, like I imagine a heart attack to feel, every part of me. On the brink of death, never given it. Have to watch her. I saw her hand move, I said. I moved more of the tendrils of plague. Don't touch. I'm resistant, I assured her. He is. Let him help, Burger said, from behind me. I cut and moved several more tendrils. The way they reached out from inside her but didn't burst forth, it suggested the plague had found an entry point elsewhere. The plague tended to grow along the skin and outer surfaces of the body, finding their way inside later. I wanted to think the entry point was the ear closer to the ground. Then please, the woman said. Take her. Take her away from me. Tell me you can save her, even if it's a lie. Let me believe. I don't even need to lie, I said. The man standing behind me? He's a professor of the highest caliber. He has medals and students fawning over his papers, and he's worked with nobles. The crowd of younger people you can hear in the background? Most of them are students of the academy. And speaking for myself, I don't want to boast, but I've cut the plague out of dozens of people. Her eyes welled up with tears. The eye with tendrils reaching through the tear duct produced a pink tear, the other eye was clear. I don't think your kid could find better hands, I said. She tried to nod and failed, her head was too firmly rooted into place. Please, she said. Cutting the infant free was a task. The mother had pressed down on top of the child, her arms under it, her body shielding it from the weather. In a sense, the mother was the cave and shelter for the child, but the shelter was now the problem, a kind of inverse wound that we had to extricate the child from. Not many people alive on this street, I said. People got scared, they didn't listen to orders. I was on the sidelines, and I thought I was safe. Rebels, Crown, and my neighbors all got caught up. I'm not even sure who was shooting at who or if it was all sides shooting at each other. My horse got shot and fell on my leg. Yeah, I said. It manifested in and around the wound. Yes. That's what it does, Burger said, behind me. It blooms in and around blood that's exposed to air. I don't think you can save me, the woman said. No, Burger said. I'm very talented, and I can't save you. I doubt Sylvester can either. She seemed to take that as fact. She'd come to terms with her death already. I can give you a shot, Burger said. You'll drift to sleep. For a moment before you do, you'll be aware, but you won't feel any pain. Help her first. Save your medicines for her and people like her. I kept cutting, doing what I could to get the child free. I was now at the process where I needed to extricate her without harming her, and that wasn't easy, given the way she'd been half crushed beneath her mother. We don't need medication for her. Only time, patience, and a steady hand with the scalpel. She'll have scars, but she'll live, Burger said. Retrieving the child, I handed her off to Burger. What's her name? I asked the woman. You name her, the woman said. I can't. She winced. Old pain had come rushing back, or the cutting I'd done was making the vines move, which was being felt throughout her body. It wouldn't be right, I said. I'm an orphan, and I can assure you, it'll make a world of difference if there's something of yours that she can carry with her. Name her, the woman insisted, with a dogged air that only the dying and doomed could manage. Put something of yourself into her, and I can believe you'll try harder, like any parent learns to do, digging deep into themselves for that last reserve of strength. I'll have you know I've fought monsters and I've been tortured, and I've endured a long winter in the company of the plague, on the other end of the Crown States. If I wasn't capable of giving my all and a little more, I wouldn't be here in front of you. It's fine, I said. The child can keep the name you gave it. It's my dying wish, the woman said. Too bad, I said. Tell me her real name. The woman stared at me, stubborn, and for a second, I thought she'd refuse. She took another tack, glancing up at Burger. He called you, her name is Sylvia. I think your opponent wins this time around, Burger said, from behind me. I didn't have an answer to that. More to the point, the woman looked almost at peace, and I couldn't bring myself to disturb that. He touched my shoulder, and I flinched. It was the syringe. I slipped it into the woman's neck, and I pressed the plunger down and in. The woman spoke, and her voice was inaudible. It was soft because she knew what was happening, not because the drug was already taking effect, I was almost positive. I only made out the latter 3/4. The Lord King of the Crown Empire, for arming you with knowledge and talents and putting you in front of me and Sylvia. This time, as her lips moved, the words weren't there. There was no moment of lucidity. The whole body relief came after the spark was extinguished, and the tendrils immediately set to pulling at the body, drawing it further in. The effort she'd put into staying in place and trying not to move no longer held. Tell me the Crown didn't make this plague, I said. The Crown didn't do this, Burger said. Would they? Have they ever? Very few things in this world are quite so bad as this, Burger said. But there have been some. There have. There have been accidents that were as bad or worse, but they were just that. Accidents. We don't know what this is. Do you know who spread it? I asked. Here? It looked like it came about artificially this time. Something that was encouraged to happen. Do you know? That is a very easy question to ask, and it is very difficult to answer. That's a yes. I have suspicions. And when we are free and clear of this, we can have a discussion and you can entertain those same suspicions. But it's far more complicated than just saying one or several names. Things have to be explained. All right, I said. The systemic petechiae, this child is beyond saving, Sylvester. I continued kneeling by the woman, my back to Berger and Sylvia. I know. I've seen a lot of plague victims. You know that. More than most. Give Sylvia her syringe. Already done. It'll just be one moment. Good, I said. A moment passed. Berger gave no signal. I wasn't too worried. My team was just a short distance away, and Berger had nowhere to run that wasn't deeper into the plague. In another world, if we had been able to save Sylvia there, if my allegiances lay elsewhere, would she be a candidate for the block? One as young as this? No. We only collected the very young from the best breeding stock, for the ones we needed to work with the most. We usually tapped the aristocracy in those cases. Right, I said. You don't seem to know very much about it, yet you aren't asking many questions. I'm trying to lull you into a false sense of security, I said. I am curious just what things really look like at the top. The Lord King. I'm insinuating that he's not at the top, Professor. It's the academies, isn't it? It's a delicate balancing act. The true monsters and the men who made them. We pull the strings, if you'll excuse my using the term, and they obey, but there's always a risk of mutual destruction, should you push them too far. It helps that only a handful of them have really figured out that the very best of the men in black coats are calling most of the shots in the end. And if this story gets out, then the altercation is forced. Perhaps, Berger said. Probably. There are other problems, like the ones I spelled out for Florence and Charles. I nodded. Berger's vague shadow moved, and I rose to my feet, turning as I did so, to better act if he tried something. He wasn't. He held a still Sylvia in his hands, and he rather unceremoniously dropped her onto the morass of plague above where her mother and the horse lay. Show some respect, I said. You're too fixated on the wrong concepts, Sylvester, Berger said, and he sounded irritated. Respect? I'm here without a mask on. I gave them and I gave you my time, knowing that I'll likely have red marks appear on my face before the end of the night, and I'll have to take a scalpel to them. I'll do it, and if recent history is a good enough lesson on the subject, I don't think I'll regret it, even as I cut. That's respect, Sylvester. His irritation had given way to anger. Much like how you respect your daughter and nephew, Berger. I asked. I think you fail to realize that you can act the gentleman for a straight decade, but people are going to remember you for the one time you shit your pants in public. Or, in this case, we'll remember you dropping the dead baby. It's a body, not an infant, Berger said. And you can rest assured, I know better than you about the needs and demands of public perception. For now, be content I'm answering your questions without argument and playing your game. I didn't answer him immediately. I looked over in the direction of the others. Most had departed, moving on. Jessie was lingering behind with some of the others in quarantine suits. I hadn't realized how dark it had gotten. All right, I said. I guess we won't get along famously then. I didn't think we would, Berger said. Thank you for the gentler deaths you gave them, I said. I told you before, I don't believe in gratuitous suffering. Yeah, I said. I remember how that went. We walked back to Jessie. She wasted no time in getting us moving, even going so far as to give me little pushes to urge me to hurry. I cast one backward glance at the heap that had swallowed up the baby. I'll give you this one, Mom, I thought. Your play with the name was fit for a lamb. By accident or design, you gave her the name I'm least likely to forget. We approached the perimeter of the city. The sun had set, and the sky was growing dark. The streetlights hadn't been lit, and only some buildings had lights on inside. The plague took on a new cast, now that it didn't stand in such stark contrast to the rest of the city. It was hard to tell the plague-ridden buildings apart from ones that had been reinforced with grown wood. It was BY who noticed one tangle of plague growth in an alley, then pointed out another in the next alley. I have good eyes and I have poisons in my brain helping me turn my focus toward making sense of what I'm seeing in the gloom, and even I'm not seeing that as clearly as you are, I commented. Modifications, Jessie said. Yeah, BY said. We've talked about this. When the other rooftop girls were getting modded out, I'd go with, make sure they were safe while they were under, sometimes, or just oversee what was being done, so I could give better advice to the next girl. There were a few times I got some changes. Seeing in the dark is useful if you need to sneak out a lot. Not that the Beetle staff seemed to care, Fang said. No, not that they seemed to care, BY said. Then, to Jessie and I, she asked, you never got changes. I'm packed to the gills with modifications as it is, Jessie said. And Sylvester's unique cocktail of chemicals doesn't do well with implants or pattern changes. Every time he had to get replacement skin, it would triple or quintuple the healing time. That's a shame, BY said. I think. She stopped. You think. The tender mercies. Their clothes. These growths in the alleys, their discarded skin. Yeah, I said. Probably. When the professor was found, all soldiers and Stitch started pulling toward the edges. You'll want to give me a proper mask, Berger said. If they see me, they'll report back, and my death will be over already. Before I could formulate a reply, Rudy pulled off his mask. Rudy, I said, no. Too late anyway, he said. It's already off. I'm done bickering, I'm done with all of this. There's too many bodies and I feel sorry for all of them. Can we just get out of here? Yeah, I said, mimicking his country accent. But I'm docking your pay for being problematic like this. I'll dock more if you get sick. Yeah, he said. I'll agree with that. Burger, now masked, walked at the tail end of our group. Otis and Archie walked behind and to either side of him. Weapons out, I said. I'm nervous, Shirley said. Allowable, I said. And weaponless, she pointed out. You've got capable people with you, I said, and with luck, we won't have to fight very hard or very long. What if we don't have luck, she asked. Then we weren't going to get out of this city in the first place, I said. And we've been fortunate to get this far. Grim, Gordon too said. The movement of phantom lambs here and there kept drawing my attention, as I pushed my brain to be more alert for things moving in the growing darkness and shadow. It was hard when I had to be mindful of footing. Where the plague was thickest, the tendrils reached across the ground like tree roots. I wasn't sure if I was stumbling over arms and legs, tendrils, loose stones or other things that lay in puddles and snow. As the buildings thinned out, I spotted the lights of fires, torches, and lanterns. A scattering of orange lights in darkness, giving only a vague sense of how many men and soldiers there were maintaining the perimeter. I saw the orange lights move en masse. A reaction, with more activity closer to us than it was further away. Something alerted them, I said. War beasts, Burger said. The wind is blowing upwind, so the sniffers wouldn't have caught us, but the Heeds would have noticed a group walking about. Heeds? I asked. Bat ears, Gordon too supplied. Keen ears. The Mercies are going to surround us any moment, I said. Jessie. Jessie withdrew a whistle from the belt that still had letters and notes tucked into it. She handed it to me. It didn't make a sound when I blew on it, but it did evoke a reaction. Warbeasts started barking and howling, the Heeds reacting to a sharp sound. More satisfying was the distant report, the hollow punching sounds of weapons firing. Little orange lights marked the placement of torches, wagons, and lanterns. Bright orange flares marked the explosions as some canisters exploded on impact. They were only a very small fraction of the shells being fired. There were no truly satisfying explosions to mark the vast majority of the other canisters. They exploded and provided gas. We would have to wait a moment before we ventured in. When we'd sent Pierre back to the camp with orders to get the students organized and to get students to put our shopping list together, we'd asked him to make sure we got the countermeasures for quarantine suits. We'd put in the request when he'd first told us about the plague and Shirley being in the city, and hopefully we'd see the results. The hope was that it would clog the filters, people would have to back off, and enemy ranks would break. We wanted it slow, because the alternative was exposing people unnecessarily to plague, and it would have been vile to do that. I could do bastardly things, but I wouldn't do vile, no. The rabbit whistle was the signal for our army to strike, and with luck, a gap would open. Punching sounds marked the mortars firing, no doubt from the cover of the woods. Different locations every time. Warbeasts would attack, but our students had guns and weapons. With luck, our beetle rebels would attack and then retreat, without too many injuries or casualties. Our rebels. Our villains. I was hopeful about this outcome. The mortars I'd just heard hit. Some exploded, again. More flares of orange light. This time we could see the Mercies, standing in the street near us. Do you think you could give the order to stand down if things get hairy? I asked Burger. Could I? Yes. Do I think they'd listen? Having seen this project in action elsewhere, with no reason to believe they've made adjustments, I would have another backup plan in mind, in addition to that particular shot in the dark. 150 paces to the treeline, past wagons, campfires, and any soldiers who weren't fleeing from the gas. Be prepared to run faster than you ever have, I said. Is that the backup to the backup plan? Gordon too asked. It's not the backup to the backup plan, I said. Head over heels 16.12. Periodic explosions provided sufficient light to see the silhouettes of the Mercies. The light got muddier as the smoke, dust, and gas spread around the perimeter. Don't be crazy. Jessie called out. We're friendlies. Academy uniforms. The Mercies made their approach, and I saw the blades. Several were drawing their weapons. I didn't see any putting weapons away in light of Jessie's statement. I think that card is played out, I said. That would be my fault, Burger said. I spread the word about your little ruse twice, after I brought Sylvester to them and when we went looking for Florence and Charles. One of the Mercies whooped, as if he was amping himself up, working up the courage to come after us. As soon as the smoke clears, we'll make a break for the gap, I said. I wanted to provide a kind of direction. I'd been on the opposite side of too many squadrons and armies, sowing discord. In war and in simple skirmishes, it was too easy for the seeds of doubt to find root. The counter was simple instructions, clear goals, and trust. We deal with the Mercies in the short term, by fighting if we have to, but with running and maneuvering is the better options. Stick together, Jessie said. For what it's worth, the ones with more skin and more deformed facial features are slower. Are they? I asked. It seems to be the case, going by what I've seen. I don't think anyone but you and me really have the ability or experience to properly leverage that, but knowing might make the difference for someone else. I don't know. Yeah, I said. I watched the silhouettes approaching. They ranged from children to 30 or so, but the odd folds and wrinkles made some look older. They're strong, so try not to fight them. You have to be able to tear off your own skin. They tear off their own skin? Shirley asked, behind me. Maybe it was a mistake to bring that up, giving our side more reason to be afraid. I'll tear off your skin, one of the mercies called out. It was a man, tall, and I could only see glimpses of him when the flares in the background provided light. His skull or his skin were misshapen, leading to a too pronounced brow, cheekbones, and chin. He was close enough to hear us and be heard. We've gotten good at it, another man jumped in. His voice had a tremulous note to it. Unhinged. Something about his tone of voice was almost childish. We're really good at tearing skin. Others picked up the calls. I could hear one woman apologizing in the group. The unrest of my friends, allies, and Burger was very apparent. They were retreating a bit, now. I lowered my voice, aware that I was almost being drowned out by the taunting and shouts of the mercies. If you have any experience in a fight or spat, move up to the front of the group. If it comes down to it, go down. Drop to the ground. Let the people behind you step in or take a shot. People behind? Your reaction to fear and surprise should be to pull the damn trigger, swing whatever you're holding. Conventional instincts do not apply, except for the part where you're not supposed to shoot friendlies. Maybe not the best advice, Jessie said. It's great advice, I said. The worst thing that can happen at this point is one of us panicking and things spiraling out of control, or a moment of hesitation becoming a minute of hesitation or outright non-action. If you can't stand firm, fall and then get right back up again. If you have someone else's back, protect that back. Can I just say that I don't think the worst thing that happen is panic? Gordon too said. I feel like getting my skin torn off by those guys might be the worst thing. There were a couple of murmurs of agreement. Then don't wimp out when it counts. Panic, wimp out, and that skin thing might happen. Otis, Archie, back me up. And, assuming you can see my hand, Rudy. I gestured. Simple gestures, ending in me pointing at Burger. Rudy didn't hesitate, reaching out and seizing Burger by the upper arm. What's this? Burger asked. Jessie was already bringing out the chain. Burger only resisted a little as she slapped the shackle onto his wrist. After a moment of hesitation, she affixed the other end of the shackle onto Shirley's offered wrist. I'm not good in a fight, so it might as well be me, Shirley said. That's good thinking, I said, my eyes not leaving the mercies that were drawing nearer. I gestured for Rudy to come, and made room for him at the front of the group. The smoke was still so thick. We'd told our junior rebels to fire only a few rounds and then be sure to let the smoke clear. The problem was that they were taking their time between rounds, and the smoke was taking its time in dispersing, too. We had some guns, and it looked like the mercies only had cutting tools, mostly knives. There were a few swords in the mix, and 1 or 2 axes. On the other hand, they outnumbered us 3 to 1, they were fitter, and they weren't nearly so bothered about the growths of plague here and there on the street and nearby houses. I'm terribly sorry about what's about to happen, one of the lady mercies said, her voice easy to pick out amid other hollers and taunts because of the melancholy tone. If we got to you sooner, then you wouldn't have to suffer now. You're gonna suffer, another mercy said, her voice barely holding anything back. They're acting weird, I said, my voice low. That would be the combat drugs, Burger said. It's hard to get even a half day of work out of the mercies without giving them something. High click rate, for those of you who've done work with Chimeras and Genesis projects. Metabolism, for lack of a better word, Gordon too supplied. They eat fast, heal fast, get tired fast. See, he gets it. Easy explanation. Are you trying to sound pretentious, Doc? Otis asked. Professor, Burger said. I'm not going to expect much, but call me by the title I earned. Will do, Doc, Otis said. A few of Otis' thugs snorted in amusement and laughed. A fresh set of explosions hit. Not the same place. It looked like most of what was going on was off to the side. Our people were drawing them off to a point, which made the perimeter here a little thinner. The problem was wind direction. Tinted smoke was blowing across our escape route. I see that Sylvester surrounds himself with top-quality hires, Burger said, unimpressed. A little less bickering. Jessie asked. Focus. I like bickering, I said. Bickering means we're aware the rest of the group exists. You don't focus on the enemy, break ranks, or lose sight of where your allies are when you're busy calling those allies fatheads. You seem determined to be contrary tonight, Jessie said. What happened to you and I being on the same page? That's the bickering spirit I was talking about, I said. Just wait a second, Jessie said. I need to change position so I can shoot by instinct and accidentally put a bullet in your ass. Now you're just being lewd, I said. And you're not changing position, either. You're lacking in follow-through. How can you guys joke around in a situation like this? Fang asked. I'm not so sure I'm joking, Jessie said. Back up, I said. Back up a bit. They're grouping up. We want to get closer to the perimeter, Otis said. There's an alley, Jessie said. 15 paces back. If we can get back there, we can potentially cut around and maybe come out behind them. There's a chance it's blocked, and there's a chance it's blocked with plague in particular, but with wind direction, the trends of the plague. You're doing that a lot, I said. Extrapolating. I'm trying, Jessie said. Let's not comment too much on it and we can just hope I'm right. Right, I said. Alley then. We backed up rather than turn around and do anything. I kept my revolver trained on the largest collections of mercies to give them reason to hang back, while holding a knife in my other hand. Gonna put my hands under your skin, one of the mercies crooned, drawing out the words. Reach all the way inside you. I used to hang out with someone who talked like that over tea. I called back. It's not that creepy. It's a lot creepy, Gordon too said. SHH, I said. Appearing strong is key here, Jessie said, her voice quiet. Confidence. I'm going to be generous and say that was probably what SY had in mind when he played up the banter. Sure, I said. We can go with that. Shirley and Berger led the way into the alleyway, with the offensive front line leading the way. Jessie and I were closer to the leftmost and rightmost flanks of the more offensive group of Otis, Archie, Fang, Rudy, and a number of Otis and Archie's thugs, while other thugs, BEA and Gordon too formed a kind of protective semicircle around Berger and Shirley. As we filtered in, Jessie and I were closer to the front. What followed looked, sounded, and felt like a half-ton of bricks falling on the central group. Being closer to the front, Jessie, Otis, and I weren't in the line of fire. Everyone else, it seemed, was caught in the collapse. I couldn't be sure what had actually happened, but I heard Mercy's jeering and calling out from the rooftop. I was aware that people that had been standing behind me were amid a mess of wood, stone, and trash in an unrecognizable, shadowy heap, and with the trap sprung and our group reduced to a fifth of what it should be, the Mercies in front of us now felt brave enough to attack. They'd attacked from the roof. Dropped something on us. It might have been a chimney, tipped over. That didn't explain the trash I smelled. Focus. Jessie urged me. I focused. One was already running straight at me with scissors in each hand. I aimed and fired. My first instinct was that they were being smart about this. 3 of them were approaching Otis at once. They used teamwork, they were wary of the guns, and they wanted to catch us off guard. Lying in wait on the rooftop was the sort of thing the lambs liked to do. Standing at the entrance to the alleyway, I turned, aiming at an attacker I hadn't yet heard or seen. She approached with her right arm brushing the wall, ducking low, to present a small profile, and she carried a knife so large it might as well have been a sword. As I saw her, she lunged, closing the rest of the distance at a sprint. It was smart, in a way. She had nowhere to go if she ran off to the side or away from me. I would have had a clear shot. As it was, I shot, the report of my gun enough to break my focus, and she stumbled but kept running at me. I shot twice more, and she staggered into me, both hands on the knife, which she held overhead. She tried to bring the knife down on my neck or shoulder as she collapsed against me. I swung the knife, driving it into the side of her neck, while my gun arm went up, blocking her forearms as I struggled to keep the knife from coming down. The weight of her collapsing against me made me fall. The entirety of my focus went into keeping my arm out, firmly bent, and keeping that knife from hitting anything vital. Her skin was loose, making the sensation of her pressing against me disorienting, my sense of her body and where she was badly distorted in the chaos of the moment. She had the wherewithal to bite my chest where her face had smushed up against it, teeth digging past sweater and shirt. Had I zipped up my jacket to the chin, I might have been safe, but I hadn't. I had a muddy or slushy puddle under me, and a loose-skinned woman above me. She had been shot 3 times and stabbed in the neck, but drugs gave her zeal. She was badly injured, couldn't weigh much more than I did, and she was still slowly winning the struggle to bring that knife down and into my face. 2 more silhouettes were briefly lit up by explosions elsewhere. In the moment, a train of thought went to the gap we needed to break for, the hope that our allies weren't shooting there again, making us have to endure for even longer before we found our way through. At a glimpse of Gordon, golden-haired and dressed in black jacket and slacks, looking very grim, I returned my focus to the death struggle of the woman that was on top of me, and the man with the wood axe who was approaching the 2 of us, drawing his weapon back with clear intent to bring it down on my head with both hands. Otis stepped in to rescue me, kicking the woman hard where her neck met the shoulder. Whether by accident or design, it drove her further into the knife that was embedded in the other side of her neck. I lost my grip on my weapon as she rolled off of me. Otis swung his club as the axeman brought his weapon down toward me. The club met the axeman's forearms as they were brought down. The wood axe came free of the man's hands, and I had a momentary visualization of the weapon flying free, end over end, to embed itself in me. It bounced off of the wall above me and the blunt part of the weapon's head punched me in the stomach, the thing landing practically in my hands, albeit the wrong end. Otis outright turned his back on the man he'd just disarmed to help Jessie. It was a scene of me on the ground, the Mercy hunched there hollering as he held his arms almost straight out in front of him, in clear agony at what might have been 2 fractured forearms, and one more Mercy making his approach, somewhat more warily than the axeman Mercy had. "Get up!" Gordon shouted. I was already getting up as Otis echoed Gordon, "Up, you fool!" I scrambled to my feet, shifting my grip so I had a one-handed hold on the axe. It really needed 2 hands, and I would have preferred using my right hand if I had to use any one hand, but I had reasons. I'd trained my brain to use my left hand almost as well as my right, and if I was going to use my right hand for anything, I liked using it to shoot. As I aimed my gun, the wary Mercy turned skittish, eyes widening as he changed direction. I missed with my first shot, and caught him with the second. I aimed at the axeman with the fractured arms, and he stepped back, stumbled, and fell on his ass. Going by instinct or pure reaction, he put his arms back to catch himself as he fell. His face contorted in what looked like it should have been a scream, but only a strangled screech came out of his mouth, his back arching and one leg kicking. I immediately turned and focused on the others. Jessie and Otis were overwhelmed, Jessie with blood running down one arm and off of her elbow. 2 of them and 3 Mercies. I aimed and fired at the only available target, the one Otis was fighting. The Mercy had a sword, and the sword was biting into and through Otis' club, a sports bat for a sport I'd never seen, or a long, heavy truncheon. The bullet gave Otis the chance to win the struggle. He forced his opponent to the ground and snatched up the sword and summarily held it like someone who had never used a sword before. It was a cavalry saber, and he held it like it was a heavier weapon. He swung it like it was a heavier weapon, too. I could see the blade turn up on impact, not a straight cut. Focus. Gordon barked. I focused. I scanned the mercies nearest us, and I shot twice, targeting the ones that struck me as most dangerous, going only off instinct. The summary reaction suggested my instincts were right, because making one of the two collapse and making the other stop in his tracks seemed to give the rest pause. If I'd had breath and if I wasn't worried it would distract Jessie in the moment, I would have used that moment to crow about how I'd been right about the importance of trusting instinct. But no, she'd been so bent on the notion of friendly fire. How in the goddamn hell do you not know how to fight? Otis asked. Veins were standing out in his forehead, and his teeth were bared as he panted, eyes wide. You killed people for a living. I do fine, I said. If they don't see me coming. Figure out how to do it when they see you and figure it fast. Otis said. I keep figuring, I said. And I keep forgetting. Fucking hell, Otis said. We closed ranks, weapons at the ready. I glanced at Jessie at the same time she glanced at me. She was struggling to reload with one hand, not cooperating as well as it should. It didn't help that she wore the quarantine suit, with its thick fabric gloves. Blood still trickled in a steady stream out of the elbow of the suit. I wished I could have seen her face and body language, to get a better sense. I was dancing in the dark here, when it came to her. I should have reloaded, but the gun I held wasn't one I'd brought with me, the pants I wore weren't the ones I'd worn into the quarantine zone, so I didn't even have ammunition, and I didn't want to give up my grip on the wood axe. The threat of the gun would have to do. Looking back at the rest of the group, I could see some movement. It was agonizingly slow, and it involved pushing debris off of them. I wasn't sure that everyone involved was moving. Otis, I said. Quick, give me the sword. It took him half a second to snap to what I wanted, but he did, taking the wood axe while he passed the saber to me, handle first. You know how to use that, he asked. That's something at least. I didn't, but I knew enough about things to know that he'd break the saber or get himself killed if he kept using it the way he had been. The wood axe seemed more his style. I wasn't sure if I was seeing better in the dark or if my imagination was filling in blanks. I imagined I could see the faint reflections of fires in the eyes of the mercies closest to me. I imagined I recognized one of them. Hello again, I said. Hello, the small mercy said, from the darkness. The runt of her litter. I don't suppose we can all go our separate ways. I suggested. You've done what you're supposed to. You tried to stop us. The dead and wounded will speak to that. I saw her head move. The imagining of her eyes and that glimmer of light didn't quite match the movement. She was looking at the ones who had already fallen. They give us drugs, she said. I know all about the drugs, I replied. The drugs make us eager, angry, hungry. I want to eat you as much as I've ever wanted anything. But you don't want a bullet in your head, I said. I cocked the hammer of my little revolver with my thumb. She didn't reply to that. You have better, safer chances of a meal if you run off to that battlefield over there and go looking for the dead, or ask politely for your dinner. You know they'll have something prepared. When I shuck off my skin, I get a release. There's pain, but there's a rush. Sure, I said. Satisfaction, as sure as anything. I believe it, I said. I barely knew what I was saying. I was only speaking because I worried that if I didn't keep this up as an interplay, me and her, she would monologue and convince herself to attack. When I go after someone else, when I hurt other people, I get a rush like that. The drugs make me so restless. Maybe if I take your skin off, with my teeth and my fingernails, it'll be that kind of satisfying. I won't feel so restless anymore, I think. Counterpoint, you won't feel restless anymore because you'll have a bullet in your skull, I said. I'll have to break your arms and legs before I start, she said, her head turning as she looked in the general direction of the one Otis had disarmed. She wasn't listening to me. She was convincing herself. Hey, small mercy, I said. I clacked the end of my sword against the wall. Hey. Hey, listen, listen. Pay attention. She turned her head back to me. Look at your dress, I said. Look down, look at it. She did. We helped you get that dress, I said. We. Fucking die, one of the other mercies called out. I'll fucking eat your skin. Shut up. I called back, pointing my gun at him. I was glad that he listened. I turned back to the small mercy. We got you that dress, didn't we? Doesn't have anything to do with anything, the small mercy said. But it's something that happened, isn't it? Hey. It's a part of your story. The story of you. You started off weak, runt of the litter, and that makes you special. You were left behind. That makes you special too. You need a story, or you're just one face in the crowd. You don't eat the characters in your stories. I don't care about any of that, the small mercy said. Well, you've got to do something different than you're doing. Otherwise you are going to get left behind again. You need to remember how you got there so you can't let it happen again. You need to remember how you fixed it. We're how you fixed it. No, she said. Yes we are, I said. I'm saying I don't care about that, she said. She took a step closer to us, brandishing her knife. Others stirred, pacing. Some moved closer, others moved from left to right or right to left. My heart sank. I'd failed. I'd hoped to find a crack and wriggle my way into it before tearing it open wider. She went on, if I go, you're just going to get torn up by the others. I hadn't failed. I'll do worse than tear em up, one of the woman mercies taunted. You can walk away, or you can run at us and get a bullet in your skull for good measure. It probably won't kill you right away. It'll just hurt, and you'll feel horribly, horribly restless while you die. This feeling you're experiencing now? Like you're supposed to do something? Imagine that feeling, larger than anything, yawning wide open inside you, as your life ends and you realize you had more to do. The small mercy shook her head. Another edged closer. I moved my gun, aiming at him. He stopped. The others were getting restless. I'd found my crack. I knew the language they spoke, the sensations that dominated their lives. That's what it's like. All the worst restlessness you've ever felt, with no ability to do anything about it. Haven't you ever heard about your life flashing behind your eyes? It's because the moment stretches out as the brain dies. Imagine that moment, imagine that horrible restlessness you feel right now, going on for a whole lifetime. She shook her head again. Others were looking restless now. If you go, you can go eat. You can tear off your own skin and feel that rush, and you can do it many, many more times. No, she said. She didn't have the articulation or presence of mind to really argue against me. The range of emotions I'd seen from the others suggested that they tended toward hostility, but other emotions were present, and those other emotions were heightened too. I remembered the apologetic one. Which do you want? The horrible restless yearning for a whole lifetime, or do you want to go, eat and live the rest of your life, with all the good feelings you've got waiting for you? She raised her head, looking up, probably glaring at me. I could only just barely make up her shoulders rising and falling. I was dimly aware that the explosions in the background were less frequent than before. I had no way of verifying the feeling, but somehow it felt like the rebels were pacing out the remainder of their shells and shots. I imagined them anxiously waiting, wondering why we hadn't yet turned up. The small mercy started toward me. You want that horrible restlessness? I asked. No, she said. This time it was an answer to my question, not a frustrated rejection of a negative thought process. No you don't, I said. Go. There's food waiting for you, safer prey. If I go, the others will eat you. If you go, others will follow you, I said. I left out the I hope at the tail end of that statement. You'll think about this a lot. You might even see me again, and you can try to eat me then. It feels like such a long way to walk, back to the camp, she said. If it starts to feel like too long a walk, then run, I said. But I'm going to tell you this. If you try to walk or run to me, you're going to get a bullet in your head. Might not, another tender mercy called out. Great. Disturbing my two-path process here. Fine. Let's pretend you won't get shot. What happens? You think all the others near here are just going to sit back and let you have your fun? They'll tear into us too. You'll get a morsel. You'll feel more frustrated. More restless. You'll be angry at each other. That's no good. I could see heads turn. The mercies considering one another. But if you go? Food waiting for you. They'll be all ready to feed you. They have to be, if they're using you as guards like this. They are, the small mercy said. They said it when I got my shot. Then what are you waiting for? I asked, trying to sound as incredulous as possible. That sounds great. A lot better than a bullet in the brain. If you go now, you might even be one of the first. More food. She shifted position, moving her feet, hesitant. Then she strode off, looking over her shoulder at others. Other tender mercies that had been listening moved in her direction. Not enough. Not enthusiastically enough. I felt as though the ones that were remaining still had more gravity than the small mercy did alone. Jessie fired her gun at the closest tender mercy. It was, as far as I could tell, a perfectly placed bullet in the brain. As arguments went, it was a good compliment to my own. Others started to back off. The remainder tensed, as if waiting for Jessie to move again or fire a second shot. I suspected they would rush us en masse. I watched, breathing shallowly, waiting to see what might follow. They were a bloodthirsty kind of species, and the fear of death hadn't been set all that deep in them. I'd tried to taint the seemingly easy meal with other fears and bad sentiments, but... no. Too many weren't budging, still. They had a kind of gravity. There's no meal for you here, I said. The others are going to snatch up everything. I'm big, a heavy-set, woman Mercy said. I could see the bright red of her coat in the gloom. I'm strong. I'll get enough. You'll get a bullet in your skull, I said, driving the point home. No matter how big or strong you are, you're going to die. Slow. Even if it takes only a moment to die, you'll live a restless lifetime in that moment. The small Mercy watched from the fringes, clearly antsy, fidgeting. The matron Mercy didn't budge. She hesitated, weighing her options, and it was clear that restlessness was winning. Twin explosions sounded in the background, off in the distance. It's not worth it, I said. It doesn't make sense. I desperately wanted the others behind me to pick themselves up and come to stand beside me, tall, intact, and proud. To make the odds look worse. It was why I was so desperately stalling. I needed something. I hated the sinking gut feeling that came with the others not stepping forward or adding their numbers to ours. It meant the others were hurt. Or, worse, they were dead. No, the matron Mercy said. It doesn't make sense. I could tell from her tone that she was planning to attack. She was planning on being nonsensical, letting hunger and restless, drug-induced bloodlust win over sense and rationality. I could tell from the fact that Jessie wasn't shooting that Jessie was probably out of bullets, or the injury to Jessie's arm was keeping her from aiming and firing again. In the distance, a horn sounded. Collectively, the Mercies turned their heads. Light from burning wagons at the perimeter of the city caught a half-dozen faces, highlighting the imperfections, extra skin, and thick skin at key places. I stood a little straighter. I waited, holding my sword in one hand and the gun in the other, and I looked confident. She turned, and she left. With her leading, the rest followed. I remained where I was, looking confident, not turning my back, as the last stragglers followed. The one with the broken arms. One Jessie might have shot, who limped. I waited and watched for the ones on the rooftop, and there was no sign of them. They might have dropped something on us and hurried to the ground for their meal. Maybe the small Mercy had been one of them. While I waited, checking to see that the coast was really clear, I asked. How's your arm, Jessie? I'll live. You did good. You too, Otis. You did terrible, Otis said. Up until you started talking. Then you did good. It was stalling and shooting in the dark, I said. And a bit of knowing how experiments like them think. Well, all right then, Otis said, in his rough voice. You did terrible. Then you did mediocre. Yeah, I said. Now free to check, I hurried to the sides of the others. A few thugs, hurt, were working with the others. The debris had been a pair of crates loaded down with garbage. They'd shattered and scattered their contents in our midst as they'd landed. A few had only been clipped by the crates, or by flying debris. One thug sat with his hand over his eyes, blood trickling down one cheek. Blinded or partially by something. Archie had an injured leg and a head wound, but he wasn't complaining. Others demanded more attention. Fang and Gordon too were mostly all right. BEA was hurt but sitting off to one side. The treasurer was coming too. Rudy was still out cold, if he wasn't dead. At the far end of the alley, Shirley and Burger stood beside two dead Mercies. Burger still held his improvised weapon, one of the fallen pieces of trash, it looked like, a curtain rod or pole with a ragged end. They'd been far enough down the alley that they hadn't been hit by the debris. I knelt beside Rudy. Mercies on the roof above us dropped it on us. Two came down, I don't know what the rest did, BEA said, from where she sat. Rudy? I asked. Not asking BEA in particular. Fang said half of Rudy's ribcage is shattered, BEA said. He's not waking up. Well, it's a good thing we've got a lot of talented doctors, I said. We'll improvise a stretcher. And we've got to hurry. The place we need to run through is going to close, if it isn't already. BEA said. It's bad enough we should maybe leave him behind. Improvise. Burger's pole there will work for one half of the stretcher. We can use some jackets. I like Rudy too, he's a good fellow, he's loyal to you, but... Improvise. I said, raising my voice. Improvise, Jessie said. We're here because we don't leave our own behind. It goes for Rudy too. Okay, BEA said. I walked over to Burger, extending a hand for the pole. He hesitated a moment, then handed it over. I'm surprised you didn't take her hostage and run, I said. Miss Shirley said she wouldn't allow it, Burger said. In the meager light we had, I could only see the light and shadow of one side of Shirley's face. I imagined her jaw was set firm. And, Burger said, I was concerned the tender Mercies would have eaten me alive. Of course, I said, turning my back on him. I set to work helping with the stretcher. It was a shoddy contraption, pieced together in 2 minutes. Simply holding it was a chore, given the size of the piece of wood we'd used for the one side. I was fortunate that I was deemed too tired and weak to do the heavy work. Otis took one end. A thug took the other. We exited the alley, using the street now that it was clear, and we hurried toward the perimeter. Already, the gap was closing. Soldiers were taking position, returning from conflicts elsewhere on the perimeter. Only a trickling, but it was a trickling of a score or so of soldiers with guns in defensive positions behind sandbags and atop wagons. They had stitched, they had a scattered few tender Mercies with them, and they had war beasts. We weren't moving all that fast, all considered, and our momentum fell even more as we realized the nature of the wall ahead of us. The war beasts started barking and howling, picking up. I looked at Jessie, and I saw Jessie blowing on the rabbit whistle, hard. She took a deep breath, then blew again. The process repeated until I thought she would pass out. The answer wasn't immediate, but it did come. The distant war beasts barked and howled, and they nearly drowned out the distant punching sound of mortars firing. The soldiers at the perimeter turned to answer the threat, preparing to scatter as explosions and gas erupted around them. But there was no gas, there were no explosions. There was only gunfire and a concentrated attack as our people mounted an outright, direct attack on this isolated part of the perimeter. We rushed the perimeter, moving into and through the enemy. We transitioned from gloom and darkness into lanterns and movement and the occasional person, in plain, detailed, clear view. It was dazzling and dreamlike and alarming. This was the kind of fighting I could do. Springing the attack, attacking from the flanks and the rear. We fought past what might have been 8 or 10 people, catching them from behind, stabbing, shooting only a couple of times, and claiming weapons as we went. Archie, I think it was, kicked over a lantern, setting a fire behind us. The fighting was happening all the way to our left. All heads were turned, all attention elsewhere. Soldiers fired into the trees and innumerable gunshots sounded in return. I had no idea if our people were even aiming into enemy ranks, or if they were shooting just to draw attention. We moved past the erected defense, 6 people working to move the stretcher with. From there, it was a nerve-wracking run across lantern-lit dirt road. Darkness was safer and the cover of trees, a dozen paces away, was safer still. I lagged behind, making sure the group was managing. Too many of us were limping. We were hurt, tired, and frazzled. I was the last one to disappear into the trees, home free. Head over heels 16.13. Home sweet home, I thought. It had taken a little bit of doing to properly quarantine ourselves as we arrived back at Sedge. Measures had been instated by the students awaiting our arrival, and our treasurer had pushed hard for some last-minute changes and some firm rules. As much as I'd wanted to curl up with some blankets and company by the fire, we'd had to stand around while others ran around on our behalf. Barracks 2 was emptied out, the residents gathering their things, and we had marched inside, each one of us to a room. The team that had gone into the city with me had mostly worn quarantine suits, but the treasurer wanted to be careful, and I wasn't about to complain. Jesse, the treasurer, Fang, BEA, and Gordon too all went to their quarantine rooms. Rudy, meanwhile, went to our makeshift operating theater. The wagon that had picked us up was now on its way back to our retreating troops. They would walk back as far as they could, with people picked up by priority each time the wagons and carriages made a trip. Not ideal, but it would have to do. I worried about the academy following, but multiple people had assured me that they had planned for that even before they'd worked out the measure to fight the academy. They had made mention of bear traps and some tricks to mess with the war beasts, lookouts, a system of warnings, and other things that had sounded pretty good. Jesse had been more alert and focused than I, and seemed to think it was sound, so I was willing to leave it at that. I was almost too tired to care. The room had a small wood stove. I didn't believe that all of them did, only the ones further from the kitchen. The door was open and the screen set in place, the light from within the only source of light in the room for the time being. I took my time disrobing. Parts of me were sore. I only had my jacket, sweater, and shirt off when I heard the knock at the door. Sylvester. Hi Mabel, I said. We're working on finding people who are able and willing to do the examinations for plague. Not a lot are enthusiastic. The chance of catching the plague if the makeshift quarantine suits we're making don't hold up is only part of it. They're more shy about having to carve it out if any red spots show, and I think they're shy about working on the boss, which is why I haven't found any volunteers to check on you. All right, I said. You'd think a bunch of academy students would have a few people eager to be hurly-burly with the scalpel. Alas. I offered to look Jessie over. She said you would handle it later. Is that okay? That's fine, I said. How's Rudy? Not good, Mabel said. She stopped there. His injuries gave the plague some footholds. It's turning an already difficult surgery into a worse one. I hung my head. Noted. If this goes badly, she said, and she said it with a lack of confidence that suggested the if was more like a win. Do you have any orders? Requests? Possum will want to know. Helen is outside the door, fretting. I'm glad she's there, even if I'm not glad about the reason for it. Can you round up 1 or 2 of her friends to keep her company? She worked in the kitchen, so if you can't think of any names right off, you might want to check there. I can do that. Thanks. She was abandoned during her last crisis, I don't want it to happen again. And while I'm making requests. Burger. He's locked in his room. Davis is going to work with him. Davis? Remind me. Student Council President. I nodded. Have someone outside the door. If it's Davis, Valentina might be game. Give her a slate and some chalk. She eavesdrops, makes sure Burger doesn't get sly, and she makes absolutely sure that every piece of every bit of equipment that goes in the room comes out. I'll set that up. Do you want to talk to Rudy if he's conscious when we realize we're past the point of no return? There was the if/when confusion again. Back to Rudy. I stared into the fire. Yeah, just let me know. If they get in too deep and start panicking, let me know. Panicking. Past a certain point, it starts looking like a lot of wet red mess. Veins and vines, spots, and blood splatters. The victim squirms because the drugs don't work as well on plague victims and you don't want them unconscious anyway, because they can feel the plague moving through their body, you want a heads up if they've got pain in one extremity or another. Even if your focus is on point and you are doing okay discerning the patient from what you are trying to cut away, they jump or contort once and you lose your place, or the scalpel slips. Oh. Even through the closed door, I could tell that reality had just hit home for her. When you go and check on them, maybe tell them I ordered one person to be on standby, resting while the others work, making sure people are staying sane and focused. Rotate out. They'll probably say it's not necessary. Insist. Because things will get hairier and they'll need to step back and take a subjective look at how things are going. All right, Sylvester. I might scrub up and get suited to help them. Actually, I said. I could really do with some freedom of movement. Get to Jessie, talk to Burger, make sure everything's going smoothly. You said you were willing to check up on Jessie? Are you willing to check on me? Oh. I was trying to pair boy students with boy patients and girl students with girl patients. If you're not comfortable with it, it's fine. Mabel said. Too loud in contrast to her earlier volume, too fast a response. Or if I scared you off by talk of the nightmare the cutting poses. It's fine, she said, a little more authoritative and assertive. It's good. I'll be fine. I'm going to go get someone to stay with Helen, check on Rudy, station someone with Davis and Berger, and get scrubbed up. I listened as her footsteps retreated down the hall. I stared at the door until I could no longer distinguish the sound from other ambient background noises. The fire crackled, and a log resettled violently, sending sparks flying at the screen. The kicking feet raised my attention to Yvette, who sat directly on the little cast iron stove, which was only large enough for the one log at a time. She wore a charcoal black sweater and dress, and she was smiling. Frey, still incoherent and abstract, stood in the shadows in the corner, watching, wearing her professor's coat. You're a bastard, asking little Miss Greenhouse gang to check on you when you know she likes you, Yvette said. Or is that why you asked her to do it? Are you corrupting the sheriff's daughter? If you have to ask, I said, then I don't know the answer. But I think it mostly has to do with the fact that I'm impatient. You're lonely, Yvette said. You're doing worse and worse with being alone. Events like sitting in the cold with only the bug for company aren't helping, either. Won't disagree, I said. I stood and I finished disrobing, undoing my belt and the button of my pants and then sitting on the bed. I tried draping myself along the bed, flicking the top sheet to only barely cover myself for modesty, gave the door my best sultry look, and then decided against it. Anyone else, and I might have tried to break the tension of the moment that way. Not with Mabel, when she'd been so good and sweet thus far. I sat back up, moved the sheet to cover myself more than was necessary, and stuck my feet straight out in front of me so they were closer to the fire. You have a professor, who will be a great source of knowledge if he makes it through the night. You have a small army of students and they're getting to the point where they're almost on your wavelength. A poor substitute for lambs, but they'll do, won't they? Yvette held a scalpel now. She bent down by my leg, sticking the scalpel closer to it. I felt a prick. Is that me, or is it one of the red spots, she asked. Or is it phantom sensations coupled with skin constricting from the heat of the fire and the power of suggestion? I asked. She scraped the flat of the scalpel against the skin of my calf, pressing hard enough that it broke skin. Focusing on the area, I could feel the pain there, now. I could contort my mind, and I was left 80% sure it wasn't a phantom sensation. You're the wyvern, I said. The delirious, dangerous part of me that wants to fling myself into danger. A part of me that doesn't mesh well with the lambs so much as it hopes the lambs will mesh with it. She moved the scalpel down, away from the leg, then slashed at the bit of my ankle joint that jutted out at the side. I felt the stab of pain there too. If you can feel the pain of the plague, that means it's already starting to crawl through you, Yvette said. She moved the scalpel, my leg jumped, and I moved it. I looked at the site she'd cut, and I saw the damage. It wasn't plague, but a scrape. I'd fallen hard against the road when the Mercy had jumped on top of me. The skin had been shredded at the side of my calf and at the ankle. Why do you hate me? I asked, continuing my earlier line of statements. Yvette wasn't beside me anymore. I glanced back over my shoulder at her just in time for the scalpel to come down. I felt the stab of pain. She repeated the gesture, hauling the scalpel out, pricking, or outright impaling, once every 10 seconds or so. I don't hate you, SY, Yvette said. Then can you stop stabbing me? I asked. She moved away from me, showing me the scalpel. The pricks and stabs of pain continued. Helen represents instinct, Ashton represents sense, sometimes common sense, but given the way your head works, neither really represent reality, do they? Yvette asked. None of the lambs do. You understand them, you want them close to you, but me. I dunno, I said. I could have gotten along with the real Yvette. I mean, I managed something with Duncan, and he manages to look like he just sucked a lemon and look smug at the same time, all the time. Yvette spoke, but Yvette was never going to be someone you got along with, because we can't exist in the same space. If her project lived, yours died. You only became a lamb because she aborted. We're too similar and too different at the same time, so I don't know that we would have fit together well. All that in mind, it's only fitting that you use her to wrap your mind around things you don't want to think about. Less cuddly things like the deadline looming over your head, the poison in your brain, your morbid and self-destructive plans of action. The plague that's crawling across your back right now. The skin across my back prickled. The power of suggestion again? I resisted the urge to twist around and check. Yet. You can check. There's no use acting brave with me and Frey over there. We know. Mabel is going to be here soon, I said. If it's there, she'll see. Doesn't change anything if I know in advance or not. Yvette said. I know I said I wanted today free and clear of insanity and mutiny. You're probably edging in closer so you're first in line if and when that door opens. I suppose it's inevitable. I don't care about that, Yvette said. She might. I looked over at Frey, a figure like the one that might appear in a dream, impossible to pin down or look directly at, the features still right, the positioning and attitude ambiguous. Who knows what she's thinking? Yvette said. I wonder, I said, studying Frey. My wondering was interrupted by a knock on the door. Come in, I said. I heard the door click and open. Wearing a rather ad hoc quarantine outfit, Mabel let herself into the room. Her mask and air supply were the only things that weren't improvised. The rest involved rain clothing and copious amounts of tape. She set a medical bag and a bright lantern on the desk by the door. You were talking to yourself? Mabel asked. I pointed. Yvette, there. And Frey. I see, Mabel said, faint changes in tone betraying concern. She closed the door, took stock, and then said, and you're naked. You've got to examine me, right? She didn't respond to that. I had the feeling that if blushes could radiate past filtration masks and goggles, she would be too bright to look at. Or maybe I was projecting Lillian onto Mabel. Mabel had a different sort of grounding. A different set of emotional strengths and weaknesses. She moved the lantern to the bedside table. Am I supposed to greet your friends? Mabel asked. They're not friends, I said. Yvette was stabbing me repeatedly, just before you came in. Oh. Oh dear. They're figments. I think, they started out as something different, but lately, they're representing something else. I have so many trains of thought chugging along through my brain, they encapsulate important ideas or lines of thought. It's easier to bring one out and think along certain lines, sometimes. Certain lines. Thinking in terms of strategy, or investigating, or cooperating with others in a crisis. Sometimes instinct, or acting, or simplifying my thinking. Each one is a very complex sort of set of ideas, functioning independently. Sometimes in ways that I don't want them to. I think I sort of get it. And lately, they've been shoring up my weaknesses, I think. Or they're becoming weaknesses, if there's even a difference between using imaginary people as crutches or just leaving the weak points exposed. I think there's a difference. Yet. Probably. Most recently, they've been representing my subconscious, when I'm being a little too conscious and tunnel-visioned. They'll appear and remind me of something, or tell me to think along certain patterns. Except I don't always know what pattern they're supposed to represent. Didn't you create them? I let the garden happen. I didn't control what grew where. The current, big enigma is Miss Genevieve Frey, imaginary version. I don't know what she represents. She's one of the biggest question marks, in my head and out of it. I'm reminded of the trick with memory they used to give us, with putting all of our memories in a different room or places in a room. A study trick for her students. Jessie was a pretty literal interpretation of that trick, once upon a time. Except the rooms were real, and they weren't rooms so much as actual compartments in the real world. But perhaps talking about the deeper points isn't fair to her, if she doesn't have a say. I want to respect her privacy. In a nod to privacy, I adjusted the sheet that was draped across my lap. Mabel glanced down, then glanced up. Ready? I asked, as if I hadn't noticed. Let's get this done, then, she said. I nodded. She checked my hands first, which wasn't necessary, then my face, which was. She got out a comb and started working her way through my hair, checking my scalp. Shirley has spots, she told me. I clenched my fist. It looks like it's in the early stages. It should be doable. She has a good doctor. Someone with a steady hand and a good eye. I think so. The others only had good things to say about him. I nodded. Otis and 2 of Otis' men have them too. Mostly on the hands. The students working on them sounded optimistic. Who else? Professor Berger. It's important that Professor Berger live, I said. We need someone good working on him, if at all possible. We need good people working on everyone, Mabel said. That's the worst part of it, isn't it? Yeah, I said. If it means anything, we have pretty good hands working on the professor. Or at least, I think they're good. He got pretty irate and insisted he would do the work himself. He's cutting himself open? Without drugs. He insisted. We have 2 students on standby. The spots are mostly on his face and hands. He said he wants to work on his face in front of the mirror and do his left hand. He'll defer to us for his right hand at the end. I really want to hear if he managed it or not. I'm not saying I'd think less of him if he gave up, but if he actually just managed to sit down and carve himself open. I did it countless times, while Tineware was caught in the plague. It's an infernal thing, the plague. I know bias colors my view here, but it feels like most of the time, it always demanded too much. It set its roots too deep. Mabel didn't respond. She continued working. I could read a lot from the feeling of her gloved fingers on my head, the movement of the comb, and the movements of the lantern. How's Rudy? Rudy isn't good, Mabel said. I think it wouldn't be good even if he was free of the plague. I nodded. He was delirious. Raving about needles and plants. I don't think he was even making sense of what was going on. He's tough, I said. So long as he has a goal in sight, he's a bit of a juggernaut. He'll just plow onward. I just worry he can't see very far, and he's seeing less and less, Mabel said. Ah, so was this it? She wanted reassurance. I wasn't sure I had much to give. Perhaps in my own efforts to egg myself forward and gather the courage for this next part, I'd put too great a weight on her shoulders. I know about the spots on my shoulder, I said. I know you're staying quiet about it. If you don't feel confident, you can go track down someone who is. You knew? You saw. Yvette told me, I said. Yvette again. I think I can do this. Rather than disturb it, I'm going to finish checking you over first. I nodded. At her direction, I stood up. Already checked the front bits, and if there was any plague there, I'd probably just ask you to take the scalpel to my throat instead, I said. But you can check my skinny behind. She didn't have a response to that. There was no cue that she was that ruffled, either. Maybe she wasn't the blushing type. Maybe her feelings had been directed elsewhere. It looks like it's the back of the neck, shoulder, and the one side of your back, she said. I grimaced. Any tips before I get started? No special ones, only the pointers I gave to everyone else. Look for the spots where the tendrils are reaching into or out of veins and arteries or where the bruising surrounds places the plague set in a deeper kind of root. Those are key areas that you want to start at and work away from. If you're partway through one part and you get interrupted or lose your place, go looking for another starting place, don't get too fixated on searching. She was getting her things out of the medical kit as I talked. I saw her hold a scalpel, her hand shaking a little. Use your hands. It's not a hard rule, but feel for the tendrils, they're harder than veins and arteries, especially when they run inside veins and arteries. If it bleeds, it might still be a tendril, don't let that make you second guess yourself, but if it's easy to cut, it's probably not one. I feel like all of this is just leading up to me butchering you. It's going to happen to some degree, I said. Yeah, Mabel said. Let's get started, then. Do you want drugs? I know they aren't as effective when the plague sets in, but they'll help some. I'm resistant to drugs, I said. It's not worth you having to keep pumping me with enough for them to work while trying to avoid killing me, when they won't even last as long. You're sure? Payne and I are old acquaintances, I said, glancing up at Yvette. There was a knock at the door. Come in, if you don't mind your boys half-clothed, I said. Every bit of focus I could spare was going toward staying still, my fingers gripping my knees. Blood and sweat ran down my back, and despite Mabel's efforts to keep on top of it, the fluids had found their way into my butt crack, making me profoundly uncomfortable. I fixed the sheets as best as I could without disturbing Mabel's work. The doorknob rattled for a little while before opening. Otis stood in the doorway, head lowered. Bloody bandages covered most of his arms and hands. Blood had soaked through most of the bandages, and his hands trembled visibly, even with the heavy wrapping. Going for a walk, he said. Payne's getting to me. Having a bit of a smoke. I'd ask if you have one to spare, but I don't think Mabel would want me smoking when it's hard enough to see everything. Please don't, Mabel said, lost in what she was doing. The fingertips of one hand were buried cuticle deep in and around my shoulder muscles, rooting for what needed to be rooted for. Otis approached, and with his heavily bandaged hands, he fumbled for the carton, fingers barely moving like they were supposed to, as if he had doll hands and he was trying to function. He found a cigarette and placed it between my lips. For later, he said. Thanks, I said. I jerked as Mabel hit a nerve, quite literally. Says a lot that they dug some graves in advance, yet. Otis asked, in his rough voice. Hopefully we won't need too many of them, I said. Hopefully, Sylvester, Otis said. He paused, hands tremoring more than before. Gonna see if I can't finish the carton. Pain's pretty bad though. Might have to get down to it before long. Yeah, I said. Look after my guys, he asked. Mabel's hands stopped working as she realized what the conversation was about. Yeah, I said. I wished I could say more, but I was a little distracted. They're dumb as sticks and rocks, but they're strong, and they never complain too much. I'll look after them, Otis. Yeah, he said, his voice rougher than usual. Thanks. You were pretty badass today, I said. Fighting the mercies like that was impressive. He nodded, winced in pain, and then silently turned and left the room. It took him 2 tries to close the door with the bandaged hands. There wasn't much for me to watch besides the fires, Yvette, Frey, and the dark view out the window. I was able to see, after 5 or so minutes, Otis lurching his way through the snow, disappearing into the treeline, a dot of orange marking his lit cigarette. It was 40 minutes later that I heard the gunshot, from that same direction. Mabel's hands jumped at the sound. When I go, I don't want to go alone like that, I thought. I lost my place, Mabel said. It's fine, I said. It'll come back up for air, so to speak, or you'll find it by accident while working elsewhere. Just make a mental note of it and move on. What felt like hours stretched on, and Otis' gunshot wasn't the only one heard that night. Mabel's scalpel clattered against the desk. Done. I don't even know for sure, she said. I can't tell anymore. You have good eyes and a good memory, I said. One of the first things I noticed about you. She looked my way and smiled. They really were quite different. Lillian and Mabel. Somehow I felt like Lillian, in this same situation, would look a bit like the wild, wyvern-touched Lillian I'd seen in Lug. More alive, not worn to the nub. Let's get you cleaned up and see this more clearly, she said. She washed her gloves in chemical, then collected a bowl from the top of the now dim wood stove. She docked at my back, wiping skin clean. You have no shortage of students available to grow you some new skin, she said. That's good, I said. This isn't my first rodeo. You know that story about the man who has his axe head and handle replaced several times over? I've gotten myself injured so many times I've lost track of what's still original. I don't even think my own mother would recognize me. You have a mother. Might. I don't think she'd recognize me anyhow, I said. I blinked hard. Sweat running down my face had pooled in my eyes. I miss my mother, Mabel said. Write her a letter, then. Not exactly that simple, SY. Somewhere over the course of the night, she had transitioned from the formal Sylvester to SY. Write it anyway. You don't have to send it. Maybe, she said. Possibly. She began wrapping me with bandages. I rocked back and forth with the regular, easy pace of it. Periodically she placed cool things against my wounded back, which felt marvelous, and then set it in place with the bandage and gauze. When I was getting the bowl of water for cleanup, I asked about Rudy and the others. Rudy was in bad shape to begin with. It didn't go well, I said. I guessed. She continued applying the bandage for a moment, then ventured, your imaginary friends told you. Just regular old me told me, I said, my heart heavy. I'll address it tomorrow. She nodded, eyes downcast. Can you stand? I stood, holding the sheet. It turned out there was very little reason to. The sheer amount of blood on the sheet made it stick to my legs and buttocks. Steady. Not really, I admitted. We'll get you cleaned up, Mabel said. Berger finished carving away the growths on his face and made it most of the way through his left hand before he had to defer to outside help. Last I heard, he's managing. I nodded. Shirley is mostly fine. She'll be better when we get her seamlessly patched up. She's had a hard day, I said. Does she have anyone with her? A few people. I owe her a lot, I said. Can't have anything happening to her. Mabel nodded. Then she reached out and touched my cheek. I moved, and she jumped as though I'd run a voltaic wire through her and thrown the switch. I'm tired, she said. It's fine, I said. It's a little more odd that you'd do it while I'm bloody like this, but... Her eyes were wrenched shut behind the mask. Please stop talking, please stop talking. It's fine, I said, more firmly. It's not. You have Jessie, and I wasn't thinking, and now I'm embarrassed. Can we just pretend this never happened? We could, I said. I owe you for tonight. I want to keep you around. Thank you, she said. She looked properly mortified, even covered by the suit. I'll clean myself up and get dressed, and I'll spend the night here, if you deem me clear. She nodded very emphatically. I had a good sense of it by the end, and it didn't grow in you nearly as quickly as it did in Rudy or any of the others. It never did. I don't think I was contagious either, or I would have spread it to a lot more people while doing the rounds in Tineware. You're clear enough to see to Jessie, Mabel said. The mention of Jessie made the mortification set in once more. I nodded. She fled the room, and I used the bowl to clean myself up as well as I was able, scrubbing away where blood had congealed and getting myself as clean as possible. Rather stiffly, wobbling, I put another log on the fire, and I walked over to the window, to look out in the direction of the graves. I cleaned up, got dressed, and opened the door. Now out of her quarantine suit, Mabel offered me her arm, and we walked to Jessie's room. I glanced at each room with an open door that we passed, and saw reams of bloody sheets, towels, and tools scattered about. We reached the room at the end of the hall, above the kitchen. It was the master bedroom, and Jessie was within, sleeping. Someone had kept the fire going. I brushed fingers through Jessie's hair. She woke. Hi, she said. You're alive. Don't sound so disappointed. Jessie smiled, not disappointed. I'll give you a once-over, but since Mabel and I took a while and you're not writhing in pain, it looks pretty good. Jessie nodded. Thank you for your work, Mabel. The sheriff's daughter tucked her hair behind the one ear and avoided eye contact. Jessie's hand moved in a question gesture. Mabel got affectionate, I said, now she's embarrassed. If the moment earlier had been like activating a voltaic current, this was like a slick of oil being lit on fire. Slow at first, as it set in and built up steam, with an explosive finale. You said you wouldn't. I said we could pretend it never happened. But we aren't going to. That'd just be a festering seed of badness that spoiled things on some front. Better to have it in the open. That's not your decision to make. Mabel said, incensed and alarmed. It's not the time for it. People died tonight. And all of that is negativity that gets tied up in the badness, I said. No. It's... Jessie put her hand on my face, shushing me. Don't run away, Mabel, Jessie said. I just touched his face. Stay, Jessie said. I don't mind, whatever it was. I might feel left out if it kept going and SY ignored me, but I don't mind for now. Sai's right, it would be ugly if you left and spent the night agonizing over it. Stay and talk. Talk. Keep us company tonight. You have to check on SY regularly throughout the night, don't you? Mabel, as if looking for a way out, said, you could. Theoretically, Jessie said, but while I'm happy for SY to work on me, I couldn't do it for him. That's not a memory I want in my head. It's why I asked you, I told Mabel. Mabel looked defeated. Just look away while he checks on me. That's all I ask. Sit, I instructed. End of the bed there. Tell us about the pheromone project. Mabel sat, looking far from comfortable, as if she'd bolt at any second. Mabel snored. Her face pressed in between my shoulder and the pillow, seeking refuge from the light of morning that had streamed into the room some time ago. She'd pulled off the bits of clothing that were uncomfortable to sleep in and settled in beneath the covers, pressed against me. Jessie was on the other side of me, fast asleep in that Jessie way. Dead to the world. I'd wondered for some time how she would sleep. Mary had always slept with her back to me, or on her back, one arm against mine. Rigid, but there. Girl to every sense, from the flowery smell of her to the rough lace and just how nice she'd looked with her head on the pillow. Lillian had clung to me like I was the only thing keeping her from drowning, warmer than anything. Jessie seemed very content to be touching me. One hand outstretched, fingers intertwined with mine. She would wake up now and then, check, and reach out for me if we'd broken away at some point in the night. I was a light enough sleeper that I was aware every time it happened. Looking at her sleep, I knew there wasn't anyone or anything I wanted to protect quite so much. It was a warm, pleasant now that couldn't last. I felt a chill and stirred, which made both girls stir on either side of me. Frey was there, in her abstract glory, wearing her black lab coat. Standing behind her were the lambs. I might have summoned them by thinking of them like I had. Though I hadn't been thinking of Duncan and Ashton. They were joined by Mary, Helen, and Lillian. None of them are wearing black today, I thought, except for Frey. Still trying to figure out that pattern. Mary stepped forward a little. Lillian wouldn't look at me. A return to the days after I'd just left. I've got to ask, what's with the color of the dresses? I asked. That's really not what you should be focusing on, Mary said. It means something, I said. Like for one thing, you seem a lot more pleasant sometimes. Mary reached into her jacket and pulled out a pistol. A lot more pleasant, I said. I guess this is where I pay for that time I asked for yesterday? Another mutiny? A little more painful than the last. Something like that, Mary said. Thank you for the help earlier, I said. I did appreciate it. You noticed? Duncan asked. Hey. I asked, back. Mabel stirred beside me. SHH, I said, giving Mabel's head a pat. I think Mary and the other lambs just wants to go for a ride on the Sylvester train. Mabel made a curious sound. She opened her eyes just in time to see Mary aiming for my kneecap. I, meanwhile, was wondering why Frey had disappeared from the group. Mabel realized what she was looking at, startled and cried out in alarm, which startled me, and I moved just in time to avoid having the bullet strike home. Feathers flew everywhere. Lamb, Arc 16. Done hunting Sylvester? Abby asked. No, Ashton said. He sat beneath a tree, half of him facing the local academy, half of him facing wilderness. Sylvester is still at large, as they say it. Abby nodded. She shifted Quentin around so the arm that had been taking most of the weight wasn't, anymore. She wore a green and white dress and a short jacket that had fur trim on the hood and down the front. The lambs had been tracking both Sylvester and Frey, moving to key locations, with the younger lambs remaining behind as a kind of bait and stalling tactic. When the area was vetted, the younger lambs would catch up, they'd be in the same place for a little under a week, and then the lambs would be off again. What were you doing? Abby asked. Thinking, Ashton said. He hadn't been, exactly, but he had learned that if he said the truth it often bothered or confused people. He had been disassembling, looking at the world and dividing it into its constituent elements, decided by color. He had also been disassembling people. That was a more intensive process that took up more of his brain. He'd taken the clothes off, with his head, and left them walking and standing around, then tried to determine what people looked like with no clothes at all. He worked out what they looked like beneath the clothes, disassembled those things, and turned every one of the dozens of people he could see into an organized row, with the clothes at one end and the lymphatic system at the other. He imagined doing things like stabbing people in various places and then worked out the effects that followed, along each of the layers, from bloodstains on the clothes and underclothes to nervous signals and disruption to the lymphatic system. He imagined burns and how they would work, and he imagined his pheromones and tried to figure out how the body would react. Talking about disassembling people wasn't good conversation, he'd learned. Most others were bothered. Even Abby usually didn't really want to talk about it. You spend a lot of time sitting and thinking, Abby said. I'm good at it, Ashton said. Quentin bleated, walking forward and tugging against the leash that Abby held, drawing nearer to Ashton. Ashton released a puff of good feeling and gave Quentin pats. What were you thinking about? Abby asked. Ashton had already worked out an answer for this kind of question. Telling the truth was rarely good, so he supplied something else. My creators told me I needed to practice abstract thinking instead of using the building blocks I've been given. They asked me what good Simon book I would write if I had to write one. I'm supposed to think of things that I had trouble with and then figure out how to write it. Did you figure it out? Abby asked. I don't think so. I think my problem is that I'm not bad at anything. You're bad at a lot of things, Ashton, Abby said. Okay. You're allowed to say so. But to me, I was very good at everything I needed to be good at from the beginning. Sleeping, eating, drinking, walking, even talking. Talking was hard. You're setting the bar rather low there, Ashton, Abby said. She took a seat beside Ashton. He was sitting beneath the largest tree on the campus, a blanket laid out beneath him as if for a picnic, another blanket on his lap. The bar wasn't even set when I started. The Ashton before me didn't even live. You started out with a good bit of human. I started from the very beginning and I think I'm pretty happy having made it this far. I'm glad you lived too, but that's not the point. Most of the time now people will think I'm a very strange boy, instead of wondering if I'm an experiment, and that's without me pushing them to feel one thing or another. Sometimes they even think I'm normal. Abby busied herself with stealing some of Ashton's blanket, settling in beside him. Quentin the lamb found a space between their legs and settled in. She figured out what she wanted to say and told him, "You're not very normal." But that's what I'm saying. I'm a xyloenterate calcioenterate hybrid mass with a very thin approximation of human pattern to help me find the right shape only. I can mostly defend myself, I can get food, I can find warm places to sit. I can understand the greater world. I can read, even if I sometimes hit snags and stall on some sentences until I ask for help. Considering I just had to survive to make people happy, I think I'm doing very well. 1 second, Abby said, working to get comfortable without disturbing Quentin too much. Ashton waited patiently. There's more to it, Ashton. Is there? Didn't you tell Lara and Nora that we need to do a good job? That our survival and success depends on proving our worth to our superiors. Yes. And you don't see how you're missing the point? No, I don't. He had to interpret the look that Abby gave him. That was annoyance. Frustration and annoyance. Anyone else would have known immediately, but he did need to figure it out some. He also needed to figure out why she was frustrated and annoyed. He thought through the conversation. You're sort of proving yourself wrong on the I'm good at sitting and thinking thing. I am not. And the good at everything thing. I am not, Ashton said. But you can't just say you eat and you're warm and you mostly look human so you're happy. But I am. Good Simon says. Oh lords, Abby said. He says your feelings are your feelings and you're the only person who gets to know and decide what you feel. He was talking about grief over the death of a pet in that book, but I think it applies to happiness too. How about this? I'll speak your language. Good Simon, Book 6. Good Simon and the Small War. Sadie gets mean, and what's the lesson at the end of the book? That you need to weigh your wants, needs, and feelings and make sure that they aren't keeping your betters from doing their jobs. It's supposed to be that you have to watch that your wants and feelings don't infringe on the needs, wants and feelings of others. But in the story, the new teacher that Sadie is mostly being mean to is supposed to be allegorical, Ashton said. She represents the hard-working and well-intentioned leadership we have in the Crown and the Academy and the story is really about how we need to listen to them and then everything is better. Abby leaned back against the tree. She stroked Quentin, fixing some of the blankets so that Quentin was better covered. The lamb was falling asleep now. You're not supposed to recognize the hidden influences and meanings and take them as fact, Ashton. I grew up with the books, and when the world and the people around me seemed very strange, I thought about the books. I think it would be strange to rely on them that much and miss something like that. My point is, Abby said, a little more agitated than before, you can't just say you're happy and leave it at that. You can't set the simple things as your end goal. A lot of people are unhappy because they don't have the simple things like food and shelter. Quentin is very happy because you take care of him, because he has those things. Why am I not supposed to be happy for that same reason? Because, just like Sadie failed to pay attention to the feelings of the teacher because she was focused on her own feelings, your acceptance of basic happiness might mean you don't try hard enough and then one of the lambs or Lara or Nora or Emmett or me get hurt or die, because we do dangerous things. What have I done that's wrong on our past jobs? Nothing major, but sometimes you're clumsy. And I know I sound hypocritical, saying that, Abby said. Okay. And I worry when you're clumsy with words or doing things. Okay. I'll try harder with those things. Thank you, Abby said. You could have just asked me to do that from the beginning. It's about something more, Ashton. I want you to have the right reasons. If you have a greater goal or I don't even know. A drive, those things make it different. There's a difference. Ashton asked. One pulls at you, and the other pushes you, Abby said. But either one, they make it so you don't have to be told or taught. You start doing things and growing without needing to be urged to, every part of you starts working toward it, sometimes in small ways, sometimes in big ones. It refines you. Ashton mused on that for a little bit. Then, just to keep the conversation moving, he asked, what's your goal? I want to grow up, Abby said. I want to get all the way to as old as I can be before I expire. I want to stay out of danger so I can live as long as I can, and I want to live a peaceful life with animals all around me. I'd like it if some of you were there with me. I was thinking maybe it could be a place for war beasts to go when they're done fighting, but a farm would do too. A place like Surain. Ashton's mind whirled, piecing together the scenario from constituent elements. I can see that, Ashton said. I can take all the pictures I have of you in my head and it's very easy to put together scenes of you doing that and being there. It's nice of you to say so, Abby replied. She smiled. I try to be nice, but I wasn't trying there. I was just saying the truth, Ashton said. Abby only smiled. I've missed these talks. It's good I didn't frustrate you so much that you had another fit, Ashton said. Almost, Abby said. I asked you to wait a moment a few times to let it go away. She raised her knees up and hugged them. The movement of the blanket didn't seem to disturb Quentin. He remained fast asleep. My new doctors are having people teach me to fight and use guns, Abby said. I don't think I'm going to get my goal. I think I'm going to fight sometimes, and then I'm going to have some times when I get to do what I want. I'm sorry, Ashton said. That was what people were supposed to say in situations like this. I'm sorry too, Abby said. I don't like it. Was that why you came to sit with me? Do you want to talk about it more? No, and no, I don't want to think about it too much, Abby said. Oh, okay, Ashton said. He decided to politely ignore the fact that it did sound an awful lot like she wanted to talk about it. He reached down to give Quentin a scratch. I came to find you because I wanted to ask if you wanted to meet my new friend, she said. A new friend. Come on, Abby said, a little more excited and upbeat. Come see. You just spent all that time settling down, and now you are getting up. Ashton said. That doesn't make sense. Abby took Ashton's hand, and she used every muscle in her body to help haul him to his feet, while he didn't cooperate at all. She scooped up a protesting, bleeding Quentin and then stood there, looking satisfied, her odd features set with a smile while she huffed a little. A moment later, she was tugging him away from his spot. Ashton cast a forlorn glance backward at the nest of blankets he'd made. It hadn't been as nice as being inside and near the fire, but inside was noisy, all students and new people, and they kept on pestering him and complimenting him on his hair. The tree had thick cover that meant only a few droplets fell on him, and his jacket and hood protected him from those. He liked the unpredictable tapping of droplets on his head. Caldwell was a small academy, set deep in the woods. It looked like a castle, and it was about as cold as one. Ashton joined Abby in passing beneath a statue that had long turned green-black, depicting a doctor working with a stitched on a table, crowing his victory with arms outspread. The lightning from the voltaic systems around him was done up in silver, for contrast. The students here were a grim sort, the kind that wanted to work with stitched. Others worked on projects that needed to be kept away from civilization, but permissions for that sort of work were doled out sparingly. Pale, dressed in dark uniforms with students' lab coats, damp with the freezing rain, they walked in something that would have been a single-file march if it wasn't for the periodic clusters of friends or lab partners talking, keeping pace with those behind and in front of them. Some in the single-file march reached out. They put coins atop what had become towers of coins at the foot of the statue. They couldn't stop without being jostled by students behind them, so they had to move quick, place the coins, and not disturb the towers that had come into being in front or to either side. Some of the lower parts of towers closer to the feet of the scientist had been there through enough seasons to have become a single unit, fusing together through heat, cold, and the chemicals in the rain and snow. Coins in the wishing well, payment to the shrine, but it was enough of a departure from prayer and close enough to being a token of tribute to the academy and crown that it was permitted. Abby, Quentin, and Ashton paid little mind to the lines or the marching orders, and they had no tribute to give. Abby led the way in a kind of determined way, heading for the gaps, steering through, dragging Ashton behind. Some students cussed, and Quentin bleated out an equally rude reply. This way, Abby said. The castle-like academy was perched on a hill, and the hill had a number of rocky outcroppings. Abby led the way to the edge of the campus, where the buildings ended and there were only intermittent cliffs, rocks, and bits of grass that were stubbornly persisting through winter. Abby hopped down, and she skidded a little ways down the cliff. Come on, she urged Ashton. Are you sure about this? Come on, she said. He hopped down. Abby caught him. I was walking Quentin, I wanted him to get exercise, so I brought him down this hill. We were exploring together, and we found this. Abby drew Ashton's attention to a hole in the ground. Two rocks had parted, and a shaft extended all the way down into pitch darkness. Humid steam rose from the space. Ashton liked the humid steam. It was warm, when everything else was a wet sort of cold, even indoors. He was rather less sure of the black abyss that Abby was now crawling into. Abby, he said. Abby disappeared, bringing Quentin with her. Abby, Ashton said, at the same volume. You're supposed to respond when someone talks. There was no response. Ashton puffed out a cloud of annoyance, then descended into the pitch darkness. The stone was wet and slick, the spaces small enough an adult couldn't have climbed through, and, the further he descended, the more branches he ran into. He'd taken them for roots first, but they had a rigidity he was very familiar with. Builder's wood. He heard the rasp of a match, and he saw the flicker of flame. A moment later, bioluminescence kicked in, the walls of the long corridor responding to the light of the flame with a dull yellow light of their own. It was a horizontal shaft, the ceiling arching overhead, builder's wood supporting the shaft all the way down. The entire tunnel smelled like the fluids they used in a stitched. It responds to touch too, she said. That's how I found out about it at first. Quentin stuck his nose into it and it glowed. She touched her hand to the wall. The handprint glowed. Ashton tried it. The wall was clammy, the residual glow left by touch a bright, warm color. He liked the contrast of the two things. He traced fingers along the wall, and watched patterns emerge. Ashton, Abby said. I like this, he said. I wanted to show you something. This wasn't it. This could be it. This is nice, Ashton said. This is good enough. She took hold of his arm, and she set about dragging him, to the best of her ability. One of her arms held Quentin, however, and Ashton was as committed to staying put as he had been to anything. What I want to show you is neater, she said. I think we're in an area we're not supposed to be in, Ashton said. Or an area that they forgot about or wanted to forget about, or an area that they tried to seal like they seal the bowels in Radham, and they missed one crack in the wall. It's probably better to stay where we are. Please? Abby asked. Leave that wall alone, and come with me. You keep taking me away from warm spots and pretty things, he said, but he allowed her to lead him. They walked down the length of the corridor, and they passed down a flight of stairs. The bioluminescent algae didn't creep along the stairwell, so their descent was a dark one. At the bottom of the stairwell, Abby lit another match. The cavern was larger, the glowing surfaces well out of reach, a cavern roof 20 feet over their heads. The moisture had collected in areas, and the cave looked like the night sky. The cavern itself was rocky, with an uneven floor littered with pebbles. Abby whistled, a low sound, very well done, and then repeated the process, this time more of an insect's sound. Here girl. Let's see you. Say hello to Ashton. An outcropping halfway across the cavern floor parted. 3 eyelids on one eye moved back, and they had a distance to move. The eye surface itself, flat and not rounded, would have taken 20 paces to cross. A cloudy membrane covered the eye, a 3-piece protective membrane. I call her Princesxa, Abby said. She probably has another name, but I don't know it. Hello Princesxa, Ashton said, dutifully. He waited several moments, and then decided, I don't think she can understand me or respond. She's half asleep, poor dear, Abby said. She bent down and she gave the floor a rub. Buried under everything in a cold and wet place like this. I think most of her body sprawls under Caldwell. I don't think we should be down here, Ashton said. I know, Abby said. But when you all go off and hunt Sylvester, and it's just Emmett and me and Nora and Laura, I miss you and the other lambs. Emmett tries to listen to me and he does a very good job, but I don't want to bother him too much and sometimes I need to talk about things I don't want to bother him with. Princesxa is a good listener too. I think it might be better to bother Emmett than to bother Princesxa, Ashton said. I'm good with animals. When she looks at me, I can see her pupil. If you walk a few minutes down through the tunnels you can find another eye that's even clearer. The tension of her skin relaxes after a little while of me talking. Abby rubbed the floor, both elbow and hand touching it, the rub using the whole length of her forearm, clad in her jacket. She likes you. I think so, Abby said. I have to talk in a particular sort of voice and I need to spend a little while here to make it work, but she likes me. That's good, Ashton said. I think she's bored, and she's lonely, and she's very tired. Whatever it is they're using to keep her docile and sleepy is, not easy, or not pleasant. I felt bad for her, and that's when I started thinking about what I wanted. Not in the now, but in the future. Ah, Ashton said. You're going to need a bigger stable if this is the kind of warbeast you want to take care of. Abby laughed. With the faint and distant light, Ashton could see Abby's face change, and with every moment that he thought he might have grasped what that particular combination of brow, eye, cheek, and mouth expression was supposed to mean, it had changed, moving from one thing to another. The laughing face was distant and she didn't sound very happy as she said, between you, me, Quentin, and Princesxa, I feel like all the things I want are very far away. I'll help you get there, Ashton said. I'm good, I have what I want, I can help you with what you want. I'll help Emmett and Nora and Lara too, and the lambs as well. But yeah, Quentin said. Quentin will help too, Ashton said. He's soft, and he can listen. I know, Abby said. Until he gets too big, and then we get Quentin the fourth. Or a girl Quentin, Ashton said. Or a girl Quentin, Abby said. Slowly, Princesska's eyelids drifted closed. Fluid bubbled and oozed out of the cracks between them as they sealed shut. SHH, Abby said, giving the floor another rub. You seem sad, Ashton said. I miss home. I miss Surain and people who spoke German, English, and French. I miss the stables and the squirrels. The people who worked with me there loved me, even if they weren't there for me. Here, you're all there for me, until you aren't. People keep coming and going. Don't get too upset, Ashton said. You'll have another fit. Abby nodded emphatically, before rubbing at her nose and then her eye with the back of her hand. You're scared of having to learn to use guns and weapons, he asked. It feels like a big step I don't want to take. Ashton nodded. He had to think for a little while to decide how to answer. It helped that Abby had fallen silent, one hand on Quentin, another arm rubbing Princesxa. Before, I said I would help you, Ashton said. Abby nodded, looking up at him. And I said I would help Nora and Lara and Emmett and the lambs. She nodded again. If you need me to, I'll help just you for now. I can talk to Duncan when he gets back, and he can figure out how to talk to others about the weapons. He's good at that, he's good at negotiating and politics, and he does care about you. It's not that, Abby said. What is it? If I have to keep doing this, I want to learn how to fight. But I don't want to learn how to fight. I don't want to fight 5 days of the week so I can have the life I want on the other 2. I don't want to fight 2 days a week so I can have the life I want for the other 5. I just want a peaceful life with my animals. She sniffled, and her arm moved funny as she brought it to her eye. Stop, Ashton said, uselessly, urgently puffing out calm. And I'm really worried. He did his best to catch her before she toppled to the floor. He sank to the floor with her, holding her twitching body while Quentin bleated. Through the floor, he could feel the low course of fluids through Princesska's body. He could feel the warmth of her and he could see why Abby had been drawn here. While he waited for Abby to calm down, the bioluminescence faded, the cavern went dark, and he had some time to sit and think. He wished he had a good Simon book that was more about how to help friends in trouble. He would have made it the topic of the book he'd been asked to write, but he didn't have the slightest idea what to do in this kind of situation. So this is what you were leading up to, Sylvester said. You catch me on a bad day when my mind, heart, and body are tapped out, and you just, what? Promise horrible things if I don't kowtow to you. Helen touched her hair and smiled. Helen kind of horrible. Sylvester ran his fingers through his hair, pacing. You're doing just what Yvette did. You all want your turns, and since you're the figments of my imagination that represent instinct and, I don't know, common sense? The senses? And Frey here represents, absolutely everything going wrong, or conspiracy, or, whatever. I don't have the energy to do this. You're staging your mutiny, working to push me out? A very complicated way of my self-preservation instincts saying no more. He wheeled around. His voice was almost ragged. Well, you can go fuck a fistful of nails, Frey. And you too. Ashton watched Sylvester. He was preoccupied with watching Sylvester's emotions, trying to piece it all together. Sylvester's voice softened. Don't do the nail thing. But do leave me alone. I'm doing too many important things. Go away. Ashton gave Helen a sidelong glance. What if I say no? Helen asked. Don't. No. You're not allowed. Not today. I have things I need to square away. Like Jessie, Helen said. Like a lot of things. This is just inconvenient. So scram. I banish thee, and I refuse to accept you are going to pull an Yvette and say no. You two will stand aside. I will it so. Just this once. He was gesticulating wildly, and in this, he used his hands as if to part the waters, to will them to move aside. Ashton looked at Helen for guidance. Wouldn't taking Sylvester be better? They could get him help. But she gestured, go, and she stepped back. Ashton mirrored her movement, stepping away from her and from the door. Without a word, Sylvester walked through. Sylvester trudged off, casting one or two backward glances. He looked so hurt, so tired, so cold. He asked, Helen said, answering a question Ashton hadn't voiced. He didn't ask nicely, but he asked. Abby wants to leave, Ashton said. She said so, a few days ago, before we came here. Helen approached him, wrapping her arms around him from behind, and buried her face in his damp hair, musing it up. He tolerated the messy hair and he puffed happiness at her. You can't tell. It's a secret, Ashton said, stopping with the puffs so he could be sure she listened. It was like the period at the end of a sentence, a stab of the finger. I know, and I won't, Helen said, and she wouldn't because she was like that. I was looking at Sylvester just now and I was thinking what if that was Abby standing there instead? Sylvester didn't look very happy. There's a difference, Helen said. They're different. I know that, Ashton said. He puffed out disgust and irritation and agitation. He could feel Helen snort into his hair. I just wish I understood better. I really could only think of 2 ways she might end up happy, and this was supposed to be one. They're different. Keep that in mind, Helen said. What's the other way? I thought of asking Duncan to send her back to Sue Rain. I thought maybe we or I could chip in money and they could give her a job in the stables or somewhere and she could save money or something. I've been thinking about this a lot. Ask her before you do that, Helen said. Why? Because she might not be as happy doing that as you think she might, Helen said. And that's if it works, if they let her go and if Sue Rain would take her. Ashton nodded. If you need help with any of that, little mushroom brother, you can ask me, Helen said. I'll do what I can. But if you're going to ask me for anything, sooner is better, I think. Why? Sooner is better, she restated it. Why? He tried again. She bit into his scalp, far harder than was necessary, and then she let go of him. How are they different? Ashton asked, using his head instead of his mouth. He worried Helen would bite him again if he pressed her. He remained quiet, thinking, as they exited the little stable. It was a minute before he deemed it safe enough to say, Mary is going to be so mad at us. Yes she is, little brother, Helen said, smiling merrily. Yes she is. Mary fired the gun. It was an intentional miss, Ashton judged, but it did a good job of making Sylvester jump a good few feet off the bed. The girl in the bed and Jessie looked spooked too. Sylvester scrambled to use the bed for cover, as Jessie did. The girl in the bed was furthest from that end of the bed, and simply froze. Come here, honey, Helen said. Out of the way. The girl in the bed brought a sheet with her to cover herself up, ducking down swiftly to pick up her skirt and socks from the floor. Still using the bed as defensive cover, Sylvester chuckled. The chuckle became a laugh. Ashton couldn't see Sylvester, so he watched the other lambs. Mary was calm, cool. Lillian had one hand on her face. Duncan looked concerned. Helen was Helen. He tried to judge if he should use something or another on Mary. Mary was immune, but if he tried really, really hard and emptied his reserve, he might have been able to do something. Sylvester continued laughing. He raised his hands over his head. When Mary didn't put a hole in either hand, Sylvester stood, and rounded the end of the bed, wearing only his pajama bottoms. His back and shoulder were bandaged, and he had dark circles under his eyes that had nothing to do with how much or how little sleep he'd gotten. He approached, and when Mary didn't shoot him, he threw his arms around her, hugging her. She pressed the gun to his head. You got me, he said, still hugging her. As he pulled away, turning toward Lillian, Mary seized his wrist, twisted his arm behind his back, and shoved him into the ground. Further twisting of his arm made him drop the knife of Mary's that he'd palmed. You got me, he said, again. We came for the professor, Duncan volunteered. You were accidental. Well, you got him too, Sylvester said, smiling. They were different, Helen had said. Abby and Sylvester. For a moment, Ashton thought he realized how. Abby had said something about it once. That some people were pulled, and some people were pushed. Abby was pulled toward that dream of hers. Of a simple life, of animals and hopefully having friends near her. And it looked like Sylvester was pushed. It was a very tidy, satisfying answer, until Mary hauled Sylvester up off the ground. For a fleeting moment, as Sylvester took in the group, Ashton could read his expression. He'd looked like this as he rested between Jessie and the girl on the bed. Now, captive, gun aimed at him, his plans awry, he looked very much like he'd found his farm, his animals, and all of his friends. You got me, Sylvester said, not for the first time. Sorry Jessie. Gut feeling 17.1. You got me, I told the lambs. My face was pressed against the ground. I'm sorry, Jessie. Jessie had sat up in bed when the gun had fired. In the enclosed space, the sound had reverberated off of the walls. The sound of the shot rang in my ears, and feathers continued to fall all around us. Don't be sorry, Jessie said. She remained where she was. She'd reached over and picked up her glasses, but she hadn't budged from her spot. I was sorry, though. That I wasn't able to put up more of a fight, that I was glad about this reunion, even if the long term wasn't something I wanted to think about. Even considering the idea of being taken back, facing Hale and my old doctors. I moved, and Mary asserted her grip, making me wince. Please be gentle with him, Mabel said. His shoulder. I know about the shoulder, Mary said. If he wants me to be gentle with it, he should stop trying to be clever with knives. No more cleverness here, I said. I'm rather too tired for cleverness. Let's hope, Mary said. It's a long trip back to civilization, and I'm not in any mood for games. If you push me, I'll hurt you, and I don't want to hurt you. My eyes fell on a large feather that had fallen to the floor a short distance from my nose. I puffed out a breath and blew it a little distance across the floor. No interest in hurting me at all, hey? That shot at my knee suggests otherwise, I said. I was trying to keep my tone light. That was different, Mary said. Call it a warning shot, a reminder that I remember. An intentional miss. I asked. Good excuse, that. She pressed the gun against the back of my head. Don't tempt me to shoot you, Sylvester. I'm the one holding the gun because it would probably bother me the least. Right, I said. I smiled. I didn't push my luck any further. Waking up, my senses had been jumbled. Now that I'd had a bit of time to get my thoughts all orderly, I was able to shift my head into a better mode for analysis and strategy. I knew who I was up against. Foolhardy as it was, given my recent misinterpretation of reality, I drew on the phantoms, bringing forth images of Lillian, Helen, Mary, and Duncan. The shadows mirrored the lambs, sticking close to them, looking over shoulders, or sitting on nearby surfaces, looking over the lambs' heads. I looked for Frey and Mauer and I didn't see them. Yvette was conspicuously absent, too. Damn Frey, damn her for toying with me like this. You're going by Jessie now? Lillian asked. Yes, Jessie said. I wanted to put some distance between myself and the original Jamie. And you're pretending to be a girl now? Lillian asked. If I am, I was pretending to be a boy before too, Jessie said. I wouldn't disagree with that. What's this? Mabel asked, sounding uncertain. This wasn't how I'd wanted to have the conversation. I wasn't sure I wanted to have the conversation at all. Jessie seemed willing to field this, but I just wished it wasn't in the midst of a crowd. Jam Jessie is Duncan started. I really wished it wasn't Duncan supplying any answers. I'm an experiment, Jessie said, before Duncan could go further. Nothing either way except scars. The only thing that really made me a boy before was that it was in the Academy's paperwork and files, and they weren't even that committed to it. It was hard for me to read Lillian's expressions from my position on the ground. I'm just saying, my doctors referred to me as Project Caterpillar 468 times in my recollection and Jamie's written records, while only referring to Jamie 71 times. They referred to me as it 200 times and he 230 times. I don't think they cared that much. So what's tying me down? I thought you were a wonderful boy, Lillian said. Gentle, sensitive, thoughtful. Thank you, Jessie said. It meant a lot to me, growing up, that I had one or two boys around me that I could contrast with my dad and with SY. If it was just my dad, SY, and Gordon, and maybe a little bit of Professor Hale, I might have gotten a warped idea of what boys were about. I appreciated that you were part of the mix, and now that's gone. I don't think it's fair to say you had no ties to it and you could just throw it away like that, when we spent so much time together being bookworms together, and figuring out our way through things, talking about things. But how much of that was me and how much was my predecessor? You and I had conversations, Jessie. We hung out. I visited you regularly, between my classes, I participated in the rehabilitation and life skills, speech training, and everything else. I tried to brace you about SY not being over the loss of the first Jamie. I'm not disputing that, Jessie said. But that doesn't answer my question. Can you really draw a fine line between the time you spent with my predecessor and time you spent with me? Yes, Lillian said, and it was clear she was upset. It was really very emotional, mourning Jamie while getting to know you in those early days. My memory might not be perfect, but when it comes to sorting the before and after, it felt different. You two were different. Yes, again, I can draw a fine line. Okay, Jessie said, looking a little caught off guard. And I'm annoyed and hurt that you're ignoring my points. I'm sorry, Jessie said. But we have to continue to grow and change while we aren't together. Lillian made a face. She met my eyes for only an instant and then flinched away. Jessie continued, that dark cloud that hung over things was another part of it. Something I want to stay away from. Every interaction for too long was tainted by association. There weren't many clothes I liked that weren't also his style. I needed a clean break. I understand, I really do get it, Lillian said. It makes a lot of sense, and as much as it makes sense I think it kind of sucks that I'm here and I barely recognize you. I wasn't a part of the conversation or the change, and neither were any of the other lambs. It sucks. She paused, looking at me, then looking at Mabel. This sucks on a lot of levels, she said. We didn't plan on cornering you like this, we didn't even plan on meeting you, and then you guys forced our hand by getting to Burger before we did. I know, Jessie said. It doesn't feel like a good day, Duncan said. It's a win in our column, for what very little it's worth, but it doesn't feel good. Well said, Duncan, Lillian said. For what it's worth, I said. I tried to stand up, but Mary was sitting on me, and I didn't have much strength in my shoulder. I can't say the situation is good, but any day I get to see all of you is a good one. He's being sappy, Mary said. He's up to something, Lillian concluded. No, really, I said. You come across as far less sincere when there's a knife lying on the floor about 2 feet from your hand, Duncan said. Which you took off of Mary and presumably intended to use on one of us. Okay, hi there Duncan, how's it? I said. And the knife was more because this would all be terribly sad and pathetic if I didn't put up some sort of fight. Lamb cred. I'm sure you understand. Who were you going to take hostage? Lillian asked. All right, wait, I said. I'd just woken up, my eyes were bleary, my shoulder hurt from the damage done with the scalpel and the way that my twisted arm was pulling at the wound, and I needed to focus, with no time to get my brain organized. Wait, let's do this in order, so it all makes sense. I'll have you know that hugging Mary was because I was genuinely happy to see you guys and it was politically difficult to choose who to hug. You and I have bad blood, Helen might hug me back in her Helen sort of way, I don't know what Ashton's got going on these days, and given the choice between Mary and Duncan, I'm going to choose Mary, even if she's got me in an armlock with a gun pointed at me. I'll try not to take it personally, Duncan said. Haha, I said, with a more genuine smile on my face, to downplay the dismissal. I was trying to keep up the patter and the good mood. In this tense atmosphere, anything I could do to be the light in the darkness would go a long, long way. It could win over hearts and cement my position. And besides, I didn't want this reunion to suck in the same sorts of ways the last one had. If you're feeling lonely, I'm always available to practice hugging, Helen said. Haha, Duncan imitated me a bit. He sounded a lot less dry and more flustered. My focus was more on Helen in the instant. When I'd seen her as a phantom, I'd imagined her as being influenced by Frey, darker, with more latent hostility, the predator side of her active and ready. But the Frey had been a trick of my mind working against itself, the Helen had been real, and so had the aura of bloodlust. What was going on there? I resumed talking to the group, the worry lingering. As for the knife you so carefully pointed out, sir, the knife was more of a how are you doing from one master to another, a test of skill that I wouldn't pull if I didn't have utmost respect for Mary's skill. You are so full of shit, Mary said. And, to answer the question, I said, carrying on, I would have taken you hostage, Lillian. If, by some miracle, I got that far. Lovely. It would have been with the full knowledge that you have countermeasures. Needles in your fingers, like Frey had, and whatever else. You turn the tables, strut your stuff, and it breaks the ice. Get past any awkwardness by putting you at my mercy and then adroitly putting myself at your utter mercy. Mary's happy shooting at me and kicking my rear end. We've got more of a gap to bridge, but I can't imagine a bit of a spar would hurt any. I see, Lillian said, very clever. A good analysis of the situation. You sound like you're humoring me. Hi, Lillian said, turning to Mabel. What's your name? Ah, I see what you're doing there, I thought. Then I registered implications and cursed to myself. Mabel said. I sighed. Mary adjusted her grip and pressed the gun to my head. I know, Mary, I know, I thought. You want to protect Lillian and now we've got this going on. Sorry about all of this, Mabel, Lillian said. Oh, no need to apologize, Mabel said. Whatever you're thinking this is, me being here, it's not. I did the surgery on Sylvester last night. I was dog-tired, I needed to check on him and change his bandages throughout the night. We talked, I fell asleep. Don't worry, Mabel. There's nothing between Sylvester and I. Ouch. There's nothing between him and I either, not really. Nothing happened, Mabel insisted. You're from Beetle. Yes, Mabel said. I was year 5. What were you studying? Pheromones. There was a project in the other building, when we came through. Ashton and Duncan said it looked like pheromones. Mabel glanced at me. Cat's out of the bag, our noses are to the knife points. You can share. Yeah, Mabel said. I'm project leader for that. It's going to be a war beast with a pheromone trail. Sylvester wanted to operate with impunity in the cities without worrying about his scent trail. Can I stand up now? I asked. My shoulder really is getting quite sore like this. There was a moment of silent communication among lambs, a quick search of the surroundings, and the phantoms around the lambs let me know that the lambs were checking that letting me stand wouldn't give me any opportunities, ways to escape, or weapons. Mary shifted off of me and hauled me to my feet. She didn't have the full body strength to hold me up, but I got my feet under me and after only a moment of wobbling knees, I found the strength to stand. Duncan and Mabel were saying something about pheromones. Ashton was standing between Helen and Duncan, staring at me intently. Helen still worried me. I wished she was more involved in the dialogue. Just as it had been in the stable, his expression was good. Less dead. People will have heard the gunshot, Mary said. We're going to be taking you two hostage. We already touched base with Professor Berger. Noted, I said. I'll need to get dressed, Jessie said. I have clothes here but I'd like privacy. Helen and Lillian, if you'd escort Jessie into another room. Mary asked. Helen acted as cuffs of a sort for Jessie, locking her hands onto Jessie's wrists, while Lillian carried the clothes. I towed at the shirt I'd left in the corner, with the reams of discarded bandages. Using my foot, I flicked it into the air. Mary caught it, still holding me at gunpoint, and checked it with one hand before passing it to me. Once I was more or less dressed, Mary used something to tie my hands behind my back. I tested the bonds, and I was left fairly sure they were razor wire with ribbon or cloth strips to keep the wire from digging into flesh. I couldn't find the knot with my fingers. It was just Mary, Ashton, and Duncan, now, with Mabel in the corner. Mary gestured, watch, window. Duncan walked over to the window to look. People on their way, he said. Good, Mary said. Listen, I said. Mary. There are things we need to talk about. In private. In private as in Helen and Duncan step out of the room, or private in the sense that you want Mabel to leave. Mabel leaves. Let me tell her to go to the others. She can tell them not to attack. There's no rush, no demand on time. We can talk things through, I can outline the things Jessie and I found out, the things that have been going on, you all decide what happens with the information. How does that conversation end, Sylvester? Mary asked. What do you mean? Do we capitulate? Set you free? Honestly, I don't know, I said. If I had to guess, I think. Lillian is left conflicted. If there's a reason we haven't shared this information with you guys in full, it's that it puts Lillian between a rock and a hard place. You're loyal to Lillian and the group, Mary, but you might be concerned with Percy being in the picture. Mary didn't flinch. The phantom that shadowed her did. Helen. I'm visualizing Helen not caring much. Ashton too. Just the way it goes. So I'm left pretty on the fence here. And me? Duncan asked. What about me? I'd almost dismissed him out of hand. He was diehard loyal, by my mental picture. I drew in a breath, studied my Duncan phantom and studied Duncan at the same time, and I surprised myself with the conclusion I came to. I think, you might be the most likely to want to defect. His eyes widened. Shame on you, Duncan, Helen said. I didn't do anything. Defect? Duncan asked. You jumped straight from Mary talking about us setting you free to defection, specifically. You're a rebel, Duncan, Helen said. Mary spoke, did this piece of material you're using to get Duncan to defect? I'm not defecting. Play a part in your recruitment of the Beetle students? Assuming it's real. Absolutely not, I said. It did play a part in why I wanted to recruit them in the first place. I see, Mary said. She led me to the window, and she glanced outside. It looked like 36 people, all of whom had taken defensive positions. It was about a tenth of our number. That left 240 or so assorted recruits elsewhere. They had two stitched with them, laborers we'd pieced together with components from the city, used for hauling and janitorial work. It looked like the night's rain had pooled on the ground and frozen. I wondered if the missing rebels were laying the false trail or fighting off the crown. I wished I'd paid more attention to the game plan, but I'd been so tired. I want to negotiate here, I said. Send Mabel. Non-aggression pact. No need to fight, you don't hurt my people, we have a frank, serious conversation without eavesdroppers, we eat, Jessie and I stay bound. Then if you decide it's not worth it, and if you let my rebels go, I'll come with you with no complaints. We won't hurt your army too badly, Sylvester, Mary said. But we're leaving straight away. No compromise on that. Cover your ears, Mabel. If you cover your ears, I will put bullets in Sylvester until you lower your hands, Mary said, and in her imperious tone she was fully the Mothmont lady, the teacher and instructor who had aspired to train and lead a sea of clones in beheading the monarchy. Mabel, leader of the Green Team, formerly the Greenhouse Gang, daughter of some sheriff somewhere, didn't cover her ears. I thought we were on the same side, even if we weren't on the same teams, I said. Or is it the other way around? You shot me, Sylvester, she said. 6 years ago, you took my hand and you asked me to trust you. I had absolutely nothing except the ability to kill and the conviction to do so. Then you lied to me, you manipulated me, and I was content to accept it, because I trusted you, in a way deeper than the lies and manipulations could touch. Part of that is who and what I am, what Percy made me into. I looked away. Look at me, Mary said. That hawk-fierce glare was waiting for me when I did. I loved Gordon, Sylvester. That was for him and I to share, separate from the lambs. I love Lillian. I love Helen and Ashton in different ways. But I trusted you. Because I am what I am, that reaches deeper than love. You took that trust and you shot me. You left me to crawl back to the others, through hostile territory. Would it help to know that pretty much from the point I pulled that trigger is when I really started to lose it? I asked. Marginally, Mary said. Except you were seeing things from the moment we set foot in Warwick, or even sooner. Seeing things doesn't and didn't mean I was losing my mind, I said. Listening to the voices and letting them destroy me or hurt me or convince me to sit out in the cold endlessly by keeping me company, that's when I'm losing it. Marginal, Sylvester. It was your own doing, in the end. I didn't get to choose that outcome. You hit me where it hurt most, tore down a pillar. I had to give my broken trust to someone. Lillian, I said. Or the crown, Mary said. The academy. I'm a Mothmont girl, after all. I met the real Mothmont girl, I thought. I stopped just short of saying it. It was too important a card to play. If I put it out there now, then there was a risk it wouldn't matter, that Mary might harden her heart even more, and there wouldn't be an in. Right now, when she was angriest, I wasn't willing to fritter that away. Even if the chasm between the lambs and I seemed this wide. I was left silent, thinking, glancing periodically at Mabel, who had dressed beneath the sheet, who was looking at me in a new, less kind light. Jessie, Helen, and Lillian returned. Jessie was dressed and wearing her jacket, her hands tied in front of her. Did you tell them? I asked Jessie. I thought you wouldn't want to tell Lillian until you were sure of the outcome, Jessie said. I thought it was better to wait. What's this all about? Lillian asked. It's something Mabel can't hear. Anyone that isn't a lamb can't hear it, I said. I was getting more concerned now. Send Mabel away, have her tell the beetle rebels to hold back. We'll have a discussion. Nothing lost, we all move forward with eyes open. I'll trust your judgment. Jessie shook her head. They baited the beetle rebels out. It's a skeleton staff in Sedge right now, less than 50 rebels. If they take too long here, then the rebels start filtering back, our side outnumbers them. And they have a plan, I said. Tricks and tools. We do, Mary said. I grit my teeth. Is it so important to keep me out of the loop? Mabel asked. I wasn't so sure. Did I trust her? Mostly. Did I know her like I knew the back of my hand? No. It was a tenuous thing to bid the life of the Crown States on. Gesture, Duncan suggested. Mabel's been learning signs. Most of the team leaders and staff here have, I said. I could write it down. Or Jessie could. We'll discuss it after, Mary said. She looked at Lillian. Right. Right, Lillian said. At the bottom of the stairs, Mary passed me over to Helen, gesturing. Helen held my wrist, and she walked me to the door. I stood in the doorway, facing the street. The morning sun shone and the ground was coated in ice. 30 or 40 of the beetle rebels were out there in cover. Run. I called out. They win. Leave, get together with the main group, then flee. Find work where you are using your brains, not your trigger fingers. But get going. Get lost. It was painful to do, to discard them. I could only hope we'd be able to find them again, if we weren't being brought straight to the crown and the jails. Run. I called out again. I gestured. I looked for faces I recognized and I found too few. Some of them were leading people away, sprinting on the ice. A gunshot rang out to my right. It had been a pistol fired from the window. Mary. The lambs, moving through the night, had set up a trap. A barrel in one of the labs, placed against the glass. As the bullet shattered the glass, the barrel was free to tip, crashing against ice and spilling out its contents. Whatever it was, and it had been ours so I should have known, it reacted on contact with the wet, frozen ground. Steam and smoke billowed out, and the students as a whole were blinded. From the chemical smell, there would no doubt be other effects. Run. I called out, yet again, and this time my followers listened. The lambs marched us into the cloud, and someone put a coat over my shoulders to help me stay warm, the hood flipped up. It would help to make me a less recognizable target in the midst of this smoke. Before you start, Lillian said, cutting me off before I could launch into my monologue and explain about the blocks, we come with a message from the Duke. Berger can tell us more. Gut feeling 17.2. What's this? The Duke. I asked. Also, gas? Do I need to worry about Mabel? Not unless we linger, Lillian said. Okay, I said. Back to prior questions, what's this? The Duke. Not a discussion for strange company, Mary said. We can discuss in more depth when we're clear of your little town here and Mabel's not here and we won't be overheard. I feel as if I'm in the way, Mabel said. More like some things that need discussion are so big that anyone could be standing 100 paces off to the side and they'd risk being in the way, I said. Even if you weren't here, it might not be a good idea to discuss certain things, because there might be eavesdroppers. My hearing is very good, Helen said. I think I'd know if we had listeners. I'm trying to encourage Mabel here, I said. You know, convince her that she isn't in the way, that it's fine and she won't be hurt before you all inevitably release her. I understand the desire to boast and be happy that your creator gave you better ears, but play along with the narrative here. Narrative? Mabel asked. Oh, Helen said. It's not a narrative, really. We would be quiet, even if you weren't here. We don't know what things you and the other students have made. We've had enough bad experiences that we're very careful. The gestures are a part of that. Oh, Mabel said. That's actually reassuring. I actually believe you. I like the double use of actually in there, I said. As if you really want to emphasize I'm not that believable, even beyond your surprise that the attractive young lady that's holding you hostage is. You actually sound happy about that, Jessie said. I grinned. Had to give you that one, Jessie said. And I wasn't sure anyone was going to jump to do it. It might be better if we didn't encourage Sylvester, Lillian said. I'd feel a lot better if our most unruly hostage didn't look quite so comfortable in the role. It's because I'm home, I said. I might not actually be welcome home, the baby shit its crib, the wife is yelling at me, and said yelling has nothing to do with the fact that the cat is on fire, screeching and running around in circles. It's still home, dang it. I'm trying to enjoy the good side of it. Can I be the cat? Helen asked. No, I said, dead serious. The cat is Ashton. Why? Ashton asked, and there was something resembling a plaintive emotion in the word. I haven't said or done much of anything since Mary shot at you. I don't see why I should have to be on fire. You're the most pet-like of all of us, Helen said. No, Ashton said. Helen wrapped her arms around him, picking him up and continuing with walking while his legs dangled for just one moment. She nuzzled the back of his head, and he looked so entirely fine with that reality that it negated his no. She dropped him and stepped aside so she wouldn't walk into him as he found his stride again. Ashton turned to me, is it because of my red hair? Is that why you set me on fire? Don't try to make sense of it, Mary said. He's trying to get inside your head. He's not getting inside my head. He's just being wrong, which is annoying, Ashton said. I'm suddenly reminded of meeting Ralph's family, Mabel said. Then she seemed to remember the larger group and clarified, Ralph was the leader of the student group I was a part of, and am still sort of a part of, even though we aren't students. He was always very peculiar and very particular, with a kind of buried intensity. I wondered about it. Then I met his family. SY suddenly makes a kind of sense, now that I've met. Helen snapped her fingers twice. Then she gestured. His. Mabel finished. SHH, Mary said. In a moment, the group steered itself and us hostages into cover, all crammed between a wall and what I guessed was a tractor truck. I wasn't so sure about the naming convention, and my shoddy memory might have played a part in that. From our hiding spot, we could see a group of Beetle students run past. They looked like B's crew. Heading to reinforce the others. Your troop discipline is lacking, Mary commented, after they were gone. They're teenagers, I said. Fundamentals are sound, patrol routes, communication between squads, the lack of easy paths to key buildings with cover and flanking positions, all fine, Mary said. Fine, she says. Dinged with faint praise, Jessie, I said. You were responsible for a lot of it, Jessie said. Was I? You took great pleasure in giving the unruly students busy work, moving detritus, blocking off alleys, then moving it again. That does sound like me. And then when they got fed up with it, you ran an exercise, you carried a lantern in the dead of night and you snuck up on them while they were on guard, using the cover you asked them to dismantle. You got to gloat about it, and you got to make yourself look just a little bit more impressive. I think I might almost remember that, I said. Hey. But, Mary said, sounding a little bit like a lady aristocrat deigning to talk to commoners, good patrol routes and guards don't mean a lot when they get caught up talking to one another, or if they take a smoke break. There was an in. Clearly, I said. At this point, I'm just going to point out that, again, they're teenagers. So are we, Lillian said. They're more ordinary teenagers. Also? Skeleton crew. Most of our guys were off fending off the academy and laying traps. 5/6 of our total army here isn't here, so guard duty is going to suffer. Full rotation, actually, Jessie said. Same guard duty that we have most nights, for what it's worth. Whose side are you on? I asked. SHH. Enough out of you. Thirdly, Mary, if they had been more on the ball, and if they'd been a proper deterrent, that would have just meant that you'd brain them, knock them unconscious, or deploy some kind of drug like you did with Lillian's thing. Maybe you couldn't have done what you did if we had 300 students out there, or even 150, but still, that's an exaggeration. You would have found a way. Probably, Mary said. It's the principle of it. The principle we were operating on is that if an enemy got this far, we were probably out of luck. This was a practice run, working on the assumption that one day we'd be out in some city or another and we'd want people who had some idea of what to do while on watch. Don't let your teenage soldiers develop bad habits early on if you're practicing, Mary said. Are you factoring in that last night was a special circumstance? They're looking for reassurance and camaraderie on a night that they and their buddies were in armed conflict with the Crown. Are you just bullshitting until I drop the subject? Mary asked. Because you know I won't. You won't, I said. I frowned, then conceded, there are asses that need kicking in my ranks. We moved in fits and starts, increasingly so as the patrols moved outward, in 5 or 6 groups of 10 students, with a couple of Archie's people in the mix. Could the lambs deal with that many teenagers with relatively little combat experience? Yes. But the size of the groups and the fact that there wasn't anything guaranteed in combat made Mary and Lillian rethink leading the group into an outright attack on any of the groups. We waited for one group to pass, and when it had, Mary would peek ahead and then stop because another group was appearing at the end of the road. It wasn't a big town, and most of the residential buildings were dormitories with apartments rather than houses. The target building was what we'd termed Barracks D. Jessie and I had purchased space in the building with the idea that if we made this a more permanent base or if we found a big opportunity to recruit in the city, we could stick people there. We hadn't done either, so it had been left as a set of mattress-less beds for Otis and Archie's groups and a place to stick any kid that got drunk off of lab-brewed booze and puked on himself, had an experiment screw up, or otherwise got into a state where they weren't worthy of sleeping in the same building as other living humans. That last bit had led to the building getting nicknames, and I was gravely disappointed I couldn't remember any of them off the top of my head. Inside, Mary ordered. The door was never locked. The hallway was rarely lit by anything but light from the outside. A wood stove sat in an alcove just to the left of the door, while a matching alcove to the right was meant to hold shoes and coats. The stove didn't burn, and there weren't any shoes or coats in the alcove to the right. Boots had tracked in snow not all that long ago, and there were still traces of wet on the ground. Mary, entering just behind Jessie and I, put a hand on our shoulders, making us stop where we were. When I turned to look, she was pressing a finger to her lips. I was careful to put my mind to work with the lambs that lurked in my head. Mary walked up ahead, gesturing, and Helen skipped to catch up. One set of each of them on either side of the hallway. The Helens moved in an almost playful way, hands clasped in front of them, not walking slowly, but taking exaggerated steps that made her zigzag left and right. Mary was moving slowly, and the two kept perfect time with one another in their own coordinated ways. Twin lambs matched them, not entirely matched to them. I paid attention to the little things that deviated. Helen's legs were longer than the legs of the Helen in black, it affected her stride, made the steps even more exaggerated. Her head was lower as she slouched just slightly. The eyes didn't match up. My Helen's eyes were wider, more artful, less dangerous. The clothes were the obvious difference, as well. My lambs favored black. It was a spot the difference game like any I might have found in the very back of one of Jamie's dime store novels, alongside puzzles and word games. Mary, meanwhile, hadn't drawn a knife with her left hand, even though my Mary had. That was curious. Too much wet. People came through here, my Mary said. I imagined giving a signal, shouting, whistling, and I could see the steps as things played out, my Mary making me regret it. The other Mary would do virtually the same. I waited a moment, let them make their way down the hallway some, checking doors, and then worked out what might happen if I gave a signal or alert. Again, I had the very strong, clear mental image of my Mary hurling a knife, so it caught me somewhere non-vital. If I was annoying about the signal, she threw two simultaneously. I waited another few moments, and then I whistled, in a loud, shrill tone that I knew would grate Mary's nerves just a little bit more. She hurled a knife in my direction. I remained still as the knife embedded itself into the wall just a handspan from my face. The look she gave me was sharp and annoyed, but it was fleeting too. She and Helen made a run for it. I looked at the knife that was buried into the wall. I wanted it. But my hands were tied behind my back with a coat draped over them. Taking it would require me to open my mouth, bite into that handle, and tear it free, and what did I do then? Lillian and Duncan nudged me to move on. I gave the knife a forlorn glance, watching as Duncan hauled it out of the wall with both hands and then tucked it into his belt. We were pushed to follow Mary and Helen, and we did. The element of surprise was gone, and Lillian, Duncan, and Ashton wanted to assist where needed without losing track of Jessie, Mabel, and I. At the end of the long winding hallway with small rooms on either side, we reached the kitchen in the back corner. It wasn't fully equipped, but it had a sink, a kettle, and another stove. Archie, Davis, Valentina, and Berger were present. There were people who were intelligent or with very keen natural talents, and I counted Mabel as such, and there were people who worked hard and picked up a wealth of abilities, like Rudy. Archie was someone who had a high native ability and had worked hard to build up a gang and hold a good amount of a small city with a very small gang. I liked him a lot. Valentina and Davis had been top students at Beetle and they'd earned their places as the vice president and president of the student council. I supposed Berger was likely in good company, given what I'd seen of him and the station he'd managed to reach. Which wasn't to say that station equated intelligence, but I had no reason to think this man wasn't intelligent. That said, Berger knelt before them, arm shackled to the pipes of the sink with the same shackle he had used on me. His face was mostly crimson bandages, soaked through with dark red blood. Archie crouched behind him, the needle of a syringe at the side of Berger's neck. Davis and Valentina were standing off to one side, tense. Davis had a knife, but they were otherwise unarmed. Let him go, Mary said. Can't do, Davis said. He glanced at me. Shackled. Don't have the key. Not an issue, Mary said. Might be, Davis said. Builder's wood, Valentina said. Poured it into the lock the minute we had worked that it was an internal threat and not the crown marching in on our camp. Mary absently toyed with her knife, moving it so it rolled over the back of her hand before catching it. Berger watched everything, more or less silent. When he talked, it was slurred. I meant to ask. How did your year-end project go, Lillian? There's no need to ingratiate yourself with us, Professor, Lillian said. We're invested in getting you back where you belong, with the Crown, Duke, and Lord Infante in New Amsterdam. Well, the man with a face of bandage and blood spoke, those are nice words to hear. You will have to tell me about your year-end project after things have progressed some. You as well, Duncan. I'd be willing to graft wings on, shave off 70% of my body weight and flap my arms to Redham if it meant hearing my results sooner, Duncan said. I still remember the day I got the mail that told me I'd earned my white coat, the professor said. He hung his head. It hurts to talk. Please excuse my silence. Of course, Professor, Lillian said. I hope us going through with this wasn't an inconvenience, Sylvester, Davis said, from the far end of the kitchen. I don't know yet, I said. The main thing is that I don't want you three to get hurt. Not after we lost Otis and some of his men last night. I think the thing to do is to stand down. Right, Davis said. Just like that, the plan is done? We lose you, we lose everything? Our last-ditch effort here doesn't count for anything? Just dumb luck and we're done here. You're still free to go, I said. Presumably. Go, survive, be free. I agree with Sylvester, for the record. Run away, Jesse said. Kudos, though, I said. In most other circumstances, this would have been the thing to do, you three. It's only because of bad luck, long associations, and a bit of crazy crossed with exhaustion that it didn't go that way. That's appreciated, S.Y., Davis said. But let's focus on doing what we need to, here. You guys went to a lot of trouble to get this professor out of there. You had plans, we talked about those plans. Things get tricky if those people there want to use the man. Let them get tricky. It's better that you guys leave unharmed than get clever about what happens with Burger. There are more professors out in the world. The Beetle rebels can still theoretically run off and drink, kick ass, be awkwardly teenager with each other, and maybe change the world just a little, you get me. I get you, Davis said. Which was good, because I wasn't sure I believed what I was saying. Getting another professor of Burger's caliber would be a Herculean effort, our chances of getting away from this weren't strong, and I worried the massive disappointment of my being captured would fracture our little faction here. They'd been betrayed by authority once. My capture would be a betrayal of their trust in me. Archie spoke, I'm interpreting your instructions from last night. I gave instructions last night. I asked. Yes, Archie said, at the same time Jesse did. About this hypothetical. I asked. Yes, Jesse said. Archie, meanwhile, only gave me a curt nod. Jesse elaborated, about what should happen if the academy came through or if things went sideways overnight, while everyone was fighting. Past Sylvester is really kicking rear, I said. Sometimes in ways that get in the way of present Sylvester. You three are getting in the way now, just a little. Let's not make the hostage situation any more tenuous. You wanted us to stall the enemy, should enemy appear when you two aren't here, Archie said. You'll need a hacksaw and 20 crown minutes to get through the chain. Or a saw and 5 crown minutes to get through the arm, but I don't see you taking a surgeon's hand off. I'd call that a good stall, assuming they want the man. We do want him, Lillian said. Archie smiled. What's the needle? Mary asked. Another stall. None of you look strong enough to drag a tall man any distance without getting tired. I'd be worried about you using Jesse or Sylvester there for slave labor, but they're looking peaked. Sylvester especially. Jesse spoke, I'll note that last night, when Sylvester was giving you instructions, we said that it mattered only up until we arrived, Jesse said. I'm gonna take a liberal interpretation here and now, Archie said, making the last 3 words sound like one. I'm gonna give these 2 kids a chance to run for it, unless you object, and I'll square off and delay by threatening to poke the professor here. We can talk, and if you two convince me you're good with how things stand, maybe I let the professor go without objection. I'm not leaving, Davis said. I spent half the night commanding the Beetle rebels and organizing misdirection, traps, and retreats, and that's something I'm never going to do again. I lost 2 years of my life from the stress of having that many lives in my hands. I'm invested now. On the chance it counts for anything, I'm staying here. Yes, Valentina said. Not yet or yup or anything like that. Only a careful yes in a polite and resigned voice. There was a bit of steel in her. They say that clever individuals surround themselves with clever people, Duncan said. I'm not too shocked to find out that the biggest human pain in the corkhole in the Crown States has surrounded himself with pain in the corkhole recruits. I love you too, Duncan, I said. Sure, S.Y., Duncan said. Really, though. I'm seeing things these days. Not a big secret. Imagining got away from me, and I imagine the lambs an awful lot, to keep me company. Yeah, S.Y., Duncan said. So, for what it's worth, that roster of lambs includes you. Standing off to one side, his eyebrows raised. Probably your mental punching bag, he said. Nah, I said. The voice of politics and social engineering, I think. Better to pick Hale, I think, he said. I had the feeling it was a knee-jerk reaction. Nah, I said. See, they don't always go away when I tell them to. Mostly they show up when they decide, these days, instead of when I piece them together. I loathe Hale because of what he did. To me, to most of you. We might not get along famously, but you place pretty well on my list of people I'm willing to have up there, tracking mud through my brain as they wander. You were one of 7.5 I was actively willing to invite in. Duncan frowned. I could see a lot going on in his eyes. They weren't watering, but there was emotion latent, picking apart what I was saying for the manipulation. Maybe a large part of it was me talking frankly about losing my mind and the role that the other Duncan had on that particular stage. Gotta say, that plays into my decision, Archie said. Deciding if you are compromised and telling me to walk away while under duress. Nope, I said, voice firm. If I need to make moving this guy clear of this city as irritating as I can, so you have more time to escape or for something to happen. No, I said. And, personally speaking, if it means I get to jab this smug black coat with a needle, I'm not so sure I mind. Ah, I said. I realized I couldn't do much about it. I looked at Mary. Don't kill him, please. Archie began depressing the plunger, much of his head and body hidden by his hostage. Mary threw one arm out, and she tossed a knife, more in Valentina's direction than in Archie's. The knife was attached to string. Her other hand flicked the string, moving it, and the projectile's course changed, flicking out to the side. The needle, only partially depressed, was struck out of Archie's hand. I saw it dawn on Valentina and Davis that they'd bitten off a bit too much, here. They backed away a bit, Davis holding his borrowed kitchen knife. Archie rose to his feet, blood was streaming from a cut on one gloved finger where the blade had clipped him as it had divested him of the syringe. Hunched over his wounded hand, he used the other to draw a large knife from his belt, approached, and stopped short when Mary threw two knives into his thighs, just above the knees. Mary's free knife, still with the cord attached, was flicked. Archie seemed to sense that the attack would follow, and moved back and clear out of the way. Then he moved forward with staggering steps, knife held up and out, clearly intent on using his longer reach and the blade to win the fight. Mary didn't have a lot of room to maneuver. The lambs and us hostages were mostly behind her, the room here wasn't large, and the tricks with string and knives needed room to flail around. Go down, you bastard, I told Archie. You'll only get hurt more. NNG, he grunted, hunching over more. The hunch was a feint. I knew that, Mary knew that. He broke out of the supposed weakness and pain by stepping forward, lunging, cutting with that oversized knife of his. But that attack in itself was a feint too. He stood straight, unfolding, no longer hunched in pain, and he had a pistol in his more injured hand. Mary's leg went out as the hand aimed. He didn't extend his arm, he kept it close to the chest, aiming from there. The very tip of Mary's toe caught the bottom of the gun and kicked it skyward. He brought the hand down, aiming, and Mary already had two blades drawn, crossed like a pair of scissors, catching the lower part of his gun hand in the crux. With a grace and fluidity that wouldn't have been out of place if this was one more attack in a series of attacks, the final reveal after a long chain of feints, he let the gun dangle from one finger in the trigger guard, his other hand going up. He dropped to his knees, hands raised. The very instant she had caught his gun hand between the two blades, he'd realized he was outmatched and surrendered. Face down on the ground, Mary ordered. Archie complied. Helen? Mary asked. Helen took over guarding Archie. Mary, meanwhile, walked over to Burger. Lillian hurried to Burger's side. Tranquilizer, Davis said. Not a full dose, judging by the fluid on the ground. How are you, Professor? Lillian asked. I feel as if my mind dropped to the bottom of a very deep well. I'm feeling vertigo from the fall, it's dark, and it's a long way to the surface, Burger said. On the upside, the pain of not having skin on half of my face is rather muted. You're mushing up your words more, I pointed out. Thank you, Sylvester. You'll have to excuse that I'm missing part of my lips and tongue. Mary checked the shackle. She checked the lock, and then the links, and worked her way down to where it connected to the sink pipe. She checked the end attached to the pipe. Lock is wooded here, too. Pipe is cast iron, Mary observed, of the pipe. Nothing to unscrew. It's all one solid piece, welded together. We could tear apart the cabinet the sink is on and try to throw the sink to the ground, destroying the pipe, but... Cast iron, Duncan observed, finishing the sentence. Buildings like this? I've seen the pictures of the houses after fires, after bombings, after other disasters, where the house is ruined, but the bones of it stand. Sometimes you see the piping just sticking up there like a skeletal tree, outlasting the rest of the house. Helen, Mary said. Can you? Twisting the chain? Can you brute force it? Helen took the chain, testing the weight of it in her hands. She gathered up a short length of it, and she proceeded to wring it. Very faintly, I could hear the protest of the metal. Progress, Mary said. Slow, Duncan observed. Probably not faster than a hacksaw. Mary stood up, wiping hands she'd dirted touching the pipe on a towel cloth. She took in the scene. It's a draw, Lillian said. Mary frowned. We take SY, we take Jessie. They keep Burger for now. We make a trade. I asked. No, Lillian said. Not a trade. We can't not bring you in, and we can't leave Burger either. You can't let us leave without Burger. Well, that doesn't sound like a very good exchange, I said. Giving up Burger for nothing. The way I see it, I gotta keep Burger, and I gotta stay free. Only way this works is if both sides leave unhappy. Bonus points if we're amicable. We'll see, Lillian said. She looked at Mary. What do you think? We'll take Mabel and this man with us, Mary said. We rendezvous in an hour, due west of here. There should be a crossroad. We meet there, we discuss, we figure something out. Gut feeling 17.3. A hike into the wet, cold woods was the last thing I wanted after the day I'd had yesterday. Worse, we weren't taking the path, but we were moving through thick brush and collections of branches. The lambs ahead of me had collected the bags they had hidden away in the spot where they had been observing our little city from. They took care to avoid breaking branches as they walked through thicker areas, and stepped where there wasn't too much mud or snow. All to avoid leaving a clear path as to where we had gone. Meanwhile, I made sure to walk into or onto every branch, every patch of snow, break every iced-over puddle. There wasn't really a logic behind it. There wasn't a deeper scheme, it wasn't step one out of however many to turn this situation around. It was just satisfying to do, and I felt more than a little bit contrarian. None of the lambs had stayed behind. We were together, and besides the addition of Mabel and Archie as hostages, we were only the lambs, together again. Good company, bad circumstance, worse weather. We can set up camp here, Mary said. Chemical stove, no fire. I think I have the tank for the chemical stove in my bag, Duncan said. It's heavy enough that it feels that way, anyhow. Someone else has the stove part. I do, Mary said. We settled in a ditch. It wasn't the right word, but I wasn't feeling charitable enough to think about what word would work. In the midst of the trees, the ground had formed a dip here, a bowl deep enough that I could stand within and I couldn't quite look out and past the top. Water had pooled at the bottom of this depression, and now that it had frozen over, that ice formed half of the floor. Down trees and large branches occupied most of the space. We found seats on the drier parts of the fallen trees, using them as benches. Duncan placed the little tank in the center, and Mary pulled the top piece and base of the little stove out of her bag, screwing them on. It was half the size of a bread box, a portable stove that I was mostly familiar with as something our team medics packed for the sake of boiling water in the field. Lillian had the foldable pot, stowed in her bag partially folded with the less used medical equipment packed within. Tea, apparently, was the first priority. In a moment, the stove was hissing and sputtering, periodic orange flames reaching out to lick at the underside or side of the pot. The smoke was clean, nothing that would attract attention. Trekking through inhospitable terrain wasn't a comfortable thing. Given the time of year, we didn't have bugs, but all the same, just about every member of the group had a bit of branch to dig out of the space where their sock met their leg, clothing adjustments to make, weight to redistribute in bags for easier carrying later, or frozen mud caked into the treads of their boots. Tea was in the works, and now the lambs cared for the small things, getting organized and comfortable. Cake? Helen asked. Limited backpack space, and you brought cake, Jessie said. You're surprised? Helen asked. It's not confectionery, that would be a mess, but it's still cake. I would love a slice, Jessie said. Me too, I said. Other lambs agreed. As resting spots went, it was good. The walls of the ditch provided some protection from wind, and the tree cover kept the precipitation away. The lamb's presence combined with that of my particular caste of lambs to make the little spot very cozy. I suspected Burger was more cozy, beyond the discomfort as he waited for the shackle to be removed from his wrist. Duncan? Lillian asked. Can you check on SY? He's looking a little pale. I frowned at that, and Lillian pretended not to notice. Jessie, Lillian said. Are you okay? No injuries? You're not too cold. I'm fine, thank you, Jessie said. Good, I'm glad. Mabel? No, you're as well as can be expected. I'm all right, Mabel said. I'm actually a little bit more comfortable than I was, now that I'm out here. I know that sounds odd, but it makes me think of camping with my brother. Do you need anything to be comfortable? Lillian asked. My legs are a touch cold, Mabel said. She was wearing a skirt, and her knees were bare. Helen supplied a blanket, one of several from the tightly folded and belted sleeping bag arrangement, and given that Mabel's hands were tied behind her back, Helen took it upon herself to get the blanket arranged. And, Helen turned to Archie. I'm fine, Archie said. The water on the little stove was already starting to form bubbles. Even the initial steam was dramatic in the cold. In just a short while, we'll go rendezvous with Sylvester's rebels, Mary said. They have Burger, we have Sylvester and Jessie. If we have to, we'll trade the pair away to get him. I'd rather go back to our original plan and have the extraction be our mission. Agreed, Lillian said. Yeah, Duncan said. They're Sylvester trained, they'll be pains in the ass, but I'd rather deal with 100 lesser Sylvester headaches than one effective, concrete Sylvester headache. 300, I said. Minus any casualties from last night. I'd really rather you didn't hurt them. I know you're capable, but at no stage in this have I really fought you guys. I saw several lambs open their mouths to protest. I jumped straight in to say, unless you're going to take issue with my playing with knives when I borrowed one of Mary's and pretended like I was going to take one of you hostage. Might, Mary said. I was pretending, I said, insistent. Either way, my point stands. I was willing to tell my guys to surrender so you wouldn't have to fight. I want everyone here to survive. I need you all to want this too. Duncan checked my temperature, then measured my heartbeat. Helen hummed as she served the tea. With as many people as we had, there weren't many containers to drink from, and the water from the pot of boiling water went quickly. As was proper, Helen served us first before preparing a fresh pot of water for the little heat source. I want us all to be on the same page, I said, and that's something that's a lot easier to say than to accomplish. I'd really like to think there's a way through this. We're very different people, Lillian said. Don't say that as if it's bad. I said, aghast. Different is good. Yes, Ashton said. It would have been easy for us to talk over him, but he'd found a moment where he could be heard. He added, I said something very similar to the new lambs before. I jumped in, we embrace each other and our peculiarities. Sometimes literally. Please leave my peculiarity unembraced, Duncan said, adjusting his belt in a way that drew attention to his groin. There was a titter of amusement from the group. I allowed him a smile. Had to. Take Archie and Mabel out of the equation, and Duncan was in a group with Mary, Lillian, Jessie, and myself. He wasn't taking himself too seriously, he was willing to be the butt of a joke for the benefit of the group, and I wanted to reward him for that. Leaving him hanging out to dry with his naughty implication and 3 girls in the area wouldn't have been a reward. Seriously though, Duncan said. Yes, different is good. Duncan continued his ministrations and care, checking I was okay. He began peeling back the bandage at my shoulder. I winced, but I was glad I didn't feel the telltale agony of the plague crawling through me. A group of very disparate members needs several things to stay strong, Mary was saying. Love, respect, honesty, caring, sharing, communication, and trust. Back to that. Yeah, I said, simply. And I forgot how this thread of conversation started. We're all very different people, everyone being on the same page, Jessie supplied. Right. Thank you, yes. I think this is doable. Mary touched on how. Communication. We need to put everything out on the table. We have hostages in earshot, Lillian said. Then Duncan and Lillian can dig into their kits and gather some earplugs. Or wax, or something. If any of you have a key press, there's soft wax in there, you know, the little boxes that you stick keys into to figure out the shape of them. Dig out the wax, jam it in Mabel's ear. Mabel looked a touch annoyed at that. That was an example, I clarified. Why do I feel like this is a trap? Mary asked. The moment we plug up the ears of the hostages, you'll reveal you have a war beast inside you, and it starts screeching or singing, and you simply clean up in the aftermath. I sighed. Duncan was poking and prodding me, Helen was serving out tea in the caps from the various dewar bottles the group had brought with them. She had cake as well, and in absence of plates, she was depositing the cake directly into hands. It looked like new citrus and poppy seed. I'll get dirty and sticky, Ashton complained. Lick your fingers clean, Helen instructed him. That won't be enough, Ashton said, sounding as annoyed as he ever got. Not that he got annoyed. Then lick better, Helen instructed him. Ashton proceeded to eat his slice of cake with all of the enthusiasm of a prisoner on death row walking to the gallows. Helen, meanwhile, sat down across from Jessie, Mabel, Archie, and myself. She didn't blink, watching each of us. I'd proposed things, only to discover there was no trust. No sharing, no communication, no honesty about true feelings and allegiances, no respect, no love. This wasn't anything that would properly stand under any real scrutiny. Archie and Mabel were listening, more or less quiet, listening in. Could I afford to risk it? We met the real Mary Coburn, I said. Tea sippers stopped mid-sip. Cake eaters coughed with crumbs in their mouths. Only Archie and Mabel remained blissfully unaware. It was a thing, I said, simply. It was, Jessie said. I could see Mary's phantom cluing me into Mary's thought process as she composed herself. She was even angry at this stage. Too targeted toward my weak points, too convenient in timing, Mary said. Yeah, I said. I'm always less believable when I'm telling the truth. I glanced down at my tea. Helen, still unblinking, took it, and she dutifully gave me a drink from the cup she'd placed beside me, tipping back a small amount of the contents. I looked at the cake, and she gave me cake. That's a fiction, Sylvester, Mary said. I think you once made yourself appear to be bad at that, so you could introduce ambiguity, and it became a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. Easily possible, I said. Mary Coburn? Lillian asked. The last we heard of her was. She was sent off by Percy, I said. The last proper mention of her was in Percy's notes in the Lamb's adventure journals from the 10th day of the 5th month of 1921, Jessie said. I can't get away from that man, Lillian said. He's still dead. He doesn't have any power, I said. But everyone leaves a ripple of effect and consequence when they do something. Percy's still rippling. So is Mary Coburn. I don't think those ripples have a lot of influence. Mr. and Mrs. Block, Archie spoke, interrupting the flow of conversation. Dang it. Archie, I said. You said something about those people back in the city. Archie, I said. No. Ignore those people. Trust me when I say you really shouldn't want to know any of this. All those times I told our people to just run, to surrender, to let things happen? Doesn't sound good, but I was really trying to protect them. I'm really trying to protect you now. Oh my lords, Lillian said, her eyes widening. The Block. Well, cat's out of the bag now, I commented, glancing at Jessie. Had to find its way out sometime, Jessie said. Sometimes you can just tie it really, really tight, I said. Sometimes you need that cat secured. Sometimes there's not really another choice. You followed the lead Emmett gave you to the Block, Lillian said. You found the real Mary Coburn. He was dealing with the Academy in a very illicit capacity. Corruption. In a way, I said. Off to the side, Helen was supplying Jessie with tea. Ashton now held a cup for Mabel. Archie had declined taking anything. That explains why you said Duncan would theoretically react worse to this news than I would. He isn't as inured to that side of things. He holds the upper rungs of the Academy in higher regard than I do. I'm not as fragile as you're making me out to be, Duncan said. Lillian shook her head. I'm not trying to make you out to be fragile, I'm interpreting things through Sylvester's very warped perspective. Hey. And trying to work backwards to work this out. Corruption of a deeper scale could matter, Lillian said. She looked to Mary for confirmation. Mary, who had taken a seat on a branch, looked lost in thought. Sylvester said you were liable to defect, Ashton pointed out, for Duncan. Can we please stop entertaining Sylvester's delusion as if it's fact? Duncan asked. The group continued talking. I turned my attention toward getting more tea and cake from Helen. If I didn't eat something resembling breakfast now, I'd be useless later in the day. Thank you, I told Helen. She said. I met her eyes, taking a look at her, trying to see if anything about the current discussion resounded with her. I didn't find anything resounding, and that wasn't too much of a surprise. What I did notice was that one of her fingers was moving. It was like an involuntary muscle twitch at one ring finger, the finger moving so little that it was barely noticeable. Had it been a pencil instead of a finger, that small range of movements might have sufficed for a single small punctuation mark. Helen could control her body on a fine level in order to perform her acts, that was ordinary enough. She had masterful control over every single part of her body, over tension of skin and how open her pores were. Her circulatory system could deliberately slow down or speed up. To better serve her when she was the beast rather than the beauty, she was able to fall still. On the flip side, however, being too still and perfect posed a danger if it broke her cover and made her look less human. She was too good for that. In most other circumstances, I might have explained that tremor away as an affectation on someone who was almost entirely affectation. But it was so small and isolated it shouldn't have mattered. Why only that part? And it was here, in the company of the lambs, where she could be more herself, insofar as she was ever herself. I looked up at Helen. I studied her, in contrast to the phantom that lurked just behind her shoulder. A dozen deviations and odd elements added up. They lined up like a constellation. Sylvester, Lillian said. I turned my attention away from Helen. I hated that Lillian was using my full name like that. Yes, Lillian. I asked. I'll bite. If there's a deeper explanation, now's the time. Bit of a rabbit hole, I told her. Putting it mildly. Sure, Sylvester, Lillian said. I think the thing to do, then, I said, checking again with Jessie for confirmation. Would be for two intrepid volunteers, perhaps Helen and Ashton, to block the ears of our two guests, ensuring they don't hear anything. Helen got up from her seat, wordless. I visualized all of the details and factors, the fact that her nails were worn down, when they were supposed to be pristine, the way she was hovering near me, when there were others deserving of cake and tea. Yes, she gave Jessie some. But she gave me her attention. See me. I heard Helen, but Helen hadn't spoken. I turned my head. She was dressed in charcoal grey-black. Helen, hands clasped behind her, her expression dead in a way she rarely wore anymore. She wore a slip of a dress in a strange rendition of the flapper style, with hose that was patterned in a fancy way. More importantly, however, the Helen I was looking at was only 11 years old, if I had to guess. Frey stood just behind her, one hand on each of Helen's shoulders. Save me, the dark, childish Helen said. What am I supposed to do? I could look at her, and I knew that she was a figment of my imagination. Countless underlying elements, snippets of conversation recalled as only the sentiment, broad strokes memory becoming intuition becoming a sense of cadence, approach and muscle memory toward her and those things relating to her. She was familiar to me on a level words couldn't fully articulate. I'd molded myself around the lambs, to better assist them, to move in lockstep with them. I had made mention of the key press before, of the wax imprint that a keymaker would take into his workshop. Then that same keymaker would file away at the real block of metal until it fit the imprint and matched the key. I'd filed away at parts of myself since I could remember, to better work with them. I had adapted and worked hard, and I'd attended classes, and scarcely 5 minutes ever went by where the lambs didn't cross my memory. It's not confectionery, the little Helen said. I looked away from her to Frey. Why are you here? I asked. Why again, Frey? Is it the rule that when you show up, things go ass backwards in short order? Last time you were trying to tell me about the lambs being in town, signaling the dress colors. Or you were interfering and distracting, clouding matters. But whether you were helping or hurting, I can't see why you're here, when it's clear the little Helen is already trying to communicate a message. SY. Another prod from Jessie. Another jerk back to reality, taking my focus off of Helen. They were waiting, expectant, even looking a little concerned. Helen and Ashton were ready to cover the ears. I would have given the okay, but you usually like to handle this, Jessie said. Yeah, I said. Yeah. Go ahead. The hands went up, blocking the ears of our hostages. Mary Coburn, as we saw her, was the falconer, a young noble in the charge of the Lord Infante, modified heavily. What? Lillian asked. Not unique to her. It's the case for all nobles. Selected from the crop that's sent to the block, modified, indoctrinated. There is no family tree, they get allocated to locations with histories made up based on how high quality they end up. There is no crown, really, because the academy controls the process. Many of the nobles don't know, and if they were to find out, it's not out of the question that it could spark an internecine conflict between crown and academy as they cease working together with the top dogs each feeling smugly superior of the other. Sylvester, wait, stop, let me interrupt you. You're not interrupting. I was more or less done. You can't know, SY, Lillian said. Then she corrected it, Sylvester. That's it. I asked. No? All right then. That's that. Helen and Ashton can put their hands down now. SY, be fair, Jessie told me. It's not done, Lillian said. You're just not making sense. It comes across like a head game. I knew that if I argued, Lillian would push back. There was a wall between us and too many things threatened to make it taller and wider. I focused on the others. Mary was lost in thought, and to all appearances, it was a deep well of thought. I tended to think of Mary as being a wild animal barely tamed. The hawk was a common parallel, but I could also think of her as a cat, or a wild horse brushed and beautiful. Movement, power, danger, and nobility were all inherent in those interpretations. She wore an adult woman's winter coat and a violet dress, her dark brown hair done up with a brooch and ribbon at the back. Her makeup was light but effective. If she had a failing in how she portrayed herself, it was that she could be rigid if she wasn't mindful of it. She could act, given a push to do so, and she was fair at it, but she wasn't emotive, and she didn't betray much when she fixated on the job. But I could remember Mary sleeping beside me, her face almost completely different, or the look on her face back in the day when she'd changed while I was in the room, the lines of her mouth and neck and shoulders all relaxing in a way nobody else got to see. I could look at her now, and I could see the facade breaking, but there wasn't a smile on the other side. This time, on the face of someone who killed without a second thought, a kind of recognition of death. Mary had always yearned for family. More than I did, in a way, because what I sought wasn't family, exactly. She had been a member of the bad seeds and that hadn't hit the mark. She'd sought out the lambs, and she might have found something there, except Gordon had left her, then Jamie, then me. I was put in mind of the very young girl who had been in tears as she sought consolation from her puppeteer. He had said a command phrase to induce something. Hale's interpretation of it had been a kind of mini-seizure, interrupting the processes and trains of thought at work. I remembered how she'd reached out for my hand. How very lost she'd been. That was still there, beneath the surface. It was perhaps the fuel that kept her particular furnace burning. I was taken with her from the beginning, I told Mary, fully aware I was giving clues to our hostages. It took me a while to figure out why. Mary looked away, her expression one of concern. Then concern became faint upset, and she turned her back, hands straightening her clothes, as she ostensibly made sure nobody was drawing clothes. You'd wanted to dance with her, Jessie said. I did. I gestured. Lillian, attention pointed to Mary, hurried to her best friend's side, putting an arm around her, another hand taking Mary's in her own. When she spoke, it was into Mary's ear, in serious whispers. I could have eavesdropped or tried to lip-read, fine-tuned my hearing. I didn't. I looked at Duncan. I'm not going to defect, Duncan said. I'm not even pushing you to, I told him. Okay, he said. Thank you. Briefly, his expression was the closest thing I'd seen to a natural, not smug smile from him in the time I'd known him. It didn't seem like a happy smile. Maybe that was why it looked more natural. If so, what did that say about me? His eyes, too. I watched as they moved left and right, as if he was taking it all in. Not the things most pertinent to him, but the greater picture. And then there was Helen and Ashton. I wanted so badly to go to Helen, to hold her hand, and to try to figure out what I'd been caught up in earlier, when my thoughts had run away from me. Unfortunately, I was tied up, quite literally. Ambiguously figuratively. As for Ashton. This is a secret, by the way, Ashton. Ashton nodded. Feeling very out of the loop, Mabel said. Her ears had been uncovered. I know the least here. I know, I said. I'll see what I can do to gently fill you in later. It's dangerous knowledge to have, Jessie said, stressing that for the lambs in earshot. For now, though, I'm kind of hoping the lambs understand where you and I are coming from, Jessie. When it comes to Burger, we need him. We need him for Project Caterpillar. Jessie took that in, looking very concerned in the moment. I never asked for that. But we need it, I said. And we need him to get leverage and have access to the tools we need. We have a faction, information, and a game plan we've been working on for a year, that's 90% complete. I want to make a better future. We don't get that with the crown being what it is. Okay, Lillian said. It didn't look like Mary wanted to talk. Lillian considered for a moment, then said, I don't want to speak for the others, but I'm reasonably confident in this. We need Burger more. This issue you referred to earlier. Jessie asked. The Infante is declaring parts of the Crown states unsalvageable, Lillian said. Whole regions, because they have plague, or they're close to places with plague. Or cities with high rebel populations, out of concern that they're deliberately spreading the illness. I don't think that's true, I said. It doesn't feel rebel. Timelines don't match up. They don't, and it doesn't, Lillian said. At least, we don't think so. We talked to the Duke, insofar as he can talk. He told us he was concerned the Infante wouldn't stop until he had all of the Crown states sealed and burned to the ground. I looked at Jessie. We'd heard something like that. The Duke told us the Infante might lose every single last one of the super weapons in the Crown states. My heart dropped out of my chest at that. Every city and every town within a short distance of the academies themselves has one. That wasn't what we'd heard before. If we can get Burger to the Duke of Francis, he can revive him, and there'll be an effective voice of dissent in play, Mary said. The Duke is of a lower station but not so low he can be ignored. He has resources, and if the Infante wants to preserve any appearance of propriety, he'll have to stop or wait. That's the mission. I think we get dibs, Duncan said. Gut feeling 17.4. We walked, Helen keeping one hand on me and one hand on Jessie, guiding us. Instead of disappearing into the thickest part of the woods, we were working our way into more open space. It meant I was walking face first into less branches, but it also meant the snow was a little bit deeper. Not that it was deep, but my hands remained tied behind my back, the ground was wet and fairly soft, and it took only one misstep for myself to slip and fall. You're really going to fight us on this? Lillian asked. I'm not fighting, I said. I'm stressing that it's not as cut and dry as you're saying. Burger is a commodity at this point. His knowledge, his expertise, his access. He may be the only person who can help the Duke, and we need the Duke to sway the Infante, Lillian said. I had to watch my footing. From an exhaustion standpoint, I was at a stage where everything felt deceptively light and airy. Maybe, I said, sway. No guarantees. You don't sound certain. Listen, I understand that you want to help Jesse, Lillian said. Which is something he didn't actually discuss with me in advance, Jesse pointed out. Either way, you can't equate trying to stop the Infante from going crazy and leveling half of the Crown States to whatever scheme you had in play. I can, I said. I can even favorably compare the two ideas. The Duke is a lunatic. He might be the most sane lunatic of the bunch, but you won't get more control over the situation by throwing him into the mix. What would you propose? Lillian asked. She didn't ask it in a way that sounded like she was very receptive to anything I might suggest. I'm proposing that you have a sit-down with Professor Burger. Get the details on how to help the Duke, pass it on if you absolutely have to, and let other doctors put it into practice. We keep the professor, and maybe Jesse and I escape your custody and bring Burger with us. There are so many things wrong with that, Lillian started. She paused. Even the question of how much it would hurt the lambs to have you slip away again, during such a sensitive time, put that aside, what about the fact that they probably wouldn't even let us near a doctor or let those doctors near the Duke? Do you think they'll let Burger near the Duke? If the man could be fixed, they would have fixed him already. They're keeping him sick and brain dead for a reason. Because the Infante wants free reign. Giving you Burger so you can hand Burger over to the Infante would threaten the man, if he can even be threatened. It would introduce a complication and a hassle he'd sooner remove from the picture. That's a lot of selfing assumptions on your part, Lillian said. May Jesse started, at the same time I said, I'm. We both stopped, and we looked at each other. Floor is yours, I said. Thank you, Jesse said. I'd like to interject and ask for the discussion to stop and cool down. It's been the two of you going back and forth for a little while now. We all know there are feelings in the background that are playing a role here. That's unfair, Lillian said. But she said it too quickly, emotion in her voice, and she seemed to realize that her denial had only proved the point, given how it was posed. She made a face and fell silent. Take a minute. We'll discuss before we get Burger, or even after, and I'd very much like to do it as lambs if Lillian, Mary, Helen, Ashton, and Duncan are okay with that. As a singular group. I don't know if that's possible, Mary said. If it's not, then I understand, Jesse said. But I'd like to give it an honest shot. After we've cooled off. Jesse's calm was of a very different sort than Helen's or Mary's. Helen's calm was that of a predator, settling in before it struck out for its prey. Mary's calm was colder, born of restraint, discipline, and confidence. Even back with the first Jamie, there'd always been this sentiment that whatever else happened, he was the rock I could cling to in stormy seas. A constant in uncertain water. At least, he had been until he'd been the rock I'd broken myself against. Jamie and now Jesse had alternated between being the rock to cling to and the rock I was flung against, with a tendency toward the cling part in recent weeks and months. Jesse's calm was, as I saw it, born of experience and careful assessment with all of the facts in hand. It was a calm that was very easy to share with others. Lillian and I put our debate aside for the moment. We walked, each of us on different sides of the group. I looked back at where Duncan and Ashton were managing Archie and Mabel, keeping an eye on them while keeping them out of earshot. Duncan looked so down. Poor guy. I was sincere in thinking it, but it still felt weird, because it was Duncan. He was a lamb, but he was still a pain in the ass. Was this how the others thought of me? While Lillian and I cooled off, so to speak, Helen spoke. I like your clothes, Jesse. Thank you. You're very well put together. Very stylish. You look smart. I try, Jesse said. I'm a little rumpled right now. You're fine. Tell me, where did you get your style? Where? I'm not sure I understand. When I was young, Ibit hired people to dress me and do my hair. Then he told me to learn. I was introduced to beautiful women. The wives of aristocrats, models, actresses, singers. I was supposed to study them, their mannerisms, what they wore, how they did their makeup. Jamie wrote about that. I imagine he did, Helen said. She smiled. I wish he was here. I would have liked to see him grow up. I wish I could have met him in person, myself, Jesse said. I can't remember if I ever told him, but up until a certain point, I was only copying. I think I got some things wrong. I didn't quite have an eye for beauty. And then I did. It was around the time we lost Jamie, as a matter of fact. When you were burned. Yes. We were fighting Avis and I was burned, and I spent some time in bed, with Professor Ibit looking after me. He was very upset about the burns, and he showed me my own face in a mirror. I remember thinking about the things I'd need to do if I needed to hide or conceal the burns. I thought about all of the people I was copying, and in the middle of it, I understood it. I started to become me. I was secretly excited about it, and then I was troubled by Jamie being gone, and others were troubled, and I couldn't talk about it. See me, I thought. A lot went on with Helen, and we didn't see it because she was so self-sufficient, so capable on her own. She didn't cling to us or reach out to others like many of us reached out for each other, but you reportedly acted out in the early days. To be funnier or more accommodating, be warmer, to help the other lambs, Jessie said. Yes. I paid a lot of attention to them, too. And now I'm paying attention to you. I'm wondering, Jessie dear, are you copying, using that marvelous brain of yours, or are you you? I'm more me than I was, I think, Jessie said. I was a bad copy of Jamie before. Not so bad, I said, quiet. Jessie smiled. That doesn't answer my question, Helen said. I'm copying, Jessie said. But I think most people do. Fashion and style are an art and only a few people are artists. You became the artist that Ibit wanted you to be. I have a ways to go, and I likely won't ever get there. Who was your inspiration? Women I used to notice and admire, Jessie said. I would see them around Radham and notice them. Often it was because they were reading books when I saw them, and I would think it would be nice to talk about books with them. Sometimes they looked educated or intelligent. 9 women I've noticed who fit that same general category, that I've seen over the years. I would run into some several times and I'd remember them, and I could track how their style and how they changed. I took the parts I liked most of each. It's a little bit too adult, but I do think it works for you, Helen said. Did you fancy them? Fancy? Jessie asked. She looked surprised. I don't know. I don't think so. Not like I fancy and fancied SY. Lillian reacted a little bit to that, and she tried to hide her reaction. She was momentarily very interested in the trees all around us. Of course you didn't fancy those women like you fancy SY, Helen said. He's SY. He's someone you know, and he's someone you're fond of. Just like Lillian knows SY and is fond of SY and fancies him so very much. Helen, Lillian said. Let's let that lie. And SY knows Lillian and is fond of Lillian, and he fancies Lillian. He clearly knows you and is fond of you and fancies you, Jessie. I'd like to think so, Jessie said. Sometimes I think SY fancies anyone wearing a skirt. I'm a little more discerning than that, I said. Jessie, though, was smiling. Teasing. SY most definitely does turn his head for virtually anyone who wears a skirt, Helen said. Again, I'd like to stress that I'm a little discerning. But he holds a special place in his heart for us. He's fond of you too and he's fond of me, but I think any fancy for me is balanced by him being scared of me. He fancies Mary and I don't know why he doesn't follow that fancy, but I think it might be because he's scared of her or he's scared of himself. I'm not scared of nothing, I said. I was joking, but I could see what Helen was doing. In the midst of a group dynamic where there were definite rifts in the group, old feelings having long broken things apart, our wagon of goods in shambles behind us, Helen was reaching out and trying to bridge the divides. Humor would help ease the worst of the tensions, I hoped. Even if Lillian gets frustrated and hurt, or if Mary shoots SY, or if SY runs away from you, we're still all very close, Helen said. Whatever SY does, he does for reasons, and he most certainly cares. He lost his mind a few times. Usually when it came to saying goodbyes, Jessie said. I'll have you know I didn't lose it. I knew exactly where I put it. I just didn't want to bother with it and all of the stuff that was going on, so I let it do its own demented thing. Except maybe the hill I set it down on was a little too steep, and so when it got rolling, it rolled a little too hard, too far. Sure, SY, Jessie said. And you might never meet someone you can be sweet on as much as you're sweet for each other, and I might never have a tart quite so good as the one I enjoyed in the tall man's shop in New Amsterdam. Ashton might always think fondly about the morning on the 3rd day of the 6th month of this year, when the pollen from the flower fields and the rain from the night before mixed and the trees and the grass were painted blue because of it, and the temperature was just perfect. Duncan dreams of me and he thinks about the girl with the large chest in his higher design class. Ugh, Lillian said. Did I hear you say my name? Duncan called out, from the tail end of the group. And he thinks of you, Lillian, just a bit, because of admiration and because he spends time with you. We're all tied down and tied to the things around us and we want to protect those things, I think. And even though we're not supposed to, I think a lot of us would give our lives for others in the group, as a one-for-one trade. So when you're talking about what to do with Burger, I think it's important to keep this in mind. It's not that simple, I said. It's simpler than you're making it out to be. There's a reason I turned Mary away, way back when, and there's a reason it didn't work out with Lillian. I'm a liar and a manipulator, I'm someone who pushes boundaries, targets weak points. It's not terribly healthy. You can still get along. When you get upset, you stop, you step back, and you think of happier times before you try again. It's not that easy, Lillian said. I think it can be. You close your eyes, you think of the other person, and of skin, and bodily fluids. We started protesting. The words almost drowned her out. And teeth, and squeezing, and less common bodily fluids. The protests became sufficiently loud and unified to mask the sound of Helen's voice. She gestured, several times, and it seemed she was willing to stop there. The protests died down. No more about bodily fluids, Helen said. I understand. Thank you, Lillian said. She was blushing pink. I feel like we missed something, Duncan said. Caught up? Jessie asked. You all slowed down while you were shouting at each other, Duncan said. It didn't look like serious discussion. It wasn't, Lillian said. Helen was being rude. And wrong, I said. My point is. Helen, no, I said. Love each other like I love pastry. Enjoy being together like I enjoy an eclair. Savor the moments. Now you're just going ahead and being naughty again, I said. She is. Mabel asked. There were murmurs of agreement among the lambs. She really likes cake and confectionery, Duncan said. Just, take my word for it. Helen started talking again, and we jumped straight into drowning her out and protesting. At this stage, it was mostly for fun. Funner still to see Mabel's eyes widen some as she caught Helen talking, and when Helen's tongue extended a foot out of her mouth. Still engaged, we passed through a cluster of trees and reached the field where the beetle rebels were waiting. Our protests dropped away, which meant Helen was the last one to fall silent, leaving us only with all of the cream filling. Every last bit. And then I nibble. She was good at speaking with her tongue extended like that. She made a show of drawing it back into her mouth. Lillian was flushed red, which was nice to see, and as it turned out, Mabel wasn't a blusher, but she apparently was one to freeze. One of the three universal reactions, out of fight, flight, and freeze. 100 feet separated the lambs from the beetle rebels. They were on guard. We were, as a result of a much easier conversation than the one we'd been having, quite relaxed. Can we negotiate this after? Lillian asked. No tricks? No shenanigans. I'll keep them to a minimum, I said. No hidden ploys? Lillian asked. Nothing long-term either. No, Jessie said. I want to be able to trust you too, Lillian said. Mary reacted to that. She was still very quiet, all in all. She'd spoken up to shout Helen down, but she seemed caught up in her own thought processes, still. Only fair, but I did have to wonder. A good show of trust would be to undo our restraints, Jessie said. I think it has been a marvelous show of trust to not gag you too, Lillian said. I'll remind you there was strategy there, Mary said. That too, Lillian said. Strategy? I asked. Lillian explained, so long as you are talking, you're much less likely to get up to trouble. If we tied you up and gagged you by shoving I don't know. You know, I thought, looking at Lillian and the phantom that mirrored her. A sock into your mouth, and then tying it in place, then you'd turn all your focus toward turning your pocket lint into something to cut your bonds with. I'm not magic, I said. No, Mary said. But you're a talker. Lies, I said. Lies, balderdash and fuckery. I'll give you a 90-minute speech right here and right now, off the cuff, to tell you why it's wrong. Haha, Lillian said. I think Helen broke his mind with the discussion of how she'd remove the cream filling from the pastry, Jessie said. He's farther gone than I've ever seen him. He actually thinks he's being funny right now. The group laughed, Mabel included. Even Archie wore a faint smile. I smiled as I turned my focus toward the beetle rebels. Mauer stood at the head of the crowd with Davis and Valentina. BEA was there, as was Gordon II. There had to be 100 students present. With everyone bundled up against the cold, the individual factions and tribes were hard to pick out. I had to look at boots and pants, at the style of scarf and hat, and extrapolate from there. BEA wore a red scarf with pins in it, and stood next to a girl with antlers. I could suss out a fair number of the rooftop girls and delinquent boys from that crowd. I was immensely glad to see Rudy at one edge of the crowd. He was with Possum, and he sat in a chair. It was clear from the bandages that they had carved away far too much, but somewhere along the line they had gotten ahead of the plague. Entire muscle groups were absent now. It was the kind of comprehensive work that virtually guaranteed that, even with high-quality care, he wouldn't ever be himself again. It would be years before any replacement parts stopped feeling alien, and years more before it felt natural to use those replacement parts. With lower or even moderate quality care, it stood to be much like Mauer's experience. Chronic pain, phantom sensations, replacement parts that were ugly or inelegant in execution. It didn't look like he was shedding any tears. Rudy looked dead serious, and Possum looked divided between focusing on him and focusing on the rest of us. One of her friends from the kitchen was with her. Cut me loose? It'll come across better, I said. Mary and Lillian exchanged glances. Come on, I'm not going to run, I said. I've still got to redeem myself after Jessie's last barb. More of a jab than a barb, Jessie said. It was slander. And I need my hands free or those guys are going to be militant. The president cut his teeth on military tactics last night. He hated it, Mabel said. He told me. He might have hated it, but he did fine, by all reports. Better than fine. He did, Mabel said. And people told him he did fine. He might have hated it, but he's a clever lad, and there isn't anyone, guy or girl, who can lead an army, keep most of his people alive and get the job done, and not feel accomplished about it. There's a kind of power that comes with realizing your capability with something like that. Like the first time you get mugged and walk away with the mugger's wallet. That's not normal, Lillian said. I'm actually kind of surprised you managed that. You struggle a lot when caught off guard without superior weapons on hand, Jessie said. Did you have a gun? It's not important, I said. Point is, he's going to be in a mood. Not a bad one, either. A decisive one. Come here, Mary said. I provided her my hands. She cut away the razor wire and ribbon. I flexed my hands for a moment, testing them to make sure there had been no circulation problems, and then raised a hand. I signaled the president, and beckoned him to come closer. We approached as a group, meeting in no man's land between the two sides, and the president brought his own retinue. Valentina, the treasurer, Gordon II, BEA, and 2 delinquents. Some of Archie's people were in tow as well, but they hung further back. Where's Burger? Mary asked. We hit him, Davis said. I think we did a pretty good job. I know you're all infiltrators, you're investigators, and you're assassins. It's going to take you time, all the same. Davis, I said. I know you're proud of whatever system or hiding place you worked out, but we don't need it. We reached a deal. I'm not so sure about that, he said. Be sure. Or, better yet, just accept that I'm the boss. You looked happy out there. Too happy. Laughing. That's the unfortunate effect of being around old friends, I said. Who just so happen to be on the wrong side now. Let's agree to disagree about which side is right or wrong, Duncan chimed in. My concern, Davis said, and he spoke in a very measured way, is, the little red-haired one. I looked back at Ashton. When we started the pheromone project, you mentioned him. I also mentioned I'm immune. You're acting out of character, Davis said. It's impossible to ever know what the Academy has up its sleeve, I may have to assume malfeasance. We are the malfeasance. It's what we're all about. It's why we're rebels. S.Y., Jesse said. Be nice. You know what he means. I'm being nice. Davis. Let it be. We're fine. We've come to an equilibrium. We have. Ashton asked. One of the lambs shushed him. For the time being, take Mabel and Archie. Get Burger. Bring him to the dining hall. We'll walk there with you. No hostilities, no threats. You told us all to assume traps, to trust our gut. You outlined specific procedures in case of hostages. If we're doing patrols and we see someone suspicious, you outlined what we do if supply chains are broken. Yes, I said. I forget exactly what I said, but I'm confident past Sylvester did it with the best of intentions. But I know, even if I forget the particulars, that I would have said that if all else fails, pass it up the ladder. And up the ladder from you is, well, Jesse and I. BEA cut in, if you're that vital and if you're the last line of defense, you really shouldn't get captured. Thank you, BEA. We will keep that in mind going forward. For now, gather everyone. You can sit around the perimeter of the dining hall in the main building, you can keep guns pointed at us every step of the way and you can shoot us if anything untoward happens. He frowned. He had only just gotten to get a taste of leadership. It hadn't been a flavor he'd liked, conflict and military, but the leadership itself. I imagined he was keen on it. Now I was asking him to disregard it and set aside basic common sense. We'll do it, Valentina said. The student council vice president. The heartbreaker. More emotion-driven than logic-driven. The deciding factor. The treasurer was nodding along, and nobody was disagreeing with her. Davis, the student council president, was standing tall, trying to hide his indignation. He'd tried to take a stand as leader and he'd been cut down by committee. If Jesse and I stayed with this group, that would have to be something we balanced. Come on then, Davis said. We'll fetch the professor. Pass a message ahead for someone to rush to the kitchen. I asked. Get the kettles going, ovens burning. We'll need a proper breakfast, and some pastries. Yeah, Davis said. I'll pass it on. His group turned around and rejoined the mob, our small army of beetle rebels. He's disappointed, Jesse said. He almost resembles you, S.Y., when you were newer to this, less mature. How's that? I asked. He had a plan, and it kills him that he doesn't get to execute it. He's relegated to being a messenger boy. I remember you being disappointed on several occasions you didn't get the spotlight you wanted. Ah, I said. Yeah. Something to watch out for. To be sure, I said. Remind me. We started walking to the tail end of the group. They looked pretty damn suspicious, collectively. You're acting as if there's an easy answer to this, Lillian said, after he was out of earshot. But it isn't. There isn't. We can't split Burger down the middle. If you keep him, we're powerless to stop the Infante. If we keep him, you're powerless to help Jesse. We'll figure something out, I said. If you're sure, Lillian said. I'm not sure, I thought. Jesse's countdown was ticking down, and it wasn't the only thing I was worried about. Mary was giving me a curious look, now. You have something in mind, don't you? Mary asked. Yes. But not a scheme, I said. And not an easy answer. She said. She was still so quiet. Not that she had ever been a chatterbox. She had perhaps learned that lesson the night I'd met her, when she had interrogated me. Stitched lips betrayed no weaknesses. It was something of a relief to pass through the outskirts of Sedge and into the central area where our buildings were clustered. Bystanders and old hunters and curmudgeons watched through windows as we trailed behind the small beetle army. Burger was already waiting at the main table. Students were crowded within, and voices bounced off of the walls. The shackle had been cut off, I noted, but someone with a bayonet stood behind him, keeping him secure. There were a few hundred students in the vicinity watching him, which didn't help matters either. Rudy had been brought over to the kitchen, and he was situated where he could see and talk to Possum while still having a view of the rest of the room. One of his arms was missing at the elbow. The other was missing half of its muscles, looking as scrawny as the arm of a child half Rudy's age. His legs weren't much better, and if I had to guess, neither was his body. 2 students kept on checking on him. Possum, I called out. Tea, she asked me. She looked nervous. Please. And a pastry, and some breakfast. I'm famished. She looked increasingly nervous at that. Why so nervous? Had Davis told her to do something? Jessie elbowed me. I looked down at her, and then I looked up, before the thoughts clicked. It was so easy to forget the little things in the midst of chaos and a broken routine. And hold the poison, I told Possum. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she said, more to herself than to me. I found my seat beside Jessie, across from Mary and Lillian. Helen sat at my side, and the smaller Helen Phantom sat just a little further down. Duncan and Ashton were sitting by Mary at the other end of the table. I was reminded of Lambsbridge Orphanage. The clamor in the morning, the crowd, being shoulder to shoulder. And here we are, Berger said. He sounded like he'd taken some drugs for pain. His face was still entirely made up of bloody bandages. Finally ready to negotiate. In a way, I said. We needed to hash some things out, and I think my people won't be entirely easy with how this has played out until we get something more concrete. Measurable. Here it comes, Mary said. You get Berger. You do what you need to do, I said. Lillian set her lips. In exchange, I'd like to make a deal with you. A deal. 2 lambs, I said. 2 of you, gone. Blame it on the plague. They helped Jessie and I out. Gut feeling 17.5. Oh no, Jessie said, moving her glasses up before putting her face in her hands. 2 lambs, I said, repeating myself for good measure. I made sure to look each and every one of the lambs in the eye. It took me a second to recall that some of the ones I was looking at weren't alive or in the city. Now I'm wishing I hadn't intentionally missed, earlier, Mary said. No, Sylvester, Lillian said. Yes, Lil, I said. Things need to be done, we're making a massive sacrifice to enable you to try to wrangle Berger and the Duke, and frankly, I'm wanting to prioritize the little time I have left, so I don't want to take any big steps backward. If I'm giving this up, I want something equitable. You're our captives, Mary said. Will someone tell me what I'm missing? Berger asked. He looked and sounded as though he was down to one last nerve, and we were doing a good job of provoking it. His face was still heavily bandaged, his words still mangled. A number of crises demand attention, Duncan said. A very real crisis at home, and size, ongoing existence as the architect of crises. I would argue, but I can't quite disagree, I said. What's the crisis at home? Berger asked. Lillian leaned forward. The plague is spreading. In the last several days, several cities have been written off. The Infante may be looking to write off the Crown States. I was careful to watch Berger. I saw him drum his fingertips on the table. It seems you're not very surprised, Jessie said. Dang it. I would have liked to see how Berger played it without the prompt. I'm not so surprised, Berger admitted. Lillian spoke, her voice low. It's the hope of the lambs that we can take you off of Sylvester's hands and that you'd be able to help the Duke find his voice again. With luck, perhaps he could convince the Infante. Berger made a sound that might have been a laugh or a snort. Given the state of his face, the line between the two was ambiguous. I could see how crestfallen Lillian was at that noise. Laugh or snort, it wasn't what she wanted to hear. The Infante does what the Infante wants, Berger said. As far as he's concerned, the good Duke of Francis is as far below him as the Baron was below the Duke. The noble of higher standing might allow the lesser noble to speak, but chances are good they've already made up their mind. To be approached by a noble and receive unasked for advice? I wouldn't say it never happens, but it's rare. Rarer still that the advice in question would be listened to. Lillian diminished just a little bit further at that. There has to be something we can do, she said. There is, Berger said. But it won't be as direct as you're imagining. The Duke of Francis knows people, and if his interests align with yours, which I think they do, he'll do just that. But things are rarely simple. I'll need assistance to get close enough to him to try fixing him, and you'll be that assistance. We'll need to cooperate to get the right words to the right people, and again, you'll play a part. This is not impossible. Improbable, Lillian said. The Duke of Francis can talk, Duncan said. He asked for Wyvern, and we provided it. He seems better every time we see him, not that the Infante knows. Ah, Berger said. Is that a problem? Duncan asked. No. But it was a risk. There was a chance it would have exacerbated the damage to his brain. He chose to make the gamble when he asked you. A gamble on 2 fronts, as it was something the Infante might have figured out, on top of being something that could have cost him the remainder of his life or faculties. He outlined the danger the Infante posed, Duncan said. He wanted to wait until you were back before making a play. We were looking for Sylvester, and we were just in the next town over when word came down of the quarantine here. I expect that everything that the Duke of Francis told you is material he tried to communicate to me, in the limited times we were together and unobserved, Berger said. Since that discussion, I've come to believe that the Infante may have had a hand in the sudden and abrupt spread of plague here. He was responsible for this. Jessie asked. What we saw in the city? I'm not sure. But this disaster was manufactured in a manner that none of the others I've seen were. All down the main street, I said. As if they were fed it. Are the rebel groups capable? Marginally, Berger said. Are they willing or wanting? I don't believe so. I'd be more certain if I knew what the news was in other cities. For now, I'm only willing to say that it looks like someone powerful, with resources and desire. I do believe you've struck on the topic of his aim and desire. I want this to be another one of Sylvester's bad jokes, Duncan said. No joking, I said. Berger spoke, there's too much we don't know. I don't believe the Duke of Francis wants to grievously harm the Crown States. If anything, he relishes the challenges the rebels pose. For now, I'll content myself with hurrying to the side of my noble, provided you lambs can get on the same page about that. All right. I've already outlined what I want. 2 lambs, I said. Mary and Ashton. What? Lillian asked. Mary looked like she might kill me. Duncan looked aghast. What's the reasoning, SY? Jessie asked, sounding exasperated. Thank you very much for asking, Jessie. Please don't thank me, she said. The other lambs aren't liable to forgive me if you draw too much attention to it. It's the most painful and organic-looking loss, because it's unlikely, I said. We can explain away the deaths by saying the plague got M. The lambs are going to be under suspicion, whatever happens, but the clear debilitation of losing key talent and abilities will diminish that suspicion. Oh, I see, Lillian said, sounding very unimpressed. It's for our benefit. For the most part, I said. You guys pick up the new, younger lambs to round out your group in the meantime, and the fact that you won't have key combat and problem-solving talent makes it likely you are taken off the front lines in the immediate future. That gives you more time near the Infante and near the Duke. More leeway. I don't think it's nearly so elegant as you're painting it, Mary said. Oh, it's crude and brutal, I said. Feelings get hurt, it's raw, it's an ugly break that forces everyone involved to adapt and cope emotionally. But you'll have eyes on you. People will see that raw ugliness and they'll believe the pain and the deaths are real, you follow. Helen spoke, referring to a young lady's raw ugliness is not going to win you friends. True, I said. But I wasn't referring to external beauty. I was referring to the inside stuff. The thoughts and feelings. Ah, Helen said, I don't pay much mind to that. These days, I mostly have one big hairy, bloody sugary messy feeling I try to cram inside and ignore unless I'm eating or killing. That's another thing, I said. I didn't get to finish, as Lillian had something to say. You're talking about taking the most loyal members of the group and making them defect, Lillian said. Are you trying to manipulate us with this deal, SY? Because trying to slide something past us or using shady negotiation tactics to try to get your way would be a supremely shitty thing to do to friends. I'm a manipulator by nature, but no, that's not what I'm doing. I'm making a genuine offer in terms of what should be most tactically sound. They won't expect the 2 most crown-loyal, capable lambs to drop dead or defect. You want me to abandon my best friend? Mary asked. They know you're her best friend, that you're close. The person who manages the dormitory reports to higher UPS when you sleep over at the dorm. Ms. Earls reports to the higher-ups whenever Lillian stays over with you at the orphanage. They know what's going on, they know the relationships between you all. We need something that makes them think that the situation really did go crossways. Any marginal goodwill I'd earned with lambs was quickly fading. Lillian looked upset, Mary was angry, Duncan seemed offended. If anything, I said, measuring my words, I recognize that there's a clique. You and Mary get along famously and that's a liability. Jessie, face in hands, shook her head. Liability how? Lillian asked, sounding just about as dangerous as Mary looked now. You get along and you do your things. Duncan and Ashton get along well, and their attention is sucked up by the new lambs. Your attention is sucked up by schoolwork and the major project. And for half the time I've been around Helen today, and I get the feeling there's something desperately wrong. All eyes turned to Helen. Some turned back to me. We know, Lillian said. Do you? I asked. I looked at Helen. Do they? I'm desperately in need of breakfast sweets, Helen said, looking forlornly over in the direction of the kitchen. We've discussed things over the past several months, Duncan said. In some ways, our hands are tied. I refuse to believe that, I said. Which part, he asked. That we discussed it, or that our hands are tied. I frowned, glancing again at Helen, then back at Jessie. The Helen that lived in my head was so insistent, asking for very different things. Call it intuition, I said. Call it a quirk of my brain, but I'm really concerned that Helen has fallen by the wayside. The strong bonds between the rest of you have left her mostly out in the cold. I'm fine in the cold, Helen said. I like the warmth too, but in the cold, I can hug someone and break them and feel their body heat, and it is delicious. Helen is managing as best as she's able, Duncan said. I don't think our involvement will change anything. I wasn't so sure, but I didn't want to argue. Why not take Helen? Lillian asked. Do you want me to? Are you suggesting it? I asked. No, and yes. I'm wondering at your thought process. Again, taking 2 of our most capable. I do like being considered a proper lamb, Duncan explained. But I'm stung that I'm not considered one of the more capable, loyal lambs. I'll cede capability, but you keep calling my loyalty into question as though you were bringing a battering ram to the gate. You can't keep saying it and make it true. I'm talking about the condensed, unique package of loyalty within human capability, I said. Duncan said. I don't think this is going to work, Sylvester, Lillian said. Then you may find that the beetle rebels aren't keen to let all of you leave, I said. We knew what we were getting into when we came in here, Mary said. I'm reasonably confident I could beat your small army and carve a way out. Taking you hostage might even make us friends among your ranks, going by your habit of worming your way into the confidence of half the people you meet and making bitter enemies of the other half. I'm wounded. I've actually been a good leader, I think. You were complimenting my troop movements earlier. It's a risk, Mary said, but I think I'd rather try fighting my way out of this dining hall than join you and fight my way out of a dozen more dining halls or similar places while you arrange your plan. I'm not interested. I am Lillian's, and Lillian is mine. All right, I said, a little bewildered by that. Not sure on the possessiveness, but, all right. Mary's phantom, as I'd put it together, was only able to give me a shrug. I'd need to think on things and try on ideas before letting it all coalesce and put that into context. I'm friends with Abby, Nora, Lara, and Emmett, Ashton said. I'm important because I keep that team and this team connected. I believe that's one of my official responsibilities, Duncan said. You're not very good at it, Ashton said. You do a very good job of taking care of them and being their doctor, but I'm better at being a friend and making sure they're heard. I think they would be very sad and disappointed if I weren't there anymore, especially if I faked my death and they thought I had died in a horrible way. The other lambs would tell them what had happened, I said. Even so, Ashton said. I think they would be very sad and disappointed if I weren't there anymore. It's because of your role and responsibilities that this works, Ashton, I said. They know you'd be missed, that you wouldn't want to leave without a goodbye. This creates a dynamic, where they go looking for the goodbye, they watch for messengers and messages, and they listen for whispers. They'll wait and watch and listen for your message to the others, and when it doesn't come, your death will be that much more believable. It's insane, Lillian said. That's unfair and at this particular moment, it's unwarranted, I said. Never mind the phantoms, or Mauer standing on the other end of the room, or my growing concern over what Frey was doing in my head. Even Yvette was watching the proceedings. Lillian spoke, shaking her head. I don't want to put you in a bad position, but you have to see that this is too much. You're asking for too much. No. It's just enough. I have to believe it's enough. The conversation seemed to die with that. People on the fringes of the room, well out of earshot, were shuffling around, some getting up to get fruit or bowls of oatmeal from the kitchen. Rudy still sat in the corner like a doll that had had its limbs and face smashed against the rocks, slightly slouched, enduring what had to be agony and frustration. His gaze was fixed and serious. Couldn't disappoint him. We'd spent so much to get to where we had Burger. I wasn't going to give him up like this. I could see the student council, and I reminded myself that Davis was put out by the fact that I'd stolen his moment and his leadership out from under him, when he had been trying to negotiate with the lambs. I could fall from grace just as easily. BEA was with the delinquents, normally the loudest bunch of students, and she'd managed to get the table quiet, so their din wouldn't disturb our conversation. The disturbance might have been welcome, frankly. If I may. Burger asked. Please, Lillian said. I can't help but notice I'm sitting at this table while you discuss this. Among you all, discussion of loyalty, of action against the crown. He trailed off, but the tone of his voice was an ominous one. I spoke, you know what's at stake. You know we're reasonably reasonable. If you step in to provide any interim surgery or alterations to help the lambs, then we'd be literally putting our lives in your hands. We need to get to the point where the nation isn't at risk. I could turn you in the moment I'm out of your custody. But you won't, I said. We need you on the same page as us. Burger didn't respond to that, his face a mask. If you had to take someone, and I'm not saying this is a solution or an answer, I'd tell you to take Helen, Lillian said. Helen needs care. She's asking for advanced care in every way except saying it outright, and knowing her, I'm not convinced she hasn't asked and been ignored. I'm suggesting that she stay behind because I don't know if we can give her that care. Given time, it becomes a time sink. Finding professors to work with who can even begin to understand her. Getting surgeries done, evading authorities after the fact. Are we even really entertaining this? Duncan asked. No offense, SY, no offense Jessie. Possum and the retinue of kitchen workers were venturing out of the kitchen now, with mugs and plates. I'd like to think we're entertaining it, but I'm biased, I said. I don't like it as an idea, Duncan said. But I like the lambs being together, and I suppose I respect you not being part of the core group, even if I don't like it. And with that statement to punctuate things, breakfast was served. People milled about, providing this and that. There was light, polite conversation, and some posturing by Mary and the other lambs, as foreign, hostile agents in this strange, isolated little world that Jessie and I had hewn together. I need fresh air, I said. I left my plate half-touched, and I accepted assistance from BEA, who stood behind my seat. Ashton, guard him. I'm being guarded by Ashton. Ashton collected what looked to be the most colorful assortment of food items he could find, and gathered them up together in one fist so he could move chairs and open doors. Countless eyes were on him and me when we made our way to the front door. We settled off to the right of the door. I leaned against the wall, being ginger and careful with the wound that seemed to have taken my entire back, and I fished for and found a cigarette. Ashton provided the match. The noise inside had crept up in volume since my exit. People were discussing, no doubt keeping an eye on the interlopers, trying to reason out relationships and patterns. I have phantoms in my head representing most of the lambs, I said. My Ashton phantom isn't the strongest. I don't think I know you as well as I could. I'm not very complicated, Ashton said. Yeah, I said. That's an outright lie. It's rude to call someone a liar, Ashton said. What if it's a compliment in disguise as a lie? I asked. I think that's silly. If you're going to compliment, then compliment. White lies are alright, but that's something else. Black lies too, I pointed out. Those aren't a thing. And green lies. And yellow lies. I don't think those are things, Sylvester. I puffed on my cigarette, thinking. Thank you for not messing up my hair, Ashton said. You've done it most of the times you've spent alone with me. Yeah, Ash, I said. To be honest, I sorta had this feeling that I'd made a promise, but couldn't remember, so I avoided it to stay safe. Oh, he said. He turned his focus toward the camp. Yes, you did. You promised me, the second to last time you saw me. I narrowed my eyes. You also pledged to be more like good Simon and to read the books. And you said you'd do your best to act like Sadie, and I got very frustrated and you wouldn't listen. Now I know you were teasing me, but I didn't realize it at the time. I narrowed my eyes even further. I'm telling a lie, Ashton said. So I gathered, I said. That was good. Thank you. I'm having a very hard time resisting messing up your hair, I told him. He smiled, looking for all the world like he didn't care. If I hadn't known better, I might have accused him of being intentionally smug, simply to rub it in deeper. Sylvester, Ashton said. Yes, Ashton. Some people have goals, and some people have drives, and mostly everyone everywhere is pushed or pulled by something. I've been thinking for a long time about this, and I'm thinking very hard about you in particular. Sure, Ash. I thought at first you were one, and then I thought you were the other, and now it feels like you're both. Except it's all in different directions. Are you trying to move in two directions at once by recruiting one of the lambs? Or is this the whole goal, and are you hoping that by bringing two lambs with you you'll eventually have us all? That last one isn't the goal, Ashton. I just like being around the lambs. It feels like home. I care about them and want to take care of them. I worry when I can't see you guys. I worry when I can, like with Helen or with Mary being as angry as she is. That's just when you're around or when we're hunting you, Ashton said. Blunt, authentic honesty. Painful, but appreciated nonetheless. I'd like to fix that, I said. I'd like to make sure Helen gets the attention she needs. Oh, Ashton said. You disagree? No. I was just thinking that we're the only ones of a very small number who pay enough attention to Helen. And you know enough to do something about it. I can tell Duncan, but I don't think it comes across right, once the idea has gone from one shelf of my brain to another to my mouth and then to him and his understanding. I wish I could have taught you stuff, I told Ashton. Well, Ashton said, sounding put off, it would help if you answered the important questions I ask you. What's my goal? What's your direction? Frey asked me that question a long time ago, when I was the same size you are now, I told Ashton. What did you say? Faith, I told him. I was pushing forward out of faith that the lambs could be what we needed. That Lillian could. Oh. That feeling is still there. I want this to be true and good, but I'm not sure I trust myself. Only around Jessie. Jessie is resilient and patient, Ashton. She doesn't put up with my guff. Everything else around me that isn't resilient, I just break or taint. But you've been making all of this happen, he said. I've been trying. I was hoping to do something big with it. I have a powerful piece of information, I have hundreds of people working on my behalf, and once the message gets out, I think that number will swell. I have protection for my people and for friends, and I have very little time. None of us do. Mary keeps having to get surgery, but she doesn't like to talk about it. Lillian and Duncan might get their white coats, which might mean they have other things to do that isn't being a lamb, or they might not get their white coats and that might mean they stop being lambs. Helen isn't doing well and Ibit isn't treating her well. He keeps on isolating her and keeping her in the lab with him. Sounds about right, I said. I was trying to keep my tone casual, despite the fact that none of this was pleasant to hear. But you're mostly okay, except for the seeing things, and Jessie's okay, so it could be worse, Ashton said. I'm not okay. Neither is Jessie. If you want to do this something big, then you should do it while there's time, Ashton said. But, I said, taking a puff on the cigarette. Being expedient would mean snatching you up. Having Mary helps with any follow-up. I think maybe the others aren't so happy with that idea, Ashton said. Mary isn't interested, I said. It's asking too much. Yes. Yeah, I said. The disappointment was poignant. Lillian is out. I think kidnapping Lillian again would be a very bad idea, Ashton said. Yeah, I said. My heart was heavy at the thought. I won't get much use from Duncan that I don't already get. Yes, Ashton said. Leaving Helen, with all the associated warts and time-consuming hassles. It's possible, Ashton said. I shifted position, giving Ashton a more careful glance. He wore very tidy clothes, his pants tucked into his boots, shirt buttoned up with suspenders and a pocket watch, his hair burnished red. What? He asked. Just thinking. I have vague recollections of sleeping on the floor in your lab, sleeping odd hours, trying to gauge the time, hiding when people came in to check on your predecessor, and then walking over to the notepad to see what they wrote down, usually with the time. Okay, Ashton said. Would you be willing to give me a hand? Maybe a bit more? I'm thinking I know a way to make this work a little more tidily. Oh, Ashton said. That's good. Come on, I said. I led him back inside. I was very aware that conversations that were in full swing died as my boot heels tromped on the floor. I approached the table in the center of the room where the lambs were eating. Final offer, I said. Jessie put her face in her hands again. This is a good one, I said. Helen, with us. We get her attention and care, as best as we're available. We get a little flexibility in terms of how we operate. Why do I have a bad feeling? Lillian asked. And, downgrading my previous offer, I said. Instead of asking for 2 lambs, I'll ask for 1.5. Half? Jessie asked, without moving her face. Are you speaking of the new lambs, who aren't fully inducted? Not in the slightest. I'm talking about a literal half of Ashton. Oh, Ashton said. When you talked about me giving you a hand, you are a worse person than Sadie is, Sylvester, and Sadie is a caricature. Out of the mouths of babes, Mary said. Helen wasn't an easy creature to read. Her expressions didn't betray much, she didn't have body language so much as she deliberately posed at a given moment, but all the same, the phantom that lingered near her seemed calmer, the agitation of the finger or the eye movement that twitched where it shouldn't. But with me offering to bring her on board, with the interplay, and most likely with a dozen other factors I wasn't yet aware of, I sensed that she was calmer and better than before. You're a bad person, Sylvester, Ashton said. But you're not saying no, I said. A half-dozen lambs seated at the table jumped in to protest on Ashton's behalf. If you must, Ashton said, very stoic. But don't chop too much of me off. I have people I want to help too. Gut feeling 17.6. All right, I said. How about this? Right hand, 2-foot section of his stomach, skin, of course, and a section of his face and or scalp. Why are we back to the midsection? Lillian asked. I like my face and or scalp, Ashton said. We're back to the midsection because you are vetoing the Drew's nodes. The nodes are too blatant, Duncan said, sounding very tired. I like my face and or scalp, Ashton said, with emphasis. I leaned forward. I hear you, Ashton. Good. Because my creators worked very hard and I needed some extra luck to get a good face. I like my hair too and I'm worried if you take any of my scalp then it will be like messing up my hair but for good. I'm cute. He is cute, Helen said. Exactly, Ashton said. Being cute means Helen and girls like Helen like to hug me, and hugs are warm, safe, and strategically important. I don't want to not be cute because you're a bad person. Berger leaned back. Strategically important. It means his spores are working, Jessie said. That was less of a question, Berger said, and more of a realization, far too early in the morning, that I'm sitting where I'm sitting. Where else would you be sitting? Ashton asked. Hold on, we're getting off track, I said. How big of a danger is it really, that this hurts Ashton long term? Minimal to negligible, Duncan said. He's got good bones, so to speak. There would be a recovery period, but after that he would be fine. I would still like to veto, Ashton said. Sylvester has been messing with my hair too much. I'd like to nominate my heart for the cutting board, instead. I'm 50% sure that would kill you, Ashton, Lillian said. She looked to Duncan, you're the Ashton expert. The mucous membrane only had a 0.8 translation rate, didn't it? Did, Duncan said. It's 0.82 now, they substituted in the gland from one of the failed alternate projects because it had a higher rate. Downside is Ashton complains about dry skin a lot more than he did. They got around to that, then. 0.82, 3 or more days of travel, would be, survivable but exceedingly uncomfortable for those 3 or more days. He doesn't particularly care, Duncan said. I don't particularly care, Ashton echoed. I prefer this. This is my suggestion. I spoke, I suggested the face and scalp because it would be visible and hard to ignore. Carving out the kid's heart would do a good job, except it doesn't really help with actually doing what I'm shooting for here. I suggested it because I thought it would be nice and visible and Sylvester cares about the visible, Ashton said. I would rather not, Lillian said. Not the heart, not if something could go wrong while we're traveling back home, delaying us. There are too many things going on in this country and in this region. You're vetoing a perfectly good heart, Ashton's not letting me have a bit of his face or scalp, you're saying taking the Drew's nodes would be too obvious. So we're back to a limb or two. 1 limb, Lillian said. I'm getting 1 limb, and you're wondering why I keep going back to a nice 10 or so pounds of what Ashton's got in his middle. Hold on 1 second, Lillian said. 10 pounds. Work with me here, I said. You're wanting to butcher a lamb like he's sitting on the chopping block. Some resistance is to be expected, Lillian said. I'm just saying, I started off this argument very reasonably asking for a whole Ashton and a whole Mary. You're the ones that are raising the stakes here in a very weird and bizarre way. Yes, Mary said, dry, we're the ones being weird and bizarre. You are. I mean, it's not often that I try to bargain with someone and they're changing the terms in ever more disfavorable ways for themselves. Disfavorable as a word hurts me, Jessie said. It's fine, I'm sure it's a legitimate word, I told her. You're the one that started us on the topic of cutting Ashton up, Lillian said. Yes, and I started off with a very reasonable suggestion of 1 whole limb, 1 partial limb, and 40% of his skin. We can leave his face alone. I'm not an academy-trained student or doctor or anything. As evidenced by the fact that the Crown States aren't a blighted crater, Mary said. As evidenced, yes, but even without training, I have a pretty good idea of how the jigsaw that is Ashton is put together. Lobes and nodes and clusters and polyps. He needs food, he's got a good system there. He needs water, he gets some through skin in moist climates, drinks the rest. Needs carbon dioxide, well, that gets more complicated, but his heart does half the job, treating his entire body as a lung, and his skin sucks in the rest by way of mucous membrane. Breaks it down and then just distributes it by osmosis. Loads up his mucus with it and it gradually makes its way where it needs to be. Yes. Yes, Duncan said. Cut out his heart, his skin can carry the worst of the burden, cut off his skin, and the heart will carry the remainder of the burden. With difficulty, Lillian stressed. Can we just accept the fact that this isn't going to be easy peasy? I asked. I'm asking for Helen, and I'm asking for a piece of Ashton. Now you guys keep talking yourselves into giving me bigger and bigger pieces. I think you're being contrary. Oh yes, we're the contrary, problematic ones, Lillian said. I feel the need to remark that you and Mary are sounding very alike these days, I said. Let's stay on track, Jessie said, before anything could erupt. But then, I'd suspected she would step in. I spread my arms, I took a deep breath, and then lowered my arms. Calling for a stop, an intermission, while letting people spend a moment gathering their thoughts. I tried to assume a calm, collected demeanor. It wasn't that I hadn't been calm before. I had. I'd even been enjoying myself. But I had also been in the throes of trying to solve a problem, trying to divine the reality that saw Jessie and I and Lillian's group all happy and healthy. It was a balancing act, sending the lambs back home, but there wasn't another option, short of kidnapping Lillian. Kidnapping Lillian when she was anxiously waiting to go home and check to see if she had earned her white coat would be an evil I could never dream of. No, she still had ties to the academy, she had dreams, and there was no way for her to walk my path. Duncan was much the same. Remind me again why we can't just take Ashton's skin? I asked. Non-face, non-scalp skin. It's too interlinked with the rest of him, Duncan said. Which isn't very interlinked on its own. Carries hormones, blood, carbon dioxide. The rest of the structures of his body, shelves of his brain, the individual organ clusters and the rest of him are dependent on a very narrow assortment of vehicles. Skin is a good, healthy way for him to move things from one part of his body to another. It's fine, Ashton said. I'm okay with it. Skin in a hand. Lillian spoke, please don't blindly agree with Sylvester or get caught up in his pace. I'm not blind, and I'm not caught up. I think if Sylvester is trading the professor to us he needs something in exchange and if that something is a piece of me then I'm happy to help. If I could give more of me to not have to give up Helen then I would. You're a sweetheart, Helen said. Mary drummed her fingers on the table. There was a faint murmur of conversation elsewhere in the room. The kitchen staff were bringing food out, with some helpful students carting food back and forth. Everyone was keeping one eye on our discussion, and all of the students present had the sense to either sit at the edges of the room or wait. The tables surrounding ours were unoccupied. Do you want to go with SY and Jessie, Helen? Lillian asked. I think Ibit would be very upset, Helen said. That's not a downside, I said. SHH, Lillian said. Don't interfere. I sighed and sat back. I quite like being whole, and Professor Ibit keeps me whole, Helen said. He made me and I love him and I don't like him very much. I don't want to be undiplomatic, Duncan replied, but I don't think I'm treading new ground if I suggest that he's a very hard man to like. Duncan was being so mindful of things with Professor Berger here. Never mind that Berger was already privy to damaging information. Perhaps Duncan would be mindful of the sensitive and undiplomatic if the sky was falling. I like my professor less than anyone, I think, Helen said. I've spent too many hours in his lab with him. Smiling when told to smile. Sometimes he works on other things, but sometimes he only works on me. There's only so much work that can be done, Jessie said. Oh no, Helen said. It's really very endless, the work being done. But he doesn't see me as a person and he doesn't let me tell him when he's wrong, or say no, or let me insist that he shouldn't tamper with parts of me. Even when I'm with him, he's alone for all intents and purposes. A man who only has himself to answer to, only himself for company, with me as a prop on the side. It makes for a skewed perspective. I would like a vacation. Even knowing the consequences. Even knowing it might be a permanent vacation. Mary asked. Even knowing, Helen said. I expect I'll be liberally bribed with sweets and goodness by Sylvester and Jessie. Liberally, I said. I think the kitchen is preparing something over there. Helen craned her head to see, investigating. So that's that, Lillian said. A lamb and a pound of flesh. You get the professor, and a good chance to stay in the good graces of the academy, I said. Graduate with your coat. Look after Mary, Ashton, and the little lambs. Maybe even save the world from the Infante. Don't put it like that, she said. As if we're balancing the scales or a married couple breaking apart and deciding which assets go where. I like how the chance to save the world is an asset, I said. Don't, she said. Don't joke. Don't. She stopped. You're being very strict with me, I pointed out. Don't do this, be quiet, stop, no, please lords. I did not say half of those things, Lillian said. But you are being strict, I pointed out. I'm not going to say I'm not, Lillian said. And that makes me think. Duncan, would you like to handle the removal of the necessary pieces of Ashton? I'd like to have a word with Sylvester. We're having a word with him now, Duncan said. No, Duncan, Ashton said. Personally, Lillian said. Privately. That might be a bad idea, Duncan said. It's fine, Mary said. If Sylvester is willing. Willing enough, I suppose. Then I'll guard you, Lillian, Mary said. We sat on makeshift chairs and sections of tree trunk that hadn't yet been reduced into constituent elements, instead serving as makeshift stools. All of the legs and sawed ends of tree trunk scraped against the floor as the lambs found their way to their feet. My back ached as I stood. Half of it was more bandage than skin. I'd sat still for too long, gotten chilly, and then warm again. I looked at Jessie. Any objection? To me talking to Lillian? Jessie smiled. Go ahead. You don't mind? We're getting along, you and I. That's important to me. Go, she said. We all reconvene here. If you're going somewhere, tell me where you're going. If you're looking for someone, come to me. I don't think the lambs are going to get lost. With that, the group scattered. Burger, much like I would have preferred to do, remained at the table. His wounds clearly hurt, as mine did, and this was far too much activity for first thing in the morning. My lieutenants were looking on. On my way to the door, walking in the company of Mary and Lillian, I spoke to them, get everyone packed and ready. By day's end. Anyone who straggles will have to catch up. Big projects, leave them for now if we really can't move them. There was so much to juggle. Professors and interpersonal relationships and lambs and Mabel and Jessie and Lillian and Mary and the plot to end the crown and stop what the Infante was very possibly plotting. We stepped outside, and I lit myself a cigarette, offering to Mary and Lillian. Both refused. Once we'd settled at a spot across the street, me leaning into a very old-fashioned lamppost, Mary broke away. She kept an eye on things, but remained out of earshot. So what's with that? I asked. That. Possessiveness. I don't know, Lillian said. Well, I do know, but I don't know how to word it. That doesn't help me any, I said. If you'd stuck around, you'd know more, Lillian said. About Mary's psychology, about how we've bonded and broken away and gotten frustrated with each other. About a lot of things. But you left. Out of necessity. You won't come back. Not without Jessie, and they'd dissect Jessie. Not without me being stuck in a cell in the worst, deepest floors of the dungeon so I wouldn't pose a threat to the crown. Lillian nodded. Nothing surprising in any of that. What's your aim here? Lillian asked me. I raised my eyebrow. Here? I'm not about to divulge greater plans, you know. We're nemesis. Not that. What's your concern with the lambs? What are you driving for? Why take two on? It has to go deeper than what you've said. Deeper, I said, ruminating on that. I suppose. It's really not all that fancy an answer. But it's something you've spent the last hour and a bit working on. Clearly putting brain power toward devising solutions. Going the extra mile. Yeah, I said. It's curious. I'm a curious sort. Lillian folded her arms. No nonsense, but not in the stern librarian way. I'll tell you, I said. But on one condition. I'm not sure I'm in the mood for conditions, Sylvester. When we part ways this time, let's do it favorably. I go do what I need to do. You guys do what you need to do. But I'll wish you a sincere good luck, and you do the same for me. What's the catch? No catch. Only that I want to end this without tears. The tears nearly destroyed me last time. Let's, yeah. That's my term. If you agree to follow it, then I'll tell you what I'm shooting for. I find that deals with you are never wholly happy, Sylvester. We once had a long-standing deal of the oldest sort, one that existed before any institution or tribe. Boy and girl, I said. I think you were happy for a stretch. A frustrated sort of happy, Lillian said. You liked being frustrated, I pointed out. Wrong thing to say. The folded arms became more of a self-hug. The conversation paused. Why did this have to be so hard? I'll take your deal, Sylvester. Then I'll give you your answer, I said. Frey. She's always there, I said, lowering my voice. When the lambs appear, she's there, clutching at them. She lurks close to them and brings out bad qualities. Sy, is this the real Frey, or the one I can never directly look at, because she's pieced together from fragments and I really don't know her well, but she's Frey. Sy, no. That's not even funny to joke about. It really isn't, I said. She's ominous. She threw me off to give you guys a shot at me, and now she's up to something else. There's a level of intuition at play with all of this, and everything's importance. Every lamb represents something. Mauer and Frey represent things. Mr. Bubbles represents something. The trick is seeing the pattern, trusting the lambs, and trusting the prey instinct. If Frey is clutching at you in my head, I want to get you out of her reach in reality. There's a lot more to just about everything you said than that, she said. You're punching at shadows here. Or, I said, my intuition is saying that this is worth paying attention to and being wary about. Taking on Helen lets Jessie and I see what changes, lets us access some people, and gives us a bit of an edge we lacked in confrontations. While depriving us of the same, Lillian pointed out. Yeah, I said. So that's it, Then? Duncan is putting the scalpel to Ashton in some makeshift lab because you had a feeling about a hallucination you're seeing. It's part of it, I said. Or maybe it's better to say that it involves some longer-term thinking. Because I don't want to go out alone. I'll see you before the year is up, wherever you end up. I'll bring Helen back. You'll come back? To say goodbye. Because I'll be watching all of you. I'll be keeping an ear out, and I'll be thinking about everything that needs thinking about. Just like I did this time, I'll have information and answers when we cross paths. And I'm really hopeful that when we get that far, we can join forces. It's so sad, Lillian said. This. Mary. Helen. Even poor Ashton in there. Duncan, I said. Duncan too. I puffed on my cigarette. Snow collected on and around us. Mary, off to one side, was throwing knives at trees while keeping an eye on us. The implication was that she could hit me with a knife if I did anything she didn't approve of. It was hard to figure out what to say, when my thoughts were very much elsewhere. I'm glad we ran into each other, even in this circumstance, I said. Even with recent differences. Yeah, Lillian said. But maybe next time we run into each other, it would be nice if I didn't come in from the cold and the dark and nearly 6 months of only having Mary and my books for company and find you nicely snuggled in between Jessie and some girl. Yeah, I said. Not that I have any claim or anything on you or what you do. No. I get it. But the shock and surprise. I was unkind to Jessie, I was so caught off guard. I get it, I said. I drew in a deep breath. Next time, I will strive to be in the midst of something even more shocking and disarming when you burst into the room to surprise me. Something even, I dare say, disturbing. What would you say to activities involving a funnel and large spiders? Lillian punched my arm, and in that moment, the world was a little bit more right than it had been a minute ago. Helen held Ashton's arms while Duncan cut. She talked into his ear. Duncan made a fresh incision, and Ashton screamed, blood-curdling, scaring the daylights out of poor Duncan. I think I just had a heart attack, Duncan said. Helen told me to do that. You're not helping, Helen, Duncan said. Sorry, Helen said. He cut again. Ashton screamed, blood-curdling, once more. Haha, Duncan said. She told me to do that too. All around us, the students were getting packed up. The kitchen supplies were being hauled to a wagon and cart, the students' belongings were being moved down, and everything was being sorted out to maximize space. Jessie was overseeing a fair bit of it. At Duncan's insistence, Helen gave up on holding Ashton and backed off. Lillian took over. I was still smoking, now on my second cigarette. I stayed away from the murder scene in progress, and I kept an eye out for lieutenants. Gordon too, I said. Gordon what? Lillian asked from the other end of the room. Nobody's trying to gather my or Jessie's stuff. Your rooms are untouched, Gordon too said. Where are Pierre and Shirley? Overseeing the carriages. It's going to be tricky, getting everyone in. I think 2/3 of us are walking. I wasn't surprised. We'd been understocked even before wagons had gotten damaged in the evening of conflict. I kept my mouth shut, and I watched, giving occasional pointers as Duncan carved at Ashton. He had a good sense of what he was doing, but I'd spent more time than most with the Red Plague. My tips and suggestions for Duncan were of an aesthetic sort, to better make it look like the plague had done the damage to Ashton. Seeing a cross-section of Ashton proved distracting for innumerable students who were passing into and through the dining hall. We'll need more wagons, I said, absently. Ashton was no longer screaming, but he seemed uncomfortable. It was only natural. He was losing a hand. After this, he would be partially flayed. He was a stoic little fellow. Particular, but stoic. When the arm came off, severed at the elbow, Helen was quick to latch onto it, the most reluctant to hand it back. Mabel had a container waiting, and the arm went straight into safety. Painful, Mabel said. She looked at me. Why? The thing about the lambs is that they're top quality work, I said. One of the better projects from one of the better academies in the Crown States. And you want to replicate it? No, I said. No, I want to learn from it. Jessie knows the key ratios, don't you Jessie? Absolutely, Jessie said. Memorized the tables, charts, formulas. Yes. And we now have one piece of a pheromone-driven experiment for reference, while we're in the midst of preparing our own such experiment. That speeds us up. Considerably, Jessie said. I spread my hands for Mabel. She nodded. I watched her watch the lambs, and I wondered what was going through her head. Was she, in her own perception, intruder or intruded on? Bystander, outsider, or someone at home? I didn't have enough experience with her to say one way or another. Heads turned away as Ashton was cut into. Ashton's eyes settled on mine. You're aware I could make this entire building implode on you? Yeah, Ashton. I'm aware. Good, he said. Which was all. The little man was changing. He'd set his sights on something, said something about drives and goals, and he'd said other things I would have to ask Jessie for in order to get reminders, but he was changing, and that was a very good, positive thing. Lillian and Jessie hugged. Then Jessie and Mary hugged while I faced Lillian down. I was rescued by Helen, who threw her arms around my shoulders and Lillian's, hugging us both, while advertently putting us in closer proximity to one another. My forehead knocked lightly against Lillian's, and then came to rest against it. No spider funnel, please. I don't need to see that, Lillian said. Noted. Centipedes and a good stuffing stick. Better. I had to pinch Helen to make her let go of us, which was a bit of a shame. When I raised my head, forehead no longer pressing against Lillian's with the strength of Helen's grip, I let my lips graze Lillian's forehead. Mary hugged me, which was weird. I didn't take any of her weapons and she didn't hold anything sharp or pointy to my throat. Ashton settled for a backwards handshake, using his non-dominant hand. Duncan took an ordinary, almost adult handshake instead. Don't die, don't let Frey make decisions for you. Yeah, I said. Jessie spoke, take care of that professor. He was hard to retrieve. We all suffered for it. SY more than most. I thought of the torture, of the bug latched onto my back. The day felt a little less bright than it had. We'll see him out safely, Mary said. You'll look after our Helen. Our Helen. Absolutely, I said. I looked at Helen. Yes. I'll be fine, Helen said. Perfect, Mary said. There was an antsy caravan behind us, ex-students looking to get moving on what was liable to be a full day of travel. They had little stake in what happened here. The lambs wanted to go for much the same reason. The overall anxiety was compounded by the presence of the enemy, so to speak. We had every reason to go, to get moving. I looked at these lambs, at a damaged Ashton and a stern Mary, at Lillian who I would have dearly loved to sit by a campfire with, and at Duncan, who wasn't disappointing me anymore, and who was impressing me now and then. Unless that was a trick of memory. Every reason to go, and without coming up with an excuse or voicing it, both sides were reluctant to be the first to turn away and put distance between us. One way or another, if only half of the lambs make it, we reunite. We band together. We find a way through, I thought. We don't end this separated. Gut feeling 17.7. The departure of the lambs was our cue to start packing up and getting ready to go. We had 300 students, 50 other individuals we'd picked up along the way, and 30 gang members that included the new and the old, adults that were willing to take orders. Of all the gang leaders we'd started with, only Archie remained. We couldn't stay, and so we were left with the unenviable task of getting 400 people ready to leave. Most of them had been up for half the night as active agents in attacking the quarantine site and then distracting academy forces, leading them into traps. The average age was roughly 17, and being ex-students, they were a spoiled sort of 17 that weren't busy working to help their families put food on the tables. Thanks for helping us get out of the quarantine zone, kids. Hope you enjoyed your breakfasts, because we're going to spend the rest of the day trudging through cold wet back roads. If they had been motivated by any degree of excitement or a legitimate fear for their own lives, it still would have been a slow process. If it had been both exciting with mortal fear driving it, maybe things might have moved along a little better. Limited wagons, Jessie observed. We can save 7 seats, including the driver's seat. Rudy gets one, of course. Then Doris, Marie, Bernard, Clara, Anne, and Edwin. Doris can drive the wagon for a stretch, but we'll want to ensure she's snug and comfortable. Why her in particular? It was Helen who chimed in, because it's gentlemanly, SY. Don't tell me that you've become a degenerate in the last year. It's because she's pregnant, SY. You've seen her around. Oh, I said. Conception was our fault, arguably. The early days after we left Beetle. There's a dozen kinds of ways to avoid that, I said. I'm fond of not having a uterus, Helen said. Very convenient. It probably is, Jessie told Helen. To me, she said, they slipped the net. You threatened Doris' boyfriend and said you'd stitch his dick to his forehead if he didn't step up. Did I? I asked. Why are you asking me? Do you think I'm going to be wrong about something? Jessie asked. Or that I forgot? No, nothing like that. It's just, dang, I'm really disappointed I didn't remember the forehead dick stitching. I really like that. I'm sort of in awe of my past self. Again, Jessie chimed in. He's a bold and adventurous lad, with uncommon intelligence, I said. And with a mischievous streak that may include attaching members to foreheads, without removal of either forehead or member. It was inspired, Jessie said. You were angry. Did I have cause to try putting the inspiration to practice? I asked. I'm sort of wondering at the logistics of the act, now. He stepped up. You didn't have cause. You could say he was inspired by the lingering threat, Jessie said. Well, good for him, I said. Also, drat. For all of his early reluctance, I think he's more likely to be a proper parent than Doris, Jessie said. Not that we're going to say anything of the sort in earshot of Doris. I'll forget you said it before the hour is out, I said. I'll be good, Helen said. And if you ever want to test those logistics on someone, Sylvester, do let me know. I'll be happy to help. How gracious of you, madam. Do remind me if we have any particularly annoying enemies deserving of the fate. Helen offered me a little curtsy. Of course, sir. You two are just going to be a right horror show, aren't you? Jessie asked. Given a chance, I said. Just keep me in the loop, Jessie said. Can do, I said. Students were making their way outside. The ground was wet with snow, and they were reluctant to put their bags down where they would get soaked. There weren't many surfaces available, either, and the bags were heavy, leaving them in an awkward position. Students were doing their best to take bags and load up the carriages and wagons, but it was quickly becoming apparent that there just wasn't much space. Are we going to have to reduce the number of bags we're bringing? I asked. Probably, Jessie said. Since we arrived, we've gathered lab equipment, materials, projects, new people, and we've lost wagons and carriages as of last night. I frowned. We'll manage. Maybe if we get students to share the load, each one carries one bag for a short leg of the journey, passes it on. Or we could devise a quick hitch. If we tore off a door and fix wheels to it from somewhere, we could add more bags, I said. More load for the horses, Jessie said. You're not wrong, but let's not overstate it. Right. Jessie waved over one student. Get Charlie Koloof and Alvin Munder. Get tools from under the stairs of the unoccupied dormitory, tear away the sliding door of the enclosed pen. Then get the big treaded wheelbarrow wheels and axle from the rusty wheelbarrow sitting inside the mill. Beside the brick stack. See what you can put together. We need something we can hitch to a carriage and pull behind, to hold bags. Yeah, the boy asked. He glanced at us three, with Helen getting the majority of the attention. Make it sturdy, Jessie said. We have a long trip ahead of us, and we really don't want to stop halfway to fix it. Yes ma'am, the boy said, sounding unconvinced. There's a pay bonus in it for you three if you get it done fast and it lasts the entire trip, I said. Be inventive. Show us what you're made of, Helen said. Her tone was such that I couldn't help but think that she was actually thinking about constituent, fleshy elements when she talked about what he was made of. Still, it did the trick. He hurried off to do the task with zest and pep. That will help, Jessie said. I'm just trying to put the mental building blocks together. Quantity of cargo, the amount of space. We could tell everyone to dig through their bags and throw away 5 items. We could, Jessie said. Fast way to breed resentment. You're not wrong, I said. But the academy catching up to us or us making our rebels carry 2 stone worth of luggage is going to see us collectively dead and dealt with, or it's going to breed even more resentment. Yeah, Jessie said. She looked down at her notebook and began making notes, one eye on incoming refugees and the bags they were carrying. She wrote something down. Why the notes? I asked. Calculations, and I may have to delegate. There's a lot to do. Got it, I said. What can I do? Find Shirley and Pierre. On it, I said. And take Helen? Boys are stopping to stare at the new girl and it's slowing down traffic in a logistically key place. If it would help, I can drink and redistribute water across my body, Helen said. Change my proportions to be less stare-worthy. No, I said. Not if you're walking long distances. I can expel it, she said. Means stopping repeatedly. I can expel it through the mouth. Let's just not, I said. Come with. We'll get out of sight and out of mind, and maybe the hope that they get to gawk at you in the future motivates them to get going. All right, Helen said. Don't be too long. Jessie called out. Helen and I were already a little distance away. We should leave soon. Got it. I called back. Shirley and Pierre were in the dining hall. The room was one of the largest areas with open space, access from multiple directions and a lot of surfaces to set bags and things on. Some of our people were packing up on tables, others pausing to rest after lugging heavy bags a distance. Shirley's hair had grown in a bit longer, but it remained a pixie cut of black hair. The heavy application of product to her lashes and the makeup surrounding her eyes made her eyes look even larger. In any other circumstance, she might have looked like an attractive cross of the seductress and the innocent, new to adulthood. She was coordinating and giving advice. She looked worn out. She hadn't had much more sleep than I had, to look at her, and her brain wasn't so adaptable. She was doing an admirable job, and she was doing it after being hit by plague. Bloody bandages wrapped her forearms and hands. Pierre hung back, looking bedraggled. I doubted he'd slept nearly enough. Sylvester. Shirley greeted me. Which was sufficient to turn the vast majority of the crowd's attention my way. In moments, I was being bombarded with questions from the mundane to the serious. How many bags could they bring? So-and-so had been given multiple major adjustments and physical changes by some amateur surgeons. There was some concern about risk if they were to exert themselves or travel on the road. Someone wasn't leaving their room and there was some concern they would stay behind on a more permanent basis. I raised a hand to suppress the rising tide of voices, and I talked to Shirley. Where do we stand? Snags, she said. This was abrupt. I warned people to be ready to leave at a moment's notice, to keep a bag packed, whatever else they needed. Hopefully this becomes something they start doing by default. Most are doing fine. But there are outliers, Sylvester. How many are you stumped on? 3 or 4, she said. I put a hand on her shoulder, leading her away from the crowd. Pierre and Helen followed as we found our way to a place that was less overwhelmed with students and problems. Who? Which? 4 students are in an ongoing dispute about everything. They're fighting over everything. Everything? I asked. Room assignments, politics, who gets the credit for what work? They're entangled and meshed and they aren't congealing into a working unit. A minor issue, but I'm not seeing if it really demands attention. We have other priorities. They're refusing to budge until someone higher up steps in to decide. Others have taken bets, which means they're reluctant to get a move on. And it's not an easy solve, when it comes to winners and losers and hurt feelings whichever you decide, Shirley said. Okay, I said. Who else? Student sealed herself in her room. Scared of plague. Doesn't want to leave today, so soon after the scare yesterday. You can't talk her down. I could, given time and 100% of my focus, but there's so much to keep track of, Shirley said. She looked a little bit on edge for a moment, and then she pulled herself back together. She took in a deep breath. It's never quite so bad as it seems, Helen said. I added, and, it's worth saying, there's nothing at this stage you can do to disappoint. You're doing more than enough. It pains me to see you this wound up. You're right, Shirley said. But I do feel like a dunce, not being able to handle enough of this. You're fine, I said. Really? Take my word for it. I do. I will. Good, I said. I took in a deep breath, myself. By the by, I'm not sure if you've had formal introductions. Shirley, this is Helen. We met, in very brief passing. Did we? Helen asked. When you broke into Sylvester's orphanage. You came down through the roof and charged right past me. Oh, Helen said. That was a fun day. Up until the end of it, at which point it was one of the more miserable days of my life, I thought. I heard she was staying. You traded away the professor for her. In a sense, I said. I didn't plan for it from the outset, but here we are. She uses the same body language techniques you tried to teach me. Taught you, I said. Didn't try. Please don't malign my abilities. And I'll tell you this. Those techniques? The framing of the body, posing, balance in clothing? Hers. Mine, Helen said. It's what she does, I said. Except very natural. Spend time with her if you can. Study Helen. You can learn an awful lot, even if it's hard to put into proper words. I studied her and figured out some tricks and techniques, but she's a natural. I'm the furthest thing from natural, Helen said. You're all made up of meat and vegetables, and here I am, sweet as spun sugar. She's in a poetic mood, I whispered to Shirley. Shirley nodded. Getting back to the introductions, Helen, this is surely someone I owe a tremendous amount to. More than I can say. I owe her my sanity, which she really went to great personal risk to escort safely to the brink and walk back to reality with. With that in mind, we treat her as nicely as we would anyone. Please. I treat everyone nicely, Helen said. Yeah, I said. Treat Shirley the right kind of nice. The non-hurting kind of hugs, if you hug her at all. Of course, Helen said. Her expression was perfect. Entirely convincing. Which wasn't convincing at all, in its perfection. All right, I said. One student won't leave, 4 students are at war, what else? The youngest boy of Otis Group. He's holding a grudge over a girl. It's not explicitly stonewalling anything, but people are nervous. A lot of people are nervous. Otis didn't survive the night, his men are uneasy and frustrated, some are posturing. I think 10 or 12 students have mentioned it in passing, all with the impression that someone might come looking for revenge, or try to take command of the thugs. All right, I said. Shirley nodded, apparently emboldened by my lack of concern. Last of all, 3 students are having second thoughts. They're wondering if they were to leave, they could just make their way back to Beetle and lie about being kidnapped. If they have to, I said. Tell them to come with. I don't like the idea of 3 students wandering off in the cold because they aren't a picture of the group. Shirley nodded. We can tackle this, I said. This is all doable. Shirley smiled. How are you getting by, Pierre? I asked. Doing just fine, Pierre said. Tired. I thought you didn't get tired. It was a lot of running yesterday, I'm sore, he said. I nodded. But I'm glad to be moving, he said. Most of my favorite people survived. Good, I said. Good, that's excellent. 4 things to tackle, then. Shall we demonstrate our charms and wiles? I asked Helen. Yes sir, she said, giving me a crisp salute. We'll start with the biggest group first, I said. The group surrounding this Otis follower. Helen smiled. Rather than ask for a location from Shirley, I asked students to point me in the direction we had last seen the guy. A crude method, but the people in our camp paid attention, they gathered notes and they shared information between them. Even the normally sealed family bonds of a greater faction could be undermined by one follower with doubts. Want to bet? Helen asked me. Bet? On who can accomplish the most? Well, aren't you feeling as lively as a figged pony today, Miss Helen? Helen smiled. What's at stake with the bet? I asked. If you win, Helen said, then. She trailed off. I noticed the shift in her posture. There was swagger, a pronounced and cocky addition of sway. I'm not that easy to manipulate, I said. I'm not Duncan. Oh. Helen asked, teasing. But I was going to say that if you won, you could do anything. I would be your obedient slave. Haha, I said. No thanks. And if I win, she said. My no doesn't count for anything then. I asked. What? If I win, I get one favor, Helen said. One favor. One deal. It won't be anything you couldn't do on your own. I said. You'd have to run that by Jessie. She's paranoid I'll make a promise to do a favor and someone will take advantage of my lack of memory to get me to deliver on the favor over and over again. You're trustworthy, but promises to Jessie must be kept. That should be fine, Helen said. You get me as a slave if you win, I get a favor if I win. Again, I don't want a slave, I said. I have too many people to risk throwing too much away for a meager advantage. I'm trying to dissuade them of that kind of thinking. I want healthy thought processes and motivations in all of this. It's fine, Helen said, still swaying and sashaying. Is it? I won't lose, she said. Oh, the figgy little miss is cocky. The twiggy thin runt of the litter is complacent, I think, Helen said. I whistled, low and long. Helen wasn't actually competitive. This wasn't a deeper facet of Helen, I knew. The enthusiasm, the excitement. No, if anything, this was a reflection of how very trepidatious she was in this new environment. Camouflage, hiding places, but it was emotional, a facade. Blending in with the enemy ranks and then carrying out the lamb tradition of undermining the enemy from within. This was a mask, one purely for my benefit, to cheer and encourage. To make bets I might well lose, to get hooks in deeper, to distract. Sure, I said. I'll try my hand at this bet of yours. Helen smiled. She reached out, putting a hand on a boy's arm as we passed him. Helen named our quarry Hank Miller and we were pointed out to the chicken coop. I recognized the thug. 20 years old, wearing Otis style of dress, with laborer's clothes and a fair bit of excess dirt, his ears bent down at the sides where his flat cap pressed them down. Miller, I greeted Hank. And the boss comes calling, Hank said. You expected me, I said. You and the secretary, he said. You're aware that the secretary can kick your ass? I asked. Hank smirked. All right Hank, I said. Let's talk business and let's talk reality, because I'm getting the impression you're lacking both of those things. Hank glanced at Helen while I was talking. I followed his gaze, saw he was staring down her chest, and I paused, very diplomatically and dramatically, in hopes of breaking the spell. Helen was posing, and while she wore a winter coat, the V of the collar and front of the coat was such that her cleavage was on display. Hank, I said. Hank didn't listen up until Helen opened her mouth. He'd gotten into trouble for the sake of a dispute over a girl, and Helen was substituting for that same girl. His attention had been moved off of her. Helen's smile as she looked at me appeared wholly, perfectly genuine, which made it all the more suspicious when I had to look past it and work out the shape glee and excitement took in her character. You win this one, Helen, I thought. Why, though? I asked. Something drew you three here in the first place. You had a reason to stay. If it was the fighting, I can assure you that isn't going to be a regular thing. The three would-be defectors exchanged glances. If there's something you're looking for, I think there's a very good chance you'll find it or something like it if you stick with us a bit longer. New places, new interactions, new people. It's not like that, the sole girl in the group of four spoke. Okay, I said. Being new, I think I can see where they're coming from, Helen said. You can go get bent, Helen, I thought. She was butting in. I had strong suspicions about what was going to happen. I avoided looking at the phantoms to spoil the result. It's lonely, Helen said. Creature comforts are a once-a-day thing. Even for those of us who don't get along with our parents, home often means treats when we want treats, tea when we want tea, hugs, sometimes, or a listening ear. A few heads were nodding. I abandoned this track of strategy, deeming myself too tired for it, and I focused on the next two tasks. I was not about to let Helen sweep me and claim 4 out of 4 victories because my focus was suffering from my mental exhaustion. Shirley said. Shirley needs a break, I said. She's got her hands full. Now, the 4 of you are in an ongoing dispute. If I'm understanding matters right, Adams and Group A here are driven by the idea. Their idea to begin with. Julie and Jim are driven by money. The pair started to protest. Stop fussing about, I told them. It's the money, even if you're pretending it's not. Let's cut through the BS. Something about that tells me you'll respect me talking straight to you. I want respect, Jim said. I started to open my mouth to counter him, but he went on to continue. I want respect, and money is how respect is demonstrated, Jim said. Great, I told him. Let's move forward like that. You two want the lion's share of profit if we turn around and sell your work on venomous parasites and when we decide if you sell any bonuses. Then there's Gerald, who wants the group to stay together and avoid burning bridges, and Christoph, who is happy to burn the bridges and force our collective hand instead. Helen sat back, apparently content to let me do my thing and concede the win. 2 victories for Helen, 1 for me. Our little bet of manipulation, acting, and negotiation ended here, on the other side of this door. I knocked, and the reply was muffled, unenthusiastic. I knocked again, and the reply was the same. Finding the door locked, I reached inside my pocket for my picks. I started work on the lock. Opening the door wasn't hard. The locks were flimsy. The sense of victory, however, was small and short-lived. The young lady who had been afraid to leave her room sat in the center of the room. She'd taken a chair and moved it into position, and now she sat there. The plague blistered on her skin, and thin vines had erupted from her skin. Her mouth was open, vines finding lodging in, on, and around teeth, through her nose and sinuses and down her throat, and vice versa. She was paralyzed, her breathing limited to the shallow. Too far gone. I knew it immediately. The plague is so nice to look at, Helen said, but it isn't nice to people. I agree with the latter half, I said. Only maybe a little bit of the former. Helen nodded. She didn't really have cause or an emotional basis to truly care, but she still was respectful and quiet as I approached the girl in the chair. Sorry, I told the girl. Plaintive eyes looked up at me. I drew my knife, and I held it where she could see. She couldn't nod, but there was a peace in her eyes that I hadn't seen before. Hope. Possible relief. We'll look after you, I said. She nodded. We'll need medication, so she goes easy, I thought. I joined Helen where she lurked at the door. This will be a fair incentive to others to move a little faster to get us all out of here, I said. I think it might, Helen said. Plague nipping at our heels. Helen's bet had been a way to engage me, to get me paying attention. Helen's demeanor was meant to play off of me. In a way, we were very similar in this. Helen could conform, but there was very little beyond the primal needs at the very center. I conformed by my nature and by the nature of Wyvern, often to my detriment. In this, we played off each other. The bet was minor in the grand scheme of things, but it made it easy to calibrate. There were other motivations, I was sure. What were you going to do if I'd won the bet? I asked Helen. Whatever you wanted. I'm happy so long as we're moving forward. And, I said, assuming that we don't count this last one, you're the winner of the bet, and you get to make a request. I do, Helen said, and she smiled. Are you going to keep me in suspense? I asked. She shook her head. No. I think I can guess where you and Jessie want to go. You have certain places in mind. To a degree, I said. I have a suggestion I'd like you both to entertain, but I want you to consider it fairly, Helen said. We stepped into the outside, and I winced at the cold. I spotted students who looked older, and I flagged them down. I'm listening, I said. Ibit has friends, Helen said. A terrible and insulting lie, I replied. Marring the reputation of humanity as a whole with the implication any of us could get along with that man. He has friends, Helen said. He once built super weapons, remember? He built some of the ones in use today, some of the ones the Infante wants to deploy. I paused, taking that in. I looked at Helen, and I pushed my attention to her deeper, and I was aware of the wilder, more reckless edge to her. A part of her that was less patient. I knew it was the kind of impatience that came when one knew their time was running out. I knew because it was the same kind I'd felt for far too long now. Another way in which she and I were similar. You want to steal a super weapon. I thought we might steal a professor who manages a super weapon, Helen said. And what follows from that follows. Gut feeling 17.8. I waited, my back to the door frame, listening. A question from Mabel. A muted response. I counted 90 long seconds before I heard Mabel's boots scrape and shuffle. She exited the room, wearing another improvised quarantine suit. All right? I asked. I wasn't sure if I was asking if she was all right or if the situation was. I don't think I want to do that ever again, she said. Okay, I said. Sorry. She shook her head. The makeshift quarantine suit was all raincoat fabric and tape, and it didn't move as her head did. It needed to be done. It was the nicest way to end her pain, and I don't mind that it was me. But between last night and this morning, I'm almost as emotionally exhausted as I've ever been. We'll have to see what we can do about fixing that, I said. How do you normally shore things up when they're crumbling? She asked. What? I asked. No, just, wording. I think I usually wait. Rest. Or I just push forward until I get to a good stopping point. End of a shitty day of class, or the next weekend where I don't have a lot to do, or the end of a tough semester. How well does that work for you? I asked. Well enough, I think, she said. I don't know. I think this is going to sit with me for a long time. I invited her into the hallway, glanced within, and then closed the door. I picked up my tools, and I started removing the doorknob. It's allowed, letting it sit with you for a while. Mabel said. It's a way of respecting her, I said. You carry that with you. It's good if someone passes and life gets a little harder, if there's a weight and a ripple that extends outward. I pulled the doorknob out. I put it in the toolbox. You've been involved in a lot of lost lives, she said. I looked down the hall. They hadn't been there before I started looking, but they were there by the time my head finished moving and my eyes found the shadows to either side of the window. Jamie, Gordon, and Hubris. I carry them with me in other ways, I said. I collected a hammer and a few long nails from the toolbox. Oh, you mean the phantoms, Mabel said. I was thinking of other deaths. I looked her way. In your tenure as a lamb. Oh. The people I'd killed. That was a thing too. I carry them too, I suppose, I said. Sorry if I made things queer, bringing attention to that. I shook my head. I'm a queer fellow. I hear you talk about things like how you unwind from emotional exhaustion, and I don't know what to say. No, she asked. I drove the nail into the door at an angle, so it penetrated both one edge of the door and the frame itself. With the amount of my back and shoulder that had been carved away, it was a bit of a task to drive the nail home. I don't know that I get emotionally exhausted. I get emotional, I get exhausted, but when push comes to shove, and my feelings are tested and fail the test, it's my brain that breaks more than my heart. I think that's a reflection of heartbreak, sy. You might think differently if you were there, I said. It might be what happens when you have the right tools. I paused to make sure I drove the next nail in straight. To dodge the worst of the heartbreak and go down another path. I have lots of fun tools like that. I see. Rest and time don't do much for me, either. Time heals all wounds, but you have to let it, and I'm not willing to let it. If you're a Sylvester with a brain like clay under running water, you can shape that brain, sure, but you've got to make the choice. That painful memory of that person you cherish, do you let it go? Or do you make the effort to keep that memory clear and safe from being washed away? Do you keep etching it in and reinforcing it? You etch. Yet. I etch, I said. Still holding the hammer, I grabbed a small paint can, pried off the lid, and stuck my fingers inside. I finger-painted letters on the door. As best I can. Plague, my letters wrote. I made a mark below the warning, using fingerprints and smears to form something akin to a leaf with a curling line beside it, then crouched a bit before finger-painting another message. Edna Joan Ecclesiastes. How did it go? I asked. That quote that Edna's friend from the animal team said. I was busy getting my suit taped up. I barely heard what you were all talking about, and the girls were crying. I thought you would remember. You're putting far too much stock in my brain. Something beastly. Wasn't it something like, Roar, my beast friend? Sure, I said. Beast. I think it's a play on best friend, and because she liked animals and war beasts. She was really excited about the pheromone war beast we were going to be working on, even though she wasn't project lead. I was already painting the letters before Mabel had finished talking. It's an especially large shame then. I like people who are passionate about what they do. Mabel nodded, but she didn't verbally respond. It took a while to write even the short sentence, one stroke at a time. There, I said, when I was done. I set the can of paint down without closing it, and abandoned the tools where they were. An oily rug helped me get most of the paint off of my hand. I didn't fuss too much over getting perfectly clean. I wish I could take her somewhere she could be properly buried, Mabel said. Shit. I never used to be sentimental. She was fused to the chair and floor, I said. It's not worth the risk to you. Mabel nodded. Again, her quarantine suit obscured the motion. Burial is a funny thing, too, the more I think about it, but I think that's mostly personal perception. Come on, let's get out of here. I discarded the rag with paint. My hand had the oily residue and traces of paint in the cracks, the wear and tear and the lines emphasized. Scratches new and old, abrasions and calluses all stood out with the paint highlighting them. My fingers stuck to each other. What makes burial a funny thing? Mabel asked. It's a little odd to imagine a burial for someone like me, but that's me, not for someone like her, I said. Otis and some others got buried, and if we had more people with quarantine suits and a clear way to get her out of here and out to a new burial plot, I'd be all for it. You don't want to be buried? You're dancing around the subject. My memory is bad, but I feel like I've never really sat down and imagined myself being lowered into a burial plot, never imagined myself getting a funeral. It's kind of absurd, isn't it? I've thought about dying and I've known I was going to die for a long time, but the scene probably never struck me. I don't think it's absurd at all, she said. You're a victim of queer circumstance. Sure, I said. We can go with that. If not a burial plot, then how does it end? Violent ends. Get myself into trouble I can't get out of. Fed to war beasts, beheaded, shot, I said. I looked for and found Gordon in the crowd, sticking near Jessie and Helen. Cremation would be a nice way to go, but suffocation or drowning are up there. You're being morbid, Mabel said. Ahoy. Trying to scare you off at this point, I said. My dad was unbalanced, spiteful, and self-involved. He lost one wife after another, and after that, he had no forgiveness in his heart for anyone. Especially not me. It still took losing my last shot at the academy for me to walk away. You're going to have to try harder if you want to scare me off. There were things I could say about that, but I had a feeling they would end in bitter words. I took hold of her elbow as we made our way down the stairs to the ground floor. With oversized boots and the alternating constriction and abundance of room that came with the makeshift quarantine suit, she was a little wobbly. She fared well enough that I doubted she needed me, but she wasn't complaining at the gesture, either. As we ventured outside, we could see the rank and file of the Beetle rebels, the additions we'd picked up in our travels, and the older gang members. They'd gathered, and the carriages and wagons were all loaded down with supplies and bags. Some of our people were still lashing bags and containers down. Jessie raised an arm, waving. I waved back. She gestured a question, and I gave the go-ahead. The signal was given, the wagons started off, and with a few words from Jessie, the leaders of individual groups got their contingents moving. I drew a knife from my back pocket and set about cutting the tape and peeling Mabel out of the quarantine suit. The damage and bandages at my back limited my range of movement, particularly with my right arm, while Mabel was limited by the fact that she had taped herself into the suit and it was hard to untape herself with gloves on. Sorry if I made things awkward, she said. She hadn't been wearing the quarantine suit for long. A 5-minute walk between buildings, time inside the dormitory, walking up a flight of stairs and down the hall, seeing to Edna Joan, and then exiting the building. But the outfit wasn't one that breathed, by design. She practically steamed with the body heat that had been contained within. No, awkward was helping Mabel out of her outfit while her team of chemists and greenhouse gangers watched her and the collection of Pierre, Shirley, Jessie, and Helen watched me. Moisture beaded her skin, made her hair stick to her neck. She wasn't wearing heavy clothes with the quarantine suit, her clothing choice barely different from underclothes, and the clothes she was wearing were sticking to her. She was standing with an orientation that meant the onlookers couldn't really see her face. She had been crying, but with the mask and suit on, she hadn't been able to wipe away the tears. The moment her arms were free, the upper half of the suit hanging from her waist. She brought her hands to her face, wiping sweat, tears, and hair back and away. I was very aware that her back arched a little with that, and that her chest stuck out unconsciously in my direction. But I was also aware that people were watching me and her and wanted to see if I would look, and I played at being the gentleman. I moved around behind her, very conscious of how the sweat caught the light, or how one tiny rivulet of sweat traced the line of her shoulder blade. I pulled off my jacket and draped it over her shoulders. You don't need to do that, she said. You'll get cold, I said. You'll get cold, and you're recovering from surgery. You'll get cold, and you're drenched. It'll cut through you in a moment if the wind blows the wrong way. Wear the jacket until you have your own. If you start off a long hike by freezing yourself to the bone, someone is going to have to give up a much-needed seat. All right, Mabel said. I've learned better than to argue with you. Good, I said. But your jacket is going to stink, she said. I haven't had a chance to shower today, I was roasting in that quarantine suit, I'm drenched, as you put it. Oh, the horror. No. Girl sweat is a good smell. Mabel made a face. Gross. It's the way it goes, I told her. Left leg. She lifted her left leg, and I helped cut where the waders were taped to the boots. I repeated the process for the right leg. She put her hands on my shoulders for balance as she kicked off the waders. Together, we got her to the members of the greenhouse gang, who had her actual boots, winter jacket, and clothing in custody. One of them already had a towel ready to hand to her, which immediately went to her damp hair. Walk with us, she asked. I need to catch up with Jessie and Helen, I said. Strategy and grander plans. I want you and some of the others to join in the discussion, but let us cut through some of the initial gristle and grit first. We'll tackle some stuff first, then make it a wider discussion. Okay, Mabel said. I could hear the disappointment. It really is more stuff you don't want to hear. In the meantime, you guys should talk while you walk. Discuss the possibilities of the arm and skin I'm gifting you. How you'll figure out what you can use, tests you can run, whichever else. Tap other groups if it keeps them busy and if you don't fall too far behind. But see what you can do. We'll try, Mabel said. We don't have a lab, so I can't make promises. And keeping in mind you've been running around and helping on my behalf for the better part of the day, I'll see what I can do to thank you by arranging a warm bath for you after we get to our destination. I subtly gestured midway through saying it, making sure the other lambs didn't see. Mabel didn't give any indication she'd seen. Warm bath, one of Mabel's greenhouse gang kids asked, eager. You peasants get to fight over the tubs only after the inner circle are through with them, I said. I gestured again as I said, Mabel gets first go. No need to spoil me, she said. There's no need, but I'm liable to do it anyway, I told her. You did good work. I'm hoping for more. But either way, discuss, plan, plot. Then you and I gestured again, striving to drive the point home. We'll discuss what your group figured out and is proposing. I was pretty sure she saw that last gesture. I was also pretty sure she didn't understand the meaning. I'll be tired tonight, and I think you're underestimating how tired you'll be. A surgery like the one you had last night will take a lot out of you. I gestured. We'll see how it goes, then, I said. No commitments. But I think you'd be surprised at my stamina. I think waiting and seeing is the best approach, she said. And I'm sure you're very capable. I smiled, gesturing subtly at the same time. And I'm suddenly remembering that you're the person to trust when it comes to this sort of thing, she said. And I'm reconsidering. If you think you'll be up for it. I definitely think I'll be up for it, I said. No blushing, barely any betrayal that she'd realized what I was really going for. Her eyes were one of the first things I had noticed about her, the attention to detail and memory. I wondered how many times she'd seen the gestures before making the connection. I'll look forward to it, then, she told me. I gave her a mock salute, collected my coat, and made my way to the others. I could tell they were rearing to go before they fell behind the pack. I'd told Mabel that I needed to get some things sorted out before I invited her to chat with us. I was about to deal with those things. So adorable, Helen said. I rolled my eyes. Your pupils are dilated, Jessie said. Your breathing is different. I rolled my eyes more emphatically, moving my head in a little circle for added emphasis. It was very gentlemanly of you to give her your jacket, Shirley said. Not you, sure, I said. Don't you join in. It's hard to resist, Shirley said, offering me a pouty little moo that used the best of her pixie face and built in her large eyes. Helen mirrored her movements. Helen is already a bad influence on you, I remarked. The mass migration was underway. The light teasing continued, and we made our way out of Sedge and onto the back country roads. There were enough people in our rank and file that it posed logistical issues. The tromp of boots on wet dirt road meant that by the time the stragglers reached the same point, the ground was a mire. Wagons churned up ground that should have been solid and hard with the cold. The jokes and jabs stopped after a bit. The carriages were loaded down enough that when they did reach softer ground, weight pulled them into the mud. People started to appear at the sides of the road, as if to offer help, but our numbers discouraged a straightforward approach. Bandits. I wanted to talk to some, but the way things were demanded constant and careful attention. They lingered, ominous, and I made sure to talk to the group leaders, ensuring we conveyed the right message, that we didn't have any weak points. Mentally, I could see the bandits making the mental decision to attack us in the late evening, after most of us had gone to bed. The show of strength was enough for the time being. I took Jessie's hand, and I did it for reasons entirely unrelated to the bandits who wanted to attack us and divest us of our gathered possessions. As all of this went, it was good. The people, the task at hand, the possibilities, and that dim possibility that Helen had floated of something inspiring and devastating to our enemies. I liked that in particular. If I had quizzed Jessie for information before making promises to Mabel, I might have been told that even if we were brisk, it would take 12 hours to reach our destination by way of walking. I might have been discouraged. We didn't walk. Halfway through the afternoon, just as the sun was starting to set, we had happened across a farm. The farmer had been willing to accept well over twice the value of his horses, carriages, and spare wood in exchange for his cooperation. Spirits were considerably higher now that anyone walking could get a turn sitting on the back of one carriage. Helen found her way back from a conversation with Pierre. Helen, I said. Question, Jessie and I were discussing. Did you ever envision a casket funeral for yourself? I think if I would be in a position to get one, I'll get taken to pieces in autopsy for my creator, she said. So no. I nodded. I was aware that Helen was preparing her breakfast as though she had no imagination at all. Root and routine. What about a casket funeral for me? I asked. It was Jessie who answered. If you somehow earn a casket funeral for yourself, for one thing, I'm going to be ticked, because that's not allowed. We don't die if we can help it. Fair, Helen said. Yeah, I said. No throwing yourself suicidally into madcap situations with only half-formulated plans, Jessie said. If you can promise me that, I'll play along with the mad plan. I'll help you execute it with precision. Deal, I said. It might have been poetic for that moment to be the one where we crested the hill and found ourselves faced with the next scene, a fresh image of the Crown States. Instead, it took another 10 minutes of trudging, every part of my lower body and some parts of my upper body hurting from the exercise, before we reached the hill, so to speak. The trees overhead knit into arches above our heads. The arches blocked our view. But we made it beyond the arches. We had a clear view of the sky. Oh my gosh, Helen said. He's not supposed to be here. He was a man, as it happened. He was naked, leathery of skin, with ragged hair and mustache. Don't tell me, I said. Well, I could listen and not tell you, which is boring and anxiety-inducing, Helen said. Or I could break the news, and then we can discuss what to do about this. What news? Davis asked, as he happened to draw closer to us, the walking rearguard of the caravan now catching up to us on the cliff edge, looking across the city. Looking at the naked man. His face contorted with emotion, his body moved as if he wasn't familiar with it, and he acted groggy. One of the super weapons. He stood taller than the tallest skyscrapers in the city sprawl, and the city held close to 80,000 people. Taller than a building 10 stories tall. He moved among most buildings like someone my size might have walked amid scattered books in my living room. His joints were overlarge, he was brutish, crude, and ugly, with some resemblance to a Neanderthal, and yet, somehow, he was art. Beauty in audacity. He was a project that stretched the upper bounds of size limits, ratios, and weight distribution. He's one of the 3 largest non-waterborne creations on the planet, Helen said. And he's Ibit's work. My half-brother. Gut feeling 17.9. The assembled beetle rebels pulled together, a crowd forming at the hilltop to stare at the spectacle. Jessie, Helen, and I stood off to one side, away from crowd and the babble of conversation. Helen's older brother moved slowly, as if in a daze, his head hanging, jaw slack, raising one foot, moving it a fair ways down the length of the street before bringing it down again. With the movement of the leg, smaller objects were obliterated, wagons or booths or other things of similar scale kicked to splinters. Overhanging architecture was scraped away, snow and moisture sprayed. The footfall made snow and water flow off of every rooftop near the giant, momentarily blurring the sharper edges and lines of the structures. His arms limp at his side, he remained where he was, having just completed one lunging step, one leg bent at the knee, the other extended behind him. Why did Ibit give him a? Jessie started. She didn't finish the sentence, leaving things more implied. Figures that you'd fixate on that, I said. Why does it figure? Jessie asked. It sort of figures. I mean, if it was a she-giant and it had she-bits in a chest, you'd be poking fun at me. Entirely true, but that's because you're a lack, Jessie said. I gasped in mock horror. Just because he's equipped with a tackle. Helen supplied. Was looking for something more polite. But fine. Just because he's equipped with a tackle that could very easily be used to knock a house down, it doesn't mean I'm interested. That's not how it works. Isn't it? I asked. It really isn't. And can I just stop and bemoan the fact I'm now enduring the company of the 2 most easily distracted lambs? Nobody answered why he's even. Jessie had trailed off again. So bestowed. Helen offered. Bestowed to begin with, Jessie said. Aesthetic. I asked. Jessie made a face. What? I asked. It's not aesthetic, Jessie said. Excuse me. Helen asked. Wait 1 second, I said. Wait. If I step in here and say that technically there's nothing wrong with the picture being presented, beyond the house-destroying potential, is that a point in my favor against the Lek allegations, in that I can be fair to both genders? You're still a Lek, Jessie said. I mock gasped again. I'll remind you too that that is my brother you're talking about and disparaging, Helen said. And I think he's aesthetically sound. Can't argue that point, I said. Jessie made a face, then asked, will my memory be indelibly tainted if I ask just how many? Homewreckers. I jumped in. Homewreckers you've been exposed to. It very likely will, Helen said. But in the interest of not injuring your brain. Thank you. I'll just say that I've seen babies, and stitched, and war beasts, as some of the less brain-injuring examples. My big brother's slumbering dragon. Jessie snorted. No, Jessie, I jumped in. You're supposed to be the deadpan, serious one. Is fine. Helen protested. You two interrupt each other and me constantly. It's rude. In the distance, Helen's big brother dragged his back foot forward. He balanced poorly on it as he set it down, and to fix his balance he immediately followed with a movement of the other foot, finally stabilizing by planting his 2 feet far apart. It looked like he was trying to avoid treading on and through buildings. I wasn't wholly sure, but it didn't look like he had been entirely successful. Perhaps we're too fixated on this, Jessie said. You're just upset because Helen and I are on the same page, while you're on the other side of the aisle, disparaging her brother's slumbering dragon. Jessie tried and failed to avoid laughing again. She moved her glasses up and pressed one hand to her face. So rude, Helen chided Jessie. It's certainly nothing to laugh about. It's really nothing to laugh about, I said. It's so inefficient. Jessie protested. Why even tack it on? You have no reason to believe it's inefficient, Helen said, stern. You haven't seen it in use. That was Jessie's cue to raise her hands to her ears, fleeing the scene. I jumped forward, throwing my arms around her and catching her in a hug from behind, keeping her from absconding. Let me go. No. She says things and I get mental pictures and they never go away. They'll go away in a few months when your slate is erased and you functionally die, all right? I asked. Jessie ceased struggling. But it's torture in the meantime, Jessie said, still with the lilt of a joke in her voice. I hadn't killed the mood with my own joke in poor taste. Well, suck it up, I told her. I settled my chin on her shoulder, the side of my face pressed against her ear. One of my eyes was closed because her braid was in my face. We were both looking at the scene. Actually, don't suck. Don't, Jessie interrupted me. Fine. Let's drop this topic before the two of you find new and fun ways to mentally scar me. All right, Helen said. I'd just like to point out, I said. No point. My arm still around her, I gave Jessie a squeeze. Ting, she said, with less enthusiasm. Dang it. You're going to insist on tormenting me with this one, aren't you? I'm just going to say that it's winter. This particular slumbering dragon is probably more than halfway inside its cave, as slumbering dragons are wont to do when it's cold. Okay, SY. I get it. This isn't even the full magnitude of the dragon, I said. Helen nodded in solemn agreement. I get it, SY. I started to pull back, ready to get serious, and Jessie reached up to hold my arms in place. My arms still encircling her, I gave her a squeeze, and I continued to watch. If she wanted to stop for a moment, I wasn't about to complain. Armpits, I said, as we watched Helen's big brother get his bearings, sway, and then take another step, careful to tread only on roads. Armpits. Lift up your arms, I said. Jessie did. I moved my hands, and as she lowered her arms, my hands were tucked beneath them, sandwiched between arm and body. Thank you, I said. If my hands get cold, I'm going to borrow your body parts. Do, I said, into her ear. With my arms where they were, I could feel where the blood was pumping through the brachial arteries and into her arm. I could feel the change of her heartbeat, the change in her breathing. I liked that I got a reaction that way. The giant slowly turned, until his back was to us. I could hear the others react, a general murmur of complaint across the assembled beetle students. As I looked around, I could see that Pierre and Shirley were hanging close by. Shirley was giving me an amused sort of look. She was close enough to have heard a lot of the interplay and teasing. All the while, Helen's brother was still moving ponderously. He brought his hand down. Up to this point, we hadn't seen him do much more than damage property and scatter wood here and there where it had been in his way. Accident more than design. This was design, intent, a blatant attack. The hand came down, and it plunged through a roof and into the interior of a building. Pulling his hand free, Helen's brother checked it, found it empty, and plunged it into the building again. This time, he simply tore the hand through stone and wood. It didn't look easy, and even with his immense size, he had to shift his weight and ensure his feet were braced right before he pushed his hand the rest of the way through the structure, up until the point that the building no longer held together. Dust and debris rose up in a cloud as the building came down. The commentary, gasps and other feedback had mostly died out at this point. We watched from a considerable distance away as Helen's brother scraped fingers through wreckage, stirring up more mess and debris. He raised his hand, investigating the contents, and I could see the bodies there. He cast them away, sending them flying as if they'd been launched by a trebuchet, and then resumed rummaging. Joking was over. The deaths were real, there were stakes, now. I pulled away from Jessie and took a second to ensure I was ready to act the moment I was done talking. Heads up. I called out. I had the attention of the beetle rebels now. If you're down to help, hands up, step forward. The goal here is to see what we can do about him, trying to steer him or use him. If we can even steal him, get him away from here, we force them to react. They won't let a weapon fall into our hands. It's a diversion of resources. Either it's something we can capitalize on here, or we move fast and we move hard, and it's something we capitalize on elsewhere. But it starts with this. There were a few nods here and there. Not as many as I might have hoped for, but Ibit's creation was intimidating, to put it lightly. The ones who aren't helping, you set up shop at the fringes. Find a location for us to camp out and get supplies, shouldn't be too hard if they've recently evacuated. Station guards, make sure you're able to get clear if the giant starts marching in your direction. We need a location to fall back to, and depending on how this big guy works, we might have to flee a bit, regroup, flee again. There were more nods at that. It seemed most of our people were looking at the giant and doubting their ability to tackle him. All together for the time being, I said. We'll split up shortly. There was shuffling as bags that had been set on the frozen road top were collected. Students with hats had removed them because they were perspiring so much, while others were putting on hats, because their ears were cold. Things had to be hurriedly retrieved or stashed away before straps were hauled up to shoulders, backpacks lifted and positioned with straps crisscrossing the chest, and medical bags rattling with their individual pill counts. Not everyone had bags, but the ones who did looked particularly miserable. Looking back at the path, the wagons were following. They'd be with the second group, while we took our initial stab at things. We set down the hill, and for a mob of students with tired legs and heavy bags, the faint slope down was precarious. The ground was compacted, hard, and frozen over, the people traveling over it not as sure-footed as they ought to have been. Some fell, and they fell hard. It became a collaborative effort to make the way down the slope and into the city. Helen, Jessie said. I was holding Jessie's hand to stabilize her. My own collaborative contribution. Yes. Can you tell us about your brother? You've met him. Once, a long time ago. When I was new and he wasn't that old. I was half as tall as I am now, and he was half as big as he is now. Because I was new, Professor Ibit brought me everywhere, socializing me as we went. He checked on his projects and on the people maintaining them, and I got to come see and come say hi. Does he know you? I asked. No, I don't think so. But then again, he isn't awake much. He sleeps in an embryonic sac in Lake Southwold, just a ways from New Amsterdam. He was awake when I saw him, but I think he was feverish, which was why we were there. History is good, but we need constructive answers, I said. Strengths? Abilities? Weaknesses? Oh. He's big. Be serious, Helen, I said. His project name is Nephilim 1. If you look at his stomach, he has a bit of a belly. That's a hidden compartment. Control compartment? I asked. Is it where the people guiding him are? I don't know, I don't think so. Okay, I said. His vision and hearing aren't every good. There are a lot of pieces of him that you or I would think are weak, but Professor Ibit knows all about the weak points of the body. He knows any would-be giant slayers will want to blind the giant, hamstring them, target the ankle or catch them when they are asleep. But there are things under the surface that make this harder. Subdermal armor, reinforcement. The senses are a lie. Lie? Jessie asked. He's covered in body hair. He uses the hair to taste the environment. He's a bloodhound. A very big bloodhound. They give him a scent or something else to go on. Then he hunts. He walks and stops to sniff, then walks more. When he finds someone, he smushes them. Smushes? Jessie asked. Like a bug, guts spilling out, but they're important people, not bugs. That's a problem then, I said. It's a massive problem, Davis said. The student council president was following behind us. He was joined by other notables and project leaders. BEA, Fang, Mabel, Valentina, and Pierre. I don't want to get crushed. Smooshed, Helen corrected, very firmly. That's not why it's a problem, I said. It's a problem because if this is true, if the big guy, Project Nephilim is a bloodhound, like Helen remembers, then he's more or less under his own control. I'm assuming he's not down for conversation. No, Helen said. He won't follow gestures or codes or signals. There's no good way to communicate a new order or get him to stop. They use chemicals, Helen said. That gets him to a place, usually a place where he can get his face close to the ground and smell it. Bedrooms, bloodbaths, piles of dirty laundry. He takes a deep breath and he can smell those things like a shark smells blood in the water. He's after someone now, I said. I think so, Helen said. Either that, or he's acting very strange. Okay. Streets are empty. Why? Giant stomping around, Jessie said. But he's stomping around over here. Why aren't people on the other end of the city running? Hard to say. Then that's what we're looking for. We split into groups. We scout, investigate, and see if we can't find something critical. If they have a way of communicating with the entire city, maybe they're using it to communicate with Nephilim 1. I don't think so, Helen said. That's not how Neph works. The Crown, as a rule, wants control. Would they really do something like this, where they release something this big and give up all control? Neph isn't the Crown, Helen said. Neph is Ibit. The same creator as me. Think, sy. I pressed my lips together at that. She wasn't wrong. If Neph came from the same roots, the end result could be the same. A being with the same kind of fundamental logic, a basic system of understanding the world, built-in loyalty and questionable attachments. We'd reached the base of the hill, the outer periphery of the city. It wasn't too large a city, which made the presence of Nef that much more startling. If I had to guess, the population was 300,000 or 400,000. It wasn't small, it certainly wasn't a mere town, but it lacked the trappings of some larger cities I'd seen, and I couldn't see anything of sufficient stature to suggest a local academy, large or small. There were more hotels and apartment buildings than actual houses, all done up in stone or brick with builder's wood. The taller buildings themselves used builder's wood liberally and in unique styles, creating architecture that twisted as it rose skyward. These precarious constructions were what made every movement of Helen's brother a tense thing, movements of the lumbering giant too close to a building that was twisted enough that it looked like a broken arm, heavy footfalls around buildings that didn't seem wholly balanced. It was too clean a city in my estimation. The signs of industry and agriculture, of glitz, glamour, of purpose were painfully absent. I could see businesses, but they didn't stand out. There were elements of the military by way of sturdy buildings at the harbor and here and at strategic locations, but the military wasn't active in this crisis, which dampened that particular flavor. It made me think that this was a city that dealt primarily with the business of business. With bookkeeping and records and hiring and firing, with whole apartment buildings of people very possibly treating this city like a waypoint before they moved to fill gaps or responsibilities elsewhere. There was more to it, I was sure. Getting deeper into the city would reveal more. I wasn't sure, however, if it mattered. I was more concerned with Helen's big brother. Nef was standing straight, his hands full of rubble and bodies. He held it up as if barely aware of it all, and he stared at some fixed point deeper into the city. Something had caught his attention, and he addressed that something by hurling the fistfuls of rubble and detritus and bodies at that something. Again, the notion of the trebuchet came to mind. The throwing motion of an arm with that range and that kind of power built into it was something to behold. Nef leaned back, swaying, and then lunged forward. He pounced as if he were pretending to be a cat or as if he were diving into deep water, both hands moving forward and together to meet at the same point, the target he wanted to utterly destroy. We weren't in a position to see the result, so there was only the mental image, and what I could see was the way he effectively body flopped onto the city, arms stretched out in front of him. Whatever had been beneath or in front of his hands was likely gone now. We spread out, I said. Groups of 2 or 3. Fan through the streets. Most of you should know the signals by now, for relaying alerts and warnings. If you don't know, pair with someone who does. It sounded easy, but the logistics were harder. Jesse had been able to pick up some idea of how the city was laid out, and the trick was to have everyone move in rough parallel, while avoiding the streets which would merge into others, creating wasted effort if one group was forced to merge into another or fall well behind. Jesse, Helen, and I took the central path. It was arguably the safest when it came to being surprised or targeted from the flanks, but it also gave us the chance to react fastest if one of the others reported something. Pierre had come along, and that was our saving grace in this. He was a man who could outrun a horse on a good day, and while the winter had slowed him down a hair, both in leaving him slightly more out of shape and in making the environment more dangerous for running on 2 feet, it was still speed that counted for a lot. We moved as 4 core groups, with Pierre a free agent that checked on each group before looping out ahead. We made it a good way down the road before we saw Pierre hiding, his back to a wall, a finger pressed to his mouth. He gestured, and it served to let us know that the others had already been alerted. He gestured for us to come, and we went to his side. Remain within your homes, the voice boomed. It was loud and oppressive. If Helen's brother had been a third of the size and inclined to speaking with an aristocrat's fine articulation and nuance, this might have been the volume I expected. Those seen running about may be shot or they may draw the attention of the Nephilim project. There was the control I'd been looking for. Be patient. All will return to normal soon. Back to normal, but for the massive property damage and the loss of lives, it seemed. Still, it made a degree of sense. There was a degree of manipulation in that people naturally gravitated toward what they knew and understood. People wanted to go back to normal. I'd offered normalcy as a bargaining chip when attempting to get people to cooperate. Some were even very willing to do abnormal things if normal was in the cards for the future. We joined Pierre, and we crept forward to investigate the source of the booming voice. The source, as it turned out, was an experiment. He wore a stylized suit and a wig, and his facial features were clearly altered. He was rotund to the point that it had to be design, a sphere or near sphere literally encased within him. Praise be to the crown, the experiment boomed out. He was moving away. Beside us, Pierre relaxed a bit. He glanced around, then said, I'll check with the others. A moment. He was gone a second or 3 later. Praise be to the crown, I thought, trying on the words the experiment had used. I didn't believe them in the slightest. This is workable, I said. The announcer experiment got his marching orders from someone. He did, Jesse said. I can hear another one, Helen confided. Maybe 2. I think one of the 2 is a woman. Multiple announcers, then, addressing multiple parts of the city. This wasn't accidental. The whole setup was premeditated. The task had been carried out with a goal in mind. We can trace him back to the academy people who ordered him to come here, we can co-opt or beat them, and through that we might be able to stop, capture, or redirect Big Brother Nef. He's not much older than me. If we could train him properly, we could make him an honorary lamb, Helen said, smiling. A project for another time, I said. At this point, I just want to get through today. I think we should track the announcer. Let's see where he goes in the meantime. The others nodded. We moved to follow, tracing the announcer's steps, and as we did so, we were careful to fan out, moving from cover to cover while also staying out of sight of Nev, lest he decide to throw something at us or chase us down. He stopped to preach the importance of staying indoors and out of sight. We still don't know what he's pregnant with, Helen said. Pregnant? I asked. His potbelly. He's storing something. Sometimes it's food and water and vitamins, but sometimes it's a weapon. I've been thinking about that, Jessie said. Thoughts later. For now, we should see if this guy is going deeper afield or if he's retreating to headquarters. Agreed, I said. It seemed we wouldn't get our answer. As we waited for him to finish his loud rant, a lone gunshot rang out. What followed was chaos. Our lead to the Crown forces had been taken from us, and as if to add insult to injury, more deafening gunshots sounded, targeting us. We shrank behind cover, and my mind was going a mile a minute. Neff had been set against an enemy. It wasn't Frey, and that left two possibilities. Only one was really this hostile to us. It's been a long, long time, dear Cynthia, I thought, without much love in my heart. Cynthia had been the de facto leader of the rebel coalition for a stretch, before Mauer had gotten his claws in and strife had divided the groups. She had been the angriest and most bitter of them, and, most critical when it came to our current issue, the least willing to cooperate with anyone, let alone lambs. Gut feeling 17.10. A few things were immediately clear. We were outgunned, outnumbered, and out of immediate options. They knew exactly where we were, and we knew where the gunshots were coming from, generally speaking. I'd reflexively moved for the nearest piece of cover when the first gunshots fired, dragging Jessie and Helen with me. That cover consisted of a propped-up sign, grown wood rather than carpentry, painted with a leaf, signifying some kind of herbalist or floral shop. The good thing was the sign itself was solid enough that bullets hit it dead on and didn't punch through, or pass through one panel and struck the panel we were leaning against. It worked fairly well as cover went. The first downside to come to mind was that the sign, by dint of its construction, was composed of two panels with a hinge at the top end. As solid and heavy as the special wood was, I couldn't help but imagine that enough impacts would make the other panel inch closer to us, feet scraping on the road, until the sign folded and tipped over, leaving us exposed. Was it likely? The sign was broad enough the three of us could cluster behind it with only one of our shoulders sticking out the side. The wood was thick. One of those inching losses of ground might require 2 rifle shots to hit at the same time or in quick succession. Which sounded fine until I went back to considering just how many shooters there were and just how outgunned we were. They weren't chancing anything, and the sheer vehemence of the response added up to another mental tick mark in the Cynthia box. She and her people weren't fond of lambs. So that was a thing. Our cover was sturdy, as signs went, but it was still a sign that wasn't anchored to the ground. Then there was the fact that the sign was on legs. The gap was such that someone would have to lie on the ground to aim for the space, but it didn't preclude a chance ricochet hitting the cobblestone road and bouncing up to catch one of us in the rump or lower spine. Then there was the fact that not every hit was dead center or to the most solid part of the sign. The bullets caught the edges and the edges splintered, which meant our cover was being whittled away, which in turn meant SY. I winced at the sharp sound of a bullet catching the sign an inch from my ear. My ear rang from the sound, my vision going funny in one eye. I had to concentrate to bring my senses back under control and to put the ringing out of mind. Yes, Jessie. Hello. Why are you greeting me at a time like this? You're acting. Jessie was momentarily drowned out by the din of gunfire and the noise of bullets bouncing off of cobblestone and building faces. Lost in your own head, she finished. Focus. I focused. 10 gunmen? 12? Do you know or are you guessing? Jessie asked. You sound like you're guessing. Same thing, these days, I said. Conversation was momentarily interrupted by a series of shots. Some sounded different than others, and I felt the signboard move behind me. That's not true, Jessie said. But we'll talk about that after. They're flanking us, Helen said. She pointed. Running footsteps. They were coming around to our right. If they got into position there, they'd be able to shoot at us and we wouldn't have the benefit of cover. Most would be happy to have us pinned down, our cover being shredded. But these guys are taking advantage of the fact we can't move to take another position where they can shoot us. The sign sat at the edge of the footpath. 3 long strides would get us to safety, but there were too many bullets flying, and taking those kinds of strides meant standing up first. With 3 of us, the chance that we'd make it there was simply too small. Seconds, Helen said. Gunshots had drowned out the first sound. She held up her fingers in the gesture language countdown. 5, 4. And then the enemy would be in cover. I drew my knife, and I slammed it into the sign, my fingers wrapping around the edge of the sign to keep the sign in place. Wouldn't do to let it fold and fall down at this critical juncture. A bullet caught the board just where I was holding it. My hand flew away, splinters and blood, and I twisted away. I might have lost my balance and gone from a crouch to a face-down sprawl on the street if Jessie hadn't caught me. 2, Helen said. 1. Jessie's fingers tightened on my shoulder and arm. With my damaged hand, no idea how bad it was, I reached out and grabbed the knife. Funny thing was, the use of the knife was supposed to keep me from having to reach out with my hand. Embedded as best as I could get it into the dense wood, it served as a handle, a point of leverage. I drew my pistol and rather than use it, held the barrel and hooked the handle around the edge. Go. I called out. I hauled, pulling on the gun and knife to drag the sign. Helen managed to reach down and grab the lower leg and help while maintaining a near run. We moved our cover. I saw Helen's head start to turn, her hand going up. I reacted before she was even finished the initial movement. I'd been waiting for the signal from her. The flanking gunmen had reached their position, according to Helen's ears. I moved the gun, catching the other lower leg with the hook of the handle, and threw myself across Jessie, pulling the sign so it came around to protect us from the flankers. We'd covered enough ground that there was only a minimal gap between us and the nearest wall. The flanking soldiers opened fire. The vibrations of the bullets hitting the sign made it hard for me to hold onto the knife. A crack formed, reaching from the halfway point of the sign to the hinge, and I could see daylight through it. From the lean of the sign, one of the legs had broken away. We retreated as best as we could, until we reached what I'd thought was an alleyway. In reality, it was an alcove, a recess in the building face for trash to be piled up for carting away later. There were reams of wet paper that smelled like damp earth and likely had a gritty texture reminiscent of it. There was an access door, but there was only room for one person to get in there. Go, I told Jessie. Get the door open. She made a pained face, then nodded. When she lurched for cover, then made her way to her feet, I could see the gouge in one of her legs. One bullet had gone under the sign after all. If I'd known she had caught a grazing hit from a bullet, I wouldn't have told her to do it. But Helen couldn't pick locks, to the best of my knowledge, and that meant it had to be one of the two of us. I wasn't sure about myself. I investigated my hand. The bullet had hit the signboard where I was grabbing it. It had passed between two fingers of my right hand, catching both, shattering both fingernails, exposing the white of the bone of the knuckle of my middle and ring fingers, and doing a degree of damage to flesh that I couldn't really judge, given the blood that was pouring out of the wound. I kept my back to the sign, which continued to rock with intermittent gunfire, and I wrapped a handkerchief around my injured fingers, wadding it in between the fingers before tightly binding them. The patter of gunfire changed. I frowned. They're coming, Helen said. The group that opened fire first. Yeah, I said. The others just got the message. They're shooting to keep us pinned down, but they don't want to hit friendlies. We're open, Jessie said, before disappearing through the door. Helen ducked through, and I was the last one to exit, tearing my knife free before I did so. We closed and locked the heavy braced door behind us. They're coming, Helen said. They have ghosts. Ghosts. The clones of Percy's design, using aspects of the cannibalized Whiskers experiment. Echolocation and coordination. They had been mass-produced for a short period, and then a steady extermination campaign on the Academy's part had coupled with Percy's death to bring the project to an end. Now the remaining ghosts were scattered among rebel factions, the vast majority of the ghosts favoring Cynthia's. Given their talents, I had to imagine they were serving as scouts and listening ears for whichever squad or team they served with. I wondered if there was a story as to why they kept appearing alone when they'd been pack creatures on our first encounter with them. Was it a natural fact of their developing individuality? They ceased to synchronize with their kin? Sound disrupts them, Jessie said. Confuses their echolocation and spatial senses. For a short time, I said. I looked at our environment. The store sold plants and flowers, all potted and of a sort that made it look more like the flowers were strictly for gardens, not for gifts. The shop itself was closed, with artificial tubing reaching from a water tank to the innumerable pots, providing water to them in quantities that depended on the thickness of the tubing. With the shop closed, curtains had been pulled across the windows, allowing only a dull, filtered light to pass through. Metal fences of a sort had been pulled across the door and display windows. It didn't look like the metal fences were there to stay, they only existed to keep thieves out. It also served to limit our access to the display windows at the front of the store. We couldn't use that glass to disturb the ghosts. For now, we should focus on get somewhere safe, I said. How's your leg? I can't run. Got it. Can I see? They're here, Helen said. They're surrounding the building. I didn't wait for a response from Jessie. I dropped to one knee, and I checked the wound. The bullet had caught the calf muscle, passing right through. I used a pair of shears from the shop and a bit of my sleeve to create a quick makeshift bandage. I tied it in place as best as I could. Jessie asked. We need to go, SY. I straightened, holding my hand up. I'd collected what I could of the blood that had run down from the injury to her foot and into her boot. Rather than try to squeeze blood from my fist, I flicked my hand in the direction of the back door. Flecks of blood were scattered in that direction. Up? Helen asked. Up, I confirmed. Rooftops don't lend themselves to an exit that way, Jessie said. And I think they're keeping an eye out. Yeah, I said. We needed hiding spots. We needed to deal with the ghosts, and there was a distinct lack of glass available. The second floor was residential, the apartment of the people who ran the shop. It was all made up of bedrooms and bathrooms, with a staircase at the far end of the hall leading up to a third floor. I checked the doors and found some locked. Finding one open bedroom, I hauled the door open. I saw the window, and started toward it. Helen caught my arm. Let me go, I said. There are soldiers on the ground, she said. Let me go, I said, again. She let go of me. I headed into the bedroom, collected the nearest heavy object, a hand brush with metal backing, and hurled it through the window. Gunshots fired. Soldiers and rebels on the ground that had been waiting to coordinate or something kicked the doors and windows in, storming into the building. The cages at the door and windows on the first floor rattled. They were meant to deter theft, however, and not to stop an all-out siege. Others would be coming through the side door we'd used. The door was heavy enough it would resist a good kicking, but they were determined, and they no doubt had resources. I kept my head down, grabbed 2 pieces of glass, and used one to jam the door shut as I closed it, working it into the door frame. I handed the other to Jessie. She began scratching, and, with luck, we were no longer in the sights of the ghosts. They wouldn't hear us, and their handlers, hopefully, would hang back. Downstairs, the barriers came crashing down, and the soldiers stormed the building. I could hear other damage and destruction as they pushed things aside and crowded their way through the building. We headed upstairs. The 3rd floor, in a weird transposition of normal building layouts, housed the kitchen and living room. There were windows, large enough to let light in, but they were high up. A wooden beam ran from one end of the building to the next. Helen gestured, and I provided the boost, cupping my hands so the injured fingers wouldn't be a problem. Or so I thought. As Helen set her foot down, her weight coming down on my hands, the pain flared, and my knees buckled. I set my teeth, adrenaline helping, and then nodded for her to try again. This time, I was able to boost her up the wall to a handhold. From the handhold, she was able to climb up to the beam. Helen was a strong climber, her grip indefatigable and tenacious. Once she was on the beam, she was able to use her feet to grip it and flip herself upside down. Her skirt reversed direction, flopping down, but the circumstance was tight enough that none of us cared. Jessie had trouble jumping up to grab Helen's hand, and we needed to minimize how much time we were spending not scratching glass, so I helped her up, hands on her hips, launching her up. She climbed Helen rather mercilessly until she had a vantage point to stand, one hand on the beam and one foot on the side of Helen's neck. She pulled the glass free of her belt and began scratching it again. There was a poetry to the scene, I observed. Helen with her skirt upside down, Jessie in a compromising position skirtwise with me directly beneath her. I would have liked to joke about it. Alas, no time. Another day, with luck. I jumped up and grabbed Helen's hand with my good hand. Rather than have me climb her, Helen maneuvered and contorted her way to raise me up to the beam and help me onto it. We had an exit, presumably. I wasn't sure I trusted it. There are still soldiers outside. I murmured. Yes, Helen said. I can hear footsteps and murmuring. There's one ghost in the building and one outside. I can hear them too. They're noisy. Alarm or a dynamic, possibly. Coordination between groups. Would they have a clear shot at us? I whispered. Not clear. But they would get shots, Helen whispered back. But it's better than staying here. I bit my lip. I wasn't so sure. I didn't want to press our luck. Layout of buildings isn't good, Jessie whispered. We don't have a lot of maneuverability out there. Helen shook her head, golden curls thwopping back and forth across her face. I looked before we went inside. We can jump over to the house with the cute chimney, climb that roof, and then we can run along the house with the coxcomb. Cox what? I murmured. No, not important. Jessie was more on point. We don't have anywhere to run after that, Helen. I've pieced together the layout. It doesn't go anywhere. The other option is staying here, Helen retorted. If we do that, then we die. I like my plan better. There are ways. The soldiers had planned this, to an extent. It wasn't a comprehensive plan, done hours in advance. No. If I had the gist of this right, then they had shot the crown speaker, the experiment that was shouting for people to stay indoors. Seeing people move from cover to cover like we had been doing wouldn't be wholly unbelievable for civilians, but I had to wonder if our reaction to the sound of the gun had been cause for them to realize we were a threat. At which point they'd realized we were lambs. I missed the days we were a clandestine project. We stay, I said. What? Jessie asked. They expect us to leave, so we stay. There isn't much light. We're in the shadows up here. Use the glass, Jessie. Helen, you and I, we attack. Jessie started scratching the glass. Helen and I shifted position, and Helen took partial custody of Jessie, wrapping one arm around her. They would come up the stairs. They would look up. I tried to wrap my head around the scene, then stabbed my knife into the beam at an angle. Damaged, bandaged fingers gripped the beam, my other hand gripped the knife handle while I prayed the blade wouldn't break and the tip wouldn't pry free. I bought good knives, but... My body stretched out along the length of the beam, hugging it, but I didn't perch on top of it, because doing so would mean being in plain view of anyone coming up the stairs. Instead, I clung to the side, my calf, foot, and knee hugging the surface. I was hugging the side as much as I could without anything dangling or being visible beneath. Helen mimed me and did much the same, but she used her hands and feet, and she supported Jessie, helping to hold Jessie up, while Jessie scratched the glass. My throbbing fingertips and the damage to my back made themselves felt within seconds. I could hear the tromping footsteps, and I was aware of the first people making their way up, checking. There's a window, one said. Did they leave? They can't have gone far. Carm and Daisy are still having fits like they do when we use the sharpening wheel. I was trembling now. It wasn't a lack of fitness. It was that pain and damage I'd sustained was forcing parts of me to work in ways and degrees they hadn't before to compensate for what would have been a decent amount of strain on any other day. More boots. They were gathering below. Checking, chattering. Where's the boss? He's with Carm. What do we do? Tear this place apart? Look for their hiding places. Sounds like a start. Oh, they were staying for a bit, then. Problem was, it wasn't a question of if I was going to slip and fall. It was a question of when. I didn't have it in me. I looked at Helen, then at Jessie, who was doing a fine job of etching the glass without making audible noise. I looked the other way, at Mauer, who stood on the beam I was hanging onto. It was as if he was standing on my hand, grinding down on the injured fingers, intensifying the pain beyond what I would have felt if he wasn't participating. There were 3 people directly below me. I wondered if I could set up my landing so I could stab one and cut another 2 before they realized what was happening. I was pretty sure I couldn't. Not with my back being injured. Not with my fingertips ruined. The knife moved a hair, and the pressure on my fingertips increased. I looked over at the others, ready to signal them. What I saw, however, was that Jessie was no longer scratching the glass. She wasn't scratching the glass, meaning the ghosts were in the know. Ghosts being in the know meant they'd alert the people who needed to know, which meant a long shot. Throwing a rope to thread an anchor. Heads up, a voice called out. I peeked, and I only did so because every eye turned away from where we might be. The man who came up the stairs was wearing a military coat. It wasn't in the long style favored by Academy military, but short enough the belt was visible, double-breasted, with 4 large buttons. He was young, as his sort went, 30 or so, but had the wear and tear of a man twice his age, in scarring and pockmarks and old burns, with a bit of hair at one side of his head that parted funny, as if it had grown indifferent around an old wound. He had a beard that mingled blonde hair with a chestnut brown, making him look as though he was prematurely graying, and it wasn't a good beard, more the kind grown out of happenstance and necessity than out of the fact that his face produced good hair. Scraggly on the cheeks and thicker at the chin. He had a clone on his arm. One of the ghosts of the red-headed variety. Carm, I presumed. In moving my head down to look around the post, I'd put too much pressure on my hands and back. I tried to move back to a comfortable position and I found myself lacking the strength or the robust, uninjured muscle. I dropped. I landed on my feet, took a half-second to get my bearings, and then put a knife to the throat of the most important-looking man in arm's reach. I wasn't sure, on seeing all the people stare my way, that his importance ranked even among the top 5 or 10 of the 15 men and 1 woman present. I could have sworn. But I'd served as the distraction. Helen had found her perch, leaving Jessie where she was, and now Helen jumped. Not a pounce. A jump, almost lazy, skirt flapping, hair freeing itself of the clothes curls and pins Helen had used. The ghost reacted, and being a ghost, she reacted fast. It was only in the last second that the ghost winced, head turning away, and Helen was free to crash into both Carm and the man in charge. They went down in a heap, all 3 together, and with Helen in the mix, I knew before I even saw the outcome that she had this in hand. Guns were pointed at Helen, and blades were drawn. More blades and guns were pointed at me. But Helen had their leader by the jugular, her legs holding the ghost by the throat. Sylvester Lambsbridge here. That would be Helen G. Ibbott embracing you right now. Good afternoon, Helen said. I'm Franz, the man with the beard said. Can we talk, or are you going to follow Cynthia and refuse all negotiation? I asked, my voice carrying through the open space and past the crowd of thugs and soldiers. I'm tempted to refuse, Franz said. Even if you die? I asked. That's why I said I'm tempted. I'd like to be the leader who holds to his word. I made a point of not looking at Jessie. She was a good card to hold in reserve. Where's Cynthia? I asked. Dead, the man said. Dead. The giant has her scent. She ordered us to leave her while she deals with it. It tracks her wherever she goes, and it can move faster than a horse runs by walking. If we can't find a way to kill it, she's gone. If she isn't gone already. We haven't been able to find a way. If we get too close, it reacts to the lingering scent of her on us. Designed to rip out the power structure in entirety, Helen observed. What if I was willing to offer my help in saving her, in exchange for our freedom and safety? I asked. You could, the man said. KG. Why, when I was offering something essential? Did they not like Cynthia? Was an accidental death a good end that wouldn't tear their organization apart? Or was there something more at play? You made a move, I said. A vague statement that opened doors and made me sound smart a hell of a lot more than it made me sound stupid. In this kind of game, assuming someone was up to something was simply a fact of life. Yeah, Franz said. I made a move. We found the rest of your little army. Our people are in the process of marching and tracking down your people, while they're busy unpacking their things and getting settled.